the legendary third-generation rich and irreverent cultivation. In 1998, in Malibu, California, the first rays of morning sunlight refracted through the Pacific Ocean, illuminating the main bedroom of Luke Cheen's 270-degree ocean view villa. Upon waking, Luke surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. There was an undeniable pleasure in rising in such a magnificent seaside abode. After admiring the breathtaking ocean view outside, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at his mixed-race visage, more handsome than Keanu Reeves, and with a physique rivaling that of Michelangelo's David, Luke could not help but marvel inwardly. What a striking figure, just as charming as the author's devoted fans. At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from downstairs. "Luke, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Hurry. We still have a journey ahead." "I'm up and getting ready. Will be down shortly," he replied. The voice belonged to his younger sister, Angela. 3 days prior, Luke had graduated from Stanford University in California. After a wild graduation ball and party with his classmates and teammates, he returned to the Ocean View Villa in Malibu, a graduation gift from his grandparents. Luke was a third-generation heir to wealth, but he was also a transmigrator with a past life steeped in legend. Once a carefree, second-generation wealthy scion, he had seen his family's fortune coveted by a malicious uncle's family. They met a tragic end, while he, studying abroad, narrowly escaped. In his quest for vengeance, he endured humiliation, ultimately returning to his homeland to confront his uncle's family in a deadly reckoning. Upon waking anew, he found himself in the body of an infant. His grandfather was a bona fide Chinese immigrant who sought fortune in America before World War II, while his grandmother was of Italian descent. His mother was the eldest daughter of the Dutton family, a twin sister to John Dutton, the heir of Yellowstone Ranch. Initially, Luke believed he could lead a comfortable life as a third-generation rich heir. However, at the age of 6, he stumbled upon news regarding Stark Industries in the newspaper. His heart nearly stopped for several seconds upon reading it. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he realized the perilous world he inhabited. How could he possibly remain idle? As he grappled with the notion of returning to his homeland, an unexpected figure appeared before him, seemingly out of thin air. Before Luke could comprehend the identity of the striking middle-aged man, the latter snapped his fingers, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Surveying the new environment, Luke quickly discerned that he had been transported to a different realm. It was a plot of land over 300 square meters, adorned with a fruit tree, a central spring, and a wooden cabin. The middle-aged man extended a finger glowing with ethereal light and tapped Luke's forehead. With no time to react, Luke succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, the middle-aged man spoke in Chinese. "I have left a message for your family. For now, cultivate here. When the time is right, you shall know my true identity." With that, the man vanished. Luke found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Thus, he resigned himself to the cultivation methods that had been implanted in his mind, quenching his thirst with the spring water and satisfying his hunger with the fruit of the spirit. When Luke's cultivation technique reached the second level, he was unexpectedly expelled from the space. He found himself back in his original bedroom. His family was astonished upon discovering him, for a year had elapsed. Initially, they suspected that Luke had been abducted, yet despite their relentless search, not a single clue emerged. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to believe that he had been whisked away by a mysterious master. Luke had departed from the Yellowstone Ranch, and soon, the Dutton family and the Cheen clan convened. Once they confirmed that Luke was in good health, they began to inquire about his experiences. Luke recounted everything truthfully, albeit describing the spiritual spring space merely as a valley. All of this sounded utterly implausible. However, when the 7-year-old Luke shattered a 1-inch thick oak table in the Dutton study with a single punch, belief was cemented among them. Thus, Luke balanced his academic pursuits while aiding his family's business endeavors, leveraging his knowledge from a past life. With the clarity of mind afforded by the first level of his technique, Luke exhibited remarkable memory and cognitive abilities. He completed 3 doctoral degrees in chemistry, physics, and biology at Stanford within 3 years, disciplines he had already studied in his previous life, making the process exceedingly effortless. The technique he practiced was called the 9-9 Great Solar Yang Technique, a name that clearly signifies its vigorous nature. Luke had mastered the 6th level, yet he struggled to make any progress toward the 7th. The first 6 levels were The first level of clear spiritual platform, the second level of chi introduction, the third level of muscle transformation and bone refinement, the fourth level of chi refinement, the fifth level of yin-yang circulation, and the sixth level of chi manipulation. In addition to the foundational technique, there were 4 combat skills: the dragon and phoenix play, mountain shaking technique, great auspicious movement, and eye of insight. These techniques were purely combat-oriented, while the solar yang technique resembled an internal cultivation method. Notably, Luke could not engage in dual cultivation until he reached the 5th level of yin-yang circulation, leading his girlfriend in her first year of high school to believe he harbored unspoken troubles. Despite Luke's explanations regarding his practice of Chinese martial arts, she sadly ended their relationship and transferred from Hellgate High School, the nearest high school, to Yellowstone Ranch. This girl was the school's belle, Luke's cherished muse, as her mere presence evoked memories of the elf girl from his previous life. Regrettably, she departed from Luke, and it was not until 6 months later that he broke through to the 5th level of his technique. The first 3 levels significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, establishing him as a core running back on the high school football team. The 4th level alleviated any concerns about potential offspring, and upon reaching the 5th level of yin-yang circulation, Luke finally embraced his masculinity. Consequently, Luke acquired numerous monikers: the Montana Stark, the Hellgate Aquaman, the Cheerleader Terminator, and so forth. As the school's football team participated in national competitions, Luke's titles continued to evolve. Originally, due to his participation in the team and the lightning on the court, Luke earned the moniker of Stanford Bulldozer, which gradually transformed into labels such as California Casanova, collector of national cheerleaders, and Stanford Stark, among others. However, Luke remained unperturbed, for he reveled in the dual benefits of enjoyment and practice. The technique known as dragon play, Phoenix dance, was originally intended for acupoint strikes, grappling, and delicate maneuvers, yet it was capable of high-frequency vibrations. The mountain shaking skill was designed to strengthen the spine and core, enabling his 8-pack abs to endure marathon runs. Among his numerous girlfriends, a saying circulated: "No one can contend with Luke for an entire night." No one. The Great Luck Body technique served not only for running, breaking through defenses, and scoring on the court, but also allowed Luke to maintain a horse stance, a feat not easily accomplished by just anyone when being held aloft. The Eye of Insight was utilized for both X-ray vision and night vision. However, it did not merely penetrate clothing, but allowed direct observation of human tissue and structural composition beneath skin and fabric. Thus, while engaged in athletic endeavors, Luke activated the Eye of Insight, unveiling the doors to a new world, with peculiar applications emerging. The martial arts practiced were indeed genuine, albeit the practitioner's approach was somewhat unconventional. Nonetheless, Luke's methods did not evoke disdain from anyone, including his former lovers. His charm, wealth, and generosity frequently brought them romance and surprises, resulting in a lack of resentment even after their parting. Luke often professed, "I am a wild stallion, yet your heart lacks a pasture." One must ponder, is this truly rational discourse? Which sane individual would revel in the idea of bearing a pasture upon their head? It must be acknowledged that Luke had mastered the essence of being a sea king. Today is June 9th, 2025. Strictly speaking, this is my first lengthy novel. As I revisit the opening part, I still perceive numerous regrets and shortcomings. Nevertheless, throughout this year, I have persevered, and the subsequent content has steadily improved. I shall refrain from revising the beginning any further. Many of the initial settings may be less than satisfactory, yet explanations abound in the later chapters, and many plot holes have been filled. I extend my gratitude to my readers for their support and encouragement. You are my greatest motivation to continue writing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The new book will not disappoint you. In a certain place, the misty forest, I shall continue the tale of Luke and Lilith. Your feedback is always welcome. Chapter 2. Departure. After packing his belongings, Luke made his way downstairs to the dining room. The sight of his family gathered around the 5-meter-long dining table filled him with immense joy. His parents busily prepared breakfast in the open kitchen, which spanned over 40 square meters, while his younger siblings frolicked in the spacious dining area of more than 100 square meters. At that moment, Luke felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by his father's voice. "Look, I've prepared the ingredients." All that's left is for you to cook." With a resigned sigh, Luke accepted the apron his mother handed him and entered the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast for the family. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, Luke had acquired an uncanny knack for learning new skills with ease, and he excelled at fine-tuning his techniques. Thus, whenever he returned home during holidays, he took on the role of head chef for breakfast and dinner, earning unanimous praise for his culinary prowess. This talent had also won him the hearts of numerous young women. As he cooked, Luke couldn't help but reflect, it's a mixed bag. While it can be tiring, it's more of a hassle and time-consuming. Yet, any chef would find joy in seeing their labor devoured by eager diners, and my family is no exception. After breakfast, the young ones began to pack their bags, eager to head to the Yellowstone Ranch in Montana for their holiday. Luke held great affection for the ranch, having studied in Montana prior to high school, returning only to Los Angeles during breaks. Now attending Stanford, he often returned home on weekends and spent holidays at the ranch. Perhaps due to his cultivation, Luke felt a profound connection to nature. Accompanying Luke to the farm were Jamie Dutton, the second son of John Dutton, his adopted brother Rip Wheeler, his sister Beth Dutton, and his own sister, Angela Cheen. This trip was meant to be both playful and adventurous. So Luke had prepared a rugged, reinforced, bulletproof Dodge Ram Mammoth. Indeed, it was the Dodge Mammoth. Luke's genius had led to his grandfather Cheen acquiring Dodge Motors early on, allowing Luke to unveil design concepts for vehicles 20 years ahead of their time. The result was a resounding success, leaving both General Motors and Ford far behind. Luke's father, Drake Cheen, assisted Jamie and Rip in loading luggage and outdoor equipment into the trunk. Angela and Beth arrived with their neatly packed bags. Luke had little to carry, just a backpack with a change of clothes, as the ranch was well equipped. After a moment's thought, he ventured to the basement and emerged with a large, elongated travel bag. Upon reaching the car, he found the luggage neatly stowed away and took it upon himself to place the large bag in a corner of the trunk. Glancing at his father, he quietly asked, "Dad, is there beer in the fridge?" Old Cheen shot Luke a knowing glance, and Luke understood instantly. With a smile, his father patted him on the shoulder and said, "Drive safely on the road, and take good care of your younger siblings." Luke's mother, Elsa, stood at the villa's entrance, bidding farewell along with Luke's 10-year-old fraternal twins. "Call if you need anything," she reminded them. Luke waved his hand, ushering his younger siblings into the car as they set off. Among the 5 passengers, only Luke and Jamie possessed driving licenses. Jamie had recently gained admission to Yale Law School. The youngest, Rip, was only 15, while Beth and Angela were 14, still too young to obtain their licenses. Nevertheless, all 3 had learned to drive, often accompanying Luke on leisurely jaunts around the ranch during vacations. Their planned route stretched from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, then to Salt Lake City, followed by an overnight camping trip in Idaho, ultimately culminating at the Yellowstone Ranch in Montana, covering approximately 1,800 kilometers. This marked the first time these young adventurers would drive such a considerable distance. The situation was a result of the formidable Cheen patriarch, who owned 8 private jets. Given the close relationship between the Cheen and Dutton families, the Yellowstone Ranch had expanded significantly, with Nick Ranch, belonging to the Cheen family, as their neighbor. The 2 families had situated their homes at the boundary, with the Cheen patriarch entrusting the management of the ranch to John Dutton. Thus, the children of both families enjoyed the freedom to engage in various activities on their respective ranches. Horseback riding, fishing, camping, and hunting were skills that all possessed, though Luke had always been the most adept among them. As the 5 young individuals munched on chips and sang along the way, they traversed California and entered the vibrant realm of Las Vegas, Nevada. While still en route, Luke received a call from his uncle, his grandmother's nephew, leading to a warm welcome as they crossed into Nevada. In his youth, Luke had believed that the Cheen patriarch had built his empire from the ground up in America. However, upon maturing, he realized how understated his grandfather and grandmother, Mariana, truly were. Luke had never heard of his grandfather's background, but it was evidently more complex than it appeared. It was inconceivable that one could amass a fortune exceeding $1 billion in mainstream American society without substantial connections. What surprised Luke the most was discovering that his grandmother, who always wore a warm and approachable smile, held the most prominent background in the family. As he grew older, He learned that Mariana had been born into the Luciano family, the inspiration for the Godfather character Charlie Luciano. Moreover, she was the youngest and only daughter among 3 brothers, affording her a status akin to that of a princess within her family. Marrying someone of such distinguished lineage indicated that the Qin patriarch was far from ordinary, though he never spoke of it, and Luke never inquired. In any case, here I am, Luke Qin, a third-generation heir, content and carefree, returning to Las Vegas. The Luciano family was one of the 5 prominent families in the city, with their enterprises sprawling across Las Vegas. Consequently, the 5 young travelers were graciously hosted by Mariana's nephew. They reveled in the opulence of a 5-star hotel, indulged in exquisite cuisine, and enjoyed various legal performances. Due to their ages, they refrained from entering the casino, yet their afternoon and evening were filled with joy. The following morning, under the affectionate gaze of their uncle as they bid farewell, the young adventurers resumed their journey. After a few hours of travel, they arrived in Salt Lake City, stopping en route to visit the Bonneville Salt Flats Raceway. This is a drag racing track located in Salt Lake City, USA, where the exhilarating sport of straight-line racing serves as a paradise for numerous automotive manufacturers and enthusiasts of modified vehicles. Luke's fortified, bulletproof Dodge Mammoth has become a focal point for visitors. Amidst the vast expanse of the Salt Flats, Luke allowed 3 unlicensed youngsters to experience the power of this enhanced version, boasting an impressive 100 horsepower and an 8.4-liter supercharged engine. As the laughter and cheers of the young boys and girls echoed around, they concluded their day's adventure and returned to the Hilton Hotel in Salt Lake City. It is worth noting that the Qin family holds shares in the Hilton, and the Hilton family once considered a betrothal with Luke, which was politely declined by the elder Mr. Qin. In his words, he expressed disdain for Richard, suggesting that having such a father-in-law would undoubtedly be a blemish on one's reputation. Luke concurred, believing that occasional friendly outings with the sisters were acceptable, but marriage was out of the question. After departing from Salt Lake City, they planned to find a spot for camping while passing through Idaho. Thus, they replenished their supplies in Salt Lake City, assured their families of their safety, and set off on their journey. Chapter 3. Arrival. 5 young individuals continued to munch on chips and sing as they ventured into the state of Idaho. After departing Salt Lake City and traveling over 100 kilometers north to Elwood, they altered their course. Typically, the route would lead them northward to Montana. But in pursuit of Walcott Lake, they veered northwest for an additional 100 kilometers. The entire journey spanned approximately 300 kilometers. As they neared Walcott Lake, they encountered a traffic jam on the highway. Due to the towering stature of the Dodge Mammoth, Luke was able to see from a distance the lengthy line of vehicles caught in the congestion. Without hesitation, Luke exited the highway at the nearby ramp. Jamie picked up the map and remarked, "Look, this back road should also lead us to Walcott Lake, though it will take us quite a detour. We need to pass underneath the highway and head northeast to reach our destination." Luke parked the vehicle by the roadside, took the map from Jamie's hands, and glanced at the distant highway. "All right, let us aim to arrive by noon. I'd rather not have lunch in the car." Luke's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from his siblings, prompting him to start the vehicle and drive deeper into the back road. This path was merely a dirt road, unpaved and narrow, accommodating no more than 2 vehicles side by side. With the Dodge Mammoth occupying more than half the width, Luke exercised utmost caution. Just after navigating a sharp bend, Luke spotted a camper van stranded in the middle of the road, with a few young individuals standing beside it, seemingly out for a day of fun. However, Luke was not naive. He was acutely aware of the sparse population in America. Swiftly, he maneuvered around the disabled vehicle and came to a stop a few meters ahead. Upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed the young people approaching, waving. Luke opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat, retrieving a handgun, which he handed to Jamie. Both Jamie and the other passengers stared in astonishment as Luke produced another firearm from beneath his seat. After checking it and chambering around, he tucked it behind him. "Jamie, take this. You know how to use it, right?" "Yes, I can use it. Don't be nervous when you're out in the world. It's essential to remain vigilant of strangers." Having grown up on a ranch, the group of boys and girls possessed a natural boldness, and upon hearing Luke's words, their anxiety began to dissipate. Luke did not turn off the engine. Before exiting, he provided a final caution. Stay in the car. It's safest here. Jamie and the others were aware that the vehicle was armored and nodded in agreement as they watched Luke step out. Once outside, Luke observed the approaching young people. Activating his instinctive awareness, relieved to ascertain that they bore no weapons, his tension eased considerably. The first to approach was a young girl, who, upon seeing Luke's rugged cowboy attire and striking stature, became slightly flustered. "I'm sorry, our vehicle has been punctured by barbed wire on the road. Could you help us?" "Hey man, that's a really cool truck. A moment ago, I observed that you had driven over some barbed wire. Did your tires sustain any damage?" The individual speaking closely behind the leading girl was one of the two men in the group. This assembly comprised 5 individuals, with 2 apparent couples among them, leaving only the one who initially addressed Luke as the solitary single. Luke nodded at the 4 individuals behind the girl, then adjusted his shirt to obscure the handgun concealed at his lower back, stating, "Lead me to the scene. How many tires have been punctured?" The first man replied, "It seems like 2. I noticed one still leaking air while the other is completely flat, devoid of any pressure." The second man interjected, "I saw you drive straight over it. Aren't you going to check your tires?" Clearly, the second man's query piqued the curiosity of the other 4. Luke shot a sideways glance at him and replied, "My vehicle is equipped with special tires, designed to be puncture-resistant." The first man exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive. This car looks quite expensive, doesn't it?" Luke, disinterested in engaging with the 2 boys, perceived them as merely recent university graduates, rather boisterous. Meanwhile, the 3 girls silently scrutinized Luke. Today he embodied a quintessential American aesthetic: a beige cowboy hat, sunglasses, a red and black plaid shirt, denim jeans, and hiking boots. This attire is commonplace among Americans, rendering him unremarkable at first glance. Yet, his striking features and towering height of 6 feet 3 inches set him apart. Although Luke's clothing appeared similar to that of an ordinary American, the brands were of a premium quality, investments from Grandma China's fashion line. The girl's attention was particularly drawn to the 48000 watch adorning Luke's left wrist, also from a brand owned by Grandma Chin. As the 2 boys chattered incessantly about the Dodge Mammoth, the girl's perceptions of Luke evolved, especially the girl among the couples, who, upon glancing at her boisterous boyfriend, then at the composed and handsome Luke, couldn't help but question her earlier judgment. Luke examined the situation. One tire was ensnared by the barbed wire, while the other was merely punctured slightly. As long as the object remained, the air would escape slowly. Observing the group, Luke inquired, "Do you possess any tire repair tools?" The young individuals exchanged puzzled glances, evidently clueless about his request. Realizing they were novices on their first outing, Luke sighed and remarked, "My repair tools wouldn't work for your type of tire, but I can assist you in calling for roadside assistance." They exchanged glances once more. And it was the girl who had first spoken to Luke who said, "We intended to visit Walcott Lake. If we call for assistance now, we likely won't be able to enjoy the trip, and we need to consider our return time." So, Luke regarded the girl and asked, "What do you propose?" She cautiously inquired, "Are you also heading to Walcott Lake?" Luke nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing Luke nod, the girl exclaimed with delight, "Could you assist us in dealing with the barbed wire and then tow our vehicle to the lakeside? If we depart together tomorrow, could you take us to the repair shop? Rest assured, we shall compensate you." Luke pondered for a moment, but did not acquiesce to the girl's request. "I must consult my companions," he replied. The girl, somewhat disheartened, said, "All right, we shall wait for you. Please, you must help us. We have traveled from afar." Observing the girl's forlorn expression, Luke revealed a smile that had once captivated countless hearts. "I shall endeavor to persuade them," he assured her before returning to his vehicle. As Luke approached, the anxious younger siblings exhaled in relief. They gazed at him with curiosity, awaiting his explanation. This group has suffered 2 flat tires that cannot be repaired, necessitating a tow. However, they too are headed to Walcott Lake and seek our assistance to tow their vehicle, intending to leave with us tomorrow. What are your thoughts? The young men and women exchanged glances, and it was Beth who spoke first. "You decide, Luke. We trust your judgment. After all, you are the wisest among us." The others nodded in agreement. After a moment's reflection, Luke remarked, "I believe these individuals pose no threat. They are merely young people looking for camaraderie. What do you think?" One by one, they responded, agreed, that sounds splendid. Chapter 4. Camping with the support of his younger siblings. Luke stepped out of the vehicle and approached the group of young people. Well, my companions have consented to your request. Upon hearing Luke's affirmative response, the group broke into joyful smiles. Wow, that's fantastic. We won't have to delay our journey, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Luke turned back and called into the vehicle, Jamie. Come down and lend a hand. Hearing Luke's summons, Jamie glanced at the gun in his hand and handed it over to Leap. Leap, keep an eye on it. And don't let it go off accidentally. Leap chuckled. Don't worry, Jamie, I handle this better than you do. Jamie opened the car door and joined Luke. Without any intent for introductions, Luke directly instructed, Jamie, please fetch the toolbox from the back. I need a large pair of wire cutters. Then he addressed the young individuals. Let's take care of that damn barbed wire first. Luke led the group back to their vehicle. They examined the barbed wire tangled beneath the tires and eventually discovered it was tied to the roots of a tree by the roadside. The sight caused furrowed brows among the group. Luke inspected the situation and remarked, it seems this was deliberately done. That's unfortunate, one of the young men lamented, prompting others to join in their complaints. Just then, Jamie arrived with the toolbox. Luke interrupted their grievances, accepting the cutters Jamie handed over. Thank you, Jamie. Please check if any other tires are losing air. He then instructed the group, look around for any stray barbed wire on the road. Afterward, he returned to the vehicle and began severing the wire ensnared around the wheel. The young people wandered within a short radius before returning. By this time, Luke had finished with the damaged tire. Jamie shook his head at Luke's inquiry about the other tires. Go and fetch the tow rope, Luke instructed. He then said to the group, take out the spare tire. This one is beyond repair. The flat tire can wait until tomorrow. We should be able to make it to the repair shop. Luke, accompanied by the novices, replaced the flat tire, while Jamie prepared the tow rope. With a light clap of his hands, Luke declared, get in. We are ready to depart. Upon hearing this, the young people erupted into joyful cheers once more. Luke and Jamie returned to the car, started the engine, and began to move forward slowly. The earlier barbed wire incident made Luke particularly vigilant about the road ahead. Although their Dodge Mammoth was equipped with puncture-resistant tires, the vehicles behind them could not withstand another flat. Fortunately, the journey continued without incident. Half an hour later, after navigating a steep curve, the group finally arrived at the shores of Walcott Lake. The sight of the crystal-clear azure waters, distant mountains, and serene forests uplifted everyone's spirits, transforming the atmosphere into one of poetic beauty. After Luke parked the vehicle behind, he untied the tow rope and adjusted his car slightly, positioning the fronts to form a graceful angle with a distance of 5 meters between them. Upon exiting the car, the group of young individuals began to unload their luggage and set up tents. Meanwhile, Luke's younger siblings also joyfully joined him outside. It was then that the young people noticed a boy and 2 other girls, all of whom were minors. Approaching them, Luke observed their preparations for 2 tents and furrowed his brow, inquiring, can these 2 tents accommodate 5 people? The bespectacled young man responded, Jesse will sleep in the car, while Francis and I will share 1 tent, and Carly and Scott will occupy the other. It was through this exchange that Luke learned their names. The girl who first greeted him was Jessie, the sun-kissed Jewish girl was Carly, the red-haired girl was Francis. The curly-haired boy was Scott, and the bespectacled lad was Evan. Luke glanced at the group and stated, as my younger siblings are still minors, I kindly ask that you maintain a considerate volume while engaging in adult activities. Thank you. This remark rendered the young individuals somewhat awkward. However, the girls, undeterred by Luke's earnestness, replied with bright eyes, we 3 will share a tent, and those 2 will have their own. Rest assured, nothing untoward will occur. In response, Luke offered them a charming smile, saying, thank you, and proceeded to the vehicle to gather supplies, disregarding the boys' uncomfortable expressions. The children from the Dutton and Sheen families were well accustomed to camping and tent assembly, having engaged in such activities since childhood. Before long, Jamie and Leap had set up the tent, opting for a spacious single large one. Luke arranged for Beth and Angela to sleep in the car, as the back seat of the Mammoth was quite roomy. A specialized inflatable mattress sufficed for the 2 14-year-olds. Once the tent was erected, Luke delegated tasks. The young individuals were to gather dry firewood nearby, while Leap and Jamie were tasked with constructing a fire pit and stove. Beth and Angela took ropes and a tarpaulin to create a makeshift toilet. With the arrangements completed, Luke set about preparing the grill and food. Given the ample provisions he had prepared, even with the addition of the young ones, there was no concern. Shortly thereafter, upon their return, everyone discovered Luke already grilling food. Jamie and Leap excitedly retrieved beers and beverages from the car fridge. Beth and Angela opened all the doors of the Mammoth. Selecting their favorite music CDs and cranking the volume up to the maximum thus commenced the youthful festivities. Initially, the young people had not planned to bring much food. Only some dry rations and bottled water. However, upon witnessing the lavish spread of food and drinks laid out by Luke, they felt a bit bashful. Yet, once the beer and barbecue began, inhibitions faded and the atmosphere relaxed. The girls, having satisfied their appetites, were the first to change into bikinis, ready to swim in the river. Luke, however, cautioned Beth and Angela not to venture too far, assigning the sober Leap to keep watch from the shore. In truth, the girls hardly required the presence of Leap. They merely descended to frolic for a brief span of 10 minutes before returning ashore. Back at the central bonfire, they seized the opportunity to flaunt their figures before Luke. It must be said that the physiques of these three young women were remarkable, one surpassing the other. Not only did Luke indulge in the delightful spectacle, but even Jamie and Leap found themselves frequently glancing in their direction. However, Leap was often startled by Beth, who sat beside him, pinching him unexpectedly. A gathering of youthful spirits amidst the wilderness, by the lakeside, relishing barbecued delights while serenading one another. What a harmonious tableau. Yet, Luke could not afford to relax at all. The conspicuously artificial barbed wire kept him on high alert, vigilant of his surroundings. The scene before him evoked a sense of unease, a similar assembly of young people, in the wild, under the cover of night grasping a plant. Was this not the quintessential setup for an American horror film? At that moment, Luke was suddenly struck by a peculiar odor. Chapter 5 Chaos following the scent. Luke spotted Evan and Scott sitting not far from the campfire, taking turns smoking a cigarette. Beside him was Jamie, while a few girls and Beth's shadow, Leap, were engaged in light-hearted banter. Luke rose and approached the two boys, snatching the cigarette from their hands and crushing it underfoot. He glared at them fiercely and declared, "I have warned you that my younger siblings are underage. If I see this again, I shall ensure you experience the force of a cowboy's fist, I assure you." Without waiting for their frightened reactions, he turned on his heel and returned to his seat. The girls witnessed the scene, and their chatter diminished significantly. The two boys, feeling humiliated, retreated to their tent without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the girls resumed their conversation, mostly probing Beth and Angela for information. Their words were laced with curiosity about Luke. Beth and Angela were well accustomed to this routine. Luke had had countless girlfriends throughout his life, and such matters were second nature to these two sisters. As Luke shared insights about what to be mindful of in college with Jamie, he also lent an ear to the girls' discussions. In truth, the topics were quite mundane. These young individuals were college students, just entering their senior year. Eventually, they delved into various campus gossip to entertain Beth and Angela, who were still in middle school. It was remarkable how the bonds of friendship among the girls had formed. At this moment, the five of them seemed as close as lifelong companions. After glancing at the time, which read 11 o'clock, Luke felt compelled to interrupt them and suggest it was time for bed. He instructed Leap and Jamie to retire for the night while he would take the watch, reminding them not to remove their clothes. They did not protest. Luke's authority had long been established in their minds, having grown up listening to this elder brother. Once Leap and Jamie returned, Scott and Evan approached Luke. "Luke, we apologize for what happened earlier. Please forgive us. We were merely curious. It's college, you know." Luke did not chastise the two. He was well aware that such behavior was commonplace in university life. Yet, his aversion to such matters seemed ingrained within him. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "I simply do not want my younger siblings to see or smell this. They are minors. As long as you refrain from smoking in front of us, I care not what you do elsewhere." The two boys merely offered awkward smiles in response. Noticing they hadn't tea left, Luke inquired, "Is there something else?" "Well, we would like to contribute to the night watch, if you don't mind." Luke waved his hand again, saying, "No need, You should rest. I can manage on my own. Leap and Jamie will awaken early to take over for me." Scott and Evan, eager to redeem their earlier misstep, attempted to impress Luke, but he offered them no opportunity. Instead, he swiftly drew a handgun from his waistband, prompting them to leave in disgruntled silence. By noon, everyone had gathered ample firewood, ensuring the campfire blazed brightly that evening. From time to time, Luke tossed a few pieces of dry wood into the fire, occasionally rising to stretch his limbs. In truth, his current physique and power were such that several days without sleep would hardly affect him. Yet he understood that in the realm of ordinary humanity, one must behave like a regular person, otherwise one risks becoming an outcast, and outcasts seldom meet a favorable end. Thus, Luke typically presented himself as a robust version of a typical human. However, his body had already reached the pinnacle of human potential. Only by transcending to the next level of martial arts could he truly escape the confines of humanity. The seventh layer of his technique, known as condensing chi and refining Dan, was the legendary Golden Core stage, a breakthrough of limits. Yet, Luke had been stuck here for over a year, making no progress in his training. After taking a stroll around the area, he returned to the campfire, still mulling over his techniques when an unusual scent reached his nostrils. Not the aroma of herbs, but rather a foul stench that began faintly and grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and Luke instinctively conjured a barrier of chi in the direction of the noise. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an arrow hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, he deflected the slowly flying arrow from the air. Immediately, he activated his insight eye. 20 meters away, in the thicket, shadows flickered. One figure peeked out from behind a tree, continuing to loose arrows in his direction. Just as he prepared to draw his firearm, he was alerted by the sound of numerous footsteps encroaching upon the camp. 7 or 8 humanoid creatures of varying heights were launching an attack. Forgetting about the young men for the moment, Luke rushed to assist Li Pu and Jamie, knowing that Beth and Angela were safely locked in the vehicle. Spotting 2 monsters wielding clubs and axes preparing to assault Li Pu and Jamie's tent, Luke immediately drew his gun and fired. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the night's tranquility. "Jamie, Li Pu, wake up," he shouted, followed by more shots ringing out. Meanwhile, the group of young men found themselves under siege as well. The gunfire disrupted their peaceful slumber. Luke, focused on saving his brother, paid no heed to the troubles of the others. He targeted the 2 creatures attacking his tent, initially aiming for their limbs. However, the impact of the 9mm bullets on their appendages yielded little effect. The monsters appeared impervious to pain, pausing momentarily before resuming their assault. Fortunately, Jamie and Li Pu, having slept in their clothes, awoke instantly at the sound of gunfire and scrambled out of the tent. Just as they exited, the 2 creatures struck the tent with their axes and clubs. Had Jamie and Li Pu remained inside, the consequences would have been dire. On the other side, the young men were engaged in a struggle with the monsters. However, their delayed reactions and lack of weaponry quickly put them at a disadvantage. Realizing that targeting the limbs was futile, Luke turned his focus to the 2 creatures pursuing Jamie and Li Pu, employing the Mozambique shooting technique. He fired 2 shots into the torso and 1 into the head. After 6 shots, the 2 monsters collapsed. Just as Luke began to exhale in relief, sharp screams erupted from the vehicle. It turned out that another creature had attempted to open the car door to attack Beth and Angela. Fortunately, the vehicle was locked, a precaution Luke had insisted upon before they retired for the night. This precaution ultimately saved them. The 2 monsters were utterly unable to open the car door, resorting instead to striking it with wooden sticks. To assault a bulletproof vehicle with mere sticks, how absurd. Moments later, 6 gunshots rang out, and 2 more monster corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. Luke, having replaced his magazine, glanced back at the group of young individuals. Aside from the chaos strewn across the ground, not a soul could be seen. After reassuring Beth and Angela, he handed his firearm to Jamie. "You all get in the car and remain there. Inside, you will find a handgun, ammunition, and a satellite phone. Quickly call for help." With that, Luke leaped onto the bed of the pickup truck, unzipping the sizable black travel bag he had brought along. He retrieved a Remington 870 shotgun and a pouch of ammunition. Tossing them to Leap, "Guard the vehicle and do not exit. Subsequently, Luke extracted an automatic rifle, a handgun, a tactical vest, and a thigh holster from the bag. He affixed the remaining magazines to himself before passing the rest to Jamie. "I must follow. I cannot stand idly by while others are in peril." The younger ones listened to Luke's words with unwavering trust, expressing only their concerns for his safety as he prepared to depart. Luke nodded solemnly before dashing into the woods. His desire to rescue these young souls was not born of mere altruism. Rather, it stemmed from his recent breakthrough after dispatching several monsters. Chapter 6. Carnage. Luke gazed at the panel before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, it was not the appropriate moment for contemplation. Grasping his rifle, he activated his insight eye, ensuring the area was secure before he began to organize his equipment. Although firearms were rampant in America, it was not commonplace for civilians to traverse the streets armed. What set Luke apart? The answer lay in the fact that the Chin family, along with the Luciano and Joyce families, had jointly established a light weaponry company. In his youth, Luke was aware that Stark Industries also manufactured arms, but those were high-end commodities. Consequently, Luke adopted a model from the future, focusing on the production of various light weapons, as volume was the key to profitability. As a prodigy favored by the Chin, Luciano, and Dutton families, Luke had possessed his own account from an early age. To date, his design company boasted over 1,000 patented technologies, all licensed to his family enterprise. This Q-Light weaponry company was a collaborative venture among the four families: the Chin family, the Dutton family, the Luciano family, and the Joyce family, the family of Luke's second uncle by marriage, alongside Luke himself. Each family held a 20% stake, remaining privately owned without external financing, and secured military contracts. Besides the wealth and connections garnered by the families, Luke was bestowed with a weapon designer and tester status issued by the Department of Defense, allowing him the privilege to carry firearms freely. To put it succinctly, he enjoyed special authorization to bear arms throughout the nation. The firearm in Luke's possession was the newly designed ACC Honey Badger assault rifle, utilizing 300 BLK ammunition, 7.62 by 35 subsonic rifle cartridges. This weapon was specifically crafted for special forces, intended to replace the German-made MP5SD submachine gun. As he prepared to venture forth, Luke was wary of potential complications along the way. Although his martial prowess assured his self-defense, he was also responsible for his younger siblings, compelling him to prioritize safety. Therefore, he secured a Remington M870 Special Forces variant alongside the ACC Honey Badger in a large travel bag. As Luke surveyed his surroundings, he meticulously tracked the trail of the creatures. The evidence left by these monsters was strikingly conspicuous, aside from the bloodstains left by the unfortunate youths. The most telling aspect was the scent. Luke's senses were exceptionally acute. Even in the absence of blood, he could trace the monsters merely by their odor. Activating his insight eye, he cautiously followed the traces of the beasts. After more than half an hour of diligent pursuit, he finally emerged from the woods into a clearing. Within this glade stood numerous abandoned vehicles. Upon inspection, Luke discerned no immediate threats or traps, prompting him to enter the area. There were over 20 assorted derelict cars, many still bearing the remnants of dried blood. Luke surmised that these were likely the remains of previous victims, and since the area appeared devoid of danger, he did not linger. After traversing the makeshift parking lot and navigating a winding path, he caught sight of several wooden cabins. The largest of these was illuminated, accompanied by faint sounds of commotion. Luke cautiously inspected the other houses and ultimately determined that all the monsters were contained within the largest two-story wooden dwelling. His keen insight revealed 9 humanoid entities active inside, while 3 remained motionless. By their size, Luke surmised these 3 were the young women. There appeared to be no other creatures present, suggesting the 2 young men were likely in dire straits. After conducting his reconnaissance, Luke formulated a plan and prepared to stealthily enter the room through a side window. This was the place where the 3 young women were held captive, guarded only by 2 monsters. 4 others lingered in the hall, with 2 upstairs and 1 in a room adjacent to the hall. Once his strategy was set, Luke quietly lifted the window and slipped inside. The 2 monsters had their backs turned to him, seemingly engrossed in a dispute, while the 3 young women lay unconscious on a mattress before them. With resolute determination, Luke drew his silenced pistol, recognizing that a suppressed handgun was significantly quieter than a suppressed rifle. The muffled sounds of gunfire echoed pop, pop, and the monsters fell lifelessly, confirming their demise. Luke approached the three women to assess their condition. It appeared they had been rendered unconscious, bearing various bruises and scratches, with blood staining their heads. They likely suffered a blow to the head that caused their unconsciousness, and additional wounds were sustained during their transport through the woods. Checking for signs of life, he found their breathing and pulse were steady, and there were no critical wounds, indicating they were not in immediate danger. At this juncture, Luke faced two choices. The first was to awaken the three women and stealthily lead them to safety while the monsters remained unaware. The second was to leave them here while he ventured out to eliminate the remaining threats. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, Luke had never lacked confidence. The sixth level of his cultivation method had bestowed upon him the limits of human potential. Thus, he opted to rouse the young women and confront the monsters head-on. Although the specifics of his cultivation breakthroughs remained unclear, he believed that vanquishing monsters would yield no adverse consequences. His assumption was that the monsters provided experience points. Gently, Luke nudged Jessie. As she groggily awoke and was about to scream, he swiftly covered her mouth. He made a gesture for silence, and Jessie fully awakened, blinking at him. Only then did Luke gradually release his grip. He whispered, "Wake them quietly. Do not make a sound. I will eliminate the other monsters." Upon hearing Luke's intention to risk himself, Jessie clutched his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. Luke smiled reassuringly and revealed his assault rifle from behind, gesturing for her to remain calm. "Stay here and wait," he said, offering Jessie a confident and charming smile. Without waiting for her response, he turned and departed, his movements fluid and professional. Moments later, faint gunfire reverberated through the air, followed by the sounds of monstrous cries, gunshots, and various objects crashing. Then, silence enveloped the space. Jessie felt an overwhelming knot of anxiety in her stomach. She was exceedingly tense, fearful of waking her companions and covering her mouth tightly, terrified of making even the slightest sound. After Luke had dispatched all the monsters, he discovered the lifeless body of Evan and the dismembered remains of Scott. Within the wooden cabin, apart from Jessie and the three girls, there was no other living being present. Luke remained cautious, wary that certain entities might elude the detection of his insight. He observed the surroundings for a brief moment before returning to the room where Jessie and the others were. "Jessie, you are safe," he declared before stepping inside. At the sight of Luke's safe return, Jessie exhaled in relief, collapsing into tears as she clutched his leg. Luke, feeling helpless, attempted to console Jessie while striving to awaken Carly and Francine. Another girl quickly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Luke, she wept joyfully, believing him to be her savior, mirroring Jessie's emotional response. After a considerable effort to soothe them, Luke finally led the trio out of the cabin. His vigilance remained high as he activated his insight, proceeding with caution. As they passed through the hall, the three girls were overwhelmed with grief and nausea upon witnessing the remains of Evan and Scott. On their way back to the camp, Luke marked the trees to aid the police in locating the site later. After nearly an hour, Jamie and the others finally spotted Luke returning safely with the three girls. Beth and Angela, armed with a medical kit, tended to the girls' wounds while Jamie and Leap stood guard with their firearms. Luke proceeded to examine the four creatures he had dispatched on the spot. As dawn approached, the group heard the sound of approaching vehicles, more than one, in fact. Luke turned to Jamie and Leap, inquiring, "Did you call the police?" Jamie scratched his head, responding, "I dialed 911. Leap, with a hint of annoyance, added, "I wanted to call home," but Jamie disagreed. Luke furrowed his brow, remaining silent as the sound of the vehicles drew nearer. Upon spotting two SUVs manufactured by Dodge, Luke instinctively raised his weapon. Chapter 7. Disguised Luke and his companions remained gathered around the flickering campfire, while Leap busied himself with brewing coffee. The young women leaned against each other, seeking solace in their shared exhaustion after a long night of restless toil. They were weary yet unable to find the comfort of sleep, relying on one another for support. Two Dodge full-size SUVs approached the campsite and came to a halt. These vehicles were modeled by Luke after the Cadillac Escalade, a design that had captivated the market since its 1996 debut. Presently, The presidential limousine had also been adapted from this model, and Dodge, thanks to Luke's design, had become a strategic partner of the American government. As 8 men clad in black suits emerged from the vehicles, Luke furrowed his brow. Yet, the individuals seemed unperturbed by the sight of Luke and the 2 boys, who were brandishing firearms. The leader of the group, a man with a receding hairline and spectacles, approached with his hands raised. "Young man, there's no need for alarm. We are FBI agents. We received information from the police department and came here promptly," he reassured. Luke remained vigilant, not lowering his guard in response to the man's words. He replied assertively, "Produce your identification, slowly, so I can see it clearly." The bespectacled agent, rather than taking offense, smiled appreciatively at Luke's caution. He gradually retrieved his credentials from his pocket and presented them to Luke. Luke glanced at the identification but revealed no sign of his thoughts. Internally, he was already convinced that this group was not genuine FBI agents. However, due diligence was necessary. He nodded at the man and said, "Apologies, but I must verify this information with a phone call." The agent nodded in acquiescence. Luke stepped back slightly, maintaining a firm grip on his rifle, and called out, "Jamie, hand me the satellite phone." Jamie approached, handing the device to Luke. With his left hand, Luke drew his pistol, aiming it at the strangers before passing the rifle to Jamie. He then took the satellite phone and dialed a number, not that of the FBI, but his father, Drake Sheen. On the other end, Drake, still in a sleepy haze, mumbled, "Who is it, calling at this hour?" Luke, however, had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. "Hello, is this the FBI headquarters?" Though the inquiry seemed somewhat perplexing, Drake recognized his son's voice and quickly became alert. Without waiting for a response, Luke continued, "Please verify the agent number XXXXXXXXXX." "Thank you." Drake immediately committed the number to memory. Luke's voice came through again. "Good. I want to hang up. Please expedite this process." "Thank you." Drake, now fully awake, quietly roused his wife, whispering, "Stay silent. It's Luke. He might be in trouble. Quickly, reach out to your FBI contacts to verify this number. Go to the next room and be swift." After approximately 2 minutes, Luke's mother, Elsa, returned with a serious expression and quietly informed Old Man Sheen, "This is an agent named Marvin Boggs from headquarters. The system indicates he is on leave today." Old Man Sheen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily relayed Elsa's message to Luke over the phone. Luke, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude with a smile before ending the call. Both spouses found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Ultimately, it was Elsa, familiar with their son, who suggested, "Trust Luke. I will call John." They departed from Salt Lake City yesterday and should now be in Idaho, which is relatively close to John. Old Man Sheen nodded in agreement. It was still early, and waking up the father might not be the best course of action. However, Elsa remarked, "Given the extent of your parents' affection for Luke, if you don't wake them now, they will certainly express their displeasure later." Thus, Old Man Sheen reluctantly dialed his father. It was an unavoidable situation, as the saying goes, the younger son, the elder grandson, the old man's lifeblood. Meanwhile, the Sheen family had already begun mobilizing. While Luke remained remarkably calm, he tucked the phone behind him and smiled at the bespectacled man, saying, "Thank you, Agent Boggs." The man returned the smile, but it quickly faded. Luke immediately withdrew his smile, raised his weapon, and shouted, "Raise your hands. Let me see your hands up, right now." Jamie and Leap quickly found cover and aimed their weapons, while Beth and Angela hid with several girls inside a vehicle. The agents exchanged glances and then looked towards the bespectacled man, who had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. A few minutes later, 8 men in dark suits knelt on the ground, hands clasped on their heads, their backs turned to Luke and the others. However, Luke showed no intention of disarming them. He merely observed from a distance before calling John Dutton. Luke felt that this location was the closest to his uncle's home, merely a few hundred kilometers away. The Dutton and Nick Ranch possessed several helicopters, which could arrive within an hour. After speaking with John, Luke truthfully recounted the situation from their camping trip to the nighttime assault and the subsequent call to the authorities, only to be confronted by impersonators of the FBI. After giving Luke some advice, John set off. Shortly thereafter, 3 Bell 407 helicopters and 1 Bell 525 took off from the ranch. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man attempted to persuade Luke once more, saying, "Young man, I don't know where you made your verification call, but it certainly wasn't to our headquarters." Luke scoffed. "Ha, be quiet. Your headquarters is undoubtedly filled with your own people. Don't assume we're easily deceived just because we're young." Through Luke's discerning eye, the heads of these individuals were marked with red question marks, while his siblings displayed their names in blue. The 3 girls were marked in green. Luke evidently placed greater trust in himself. The bespectacled man, not willing to give up, sighed and conceded. "All right, I admit it. We are S-H-I-E-L-D. Not the FBI." Luke's lips curled slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that these individuals were agents from S-H-I-E-L-D. This group, marked by their notorious red insignia, comprised Hydra agents affiliated with the agency. Yet, with a sardonic tone, Luke the Shadow King remarked, "Heh, did you truly believe I would be fooled? The federal law enforcement agencies do not recognize the existence of S-H-I-E-L-D. I possess 3 doctoral degrees. To deceive me is but a fanciful dream." The bespectacled man, growing increasingly impatient with Luke's steadfastness, displayed signs of annoyance. Sensing their thoughts, Luke issued a stern warning. "Do not make any sudden movements. I am quite capable of firing my weapon. The state police will arrive shortly, and you can explain matters to them." With that, he fired a shot, deliberately striking the ground beside the bespectacled man. Instantly, the agents regained their composure. Over an hour later, the whirring of helicopters filled the air. Luke, however, remained unfazed. Noticing the agents' growing agitation, he fired again, ensuring they remained calm. At that moment, his satellite phone rang. "Jamie, please answer the call." Jamie picked up the phone, conversed briefly, and then hung up, informing Luke, "John has arrived." With a surge of excitement, he tossed some damp leaves onto the campfire. Thick smoke billowed upward, and soon 4 helicopters descended upon their location. Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. John arrived with 4 helicopters, choosing to land on the marshy shores behind Luke. 1 helicopter descended, another hovered in the distance, while the remaining 2 circled above. Jamie and the others could clearly see that all the aircraft doors were ajar, with cowboys, livestock agents, and sheriff's deputies brandishing firearms directed toward the ground below. John descended with the 2nd helicopter, evidently having received prior notification from his sister, Elsa. The agents he brought swiftly apprehended the 8 men in black suits. Before John could exchange words with Luke, Beth rushed towards him. "Dad." Upon seeing that his daughter and the other young ones were unharmed, John sighed in relief, patting Luke and his own 2 sons on the back. "Well done." It was apparent that old John seldom offered compliments, and this unexpected praise caught Jamie and Leap off guard, though they managed an awkward smile in response. Once Luke observed that the group of Hydra had been subdued, he remained unperturbed, confident that someone would eventually rectify the situation. He led John over to the corpses of the grotesque creatures. "We were attacked by these things last night. Fortunately, I was on watch, and Beth and Angela were in the armored vehicle, so we escaped unharmed." Old John glanced at the 3 girls who were with Beth and Angela and inquired, "What is the story with those girls?" "They're college students we encountered along the way. Also here for camping. However, their tires were sabotaged, likely by these monsters," Luke explained. John furrowed his brow as he examined the bodies. They appeared to be deformed humans, but there is something odd about them. Luke nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is peculiar. Typically, deformed individuals either possess diminished intelligence or have developmental issues. Yet they are still classified as human. However, through our engagement in battle, I discovered that they exhibit a remarkably low response to pain. Ordinary injuries fail to halt their movements." Pausing for a moment, Luke continued, "We must strike their hearts or heads to incapacitate them. Additionally, I found that they consume human flesh. 2 companions were with me, one is deceased, and the other was dismembered." John nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Luke for an extended moment before expressing, "Thank you, Luke." Understanding John's unspoken gratitude, Luke recognized that without his intervention, Jamie and Leap would have struggled to manage the situation, placing Beth in peril. Thus, he responded amiably with a well-known mantra from the realm of PUA, "We are family." Giving Luke a reassuring pat on the shoulder, old John opted for silence. The individuals John brought along were the town's sheriff, livestock officers, and local cowboys, all of whom were familiar with Luke and his companions. In their spare time, they took the opportunity to inspect the corpses of the deformed beings while exchanging pleasantries with Luke and the others. Jamie, along with Leap and Beth, prepared coffee for the cowboys and offered them some cookies. After all, these individuals had risen early and flown in to rescue them, and it would be remiss not to extend a gesture of gratitude. The younger siblings had been significantly influenced by Luke, particularly regarding matters of human interaction and social etiquette. Luke's prominence among the three esteemed families, the Chin, Dutton, and Luciano clans, can be attributed not merely to his intellect, but more significantly to his emotional intelligence. In addition to providing lucrative advice in the realms of technology and financial investments, which have greatly enriched the three families, Luke advocates for collective prosperity, urging more families to thrive alongside them. He also encourages the Chin and Luciano families to establish a business presence in their homeland, thereby securing a safety net for his own lineage. Consequently, in the early 1990s, the Chin family began investing inland, albeit through overseas intermediaries. The ingrained racial prejudices of these Anglo-Saxon individuals are well known to Luke, who is acutely aware of their shamelessness in the future. Thus, he ensures that the family lays its groundwork early. The Dutton family merely needs to maintain control over Montana, which is sufficient to sway the state's electorate and political inclinations, ensuring their enduring prominence. Luke's astuteness is further demonstrated in his strategic positioning of the Chin family's political stance. The Dutton family has consistently aligned with the Republican Party, while the Lucianos harbor animosity towards it, firmly supporting the Democrats. However, the elder Chin remains indecisive, balancing between the two factions. With both the Duttons and Lucianos vying for favor, neither party dares to offend the elder Chin, resulting in mutual appeasement. Whichever party appears advantageous to the Chin family receives the elder's support. This dynamic compels both parties to court the Chin family vigorously, facilitating rapid growth for the Chin family alongside the other two and several affiliated families. Luke acts as a catalyst, steering the Chin family towards new ventures, guiding future directions, and enabling them to coalesce into a formidable consortium with commercial interests spanning various sectors. Returning to the scene, after leaving 2 aircraft on site, John's associates have departed. An hour after John's arrival, the wailing of sirens echoed through the air as state police and the genuine FBI arrived. Upon sighting the authentic FBI agents, the bespectacled man exhaled in relief and hurriedly informed the lead officer of his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke understood that the bespectacled man's group would ultimately be unharmed, though they would undoubtedly become a source of amusement. After conferring with his superiors, the lead FBI agent released the individuals. The bespectacled man expressed a desire to pursue the case further, especially given the involvement of an unknown creature. However, the FBI chief was less accommodating. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. enjoys a considerable reputation, as Luke noted, they lack law enforcement authority within federal jurisdiction, akin to the CIA. Consequently, they often impersonate the FBI, which fosters significant resentment among the latter. At least the CIA operates within a semblance of camaraderie, sharing intelligence to some extent. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel exhibit a complete lack of decorum, attempting to seize whatever they desire without providing any information in return. As the saying goes, they are simply oblivious. It is evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. members fail to grasp the nuances of social etiquette, prompting the FBI to turn a blind eye until they overstep, at which point they receive no leniency. Once the S.H.I.E.L.D. matter was resolved, the FBI supervisor and state police chief approached Luke, who recounted the events in detail. The state police chief could only express admiration for Luke, recognizing him as a true hero willing to venture into the dark wilderness alone to rescue others. The head of the FBI's eyes lit up as he directly handed over his business card. "Young man, would you be interested in joining the FBI?" Luke merely offered a polite smile, but old John unceremoniously accepted the card, saying, "Thank you." It was then that they noticed John and his companion. The state police chief recognized John, But the FBI agents did not. "Who are you?" "I am his mother's brother. Once you ascertain his identity, should you have further thoughts, you are welcome to visit the Dutton Ranch in Montana." The FBI supervisor, having come from Salt Lake City, was unfamiliar with Montana's Dutton Ranch. So he suppressed his thoughts and focused on the case at hand. Consequently, they left a portion of their team behind and followed Luke towards the lair of the creatures. Upon arriving at the abandoned parking lot, Luke remarked, "You should be able to trace the missing person's information through the vehicle license plates." When they reached the monster's wooden cabin and pushed the door open, the sight before them was profoundly unsettling. Most of the individuals were retching. It was utterly horrific. Chapter 9. Home. Luke recounted to the FBI agent the sequence of events leading to his intrusion into the cabin, earning the admiration of all present. The FBI supervisor found himself increasingly impressed with Luke. Due to limited personnel, the supervisor called for reinforcements and took statements from Luke and the others, leaving them with little to do for the time being. Upon returning to the camp, Luke instructed the ranch cowboys to drive the vehicles back. He then accompanied his siblings and the 3 girls by helicopter, following old John back to the ranch. Upon arrival, Luke's parents, siblings, and grandmother were there, while elder Chain, who had to attend a conference abroad, could only reach Luke by phone. Seeing the children unharmed brought a collective sigh of relief. The assurance of safety over the phone could not truly ease their worries. Only the sight of their well-being could. Old John's house was spacious enough to accommodate everyone for the night. Evelyn thoughtfully summoned a doctor to tend to the girls' injuries. Their wounds were merely scrapes, and the primary concern was the shock they had endured. Beth and Angela bore no psychological burdens, so they stayed with the girls while notifying their families. This adventure had fostered camaraderie among the young people. Lee and Jamie took the girls horseback riding daily, allowing them to experience the cowboy lifestyle. The scenery of Dutton Ranch and Nick's farm was indeed beautiful and healing. Gradually, the 3 girls began to emerge from their shadows, aware that they could not linger for too long. Once their injuries healed, they would need to depart. 3 days after Luke and the others returned to the ranch, FBI agents arrived at Dutton Ranch, accompanied by personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. Old John and Luke received them. The FBI head primarily came to report on the case and expressed continued interest in Luke. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, on the other hand, were there to offer apologies and had intentions of recruitment. To Luke's surprise, all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents bore green names, led by the Agent Coulson, whose hairline was not yet prominent. The FBI was there to express their gratitude to Luke. Following an investigation, over 50 different human skeletons had been unearthed near the lair of the mutated creatures. The identities of the vehicle owners had also been uncovered, revealing that approximately 65 individuals had gone missing in that area over the past 7 years. This was considered a significant breakthrough in a major case. Such incidents occurred across the United States, where the absence of surveillance cameras made tracking the perpetrators nearly impossible. Investigations ultimately turned into cold cases. Luke had provided them with a monumental contribution. The FBI supervisor still contemplated recruiting Luke, but hesitated, recalling his superior's earlier words. After reporting to his superior, he was interrupted. "Anthony, do you know who he is? Do you understand why I sent you?" Anthony, looking bewildered, responded, "Is there a problem, boss? I was awakened early in the morning by a call from the Attorney General. This young man is the heir of the Hex Group, with family assets exceeding trillions. What gives you the right to admire him?" Anthony, whose skin was already dark, appeared even darker now. He hadn't anticipated the depth of this young man's background. However, he couldn't fathom why someone so wealthy would wander about aimlessly. The behavior of the affluent often eludes understanding. Nevertheless, his superior held Anthony's talents in high regard and reassured him, stating that establishing good relations with their family would be advantageous for him, as this case could propel them towards promotion. "Do you wish to go to New York?" Upon returning to the farm, Anthony's supervisor left Luke with a business card, saying that he would likely be transferred to New York upon the case's completion. If Luke encountered any troubles in New York, he should call him. This time, old John did not intervene. Observing Anthony's supervisor's cordiality, Luke presented him with a bottle of wine from his family's vineyard. When Anthony got into his car and saw the bottle, he was taken aback. It was valued at over $3,000. Thus, he resolved to keep it for himself, knowing that if he gave it to his superior, the old man would never share it with him. After Anthony's supervisor departed with the FBI, Agent Coulson apologized to Luke. "I am sorry about my subordinate." Luke promptly interrupted, saying, "There is no need for you to apologize. I'm not acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D., and you have no law enforcement authority. We have nothing to discuss. Any issues should be directed to the FBI." Coulson, sensing Luke's brusqueness, could only manage a wry smile and replied, "We would like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. I am aware that you are a triple doctoral graduate from Stanford University. We possess the most advanced research facilities in the world, and you can select any project you desire." Luke shook his head, responding, "You lack law enforcement authority in the federal domain. I have researched and found that in most countries worldwide, you hold no such power. You are merely an intelligence agency." As Coulson attempted to speak further, Luke continued to interject, "I am sorry, but if I were to pursue research, my family background affords me the means to do so without your assistance." Coulson's interest in recruiting Luke stemmed from the value of his research and inventions, rather than the display of force in this incident. From a young age, Luke had plagiarized future products for his family's business, resulting in numerous patents under his name. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought him for his research capabilities. However, Luke had no desire to be entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Hydra faction was not without justification in their assessment of them. Ultimately, Coulson left disheartened, but before he departed, Luke gifted him a bottle of the same wine as Anthony's. Luke was well versed in the nuances of human relationships. After Coulson left, he remarked in the car, "Boss, what do you think?" A deep, mature male voice resonated in Coulson's earpiece. "It's challenging. This young man's family is formidable. We cannot force him to comply through illicit means. We must maintain surveillance. Such wealthy heirs will inevitably make mistakes, and at that moment, we can leverage those missteps to compel his cooperation." "Very well, my friend. I sense that this young man harbors no malice, yet for reasons unknown, he displays a certain hostility towards S.H.I.E.L.D. But let us set that aside for now. Assistance is required in New York, and we shall defer this matter." John and Luke watched the departing vehicle until it vanished at the end of the road. Turning to Luke, John inquired, "Have you yet decided on your course of action?" After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, "I must admit, I find myself quite intrigued by Supervisor Anthony's proposal, as I have little interest in other achievements." Old John handed Luke a bottle of beer, taking a hearty swig before saying, "I understand. There exists a unique sensation accompanying one's first act of taking a life. Do not allow the desire for bloodshed to govern you." Luke took a deep gulp and assured him, "Fear not, my resolve remains steadfast." John glanced at the group of young women riding in the distance and remarked, "Enjoy the party tonight, but do take care of yourselves." Luke nodded, clinking his beer bottle against John's, sharing a knowing smile that only men can comprehend. Tomorrow, the three girls would depart, and thus a bonfire party was arranged in their honor this evening at the ranch. However, this gathering was exclusively for the children, devoid of parents and cowboys alike. Seeing that their children were safe, Luke's parents and grandmother decided to return to Los Angeles the following day. Meanwhile, Luke's youngest twins remained behind, joined by old John's younger son, Case, and his elder son, Lee. This evening's festivities promised to be quite raucous. With only Lee, Jamie, and Luke reaching adulthood, both old John and Luke exchanged smiles that spoke volumes to their shared understanding. Chapter 10. The Master. Early the next morning, Luke awoke from his slumber. The night before, he had indulged in a game of cards that had stretched a bit too late. Although the revelry had been joyous, it had not been intended to last until the early hours. Upon returning to his room to contemplate his cultivation techniques, a knock resounded at the door. Descending the staircase, Luke found only Jamie present. He glanced around the kitchen, noting the absence of others. After a moment's reflection, he discerned that apart from himself and Jamie, only 3 young women remained in the house. "Where's everyone else?" he inquired. Jamie shrugged, responding, "I came to deliver breakfast ingredients. The others returned to old John's place last night." Surprised, Luke queried, They went to old John S. at such a late hour? With a sigh, Jamie looked at Luke with earnestness. If it hadn't been for the ruckus from your card game, we wouldn't have felt compelled to go to old John S. Luke, rendered speechless, merely shrugged in reply. Observing Jamie's discontent with his nonchalance, he could only acquiesce as she turned to leave. I'm heading back now. Don't forget the girls' flight this afternoon. After bidding Jamie farewell, Luke opened the refrigerator to prepare breakfast for himself and the three young women. The previous night's card game had indeed kept him awake until the early hours of dawn. He eventually served breakfast to the girls, managing to rouse them from their slumber. The delightful aroma of his cooking soon captivated their senses. What is that? It smells divine. Luke, you are truly considerate, one remarked. Indeed, I almost wished to stay longer, Jessie added, only to be met with protests from Carly and Francine. They were adamant that this brazen hussy should not monopolize Luke's attention. They would all depart together. After their breakfast, the girls huddled together for a chat before retreating to their dreams once more. However, Luke found no need for additional rest. 2 hours of sleep each night sufficed to keep him invigorated. Following his victory over the monster, Luke's cultivation techniques had progressed. Not only had his foundational technique, the top yang skill, advanced, but so too had his supplementary techniques. Yet, Luke's primary focus was not on these advancements, but rather on the panel that had now materialized before him. In addition to the progress bars for one foundational technique and 4 supplementary techniques, there was an option labeled Other Skills. Upon selecting the plus sign, a list unfolded before him. To his surprise, the highest-ranked skill was Procreation, LV Max, leaving Luke somewhat bemused. The other skills varied in levels, yet Luke discerned that the pinnacle for these skills was level 5. They were categorized as follows: LV 1. Initial Understanding, LV 2. Proficient Mastery, LV 3. Advanced Proficiency, LV 4. Transcendent Mastery, and LV Max, Supreme Enlightenment. Each skill, upon reaching LV 3, would grant additional attributes, while achieving LV 5 Max would bestow a unique talent attribute. The additional attributes of Luke's dual cultivation technique are as follows. At level 3, it has a 75 chance of causing the target to lose their resistance. At level 4, a 50 chance of causing the target to lose a significant amount of moisture. And at max level, a 25 chance of inducing muscle spasms in the target. The benefits of reaching maximum level include a permanent reduction of 50 in the target's maximum hatred towards him, an increase of 50 in the target's favorability, and a 100 chance of slightly enhancing the target's physique and appearance. This is rather outrageous. If Luke's ex-girlfriends were to discover this talent of his, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to confine him in a basement. Luke resolved that he must not allow any woman to learn of this gift. Moreover, what brings Luke the utmost joy is the presence of a metric on his panel that displays data, the order points. Currently, Luke possesses 760 order points. Although he remains uncertain about the exact utility of these points, he is confident they serve a purpose. These points were accrued from the 14 monsters he defeated, perhaps supplemented by the rescue of the 3 girls. The 14 monsters also bestowed upon Luke additional benefits. Initially, his skill set did not include combat in jungles and mountainous terrains. However, after he vanquished those monsters, these skills emerged. At first, Luke was somewhat uncertain, but upon entering the jungle and mountains, certain instincts seemed to awaken within him. Ultimately, he concluded that defeating targets might yield further benefits, such as acquiring their most formidable skills. After examining this attribute panel, Luke could not help but sigh, internally criticizing his rather lackluster manner. Despite his grievances, he embraced a leisurely life, engaging in daily exercises, fishing with his younger siblings, horseback riding, herding, camping, and exchanging tales with cowboys. Occasionally, he assisted the former subordinates of Old John, the livestock officers, in noble endeavors such as locating lost cattle and resolving ranch disputes. This was merely an experiment for Luke with his order points. Although he had accomplished a multitude of tasks over the past half-month, the accumulation of order points had only increased by a few, which left him feeling quite disheartened. One evening, after yet another round of lamenting about his unremarkable mentor, Luke prepared to rest. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, He found himself once again in the ethereal spring space where he had first encountered his mentor as a child. This place had transformed significantly. The area appeared to encompass several thousand square meters of circular land. The central spring remained, and there was still but one fruit tree. However, the thatched hut had been replaced by a two-story wooden cabin. On the porch, reclined in a chair, was none other than Luke's mentor. "Well, young man, your skills have finally shown some promise. I thought I would have to wait another 10 or 8 years," spoke the mentor. "Master, may I inquire about your name?" Luke pondered for a moment before asking. The middle-aged man in the chair did not look at Luke, merely keeping his eyes closed as if resting, yet he continued to speak without pause. "A name is merely a designation. You may now refer to me as Ball Jet. However, I prefer others to call me Neilwood." Luke sighed and replied, "I shall continue to address you as master." Their conversation was entirely in Chinese. Yet, as Luke gazed at the figure reclining in the chair, crossing his legs, adorned in a classic three-piece British suit and sporting a pocket watch, he couldn't shake off a sense of incongruity. Particularly striking was the fact that Luke's master bore a resemblance to a Westerner, though it was evident he was of mixed heritage, with black hair and dark eyes, complemented by a sensual circle of facial hair. He bore a striking resemblance to the legendary footballer Roberto Baggio, presenting himself as an exceptionally handsome middle-aged gentleman. Chapter 11. The Legend of the White Snake. Luke had much to convey to his master, yet upon their encounter, he found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving Luke's hesitation, Ball remarked, "We pursue the Tao, which is in harmony with the cosmos and nature. There is no need for entanglement or mental turmoil. Simply act upon your desires and recognize your true heart." After a moment's reflection, Luke inquired, "But what if one were to commit wrongful deeds?" With a sly smile, Ball replied, "The heavens will mete out their own punishment." Sighing, Luke responded, "I understand what I must do, master." Ball nodded affirmatively. "I have never misjudged a person. In your past life, you performed admirably. Every cause begets an effect." This statement left Luke in stunned silence. His rebirth was his greatest secret, yet his master had openly revealed the truth, leaving Luke astounded. "Master, there is no need to overthink. This is your opportunity, including in this lifetime. Now that you have embarked on the Tao, do not dwell excessively," Ball said calmly. At a loss for further words, Luke fell silent. Ball then rose and gently patted Luke's shoulder, saying, "This alternate space is now yours. I shall grant you a personal storage space. The rest is up to you." With that, Ball snapped his fingers. In an instant, a voice resonated in Luke's mind. "Ding! You have received new items. Please check." Luke quickly accessed the interface, noticing an envelope icon in the upper right corner, accompanied by a prominent exclamation mark. Upon opening it, a dialog box appeared. Portable storage space, 8M x 5M x 3M. Luke could immediately sense the dimensions of this space in his mind. 8 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, roughly the size of a garage. Satisfaction washed over him as he withdrew his consciousness, only to find that Ball had vanished. Glancing around, he confirmed that his master had indeed left. At that moment, however, he heard Ball's voice echoing, "Little disciple, I have departed. Focus on your cultivation." Luke felt a surge of urgency. Although his power level had surpassed the limits of humanity, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries that lurked within this world. "Master, what if I encounter a powerful enemy?" he exclaimed. Ball's voice resonated once more. "No carbon-based life form exists that cannot be eradicated by current firearms. If one does, it merely indicates your firepower is insufficient. And what if it is a non-carbon-based entity? Child, do not quibble. You practice authentic Taoist immortality techniques. Concentrate on your training. Master, do we not possess any magical artifacts for our cultivation?" Upon finishing his question, Luke received a system notification. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 revolvers of varying sizes. The slightly larger firearm was a matte ivory white, while the other appeared in a matte bluish-gray finish. The ivory white revolver bore a striking resemblance to a Colt Python, while the bluish-gray one was smaller, akin to a Colt Cobra 6-inch barrel, 357 caliber. The firearms were adorned with an array of Taoist symbols, their white grips encrusted with transparent gems reminiscent of diamonds. At varying angles, one could discern a coiled serpent motif, its eyes fashioned from rubies. The blue-gray variant mirrored this, albeit with dark blue gemstones and ruby eyes as well. Luke was astounded by the item descriptions within the system. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend, by Sujin, sealed 9-9. Attributes, basic design, 8-inch barrel. 44 caliber. Infusing spiritual energy activates a no-reload mode, ammunition deducted from private space, additional damage to malevolent beings, including souls, fire rate -50, power 25. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend, Shaoqing, sealed 9-9. Attributes, basic design, 6-inch barrel. 357 caliber. Infusing spiritual energy activates a no-reload mode, ammunition deducted from private space. Additional damage to malevolent beings, including souls, fire rate 50, armor-piercing capability 25. These attributes and this design were nothing short of a dream weapon. The appearance of both guns resembled that of the Colt Python series revolvers, yet they were even more exquisite. It is known that the Colt Python series is often hailed as the Rolls-Royce of handguns. However, excitement swiftly gave way to composure for Luke. Though he possessed a gun permit, he was not a law enforcement officer. He could carry firearms for self-defense in emergencies, yet he could not brandish any weapon unprovoked. Luke pondered deeply, neglecting to appreciate the two masterpieces before him. Eventually, the clamor of 3 young women upstairs jolted him back to reality. With a sigh, he realized he must first send these 3 lovely ladies away before he could quietly study his newfound treasures. After sharing a heartfelt lunch with Luke, the 3 girls reluctantly boarded their private plane, returning home. Thus, Luke resolved to set aside thoughts of the future and thoroughly examined the 2 firearms in his possession. He began by creating scaled blueprints of the guns and promptly sent them to his weapon company, requesting the swiftest replication of these firearms. The staff, upon receiving the designs, were left in a state of shock for some time. Ultimately, after numerous discussions with Luke, they confirmed the production task for the 2 guns. The diamonds for the grips were to be provided by Luke's grandmother's jewelry company. A week later, an 8-member transport team from his weapon company arrived. The circumstances necessitated the presence of a security team to escort the 2 firearms to Dutton Farm. As Luke had used over $3 million worth of diamonds and gemstones for their replication, with the metal components crafted from titanium alloy, Luke was exceedingly pleased upon seeing the actual items. The head of security, after hearing Luke's appraisal, could not help but twitch his lips. After all, 2 handguns costing a total of $380,000 warranted satisfaction. After the security personnel departed, old John and his family came to witness the spectacle. Upon viewing the firearms, both men and women fell silent. Such extravagance was astounding. Undoubtedly, these 2 guns represented the ultimate dream weapon for every man. Women are invariably captivated by glittering objects. These 2 pistols, adorned with gemstones on both the sight and the rear sight, are no exception to this allure. However, upon learning of their exorbitant price, one can only marvel in disbelief. Subsequently, Luke dedicated himself to familiarizing himself with his new firearms at the shooting range on the ranch. He concealed the replicas, while no one else was aware that they were mere imitations. Luke, on the other hand, kept the authentic pieces close at hand, carrying them daily, and even commissioned a bespoke belt and holster for this purpose. Maintaining an extravagant style, he opted for the finest calfskin, hand-stitched, with a rose gold belt buckle, embellished with gemstones in the shape of 2 serpents, 1 white and 1 teal. Thus, each day at the range, Luke practiced diligently, ultimately mastering the characteristics of both firearms. When not channeling his spiritual energy, the pistols exhibited attributes akin to ordinary firearms, yet their power and rate of fire remained impressive. However, when empowered by his energy, these pistols required no reloading. They would draw from Luke's personal storage space for ammunition. Once the ammunition in that space was depleted, the firearms could no longer discharge. This feature greatly pleased Luke, effectively addressing the revolver's most significant limitation. Now, he wished he could cradle these pistols in his arms each night. After more than half a month of practice, Luke was greeted by a sound that filled him with astonishment. Chapter 12. American Iato Ding. The seal of the White Snake legend is being lifted. Ding. The first layer of the seal has been released. Luke glanced once more at the attributes of his firearm, observing a change. The weapon's name, previously marked as Sealed 9-9, had transformed into Sealed 8-9. Aside from the original attributes remaining unchanged, Baisujin's attributes had enhanced, gaining a new ability. Paralysis, striking a target would induce a period of immobilizing toxin. Meanwhile, Shaoqing's attributes also received an upgrade, acquiring a bleeding effect. Wounding the target would exacerbate their bleeding condition. This new attribute was an unexpected delight. The original traits were formidable enough, and with these additions, Luke felt as though he were floating with exhilaration. Upon assessing his current state, ranch attire, cowboy hat, revolver, and holster, he was perfectly equipped for American Aikido. Thus, Luke commenced his training in quick-draw shooting once more. Before Luke had the chance to revel in his newfound joy for long, his sisters, Angela and Beth, sought him out. At that moment, Luke was just finishing lunch, potato and radish stew with beef, accompanied by pasta, originally intending to chat after their meal. The two sisters set aside their reservations and indulged in another bowl. Observing the two sprawled on the sofa, Luke felt compelled to brew some hawthorn barley tea to settle their appetites. Once he had tidied the dining table, Luke took a seat across from them and inquired, "What brings you to me? Is your allowance insufficient? Have you spotted something delightful you wish to discuss?" The sisters exchanged conflicted expressions upon hearing Luke's words. Ultimately, it was Beth who broke the silence. "Luke, I'm pregnant." Luke's eyes widened in shock, activating his insight to scrutinize Beth's abdomen. Through the lens of his insight, he indeed discerned the nascent life within her. Retracting his gaze, Luke's expression darkened as he cursed, "Damn it, is that fool Leap responsible?" Neither Beth nor Angela responded, yet Luke gleaned the affirmative from their expressions. Noticing Luke's growing ire, Beth implored, "Luke, please." Seeing his bold and vivacious cousin in such a predicament, Luke could only sigh. "Love? Ah." He then cast a glance at his own sister, Angela. She immediately understood the meaning behind Luke's gaze and raised her hand, declaring, "I swear I have no boyfriend." Luke scoffed, saying, "If any lad dares to get you pregnant before marriage, I'll deal with him." He then turned to Beth and asked, "What do you wish to do?" Beth hesitated before whispering, "I want to find a clinic." Before she could finish, Luke grasped her intent. "All right, I will handle this matter. But I must make it clear that this cannot be kept from old John and Evelyn. After all, they are your parents." Beth, hearing Luke's words, expressed her fear, saying, "Old John will kill Leap if he finds out. Luke, I beg you." Luke observed Beth in a state of utter disarray and couldn't help but reflect once more on the melodramatic nature of Lip and Beth's romance. Yet, Beth had sought out the most esteemed elder brother within their family, compelling Luke to ensure that matters were appropriately arranged. Unfortunately, among the Dutton brothers, Lee was taciturn and indecisive, while Jamie was merely a bookworm, incapable of shouldering responsibility. Thus, it fell upon Luke, their cousin, to take charge. With this in mind, Luke addressed Angela, instructing her and Beth to gather their belongings and board the family's private jet to Los Angeles. He then turned to Beth, assuring her that he would speak with old John after their departure, and reassured her that he would safeguard Lip. However, he insisted that she must promise not to engage in such matters again until they reached adulthood. Beth, with no alternative thoughts, nodded fervently. Luke continued, instructing Angela that upon their arrival in Los Angeles, he would have their mother, Elsa, make arrangements for Beth. He emphasized the importance of Angela's companionship, given the considerable toll this situation had taken on Beth's well-being. Subsequently, the two girls hurried home, quickly tidying up before Luke escorted them away. Once the plane ascended, Luke placed a call to his mother, Elsa, requesting that she make certain provisions for Beth. Upon receiving this news, Elsa displayed minimal emotional response. After all, Beth was not her own daughter. Nevertheless, she adhered to Luke's directives and prepared a hospital stay. The Chin family possessed a private hospital in Los Angeles, ensuring that once Beth arrived, Luke would no longer need to worry. The remaining challenge was to placate old John and Evelyn, while also preserving Lip's well-being. Although Beth's words were somewhat exaggerated, old John would certainly not take Lip's life. However, a few hardships were inevitable. Upon returning to the ranch, Luke searched high and low for Lip, but ultimately resorted to following the scent with his dog. Eventually, Luke found Lip by a small creek on the ranch. Upon seeing Luke, Lip maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "Are you here to bring me back?" Luke offered no answer. instead approaching Lip with a complex expression, observing the boy-esque facade of composure at the tender age of 15. "Will I see Beth again before I die?" Lip's voice trembled slightly. With a resigned sigh, Luke reassured him, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Old John will not harm you, I promise." Relieved, Lip replied, "I just fear he might beat me half to death." Luke patted Lip's head, chiding, "You've made my sister pregnant. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage this has caused her?" At a loss for words, Lip could only utter an apology. Luke shook his head, stating, "That apology is one you should extend to Beth. Come, let us face old John and Evelyn. We must confront what we must." Upon reaching old John's villa, Luke instructed Lip to wait at the entrance while he entered the house alone. In the living room, old John was engrossed in television. Luke retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet and poured a glass for both himself and old John. Then he called out loudly for Evelyn to come down. Old John was somewhat perplexed, yet Luke remained silent until Evelyn descended the stairs and entered the living room. Upon seeing both of them present, Luke candidly stated, "Beth is pregnant, and it's Li Ping's doing." The reactions of the couple were starkly different. Old John's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to rise, Luke restrained him, fully aware that he intended to retrieve a firearm. Meanwhile, Evelyn, with a look of concern, inquired, "Did you arrange for Beth and Angela to return to Los Angeles?" Luke nodded and replied, "I asked my mother to take care of them. Rest assured, Beth will be fine." Hearing this, Evelyn exhaled in relief. At that moment, old John remained sullen and silent. Luke continued, "John, I understand your anger. But you must recognize that two young lovers can sometimes lose control. It is not entirely their fault." Both Evelyn and old John gazed at Luke in confusion, eager to discern his point. Luke proceeded, "At least half of this is your fault, or rather, both of yours. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate." Old John, suppressing the urge to strike, remained seated to hear Luke out. What Luke subsequently conveyed indeed served to calm their agitation. Chapter 13. Family Education. Once Luke observed that the emotions of the two had stabilized, he spoke earnestly, "You have erred in your approach to educating your children. This is your responsibility. Evelyn, have you imparted this knowledge to Beth? Old John, have you taught this to Leap?" Luke's words evidently struck a chord with both old John and Evelyn. He continued, "I understand that you both hail from ranching families, inheriting the resilience of cowboys. However, education cannot be approached in such a manner. Look at Lee, look at Jamie. They have grown up under your domineering guidance. Yet what do we see in their characters now? Do they truly embody the spirit of a cowboy? Among your younger siblings, I find myself most fond of Leap. He is brave, strong, neither timid nor fearful. He is a fine young man, largely unaffected by your educational influence. Since you have chosen to adopt him, it is imperative that you care for him properly." His actions were indeed misguided, but primarily due to the absence of guidance on how to navigate such situations. "I am merely their brother. You are their parents." Luke's words rendered the couple speechless. Noticing their contemplative silence, he decided it was time to summon Leap, who had been waiting outside. The couple regarded the somewhat awkward Leap with mixed expressions. Luke's remarks had evidently illuminated their understanding of the issue, though Leap had indeed erred. "Leap," he began, "you have harmed Beth. As her brother, I require you to vow that you will remain loyal to her as a knight would to a princess, protecting her throughout your life. Can you commit to this?" Leap's expression grew serious. He straightened up, no longer hesitant, and replied earnestly, "John, Evelyn, I am truly sorry for what has transpired. However, I genuinely love Beth. I swear, no matter what occurs, I will remain loyal to her as a knight, safeguarding her, even at the cost of my life." Old John and Evelyn regarded the earnest Leap with complex emotions, unable to voice any reproach. They had watched Leap grow up as well, and upon reflection, they felt that Beth being with Leap was not entirely unfortunate. It was certainly preferable to her seeking companionship with some reckless young man. Evelyn rose and embraced Leap, saying, "Child, this is our oversight. You need not apologize to us. I only hope you will honor your word, for I do not wish to become a grandmother before you are of age." After kissing Leap's forehead, she exchanged a glance with old John before ascending the stairs. "I must check on little Kess to ensure he is sleeping well. The ensuing discussion is for you men." Once Evelyn departed, Luke turned to old John and remarked, "In truth, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. The situation between Leap and Beth is merely a pretext. Old John took a hearty swig from his glass. Leap, perceptively, hurried to refill his father-in-law's drink. But upon receiving a scrutinizing glance from Old John, he could only manage an awkward smile. Luke continued, stating that Lee's demeanor was excessively reserved, Jamie too feeble, and John. You and Evelyn were overly authoritative in your approach to raising the children, imposing your will without considering their own perspectives. If this persists, who would you trust to inherit the Dutton Ranch in the future? Old John finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. What are your thoughts? Seeing that Old John had absorbed his words, Luke pressed on. Let Lee enlist in the military for discipline, allow Jamie to gain experience at my father's firm after graduation, and let Beth attend school in Los Angeles alongside Angela. As for Li Pu, John and Li Pu exchanged anxious glances with Luke. Let Li Pu remain on the ranch. If he and Beth can both gain admission to university, it would signify that their bond endures, but during their studies, it would be wise to keep them apart. After a moment of contemplation, Old John nodded in agreement. However, Li Pu appeared somewhat disheartened. Old John and Luke, having experienced their own youthful romances, understood how challenging it could be to separate young lovers. Nonetheless, Luke's suggestion was commendable. The two families were already closely knit, and there was nothing amiss with Beth accompanying Angela in Los Angeles. Jamie had 4 years until graduation, but the primary concern was the eldest son, Lee, who was reluctant to pursue further education after high school. He had been managing the ranch alongside Old John, but remained overly taciturn and emotionally stunted. However, recognizing his concerns, Luke continued, aside from his temperament, Lee possesses many admirable qualities. Sending him for training would be beneficial. And my grandfather has connections in the military that would ensure his safety. Ultimately, Luke succeeded in persuading Old John, leaving Lee's fate to his own inclinations. Initially, Old John intended to make a unilateral decision, but Luke urged him to alter his approach to parenting, encouraging Old John to have a heartfelt conversation with Lee to consider his views. After leaving the villa, Luke embraced Li Pu, saying, "Strive diligently, Li Pu, and do not hesitate to confide in me if you encounter difficulties." Thanks to Luke's intervention that evening, Li Pu narrowly escaped a severe reprimand from Old John. In that moment, Luke loomed large in Li Pu's esteem. "Brother, you are my true elder brother. I am at a loss to repay your kindness." In truth, Luke and Old John had spoken from the heart that night. In his youth, he altered the tragic outcome of Evelyn's fatal fall, and now, he was changing Beth's future regarding her fertility issues, striving to avert further tragedies. Old John, the rugged cowboy, posed no problems. It was the Dutton children who required attention. With Li Pu as a steadfast knight, Beth's character would likely remain intact despite her fertility concerns. Although Jamie was adopted, as long as he did not face a choice between the ranch and his future, he would be fine. The youngest, Case, would probably not be as rebellious, given the changes brought about by Old John and Evelyn. Now, the only issue remained with the eldest son. He was excessively honest and somber, necessitating that he undergo some trials in society or the military. Luke believed the military would be preferable, as it is less convoluted than civilian life. Upon his discharge, he would find it easier to adapt to society. Thus, Luke recommended that Lee join the military to instigate a transformation in his character. That evening, Old John, lacking the opportunity to confront Lee, chose instead to engage him in a heartfelt conversation. Lee did not respond to Old John immediately. Rather, he sought out Luke the following day. Luke recognized that Lee had been overshadowed by the harsh, cowboy-style upbringing imposed by Old John and Evelyn. Consequently, he devoted considerable time to guiding Lee, ultimately encouraging him to venture beyond the ranch and explore the wider world outside of Montana. That night, Luke accompanied Lee back to Old John and Evelyn. With Luke's encouragement, Lee mustered the courage to articulate his thoughts. Although Old John and Evelyn felt a pang of regret, they genuinely acknowledged the shortcomings in their parenting. Perhaps during sleepless nights, the couple engaged in deep discussions, leading them to resolve to honor their children's perspectives. Meanwhile, Luke prepared to leave the ranch and return to Los Angeles. He instructed Lee and Old John to await further news, as he intended to seek out Old Master Cheen to leverage his military connections and secure a promising future for Lee. Thus, with the gratitude of Old John's family, Luke boarded his private jet and returned to Los Angeles. Chapter 14. Soup. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Luke did not venture to the seaside villa in Malibu but instead made his way home. He first called his parents and grandparents to extend his regards. Luke has always been impeccable in his dealings with elders. Whether there is something pressing or not, a simple phone call to check in always brings joy to them. However, since Luke arrived close to noon, the house was empty, necessitating a call to the butler of Old Master Cheen to arrange for a vehicle. This was a Dodge SUV, a replica of the latest armored Cadillac Escalade, as Luke insisted on the necessity for bulletproof vehicles for his family. The vehicle was delivered by Old Master Cheen's butler and a bodyguard. Luke was somewhat surprised to see the butler, Chun Bo, who was now in his late 50s, a wiry old man with a slight hunch. Nevertheless, he appeared quite spirited, his head full of black hair, untouched by gray. Chun Bo, what brings you here personally? The elderly man, clad in a traditional black tank suit, smiled warmly at Luke and said, "It's been a while since I've seen you, young lad. I heard you encountered some danger during your travels?" Luke shrugged, responding, "It was manageable, not overly perilous, especially since I had a firearm." Chun nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes a gun is not the ultimate solution. One must also be mindful of one's surroundings. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall if he wishes to remain safe. Old Master Cheen had significantly influenced his family's appreciation for Chinese culture. Even though the current generation, including Cheen's father, were of mixed heritage, speaking Chinese was mandatory within the family. While it was not required for sons-in-law or daughters-in-law to speak the language, they had to understand it. One reason Luke was favored among his peers was his fluency in Chinese, even excelling in classical Chinese literature. However, his Western mixed-race features rendered his Chinese speech somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the affection that the elder couple held for him, as Luke was equally proficient in Italian. Both the Italian mafia and the Chinese community are known for their strong emphasis on family. Despite the Luciano family branching out, their connections remained intact. Moreover, Old Master Cheen involved them in lucrative ventures, aided by Luke's insightful guides and entrepreneurial secrets, forging an unbreakable alliance. Cheen gestured towards the newly delivered black Escalade. "This is a reinforced bulletproof version that Mr. Cheen has just ordered. I will finalize the paperwork shortly and have it delivered to you." "Thank you, Chun Bo. Please, come in for a cup of tea before you leave." Chun chuckled, shaking his head. "No need. Seeing that you are safe is enough for me. We shall drink together another time." With that, he and the bodyguards departed in the vehicle. After all, the two families lived not far apart, with the elder couple residing in Beverly Hills and Luke's family at the base of the hill. Luke opened the car door and wrinkled his nose. The new vehicle still bore a faint odor that he would need to address with the Dodge production department. He intended to visit Beth at the family hospital, having arranged to meet his mother there for lunch. However, before heading out, Luke took the opportunity to prepare a pot of soup with ingredients from the home refrigerator, intending it as nourishment for Beth's recovery. It is significant that Luke added a few drops of the spring water. He had thoroughly explored the realm of the spring. The spiritual fruit resembled a vividly red apple, perfectly round, yet devoid of seeds, with flesh akin to that of a crystal pear, soft, yet exceptionally juicy. After extensive experimentation, Luke concluded that the optimal ratio of juice to spring water was 1:2, yielding an elixir of remarkable potency. A dosage of 10 milliliters could enhance the health of the well, albeit without noticeable changes, for those gravely injured, as long as a breath remained. This dosage could sustain life for at least 6 hours, after which vitality would gradually diminish. Luke had conducted numerous trials on small animals, yet had not tested it on humans. Thus, he decided to add 10 milliliters to the soup. "Beth, for the sake of the family's health, you shall be the test subject just this once. After all, this substance only brings benefits without any drawbacks." Luke had spent a year within that realm, relying solely on these two elements for survival. It was not that he had wished to delay providing it to his family, but the spring had only reopened to him after he vanquished those monsters. The true effects of the spring water and spiritual fruit required time to ascertain. If the results were too favorable, they could attract unnecessary trouble. Having prepared the soup, Luke placed it in a large thermos. He estimated that his mother, Elsa, and older sister, Angela, could partake as well. They drove straight to the Chin family hospital, a private establishment founded by the Chin family and other clans through their charitable foundation. Situated in Burbank, adjacent to the northern slopes of Hollywood Hills, the environment was picturesque. Upon arrival, they entered the ward where Elsa was already present. Seeing the three engaged in conversation on the sofa while watching a soap opera, Luke greeted Beth first. "Hi, Beth. You seem to be in good spirits." Beth rose and enveloped Luke in a warm embrace. Thank you, Luke." Angela stepped forward to take the flowers and thermos from Luke's hands. "Wow, Beth, you are in for a treat." Elsa, sitting on the sofa, smiled at Luke and remarked, "I heard you gave old John a lesson in education. I had no idea you possessed such talents." Luke shrugged, replying, "It's thanks to you and Dad's excellent upbringing." Angela quietly approved of Luke's flattery. Satisfied with Luke's response, Elsa shifted the conversation. "What have you brought?" "A hearty soup made with pork and chicken, beneficial for Beth's recovery." The entire family had always been thoroughly satisfied with Luke's culinary skills. Angela eagerly opened the thermos, and a rich aroma filled the room. The three of them could hardly contain their eagerness. Beth, still frail, found herself at a disadvantage and was nearly in tears. "This is for me. You are being too much." The mother and daughter, in perfect harmony, chimed, "Let Luke prepare another batch to bring over." They were too eager to indulge to even continue speaking. Just drink the soup quickly. Yet, this single thermos was scarcely sufficient for the three. Elsa cast a discontented glance at Luke and remarked, "Why didn't you bring more?" Luke sighed, taken aback by the unexpected popularity of his enhanced soup. The household supplies were rather limited, yet having this much was commendable. The soup was warm, and after the three of them had consumed an entire pot, they began to perspire slightly. It was then that Luke detected an unusual odor. Noticing that the others were unresponsive, he inhaled deeply. Suddenly, the other two caught the scent as well, exchanging hurried glances before sniffing their own bodies. "Ah, how can there be such a strong smell? This can't be right. How could such little sweat produce such an odor?" Consequently, all three rushed towards the bathroom. Luke quickly realized that the odor was a side effect of the added ingredients, a detoxification process. Thus, he opened all the windows in the house. At that moment, Elsa called out to Luke from the bathroom, "Luke, please fetch us a few change of clothes." "Oh dear, this outfit is no longer wearable." Luke understood they had to leave immediately and shouted, "I'll step out for a moment, Mom. Should I go home to get some?" The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and he heard Elsa say, "Just go out for now. I'll call you." Reluctantly, Luke exited and closed the door, waiting in the car for Elsa's call. Shortly thereafter, her phone rang, instructing him to go to her favorite custom casual wear store, as she had already made arrangements. Thus, Luke drove towards the boutique in North Hollywood. Chapter 15. The true renegade Luke arrived in North Hollywood, parked his vehicle, and called the boutique to have his order delivered. He remained outside, for it was a custom women's clothing store, and men were not permitted within. Shortly, the store manager called back, requesting Luke to hold on for a moment. As it was a bespoke shop, they had Elsa's measurements on file, yet they lacked those of Beth and Angela. Consequently, the seamstresses were busy altering existing garments for Beth and Angela. Luke had no choice but to lie back in his car and meditate. Before long, he was startled by the blaring of numerous sirens. However, this was not unexpected. The LAPD was in pursuit of a criminal, and with a single call, a swarm of police vehicles descended upon the scene. Luke continued to recline in the driver's seat, but soon, the sound of gunfire erupted. How delightful, a spectacle to behold. Just as he was about to rise, he heard a distinctly different caliber of gunfire. Goodness, had he stumbled upon a terrorist incident? That sounded like an AK. Luke immediately sat up to survey his surroundings. His vehicle was parked by the roadside, facing west in the northern vicinity. Across the street, diagonally opposite, stood a bank, approximately 100 meters away. The sirens and gunfire originated from that direction. Several police cars were stationed on the roads to the west and north of the bank. However, the officers were armed with QH-917s, which were utterly inadequate for a confrontation of this magnitude, although they wielded 9mm handguns produced by Luke's family's arms company. They stood little chance against AKs. It was evident that they were facing heavily armed robbers. Luke couldn't help but feel concern for the LAPD, though he noted that only 2 AKs were firing. After all, his vehicle was bulletproof. He could simply enjoy the show. Due to his angle, he could not see the southwest entrance of the bank, as he was positioned to the northeast. The LAPD officers were engaged in a standoff with the criminals at the southwest entrance. To call it a standoff would be an overstatement. They were the ones being suppressed, barely able to lift their heads. Luke mused, these robbers have formidable firepower. Could they be from the Middle East? More police vehicles were arriving in the vicinity. He observed officers in the distance cordoning off the area, yet he did not see the SWAT team arriving. Rather, it was the media helicopters and broadcast vans that appeared first. Indeed, in times of crisis, the media often arrived before reinforcements, a quintessentially American style. Luke continued to sit in his car, reveling in the unfolding drama. The LAPD officers were enduring a brutal suppression. The doors of the vehicle that should have been bulletproof now resembled mere paper. It dawned on Luke that the assailants were using armor-piercing rounds. Such criminals were rare. Their audacity to rob a bank indicated a professional organization. However, the audacious confrontation with the police suggested that these were no ordinary thugs. After listening to the gunfire for an extended period, Luke discerned that the robbers' AKs were equipped with drum magazines rather than standard clips. The sustained rate of fire rivaled that of a machine gun, making it astonishing that the LAPD's sidearms could ever compete. Thus, Luke promptly picked up the phone to call his grandfather. Grandfather, a bank heist has unfolded in North Hollywood, where the assailants wield AK-47s and the LAPD finds itself at a disadvantage. After this incident, we must swiftly mobilize our personnel from the weapons company to promote our products. With a single utterance from Luke, Old Master Cheen comprehended the gravity of the situation. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Luke, are you on site? Indeed. I am in an armored vehicle, maintaining a safe distance. Reassured by Luke's report, Old Master Cheen promptly set the wheels in motion for the weapons company to prepare public relations efforts with various police departments. One cannot deny that Luke's maneuver in this scenario epitomizes the essence of the unscrupulous capitalist. Setting the phone down, Luke turned his gaze toward the scene. Witnessing 2 assailants clad in heavy body armor, relentlessly firing in succession. Yet, despite the LAPD's precarious position, some officers displayed an unwavering commitment to rescue injured civilians. This sight profoundly impacted Luke. It became evident that American law enforcement officers are not obligated to save the populace. Nonetheless, he observed one officer braving the hail of bullets in a valiant attempt to reach an injured citizen. Despite his heroic efforts, he was struck twice and collapsed. At this range, the 7.62 by 39 mm M43 armor-piercing rounds fired from the AK-47 would inevitably inflict penetrating wounds. However, being rifle ammunition, the damage inflicted was substantial. Even with such injuries, the officer managed to struggle toward the shelter of a tree, but his shoulder and leg were critically injured. He painstakingly retrieved a tourniquet from his waistband to bind his thigh, but the wound on his shoulder continued to bleed profusely. Surrounded by officers who were unable to assist due to the suppressive fire, the officer's bravery stirred something deep within Luke. As he observed the assailants retreating through the bank's southwestern exit toward the northern side, Luke resolved to take action. He ignited the engine of his vehicle. The officers faced the robbers from their west and north flanks, while Luke's position lay to the northeast of the assailants, over 100 meters away. He awaited the opportune moment, hoping for the 2 criminals to align perfectly. Just then, one of the robbers paused to reload, and Luke seized the moment. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the 6.4-liter supercharged engine of his Dodge Caliber roared to life. All the officers widened their eyes in disbelief, while television reporters gasped in astonishment. My goodness, a black Dodge has surged forth. Is it an accomplice of the 2 robbers? Yet, amidst the confusion and uncertainty, the vehicle continued to accelerate, charging toward the assailants. The cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and helicopter rotors filled the air. The criminals only heard the growl of the engine as Luke closed in within 30 meters. The assailant who had been positioned behind turned to face Luke's direction, and without hesitation, opened fire. All previous doubts were dispelled. This black Caliber was not allied with the robbers. In that moment, the vehicle resembled a brave knight. charging single-handedly into the enemy ranks. The crowd, officers, and reporters braced themselves, unwilling to witness a different outcome. Even the viewers glued to their television screens, watching the live news unfold, could not help but pray for the driver of the black Cadillac Escalade. Luke possessed an unwavering confidence in the quality control of his vehicle. Even M43 armor-piercing rounds could not penetrate the bulletproof Escalade he occupied. The assailant's bullets struck the Cadillac, igniting countless sparks and creating concentric cracks in the windshield. Yet they still failed to breach its defenses. The 30-odd meters provided the criminals with scarcely more than a second to react. Bang! The sound of an AK-47 silenced abruptly. Less than a second later, another shot rang out. The gunfire ceased. However, Luke was acutely aware that, at just over 100 meters, the speed of the Escalade would not be sufficient to eliminate the assailants. Thus, after knocking down two of them, he accelerated forward. With a graceful drift in front of several LAPD cruisers, the vehicle spun 180 degrees, the front once again aimed at the criminals. Although the assailants were momentarily disoriented by the collision, their low speed and heavy bulletproof vests mitigated the damage, leaving them insulted rather than incapacitated. They could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to confront them with two AK-47s while driving into them. Luke had completed his turn, and the two robbers were preparing to struggle back to their feet and retaliate. This time, Luke would not afford them the opportunity. The Escalade roared defiantly once more. Chapter 16. The big shots. The distance for this acceleration was brief, and Luke still had his foot on the brake. The tires of the armored Cadillac roared to life, producing a jarring screech and billowing white smoke as it surged forward once more. The assailants, still incapacitated, had no means of evading the oncoming Cadillac. Luke intended to utilize the 3-ton weight of this bulletproof vehicle to crush the robbers. The two criminals could only watch in horror as the growling black beast bore down upon them, desperately pulling the triggers of their AK-47s. The sound of gunfire erupted once again, only to quickly cease. After rolling over the two assailants, Luke executed another 180-degree drift. However, this time he could not move any further. The robbers lay unconscious. The previous collisions could be justified as self-defense, but with the criminals now incapacitated and defenseless, any further action would constitute murder. Moreover, at least a dozen cameras from various media outlets were trained on him. Yet, Luke did not turn off the engine nor exit the vehicle. LAPD officers had already approached to assess the condition of the assailants and attend to the injured civilians and officers. No one was attending to Luke. Activating his insight eye, Luke observed that both robbers had ruptured organs and were bleeding profusely, with little time left to live. They were doomed. He examined the condition of his vehicle. The front was damaged, but the hood and windshield were riddled with bullet holes. Upon closer inspection, he found no penetrations, which was quite fortunate. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted from him, Luke promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I ran over the robbers. Please preserve the armored vehicle. It will serve as excellent promotional material. Even the armor-piercing rounds of the AK are ineffective against it. Have the factory work overtime." Hearing Luke's voice, his grandfather knew he was unharmed, but the incident of running over robbers was no trivial matter, and complications were to follow. "I understand. Do not act or speak further. I will have your father contact you. Do not worry." "All right, I understand, grandfather." After hanging up, Luke felt a surge of excitement. The system had awarded him an increase of 2,000 order points. Though the calculation mechanism remained unclear, it was a substantial amount, bringing him closer to 10,000 points. The LAPD officers had secured the scene, and at that moment, they began to remember Luke. They were filled with gratitude for his brave actions, as they had been at a stalemate with the criminals for so long, unable to make any headway. Without Luke's intervention, their injured colleagues and civilians might have suffered even greater harm. The two robbers had attempted to flee towards the northern side of the bank, but the officers could only watch helplessly. They were powerless against the assault rifles. Consequently, whether passers-by or those who had come specifically to see Luke, they all offered him a thumbs up. They refrained from approaching him, as they were awaiting the arrival of higher authorities. Soon, an officer clad in LAPD uniform, adorned with the rank of sergeant, and a man in civilian attire approached Luke's vehicle. Luke remained in the car, not turning off the engine, but rather keeping the window open for ease of communication. "Good day. I am Chief Tyler from the North Hollywood Precinct," he introduced himself. "Frank, from the Detective Bureau's Major Crimes Unit." Luke greeted them with a smile. "Hello. I am awaiting my attorney. Clearly, this situation has become a predicament for me." Chief Tyler nodded with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your cooperation. On behalf of all officers, I appreciate everything you have done. This is certainly not a burden for you, I assure you." Luke merely shrugged and replied, "Then I can only say thank you. I believe you have more pressing matters at hand. Rest assured, I will remain here. Thank you for your understanding. Frank will arrive shortly to assist you with everything. Young man, you have nothing to worry about." Detective Frank approached Luke, exchanging phone numbers before departing with Chief Tyler. As they walked away, Luke heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. This was neither a media nor police aircraft, as they would not fly so low. Soon, he spotted the helicopter landing on the road nearby. It was his family's. It seemed he would have to keep his mother and others waiting a bit longer. Sure enough, the person disembarking from the helicopter was his father. Meanwhile, the police moved closer to the helicopter to manage the situation. After gesturing to the pilot, his father approached the officers for a discussion. Chief Tyler and Detective Frank also approached, speculating that a significant figure had arrived, as those who could land a helicopter directly at the scene were certainly not ordinary individuals. Luke could only watch from a distance as his father conversed with Chief Tyler, who received several phone calls during this exchange. Eventually, his father waved him over, prompting Luke to exit the vehicle and join the three of them. In a loud voice, his father instructed, "First, go retrieve your mother's clothes. We're heading to the hospital. The car will be managed by someone from Dodge." Nodding in acknowledgement, Luke made his way to the clothing store. The employees, having witnessed the unfolding events, looked on eagerly as he approached. Luke opened the door but hesitated to enter, for a sign reading "Men Not Admitted" hung on the door. However, it was not the sign that deterred him, but the ravenous gazes of the staff through the glass. Well acquainted with this situation, he declared at the entrance, "I am here to collect the garments reserved for Ms. Elsa Chin." Fortunately, the manager, a seasoned and composed woman, quickly directed the staff to retrieve the prepared clothing for Luke. There were 4 large bags in total. With the staff watching him with regretful eyes, Luke carried the paper bags to his family's helicopter. After greeting Chief Tyler, his father joined Luke on the flight back to their St. Mariana hospital. Upon reaching Beth's hospital floor, Luke located a nurse and entrusted her with delivering the clothes before engaging in conversation with his father in the corridor. "Has Grandpa spoken to you?" Chin Laudad glanced at his son with a sense of satisfaction and remarked, "You need not worry about these matters. Your grandfather will arrange for everything to be handled properly." He continued, "Someone from the police station will arrive shortly to take your statement, and I will take care of the rest. You should attend to your own affairs." Luke shrugged and replied, "I don't have much to do lately, but I do have some ideas. I'll share them when Grandpa returns." Chin Laudad felt a mix of pride and concern for his exceptionally intelligent and perceptive son. The boy's brilliance and maturity left him with little sense of accomplishment as a father. In contrast, Elsa took great pride in having given birth to such a genius as Luke. Before long, Chin Laudad's phone rang. After connecting, he ended the call without speaking. Without waiting for his father to respond, Luke turned and made his way toward the hospital room. His keen hearing had already picked up his mother's voice. They had changed their clothes and could now enter. Chapter 17 Decision. As Luke entered the room, he was greeted by the playful banter of Beth and Angela. "Luke, why are there little notes with phone numbers in your bag?" "Yes, and not just 1, but 7 or 8. Considering the looks he had received from the shopkeepers earlier, Luke already had an inkling. He shrugged, and before he could explain himself, Grandpa Chin's voice boomed. "Today, our Luke has become a great hero." The three turned to Grandpa Chin with puzzled expressions. "Let him tell you himself. You should see him on the headlines today." Under the penetrating gazes of his mother and 2 sisters, Luke reluctantly recounted the events of the day. His narration was rather mundane, but coincidentally, the television began to replay the live coverage of the incident. In truth, Grandpa Chin was not entirely clear on the specifics, however, after watching the news. The way everyone looked at Luke had significantly changed. His sisters gazed at him with admiration. Yet, the expressions of Grandpa Drake and Grandma Elsa were more complex. Aware of their concerns, Luke smiled and reassured them, "Hey, don't worry, it's all in the past." Elsa, still somewhat reproachful, remarked, "How could you be so impulsive? What if? What if?" Grandpa Chin comforted his wife, saying, "Luke is already an adult. You didn't he complain like this when he shot those creatures at Walcott Lake? He had a gun last time. This time is different." Noticing his parents were slipping into a moment of affection, Luke quickly interjected, "And that's precisely why I insisted on our family having a bulletproof vehicle. After all, it's the land of the free, and shootings happen every day." Soon, the arrival of the police brought an end to the inconsequential debate. In front of his parents and sisters, Luke recounted the entire incident. The police were courteous, expressing their gratitude before and after taking his statement. Any subsequent issues would be handled by Grandpa Chin's law firm, so Luke would not need to appear again. That evening, Luke received calls from other members of the Chin family, including his second aunt's family and his little aunt's family. Later that night, Luke and Grandpa Chin visited Grandfather Chin's house. Grandfather Chin also returned to the Chin manor before dinner. The atmosphere during the meal was friendly and harmonious, with Luke primarily engaging in conversation with his grandmother and discussing global economics and family business strategies with his grandfather. Throughout, Grandpa Chin remained a silent observer until after dinner. When the three generations of the Chin family, eldest son, eldest grandson, sat in Grandfather Chin's study, the atmosphere was congenial, with most business matters settled at the dining table. The remaining discussions pertained to family affairs. Luke spoke first. "Grandfather, I have made arrangements with old John and leave for him to train in the military. This requires your connections at the Pentagon." Grandfather Chin pondered for a moment before responding, "That's not an issue. It primarily depends on his willingness. The Air Force is the least demanding. The Navy offers good benefits, but may require overseas deployment. The Army is fairly average, and I would not recommend it. The Marine Corps is the most rigorous, but also the most perilous." Without hesitation, Luke declared, "Join the Navy, and my uncle can help look after him." The old gentleman shook his head and replied, "Your uncle is still in his rebellious phase. He hardly calls me throughout the year. Your grandmother has always been concerned about him." Luke, wishing to avoid such familial discussions, suggested, "Then perhaps the Marine Corps, although I fear the possibility of war. The Middle East has never been peaceful." In truth, while Luke voiced his concerns for Lee's safety, he was aware that in this world, the American military often produced extraordinary individuals. That environment would undoubtedly hone Lee's skills even further. If not for his privileged upbringing, Luke would have considered such a path for himself. Regarding Luke's apprehensions, old Chin dismissively remarked, "These are not issues. It ultimately depends on his own will." Consequently, Luke immediately picked up his phone and called old John. After inquiring about Lee's thoughts, they settled on the Marine Corps. And old John personally expressed his gratitude to old Chin. Thus, Lee's future was entrusted to old Chin. Now, it was Luke's turn to voice his aspirations. "Grandfather, I wish to join the FBI." Old Chin's eyes widened in surprise at his grandson's declaration. However, he studied Luke seriously for a moment and asked, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Luke nodded, affirming, "I have." Old Chin sighed. "You have chosen a path that goes against our ancestors' wishes." The old man's words nearly prompted Luke to exclaim WTF, but he restrained himself. Old Chin continued, "You have grown. There are some things you must now understand. Our Chin family has deep ties with the Han. My mother's surname is Situ." At this revelation, Luke was genuinely astonished. However, he pondered, "Isn't the Situ family's power based on the East Coast? Isn't the Han on the West Coast their sworn enemy?" Old Chin gazed deeply at Luke and stated, "That is merely for show. The Han has always been one family." This statement instantly illuminated Luke's understanding. The art of strategy is best grasped by us Chinese. What the Westerners engage in are but remnants of our ancestors' tactics." Luke contemplated for a while in silence. Old Chin remained patient, knowing his grandson was intelligent and would soon grasp the nuances. Finally, Luke spoke, "A powerful faction requires both face and substance. I wish to become our family's avenger or a strategic nuclear weapon." Old Chin fell into silence. Luke continued, "You may not be aware of my martial lineage and the techniques I have mastered, which enable me to transcend human limits and reach a level akin to terrestrial immortals. With that, Luke activated his ability to manipulate objects with his chi, causing all items in the study to levitate. Observing the astonished expressions of old Sheen and old Sheen, Luke asserted, "Grandfather, I know you must possess an armed force, but there are feats that cannot achieve that I can. Moreover, I need to establish connections within the law enforcement community." Upon finishing his words, all the floating objects returned to their original positions, as if everything that had just transpired were but a fleeting dream. The ever-silent old man Sheen finally spoke up. "Look, I may lack a flair for business, yet my connections in the legal realm are indeed extensive." Old Master Sheen nodded in agreement with Old Man Sheen's statement. Luke interjected, "Once I reach the level of a terrestrial immortal, no one shall dare to threaten our family." Finally, Old Master Sheen gazed at Luke and inquired, "What is it that you desire? How might our family assist you in attaining that state?" Luke smiled gently, appearing to have successfully persuaded both the elder and the old man. "I require federal enforcement authority to execute matters of justice and stabilize my resolve." With that, Luke refrained from divulging further secrets and continued to impress upon them. "Only when my resolve reaches its zenith will everything else fall into place." Old Master Sheen wished to speak again, but Luke anticipated his words. "I cannot bear any blemish. I must refrain from engaging in any illicit activities, at least not within the confines of the Federation." Chapter 18. The fear of insufficient firepower. After much contemplation, Old Master Sheen ultimately acquiesced to Luke's proposal. He first advised Sheen to refrain from leveraging his connections hastily, suggesting they wait until actual difficulties arose before taking action. However, he emphasized that Sheen must communicate with his classmate regarding his employment. Sheen understood whom the elder referred to, and before he could respond, the elder continued, "As luck would have it, this year marked the commencement of his new role, and having an ally would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors." Luke then beheld the two of them donning sly, fox-like grins. How cunning to insinuate oneself under the guise of providing timely assistance. Old Master Sheen enlightened Luke, revealing, "My senior, a fraternity recommender, has recently been appointed as the Attorney General by President James Marshall, thus becoming the head of the FBI." Luke marveled internally, acknowledging, "My goodness, the old man's connections are indeed formidable." However, the elder's subsequent words interrupted Luke's reverie. "Child, you must return to Little John in Montana. Your identity requires some discretion. I will arrange for someone to speak with him," while others referred to him as Old John. Old Master Sheen's designation of Little John was entirely appropriate. Given the Dutton family's influence in Montana, concealing your identity would be far more manageable there. California is far too convoluted and troublesome. Luke obediently accepted the arrangement. "Understood, Grandfather." As for the ensuing matters, Luke took no part. It was solely the discussion between the elder and his son. Thus, having returned to Los Angeles for merely a day and having dispatched 2 robbers, Luke was once again dispatched back to Montana by the elder. This time, however, it was to facilitate Lee's enlistment in the military. The Sheen family's private aircraft whisked Luke back to Montana, subsequently retrieving Lee and Luke's youngest fraternal twins, Henry and Jessica. "With the academic year commencing imminently." Young Case Dutton watched wistfully as his peers departed. Meanwhile, Luke engaged in daily horseback riding, hunting, and instructing Lee in various combat techniques. Luke's physical prowess had surpassed that of ordinary humans, with the pinnacle of human capability in this world approximated by Steve Rogers. Some may perceive Luke's Golden Core stage as feeble. However, this is merely a divergence in narrative structure, and one need not dwell on it. The protagonist is not a brute who relies solely on strength. A true leader recognizes that power is merely a foundation, with intellect being paramount. Thus, Luke had indeed transcended Captain America's physical capabilities. With such a foundation, proficiency in firearms and combat was merely a matter of habit. Naturally, he also utilized his 2 pistols, White Snake and Little Green, to practice American-style Aiajutsu. Luke could now achieve a remarkable rate of 6 shots in 1 for seconds with Little Green, while White Snake required 2 seconds. The disparity in firing rates was quite evident, yet the difference in power was incomparable due to the varying calibers. In addition to these 2 firearms, Luke had also prepared 2 handguns of his own manufacture. The QH-917, currently the standard issue for various federal law enforcement agencies, was a 9mm pistol modeled after the P320 design. This firearm has completely supplanted the M9 and other 9mm handguns, effectively displacing Glock from the American market. Luke employs its derivative model, the QH412, which utilizes the 45 ACP cartridge, identical to that of the M1911. Its notable feature is its considerable stopping power. Although it has a lower muzzle velocity, when equipped with a suppressor, its silencing capabilities are exceptional. Another variant is the QH55, specifically developed for the 5.21 ammunition, distinguishing it from the FN P90 submachine gun that utilizes the 5.7x28 cartridge. The ammunition used by the QH55 closely resembles FN's 5.7 ammunition, both capable of penetrating level 3 body armor. However, the QH55 offers a superior tactile experience, with a structure akin to the P320, allowing for the interchangeability of numerous components, thus rendering it quite popular among specialized law enforcement agencies. Due to regulatory restrictions and pricing, it is not available for civilian circulation, leading many tactical law enforcement teams, such as the Navy SEALs and various SWAT units, to adopt this weapon as standard issue. In addition to firearm design, Luke has also crafted various accessories, and he has patented the Picatinny rail in advance, now referred to as the QTC rail. The QH55, being the military version, is envisioned by Luke as the primary firearm for daily law enforcement use, featuring specialized competitive modifications, an extended barrel, a light trigger, and a 21-round magazine that allows for automatic fire. Seizing this opportunity, Luke has stockpiled 50,000 rounds of various calibers in his spatial pocket, of which 20,000 are designated for the White Snake mission. Furthermore, he possesses a substantial arsenal of other firearms and accessories, and he has personally crafted 100 kilograms of C4 explosives. His spatial pocket is sufficiently expansive, and should it prove inadequate, he has access to a spring water space. The distinction between these two spaces lies in the fact that access to the spring water space requires Luke's personal entry to retrieve items, which must be inanimate and synchronized with external time. Conversely, although the spatial pocket is smaller, time within it is static, allowing for the retrieval of items at any moment, albeit barring the inclusion of living beings. Since he heeded his mentor's advice, Luke has likely developed a fear of insufficient firepower. Within a week, he received a dossier delivered by the bodyguard of Old Master Chain. Luke Chain has transformed into Luke Dutton, the adopted son of Old John. He is a graduate of Montana State University, holding dual bachelor's degrees in chemistry and biology. The remainder consists of an elaborately crafted resume detailing his life experiences. In essence, his educational background from elementary through high school aligns with reality, while his university experiences are entirely fabricated. His social connections are solely with the John family, posing no issues. Old John has also informed his family regarding this matter. Now that everything is in place, they await the commencement of the Agent Academy. At this moment, Luke recalled an important detail and promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I require a larger basement or workspace at the Malibu villa, one that is particularly sturdy." "Understood. I will arrange for it to be done. Remember to dispose of your identity information after reviewing it. I will ensure the relevant documents are sent to you." After a moment's contemplation, Luke added, "Grandfather, I intend to reside permanently at the Malibu villa. I believe I will need a steward." Old Master Cheen sighed and said, "I will make arrangements. Having watched you grow up, I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will visit you and Grandma often. Just give me an encrypted phone. I have ways to ensure I remain untraceable." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Old Master Cheen, Luke hung up the phone. Upon receiving various documents and bank cards delivered by the old man's bodyguard, Luke gathered his belongings. The old John family was quite normal, with only Lip feeling a sense of loss. The following morning, Luke rode in Old John's car to the airport. After embracing Old John, he boarded his private plane without looking back. Although the flight attendants were visibly intrigued by their handsome young master, their professional integrity restrained them from pursuing further actions. They understood that a fleeting liaison with Luke could jeopardize their high-paying jobs. Thus, Luke awaited the landing of the plane with ease. Once he disembarked, Luke realized that he was not in Los Angeles at all. Just as he stood there in bewilderment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard old Master Chin's voice. "Luke, your mother is attending a gala in San Francisco. She has brought you some things. You will fly from San Francisco to Washington on a commercial flight tomorrow." "Understood, Father." Chapter 19. A true reflection of father and son. Upon concluding his phone call, Luke exited the airport, only to be greeted by Elsa's bodyguard. They were acquainted and familiar with one another, as Elsa had specifically dispatched the bodyguard to welcome him. This occasion brought him to the Marriott Hotel, a venture in which the Luke family held considerable shares, indeed, a greater stake than that in Hilton hotels. Years ago, when Marriott had yet to ascend in prominence, Luke's father heeded his son's counsel and invested in the Marriott Hotel Group, providing crucial support. With the backing of his father's capital and industrial network, Marriott swiftly flourished, acquiring numerous hotel brands, thereby eclipsing Hilton's presence in the American hospitality sector. This led Hilton to hastily extend an invitation for Luke's grandfather to invest, even suggesting a familial alliance. Luke harbored reservations about Hilton, perceiving the Hilton family as rather parsimonious. In contrast, the founder of Marriott exhibited generosity in every luxurious hotel. A presidential suite was reserved for the Chin family. Even in the absence of such a suite, the finest room would be set aside for them. This thoughtful gesture was something the Hilton family could not rival. Nevertheless, the Hilton family wielded substantial influence beyond the hotel industry, a testament to their enduring legacy. Upon arriving at the Marriott's banquet hall, Luke observed a spacious area, yet only a modest gathering of a few dozen individuals, all of whom appeared to be business elites. His mother, Elsa, serving as the chairwoman and president of a California investment bank, commanded considerable respect in social circles. Wherever she went, she was warmly approached for conversation. Although it was a local bank, its reputation resonated powerfully on Wall Street, largely owing to Luke's foresight, a unique advantage of his time-traveling experience. Though many companies had yet to emerge in this reality, Luke possessed knowledge of future trends, enabling him to invest in enterprises that would rapidly ascend. Even if they faltered, he would orchestrate complete acquisitions, subsequently steering them towards resurgence. Upon Luke's arrival, Elsa greeted him with warmth, enveloping him in a hug and planting a kiss on his forehead. However, he seemed somewhat uncomfortable amidst the elite crowd, impeccably dressed in tailored suits and exquisite gowns. Elsa adorned herself in a bespoke dark red gown and jewelry, while perhaps not the most beautiful, undoubtedly the most opulent. Luke's casual denim attire starkly contrasted with the sophistication surrounding him. Yet, none dared to mock him, for he was the son of the president of a bank boasting assets in the billions. Elsa did not appear inclined to introduce her son to others, but as Luke approached, two individuals happened to stand beside her. Out of courtesy, she introduced Luke to them. One was an elderly Asian man, a Japanese-American named Yoshinobu Aoki, and the other was the governor of California. Luke regarded them with indifference, merely exchanging polite greetings. Recognizing Luke's attire, the two men discerned that Elsa had business to discuss with her son, and thus, they excused themselves after a brief acknowledgement. At that moment, Elsa found herself alone, and anyone with discernment would not dare to intrude upon the mother and child. Your father had arranged for a bottle of exquisite wine from the vineyard to be sent to you, which you were to take to Washington to visit the Attorney General, who happens to be an esteemed senior with whom he shares a close rapport. Luke, puzzled, gazed at Elsa and asked, "You are acquainted with him from Yale. He must also be your senior, correct?" With a hint of resignation, Elsa replied, "I am not particularly fond of them. You know how wild things were during our school days." Upon hearing this, Luke's interest was piqued. And then, Elsa whispered, "Make sure your father doesn't learn that I told you." Luke nodded eagerly. Elsa recounted, "Your father was the one who recommended him for the fraternity. As you know, there are certain prerequisites for membership." Luke was aware of the fraternity's reputation, but he had never been impressed by them during his college years and had once resorted to financial means to ward them off, nearly prompting the school to suspect a terror attack. His conduct in school had rendered him a pariah among the males. Consequently, the task assigned to him for initiation was to kidnap a rather attractive female teacher. However, Luke had no intention of granting them that opportunity. He devised a cunning plan. He informed the principal and the teacher in advance. Thus, when the fraternity members gathered to witness the spectacle, they were met with Luke's sinister grin. A group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses, armed with submachine guns, swiftly apprehended them, hooded them, and shoved them into an SUV for transport. These were the bodyguards Luke had summoned from home. Luke, accompanied by the female teacher, trailed behind. The bodyguards whisked everyone directly to the airport, where they boarded a retired military transport aircraft. Each individual was assigned a parachuting instructor. In a cacophony of desperate screams, they were unceremoniously ejected from the plane. Meanwhile, Luke, embracing the female teacher and holding a glass of red wine, reveled in the sight of their descent. Thus, Luke successfully secured his place in the fraternity. As for Old Sheen, his initiation requirement was to swim with Elsa in the campus lake during winter. The fraternity members were eager to witness Elsa, the fiery girl, donned in a swimsuit. It is worth noting that Elsa, raised on a ranch, possessed the fiery temperament and agility akin to a cowgirl. Not only was her disposition fierce, but her physique was equally striking. Perhaps it was the refined image of Old Sheen, combined with the mystique of his mixed Eastern heritage, that captivated her. Consequently, this renowned thorny rose of Yale was taken by Old Sheen, much to the chagrin of many. Nevertheless, Old Sheen, being the son of a prominent figure, coupled with his strategic acumen derived from his racial heritage, deftly maneuvered through this crowd. His situation bore a resemblance to Luke's status as a male pariah in school. However, Old Sheen was astute. He prepared 2 sets of diving equipment for the task, taking Elsa to dive in the school's lake. On a crisp autumn night, they plunged into the lake and emerged on the other side, seeking refuge in a prearranged vehicle to warm up. For 3 hours, they observed those eager onlookers shivering in the biting cold. Despite this, Elsa succumbed to a cold and fever that lingered for an entire week. Throughout that week, the meticulous care and attention from Old Man Sheen ultimately won Elsa's heart. Consequently, she harbored no affection for those members of the Brotherhood. Upon hearing Elsa's account, Luke felt a sudden realization that his mother had been ensnared by his father's cunning. After over 20 years and 4 children, she remained blissfully unaware. Thus, Luke resolved to exploit this situation to cleverly extort his father. However, during the execution of his plan, Old Man Sheen imparted a lesson, demonstrating that experience and wisdom prevail, reminding Luke that a father is indeed a father. Chapter 20. The arrival of the California Sea King. Elsa did not keep Luke for long. He soon took his leave. He retrieved a bottle from the inaugural vintage of the 1992 Screaming Eagle Winery, valued at over $10,000, and its price continues to ascend. This winery was also acquired by Luke's family, and only 200 cases are released to the public each year. However, in the Old Sheen family, only Mr. Sheen and Luke have an aversion to wine. Mr. Sheen prefers Huangjiao and rice wine, while Luke favors spirits and beer. Luke had long since developed a tolerance for alcohol, remaining unaffected regardless of what he drank. Yet, he relished the spiciness of spirits and the refreshing quality of beer, while he had an aversion to the sourness of red wine. After carefully packaging the bottle and placing it in his luggage, Luke contemplated a leisurely stroll. With Elsa's affairs nearly concluded, it seemed inappropriate for him to intrude. Since he needed to rise early for a flight the next day, he decided to drive to a quaint countryside bar he frequented during his school days. This establishment often hosted country bands, providing a tranquil atmosphere devoid of raucous noise. Upon entering, he found the bar sparsely populated. Dressed in his familiar cowboy attire, he felt at ease, unlike the awkwardness he experienced at the Marriott banquet hall. In the past, Luke often visited this bar alone to unwind, never engaging in casual flings, which meant that neither the bartender nor the regulars recognized him. He settled at a table near the stage, ordered a light meal, and 2 bottles of beer, while enjoying the band's performance. The lead singer was a girl with shoulder-length hair, accompanied by a quartet of 4, 2 men and 2 women. The other female member began to look increasingly familiar to Luke, and it was evident that she too had spotted him, her surprise causing her to miss several notes on her guitar. This brown-haired girl was one of Luke's former girlfriends. As the song concluded, she eagerly approached and sat beside him. "Oh my God, Luke, did you graduate?" Luke smiled warmly and handed her a bottle of beer, responding, "I returned to handle some matters, and I have to attend a training session in Virginia early tomorrow morning." At that moment, The other members of the girl band joined them. "Hey, Annie, why don't you introduce this handsome guy?" Luke maintained his courteous demeanor as he greeted them. "I am her ex-boyfriend. I happened to be passing through San Francisco and fancied a drink, never expecting to run into her here." Luke then called the bartender to order drinks for the group. Annie introduced Luke to her companions, recounting how they had met during a college football game. Annie was considered one of Luke's trophies. She was a cheerleader at UCLA, and Luke had led the team to victory, winning over the main cheerleader of the opposing team. Annie had also emerged victorious, having snagged the star scorer from the rival side. Ultimately, both parties felt they had come out ahead, considering it a win-win situation. Annie, indeed, possessed a remarkable physique, perfectly proportioned in all the right places. Why do students gravitate towards cheerleaders? It is perhaps due to their grace and agility, which reveal their advantages only through deeper interaction. Every position seemed effortless, every movement fluid and seamless. The conversation revolved around gymnastic movements, a topic easily grasped by the youthful crowd. It did not take long for them to strike up a lively discussion, but being members of a resident band, they could not linger for too long, as they had to prepare for their performance. Consequently, Luke awaited Annie's departure from her shift and, under the envious gazes of his teammates, drove back to the Marriott in his bulletproof Cadillac. Annie, also a recent graduate, aspired to form a band with a few friends to explore their musical ambitions in San Francisco. However, Luke perceived their singing abilities to be rather mediocre, a sentiment he chose not to share with Annie, exercising a degree of emotional intelligence. The two former comrades found themselves reunited once again. In the early morning, Luke rose to depart. Observing Annie still in a state of unconsciousness, he felt it inappropriate to leave without taking care of her. Thus, he placed her in the bathtub and filled it with warm water. He then summoned room service to tidy up the bedroom. Once these tasks were completed, Luke returned to the bathroom, finding Annie had calmed down. He gently dried her off and carried her back to bed. After indulging in a refreshing shower himself, he left Annie a note along with a stack of cash for her to use when checking out of the hotel. With a clear mind, he drove to the airport. After parking the Cadillac, he knew that representatives from Elsa's company would retrieve the vehicle later. With just a backpack and a travel bag, he boarded the earliest flight to Washington, D.C. The early morning flight was surprisingly empty, especially since it was a Sunday. Luke boarded early, utilizing the VIP lane, and found himself on the plane with no other passengers at that moment. Although his assigned seat was by the window, it was a two-seater row, and not wanting to be cramped, he opted for the aisle seat. Before long, a few passengers trickled onto the plane. First, a young man with a shaved head and a stubbly face settled in the seat next to Luke, across the aisle. Shortly thereafter, a stunning Indian woman approached Luke. She glanced at her boarding pass, then at Luke's seat number, frowning as she said, "Sir, you are in my seat." Luke responded with a charming smile, producing his ticket and explaining, "I apologize, miss, my seat is further inside. Given my height, sitting in there is a bit uncomfortable for me. Would you mind swapping seats?" That irresistible charm momentarily captivated the young woman, who nodded and returned his smile. Luke stood up to relinquish his seat. Interestingly, despite the abundance of vacant seats on the plane, the three of them ended up seated together. Luke was the first to break the silence. Introducing himself to the girl, "I am Luke, flying to Washington to visit relatives. I'm Alex, a member of Doctors Without Borders, connecting through Washington," she replied. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the man beside them, who interjected, "I'm Ryan, just returned from service in Manila." Luke and Alex exchanged glances before resuming their dialogue. They found common ground and engaged in an animated discussion, with Luke's extensive knowledge allowing them to converse for hours. Yet, Ryan, the bald man, frequently interjected his own comments, attempting to join in on their exchange. However, Luke and Alex's attention was solely fixated on one another, merely offering perfunctory remarks to the soldier, Ryan. Initially, the fellow managed to interject a few comments, but as he noticed that the two were largely indifferent to him, he ceased to engage and instead concentrated on listening to their lively conversation. Upon disembarking from the plane, Luke promptly retrieved the vehicle that had been sent to his home ahead of time from the airport parking lot. This time, Luke opted for a more understated choice, selecting an ordinary gray Dodge Ram pickup. albeit still in a bulletproof version. Alex accompanied Luke closely. Once inside the vehicle, Alex eagerly threw himself into Luke's embrace. Patience. My dear, we must find a suitable place to truly indulge, Luke replied. Alex, though a bit impatient, gazed adoringly at Luke and inquired, Isn't this spot sufficient? I can hardly wait. Luke flashed a devilishly charming smile and responded, In a moment, you shall understand why we cannot indulge here. I, Luke Aquaman of California Chin, have arrived. Chapter 21. Enrollment. At the sound of Alex's exclamation, Luke's Dodge Ram 6 for LV8 supercharged engine roared with reluctant defiance as he launched forward. You're quite the sharpshooter, aren't you? Keep your high and mighty attitude out of my vehicle. Of course, Luke could not hear the truck's unspoken sentiments. An hour later, at the Marriott in Washington, D.C., Luke gently kissed Alex's forehead as she lay in the bathtub, leaving the hotel amidst her sorrowful gaze. He drove to an upscale neighborhood in Washington, noted the address, and parked his vehicle. As he stepped out, Luke immediately sensed several pairs of eyes upon him. He carried only a bottle of wine, unadorned by a box, simply encased in a brown paper bag. Since he had made a prior call, the scrutiny he felt began to dissipate shortly after his arrival. Standing at the entrance was none other than Jack Doherty, a senior of Old Man Chin and the current federal attorney general. At first glance, Luke perceived him to resemble a university professor, slender, tall, bespectacled, and not particularly imposing. However, he exuded a warm demeanor that put Luke at ease. After a brief embrace, they entered the villa together. The house was modestly sized, adorned with tasteful decor, and the numerous books scattered throughout the rooms did not create a sense of chaos. Uncle Doherty, this is a gift from my father, Luke announced, retrieving the precious bottle of wine from the paper bag. Without so much as a glance, Doherty handed it to his assistant or secretary-like figure. Luke sensed at least 6 other individuals present in the room, though Luke's primary intention was merely to make an appearance. Doherty continued to engage him in pleasant conversation, particularly remarking, Your mother, Elsa, must have spoken ill of me quite a bit, hasn't she? Upon hearing this, Luke felt a jolt of energy, immediately adopting the persona of Luke, the illustrious actor. You know my mother? He asked, feigning bewilderment. She has never mentioned you. Luke, possessing both intelligence and emotional acumen, was well aware that Elsa did not hold Doherty in high regard, thus he refrained from fabricating any flattering tales about her. It was best to omit him entirely, as it felt more authentic. The elder chuckled softly and proceeded with their conversation, sharing various insights regarding the FBI training academy, including important considerations and training programs. Doherty spoke with impressive detail, outlining the essential components of each significant training module. Despite having only recently assumed his position, it was evident he was quite knowledgeable. His thorough understanding of the curriculum spoke volumes about his dedication. One could hardly dismiss the influence of Old Man Chin and the connections they wielded in facilitating such dialogue. Seizing the opportunity, Luke earnestly declared, Uncle Doherty, your guidance has been immensely beneficial. I would be honored to become your student and seek your wisdom on legal matters in the future. I hope you will not find me burdensome. Doherty smiled warmly at Luke and said, Long before you were even born, I wished to be your godfather, but Elsa disagreed. And your family, the Chins, does not practice any faith, so that notion was ultimately abandoned. Luke chuckled in response, Though you may not be my godfather, being my teacher holds equal significance. There is a saying among us Chinese, once a teacher, forever a father. This implies that a good teacher, much like a father, is an influential figure in a child's life. This sentiment elicited hearty laughter from Doherty, who playfully patted Luke on the shoulder. Good lad, study hard. And if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I'll have my assistant exchange contact details with you shortly. Luke replied earnestly, Rest assured, Professor Doherty, I shall overcome any challenges and will not cause you any trouble. My excellence is a testament I must prove for myself. Doherty gave Luke a knowing look and remarked, Having confidence is commendable, but it is imperative that you communicate with me promptly. Some matters may seem trivial, yet they involve high-stakes maneuvering that you might find burdensome. Luke nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in being adaptable, a commendable habit, at least on the surface. Doherty continued, Some pieces on the chessboard may be sacrificed. Do not fret, You will not be among them, I assure you." While Luke outwardly expressed gratitude, inwardly he chuckled, aware that a politician's words should not be taken at face value. However, given the relationship between Doherty and the Chin family, he was certain that unless the stakes were exorbitantly high, Doherty would not relinquish his own interests. The consequences would be too dire. After departing from Doherty's residence, Luke drove out of Washington, D.C., heading towards the Quantico military base, situated over 100 kilometers to the south. Meanwhile, Alex, trembling with anxiety, exited the hotel. That damn Luke. But what a thrill, he thought as he climbed into his rented vehicle, also en route to Quantico. Luke was already aware that Alex was among the trainees heading to the same base, having seen the enrollment notice tucked within Alex's luggage, an essential document for all trainees, which Luke possessed as well. It was evident that Alex had concealed his background, while Luke had not. Luke had spoken nothing but the truth, albeit with scant detail. He was indeed a cowboy from Montana, as reflected in the new records. Visiting an elder posed no issue. He had indeed paid a visit to his new instructor, Doherty. Attending a government training session was also accurate. As the FBI is a government agency, and agent training constitutes a form of education. After parking his car in front of the training headquarters, Luke entered the building. Once registered, he followed the directions to the multimedia classroom. Arriving early, he found the room sparsely populated, taking a seat in a corner where only a handful of individuals occupied the spacious area. Before long, a spirited young man settled beside him. With an amiable demeanor, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Brian O'Connor, from Los Angeles." Luke reciprocated the handshake with a smile, saying, "Luke Dutton, a cowboy from Montana." As the gathering had yet to commence, the two individuals engaged in conversation. Primarily, it was the young man with golden hair, Brian, who spoke while Luke listened intently. He found this spirited youth rather amusing, at the very least. He did not find him disagreeable. It was evident that the young man possessed a certain innocence, certainly more so than the balding, scruffy Ryan encountered on the plane. As the other attendees began to arrive, Alex also made her entrance. Scanning the room, she spotted Luke and felt a wave of surprise mixed with embarrassment. However, Luke remained oblivious to her presence, wholly engrossed in listening to Principal Miranda as she elaborated on the details of the training academy. In truth, Luke had noticed her long before, as well as that scruffy Ryan. Luke sensed that this fellow was clearly interested in Alex. Yet due to his own presence on the plane, he felt Ryan was unworthy of even being a mere background figure. Chapter 22. The spirited youth. Once everyone had gathered, the solemn oath-taking ceremony commenced. The formalities of the professional institution mandated an allegiance to the Constitution and the nation. Following this, Principal Miranda delivered the inaugural address. Luke deemed it rather conventional. Nonetheless, it resonated profoundly with the 50 or so attendees, most of whom were fresh graduates, their eyes brimming with a naive clarity. Particularly striking was the blonde-haired Brian, who exuded a youthful exuberance. The classroom was populated with numerous attractive individuals, yet it was Alex who captured Luke's interest the most. Although he had numerous ex-girlfriends, he was discerning in his choices. A true connoisseur of romantic encounters possesses their own standards. Undoubtedly, Alex was the belle of the class, accompanied by a commendable blonde, albeit too slender for Luke's preference. Upon the conclusion of Miranda's speech, Instructor Liam O'Connor took charge, guiding the class through various essential protocols, equipment distribution, and an introduction to the teaching facilities. Despite his title, he essentially functioned as the homeroom teacher. Each subject had its own instructor, and his primary role was akin to that of a university advisor. At this juncture, students began mingling with those whom they found appealing. The students received a uniform comprising a gray-blue t-shirt, yellow trousers, a holster, notebooks, and other essentials, excluding footwear. They were also issued student identification cards and training model guns. Upon inspection, Luke was taken aback. It resembled his own QH-917 to a T, with identical weight. However, it lacked a firing mechanism, the barrel adorned with a conspicuous scarlet grip. Puzzled, Luke could not recall his company ever producing such an item. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a replica crafted by the federal agency. As Luke contemplated the possibility of suing the FBI for infringement, Brian approached him. clearly seeking to form a partnership. The accommodations were double occupancy, and Brian evidently intended to team up with Luke. Luke had no objections. He found Brian's spirited demeanor a refreshing addition to the otherwise monotonous academic life. Brian was particularly delighted to discover that the dormitories were co-ed. However, this did not imply that males and females shared rooms. Rather, it entailed that females resided with females and males with males. At this time, America had yet to embrace a multitude of genders, rendering such distinctions necessary. Furthermore, romantic relationships among students at the Federal Bureau of Investigation Training Academy were strictly prohibited. Yet, this regulation was largely ignored, with the institution seldom enforcing it. After all, they were all vigorous young individuals, and it was not uncommon for emotions to culminate in intimate encounters. Given the arduous and tense nature of their training, a modicum of relief was beneficial for emotional stability, and the academy could not impose overly stringent demands. Having organized his room, Luke stepped outside and encountered Alex. The corridor was narrow, leaving no room for pretense. Seizing the initiative, Luke remarked, "Agent Miss, it seems you have fully embraced your role since receiving your notification." This was a clear reference to the feigned bravado Alex had exhibited on their way here. Alex displayed no signs of embarrassment, exuding an air of nonchalance as he remarked, "You nearly made me late. We were sharing a bed just 6 hours ago, so everything else pales in comparison, doesn't he?" By this time, many classmates had emerged from the corridor, instinctively avoiding the couple who seemed intent on flaunting their intimacy. Luke, resigned, shrugged and departed from the dormitory area. Upon gathering downstairs, the homeroom teacher, Liam, announced the first task. Before him lay a table cluttered with the files of all the trainees, documents scrutinized during their application to the FBI. Among these files, one detail had been altered. While the CIA engaged in intelligence work, our focus lay in investigation. The intricacies of intelligence are paramount, enabling us to unearth criminals, terrorists, and potential bombing sites. It plays a crucial role in our endeavors. Now, each pair must select their training partner and identify the missing elements from one another's files within 24 hours. Those who fail will be eliminated. After elucidating the task, Liam spread his arms and wished them success before stepping aside. Luke had already set his sights on Alex's file, securing it before Ryan could. Brian, quick on the uptake, grabbed Luke's file and cast a triumphant glance at him, only to have it snatched away by the swifter Alex. Luke merely shrugged at Brian, whose expression froze as he was unceremoniously fed a mouthful of relationship drama, clearly miffed. However, the following morning, as classes commenced, it became evident that there was little time to investigate their partners. All lessons proceeded as scheduled, and Luke had already discerned some concealed truths about Alex more than one. In fact, after much contemplation, he settled on an inconspicuous detail to use as a smokescreen. Well versed in the nuances of human interaction, Luke understood that everyone harbors secrets. When those secrets are unveiled, one faces social demise, awkwardness, or worse, real danger. It seemed this stage would inevitably lead to discomfort, with some destined for elimination. Despite his own file having been altered, Luke engaged in conversation with Alex, inadvertently revealing ample information. This insight was sufficient for Alex to identify inconsistencies within her file, thereby allowing her to pass the scrutiny. Luke considered cautioning his peers against delving too deeply into each other's secrets, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Reflecting on the training content discussed by Doherty, Luke realized it presented merely a high school level of difficulty for him. As for the practical aspects, those were another matter entirely, so he resolved to remain modestly prominent, maintaining a position within the upper echelons of performance. This, however, proved burdensome for the spirited Brian, as many of the paired exercises required collaboration among dormitory mates. Initially, Brian had boasted to Luke, "I've fought on the streets. No one dares mess with me at school. You'd best watch out." Luke found satisfaction in the blend of innocence and folly reflected in Brian's eyes. With a smile, he turned one hand behind his back, exuding an air reminiscent of a man, and extended his other hand to beckon. Upon witnessing Luke's audacity, Brian felt a rush of blood to his head and, with utmost seriousness, launched a full-force attack on Luke. This pretentious individual could not be allowed to maintain his facade. "I, Brian, am destined to be the most dashing man in the class. The spirited Brian erupted with pent-up fury, his expression contorted in rage as he charged forward. Oh, heavens! God! He fell down, but he rose again. Goodness, he fell once more. He does not rise again. Luke, indeed, played the role to perfection. While everyone else was engaged in their respective duels, the commotion from Brian was too significant, and Luke's arrogance was overwhelming. As he effortlessly incapacitated Brian with a single hand, all eyes turned to observe the confrontation between Luke and Brian. Luke reached out to help Brian up. Yet Brian stubbornly refused. No, I won't get up unless you teach me. Faced with such a resolute Brian, Luke could only sigh, reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right. Just don't cry. Brian eagerly seized Luke's outstretched hand and exclaimed, You mustn't keep this to yourself. Luke replied, I've been training since I was 6. You have a long journey ahead of you. At that moment, some spectators could no longer bear to watch. Chapter 23. The display of prowess in this class. Luke was not the strongest, yet his physique was undeniably perfect. Consequently, several self-proclaimed combat-savvy classmates sought to challenge him in sparring. In Western culture, subtlety is often eschewed. When it is time to shine, one shall indeed shine. Particularly among students, it is believed that such displays attract the opposite sex and are considered quite fashionable. Luke resolved to impart a lesson to those brash individuals. A robust African-American student approached Luke with a grin, stating, I wish to spar with you. I hope you take it seriously. His implication was that Luke should not hold back, yet Luke did not indulge him, extending his arm effortlessly. The student's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he cautiously advanced towards Luke, delivering a right hook. For an ordinary person, facing such a powerful puncher would be daunting, as both strength and speed were commendable. However, in Luke's eyes, the opponent was rife with vulnerabilities. With a deft evasion, a swift grab, a seamless throw, and a trip, Luke executed all 4 maneuvers in one fluid motion, sending his opponent sprawling. The onlookers were left speechless, thinking, is this display never ending? The student, believing Luke was merely toying with him, attempted to rise and retaliate just as Instructor O'Connor arrived. Hey, you are here to train, not to spectate, he admonished. It was then that the crowd dispersed, revealing the trapped African-American student and the still flamboyant Luke. Instructor O'Connor stepped into the center of the throng and inquired, What transpired here? Luke shrugged and replied, Just a standard sparring session. I may be slightly more skilled, which seems to ruffle a few feathers. This remark earned him a chorus of eye rolls from his peers as they perceived his continued bravado as tiresome. However, O'Connor noted that no one was injured and instructed everyone to resume training, subsequently calling Luke aside. Listen, Luke, I do not care about your past experiences. Here, you must adhere to the rules. I do not wish to encounter this again, understood? Luke nodded, responding, Understood, Instructor O'Connor. This minor incident soon faded away. Yet, Luke's affable nature prevented any animosity from brewing among the other students. He engaged with anyone with a smile, readily answering questions. Eventually, the African-American student, under Brian's explanation, apologized to Luke. When it came time for handgun training, Luke ceased his ostentation. One such episode was sufficient. Too many would indeed become irksome. Nevertheless, even while tempering his performance during handgun training, Luke still secured the top score. By the end of the day, the others recognized that this cowboy from Montana was indeed a formidable talent. After the course concluded, 2 students found themselves embroiled in a dispute. However, Luke paid it little mind. After all, the revelation of certain individual secrets often breeds contention. The ambitious blonde student, however, garnered Luke's skepticism. It was evident he was a fresh graduate, lacking the hard lessons of the real world. Luke stepped forward and patted another trainee on the shoulder, saying, Everyone harbors secrets. I believe you must summon the courage to confront them if you wish to become a competent agent. The other individual responded with a rather awkward smile of gratitude. Luke chose to say no more, for such matters ultimately depend on one's personal ability to overcome their own hurdles. With these words, Luke felt he had done enough. Alex, standing behind Luke, also offered words of encouragement to the classmate, and several other trainees extended their kind consolation. At last, the time for the examination arrived. Instructor O'Connor had even prepared an interrogation room for the occasion. The examinee was required to wear a lie detector. while the other students sat in a multimedia classroom observing the inquiry process. Many trainees were confronted with awkward, mortifying questions, even revealing their deepest secrets. While some managed to pass through unscathed, when it was Luke and Alex's turn, Luke allowed Alex to question him first. Luke's responses were impeccable, leaving no room for error. Ultimately, Alex merely identified a discrepancy in their conversation on the plane. "You weren't the quarterback on the college football team." Luke chuckled and replied, "Congratulations, you were correct." When it was Luke's turn to inquire about Alex, he sought to thoroughly understand her past. Although Alex told a few fibs, Luke did not mind, as they were not particularly private matters. It felt more like a casual chat, even bordering on flirtation. Just as the conversation threatened to become overly intimate, Luke decided to change the subject. "You deceived your mother, telling her you were pursuing further studies, when in fact you were here for FBI training. She remains unaware of the truth." Alex graciously admitted to this. After their examination concluded, the next pair was the male duo that had argued earlier that afternoon. The earnest boy entered the room, locked the door, and barricaded it with a cabinet. He then turned and drew a gun, shooting the recorder, and pointed the weapon at his partner, who had neglected to surrender the real firearm after their shooting class. The blonde-haired boy finally appeared flustered. Instructor O'Connor and all the trainees witnessed this alarming scene. The instructor rushed to open the door, but the confrontation on the large screen continued to unfold, teetering on the brink of chaos. Luke followed O'Connor in attempting to open the door. O'Connor was in a state of desperation, but the door was firmly held shut. At that moment, Luke pushed O'Connor aside. "O'Connor, step back," he exclaimed, before forcefully kicking the door open. Upon hearing the resounding crash, the armed trainee did not turn to face Luke. Instead, he aimed the gun at his own head, intent on suicide. However, Luke acted faster, striking the trainee's arm before he could pull the trigger. The gun discharged, yet miraculously, no one was harmed. Luke seized the weapon but did not restrain the trainee, who, having failed in his attempt to end his life, clearly relinquished any resistance. At this juncture, O'Connor rushed in and subdued him, while his partner, the blonde-haired boy, lay collapsed on the floor. This incident was indeed grave, given that someone had been injured. This time, the little blonde Haas was truly frightened. The injurious student Eric was incarcerated. That night, Haas sat by the pool, dejected. The bespectacled Simon and the slender blonde beauty Shelby were there to console him. Luke also decided to check on him. After all, they were classmates, and these individuals would eventually become his connections within the FBI. After Simon and Shelby offered their comfort, Luke entered the scene, much to the surprise of the trio. They had assumed Luke's amiable demeanor was genuine, yet they believed that those with true prowess often harbored a more aloof disposition, resulting in minimal interaction from Luke. Luke approached Haas directly and stated, "Everyone harbors secrets. This is a hurdle that can only be overcome with the courage to confront it." I advised Eric, the student who drew his weapon, but it is evident that he faltered. "This incident serves as a lesson for you. I hope you can mature swiftly." Before departing, Luke added, "You are not fighting to prove anything to anyone. You fight for yourself. Your family is not an obstacle, but rather your support." There is nothing wrong with that. It remains uncertain whether the little blonde Haas absorbed this wisdom as Luke took his leave. The matter was succinctly addressed, and whether one comprehends it is a personal choice. Nevertheless, Luke's words left a profound impression on Simon and Shelby, enhancing their perception of his prowess. Chapter 24. The following day, a meeting was convened for all members. Principal Miranda expressed profound concerns, yet she reminded the remaining students to confront their own truths with courage. As anticipated, the student who fired the weapon, Eric, was expelled and may face charges of intentional injury, given that he shot an instructional assistant. After Principal Miranda summoned Haas, he never returned to class, and their dormitory had been cleared. However, Luke believed that Haas would be fine, as his family had connections with the FBI, likely facilitating his transfer to another department for further studies. Subsequently, tranquility returned, with training and classes continuing as usual. Despite Luke's efforts to remain inconspicuous, he remained the most striking figure in the crowd. Nonetheless, Luke noticed something peculiar. A female student of Arab descent appeared to be different. After observing her discreetly for some time, Luke concluded that this student was not the same person as yesterday. Upon contemplation, he surmised that she must be a twin. and the school had likely arranged for this dual identity. Simon, the bespectacled student, seemed to harbor an interest in the female student. But with 5 months of shared living and studying ahead, their secret would inevitably be uncovered. Consequently, Luke resolved to offer a discreet warning. On his way to class, he stealthily approached the Arab student, Nilma, and softly advised, if you wish to keep your twin identity concealed, it would be prudent to minimize contact with others. However, I fear this may hinder your academic pursuits. I suggest discussing it with Principal Miranda. As Nilma stared at Luke in astonishment, he gracefully quickened his pace and departed. This revelation left Nilma in shock, yet at that moment, she was not Nilma. She was her twin sister, Amina. Dismissing her class obligations, she hurried to seek out Principal Miranda. Upon hearing Amina's account, Miranda was equally taken aback. After a lengthy contemplation, she summoned Nilma. Both sisters were perplexed by how their secret had been unveiled and uncertain whether Luke had disclosed their secret. Eventually, Miranda called upon Luke, who anticipated her summons. He candidly shared his perspective, noting that the twins exhibited distinct mannerisms and habits, attributing his observations to his keen perceptiveness. Instructor O'Connor entered Miranda's office just in time to overhear Luke's assertion. He approached Luke with skepticism, inquiring, "Why is it that only you noticed this, while others did not?" Luke shrugged and replied with a smile, "You see, I am a cowboy. I can distinguish between two identical cattle among thousands. It is a skill I have honed since childhood." Luke's response was both logical and astonishing to those present, prompting them to question the prowess of American cowboys. Ultimately, Miranda instructed Luke to keep their secret, assuring him that she would reveal the matter at an opportune moment. Luke comprehended the thoughts of the higher-ups and thus proposed, "If you wish to train them effectively within 5 months, they must undergo simultaneous training." Miranda expressed her willingness to consider Luke's suggestion before dismissing him. As for the subsequent developments in their research, Luke chose to remain uninvolved. He continued to train, flirt with Alex, and amuse the spirited young man, Brian. The initial month was solely for adaptive training, conducted in complete seclusion, akin to a boot camp. However, Luke noticed that instructor Liam O'Connor consistently focused his attention on him, often critiquing his training performance. Consequently, Luke approached Instructor O'Connor privately and addressed him earnestly, "Instructor O'Connor, I am uncertain how I have wronged you to warrant such scrutiny. Please articulate your concerns plainly, as we are all adults here." O'Connor, taken aback momentarily by Luke's directness, replied with a smile, "You misunderstand. I merely wish to ascertain your limits." Since O'Connor was unwilling to elaborate further, Luke decided against prolonging the discussion. "Instructor O'Connor, I harbor no intention of causing trouble. I simply wish to complete this training successfully. Should you wish to persist in your grievances, I recommend consulting Principal Miranda before proceeding." With that, Luke turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving O'Connor with a brooding expression. Later, O'Connor indeed sought out Miranda. However, Miranda was unaware of Luke's true identity. She only knew that his letter of recommendation was delivered by an assistant to the Attorney General. Acknowledging this connection, Miranda recognized that Luke possessed some influence. Though she was uncertain of its extent, yet understood he was not someone she could afford to offend. Thus, she candidly informed O'Connor and cautioned him. Subsequently, Luke observed that although O'Connor had tempered his antagonistic behavior, he remained attentive towards him. Furthermore, Luke discerned that O'Connor also kept a watchful eye on Alex and had engaged in several private conversations with Ryan, the young man with a scruffy beard who frequently flirted with Alex. Luke shared this revelation with Alex, who deliberated for a considerable time before confiding in him. It turned out that after the death of her father, Alex had discovered her father's federal agent credentials and had commissioned O'Connor to investigate her father's file. Observing her conflicted expression, Luke surmised certain truths and, after some contemplation, posed a question. "The individual who fatally shot your father was not your mother, but rather you, correct?" Alex gazed at Luke, momentarily speechless, her eyes reflecting confusion, shock, embarrassment, and guilt. At that moment, Luke refrained from further inquiries. Alex's expression had already provided him with the answer. The truth was inconsequential. What mattered was a comforting embrace. That night, the two nearly succumbed to temptation, but both ultimately exercised restraint. Luke and Alex's burgeoning relationship left Brian envious, yet Luke recognized the innocence within Brian. prompting him to impart numerous techniques that left Brian utterly astounded. Navigating relationships with women falls within the realm of social intricacies. Despite Luke's numerous discussions over several evenings, he still felt that theoretical knowledge was ultimately superficial. However, this did not deter Brian from revering Luke as a master. Thus, Brian eagerly set out to select his prey among the trainees. Meanwhile, as Luke's bond with Alex deepened, O'Connor began to target him once more. This sensation resembled that of having encroached upon O'Connor's daughter, distinctly reminiscent of a father-in-law's scrutiny. Eventually, Luke could no longer endure it and erupted on the day of the preliminary major assessment. Early in the morning, the entire class was to participate in the first phase of physical and shooting evaluations. After O'Connor announced the assessment details, Luke stood up before all the instructors and trainees. Luke addressed O'Connor. "Instructor O'Connor, I am uncertain how you intend to continue your targeting of me. I propose that today's assessment serves as the benchmark. Should I fail to surpass everyone comprehensively, I will withdraw. However, if I prevail, I request that you cease your antagonism towards me." Under the gaze of all present, O'Connor calmly replied, "This is what you have stated." Chapter 25. Raise the stakes upon accepting the wager. O'Connor was met with an unexpected clamor from behind the trainees. "Miranda, when did you recruit such formidable students?" As everyone turned, they discovered Principal Miranda accompanied by several soldiers clad in military uniforms, observing the scene with keen interest. The speaker was a man in army combat attire, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Beside him stood a robust individual in Marine Corps fatigues, while on the other side was a black officer, evidently from the Air Force, adorned in a blue uniform. Next to him was a sharply dressed naval officer, albeit bald, which somewhat diminished the elegance of his pristine uniform. Upon seeing the newcomers, a smile crept onto O'Connor's face as he remarked, "Today coincides with the Quantico New Recruit Assessment Day, involving not just our institution, but also new Marines and cadets from other academies." Witnessing the uncontainable grin on O'Connor's face, concern washed over the group for Luke. Despite all being new recruits, their training standards resembled those of federal agents, and their assessment seemed less advantageous compared to the military recruits. It is noteworthy that Quantico serves as the Marine Corps base, housing not only the Marines in the FBI Training Academy but also institutions like SHIELD Academy, the Marine Corps University, and the Criminal Investigation Divisions of the Navy and Air Force. Yet, the primary combat strength resided with the Marines. Luke observed O'Connor's demeanor with curiosity rather than apprehension. Intrigued by the presence of the military personnel, these individuals represented 4 of the 5 major military branches of the United States, with only the National Guard absent, a jurisdiction of the state government, leaving these 4 branches under federal oversight. Miranda proceeded to introduce several officers who were present to observe the assessments, though the reason for their attendance remained unclear to the group. The Army officer, the highest ranking present, was Major Hannibal from the 75th Ranger Regiment, while the fierce-looking Marine beside him was Captain Custer from the Marine Corps Reconnaissance Training Camp. The black officer hailed from the Air Force Special Operations Command, Captain Rhodes, and the naval officer was Captain Waters from the Navy SEALs. Upon hearing Miranda's introductions, Luke understood their purpose. They were there to scout talent. It became apparent why Captain Custer appeared so grim. The 4th-tier recruits held little prestige within the military hierarchy. However, this suited Luke perfectly, as he brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating O'Connor's eventual downfall. Consequently, all trainees and instructors boarded 2 buses, heading towards the Marine Corps training base. The base, a mere 15 minutes from the Joint Academy, dwarfed their institution in size. Numerous new recruits were already preparing for their assessments, which encompassed physical fitness and marksmanship. The physical assessment comprises a 500-yard swim, 2 minutes of sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, and a 1.5-mile, 2,414 meters, run. The shooting evaluation includes 10-meter pistol shooting, 100-meter prone rifle shooting, and 200-meter prone sniper shooting. Luke's proposed assessment is certainly not to be conducted simultaneously for all participants. However, the Marine Corps has already selected a group of individuals who consistently perform well in training. The recruits from the Joint Training Academy and several other units will also choose their elite participants for this event. O'Connor has similarly selected a few outstanding cadets. At this moment, Luke noticed several individuals in black suits approaching Miranda. The leader among them was instantly recognizable to Luke as Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps they were still not resigned to their fate, but Luke remained indifferent. The elite participants for the assessment had gathered, numbering around 40, with the majority being Marines. After Captain Frank outlined the assessment criteria and scoring standards, Luke raised an objection. He stepped away from the crowd to approach Captain Frank and stated, "We are all elites here, and I believe that a standard assessment holds little significance for us. Let us raise the stakes." As the crowd looked on in confusion, Luke continued, "According to the usual standards, there would be rest periods between assessments. Thus, I propose we eliminate these breaks and incorporate the shooting evaluation within the physical assessment, making it more akin to real combat. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon concluding his suggestion, he turned toward the chief examiner, Captain Frank. Although Frank maintained a perpetually grim demeanor, as if everyone owed him a substantial debt, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Luke's proposal. It must be said that Captain Frank was indeed a tough individual, not only agreeing to Luke's request but also increasing the difficulty. The assessment would now include 100 sit-ups, a 25-meter shuttle run, followed by 100 push-ups, a 100-meter sprint, 20 pull-ups, and another 100-meter sprint. After that, participants would engage in 10-meter pistol shooting, which would also require assembling the QH-917 pistol with 10 rounds. Subsequently, they would sprint 400 meters before undertaking the 500-yard swim. The ordeal would continue with a 400-meter run to the shooting range, where they would assemble the M16 rifle for 100-meter target shooting in a standing position with 30 rounds. Finally, they would bear a 20-kilogram load for a 1.5-mile run directly to the shooting range to assemble the M40 sniper rifle for 400-meter target shooting with 10 rounds. Upon the announcement of this rigorous assessment, everyone's expression changed, except for Luke's. The physical test content should be a piece of cake for these elites. The challenge lay in the shooting evaluation following intense exertion. Particularly the final task, assembling the M40 sniper rifle, is simpler than assembling the M16 rifle, but here lies the crux. The critical aspect is the zeroing of the scope after assembly. For a sniper rifle, which requires exceptionally precise aiming instruments, the calibration of the scope is key to accurate shooting. This assessment, however, grants no opportunity or time for calibration. However, Luke was undeterred. He could achieve a precise hit in the bullseye of a target at a distance exceeding 800 meters with his scoped rifle. Thus, he sighed, contemplating that it would be impossible to remain inconspicuous. He was destined to be the most radiant figure amidst the crowd. Although Captain Frank was stern, he granted everyone a preparation period of 20 minutes. This time was primarily utilized for planning the venue and providing logistical support. Once everyone had lined up properly, Captain Frank reiterated the rules of the competition. Each segment would have at least 6 judges recording scores, and the entire event would be documented through photography to prevent any cheating or disputes regarding the results. After ensuring that everyone understood the competition rules, Captain Frank drew his pistol and fired a shot into the sky, shouting, "Begin," while everyone else was caught off guard. Luke had already reclined on the ground to commence his sit-ups. In his regular training, he was accustomed to having someone apply pressure to his legs. But Luke required no such assistance. As the assessment began, Captain Frank swiftly established the gravity of the situation. Performing sit-ups without leg support significantly elevated the difficulty level. Chapter 26. Brazen Theft. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Luke exhibited not a trace of hesitation. He immediately reclined and commenced performing sit-ups. His speed was remarkable, a testament to his relentless practice and perseverance. Generally, the assessment for new recruits is categorized into 3 tiers: satisfactory, excellent, and outstanding, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower subcategories. Completing 100 sit-ups or push-ups in under 2 minutes qualifies as the pinnacle of outstanding performance. Captain Frank held his standards to the highest criterion. Luke, however, managed to complete his 100 sit-ups in a mere 1 minute and 51 seconds, followed by a return run, finishing 100 push-ups in 1 minute and 49 seconds. At this point, the slowest participant had only just begun their push-ups. Luke accomplished 20 pull-ups in 26 seconds, leaving his competitors far behind. Captain Frank's expression remained grim. Yet the countenances of the other officers brightened. Miranda's lips curled into a smile, one that was more pronounced than that of an AK. The observing trainees began to cheer for their classmates and comrades. Approaching the shooting range, Luke assembled the QH-917 pistol in a mere 7.83 seconds, leaving the evaluators astounded. Amused by their astonished expressions, Luke chuckled internally. Every component of that firearm was designed by him, and none could surpass his speed. Without even taking the time to aim, he fired 10 rounds consecutively, and when the results were revealed, the onlookers were left in utter shock. The spread of the 10 rounds on the target did not exceed 3 centimeters. This signifies that, from a distance of 10 meters, each shot would strike the heart with precision. The evaluators had witnessed proficient shooting before, but never from a recruit. With less than a third of the competition elapsed, Luke's scores were already comparable to those of elite soldiers. Several officers ceased their whispered discussions, their attention fixated on Luke's forthcoming events. Following the 400 meters was a 500-yard swim. Upon arriving at the poolside, Luke surveyed his surroundings, removed his shoes, and leaped into the water, propelling himself forward. Clearly, Captain Frank had set a trap. He had not provided swimwear. It is well known that swimming in clothes significantly increases resistance, and the added weight from absorbed water greatly drains one's stamina. Nevertheless, Luke astonished everyone once more. Typically, the best times for this event hover just above 8 minutes, never exceeding 9. Yet, Luke completed the swim in a mere 7.5 minutes. After donning his shoes, Luke dashed towards the shooting range. The rifle segment posed no challenge for him. The M16 series, developed from the AR-15, is considered America's standard rifle. The improved models currently in military service boast excellent quality and shooting accuracy, making 100 meters and even 400 meters a trivial pursuit. Luke also excelled in this segment, achieving a perfect score with a spread of approximately 6 centimeters, slightly over 2 MOA. Arriving at the training ground, Luke donned a 20-kilogram backpack and commenced a 1.5-mile run. In truth, the weight he bore exceeded that, for having just emerged from the pool, the water clinging to his clothes added an additional 3 kilograms. Though Luke's body felt at ease, he feigned considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, during this final phase of assessment, he remained significantly ahead, far in front of his peers. The first echelon, from second to several other places, was still struggling in the pool. This segment was to be completed unencumbered, with an exemplary performance being under 9 minutes. Luke, however, finished in approximately 7.5 minutes, as if the weight upon him had no bearing at all. At this moment, the cheers from the spectators diminished considerably, as most were transfixed by Luke's performance, forgetting even to encourage their comrades. The expressions of several officers grew increasingly grave, exchanging furtive glances as if on guard against something. Instructor O'Connor's countenance darkened further, and even Miranda ceased to smile. Luke's victory was unequivocal, even if he were to score 0 in the final shooting segment. Yet, could such a thing occur? Luke adjusted his scope, zeroed it, and made slight modifications based on the parameters provided by the on-site instructor, including wind speed, direction, temperature, and humidity. His first test shot yielded an 8. Luke recalibrated, and with the remaining 9 shots, he struck the bullseye with each, keeping the dispersion within 9 centimeters, less than 1 MOA. Ultimately, Luke completed the entire assessment in 22 minutes and 25 seconds. Although he had never faced such a test before, observing the second-place competitor, who had only just begun the 1.5-mile run, revealed that Luke had outpaced his rivals by at least 10 minutes. Predictably, the second-place finisher recorded a time of 33 minutes and 11 seconds. Following Luke's completion of the test, he was met with enthusiastic applause from his classmates. Before the celebration could conclude, Major Hannibal interjected, "Young man, congratulations on your victory. Are you interested in joining the Rangers? They are the Army's most elite unit." Captain Rhodes followed closely, grinning as he said, "Our Air Force offers quite generous benefits. The 724th Special Operations Squadron welcomes you." Captain Waters of the Navy, previously aloof, now approached with a begrudging smile, saying, "Join the SEALs. Here lies the world's finest special forces." While those around gaped in astonishment at this extraordinary scene, The distant voice of Captain Frank erupted in exasperation. "Damn it. We agreed to invite for fair competition, yet you abandoned me." Tasked with overseeing the assessment, he could not overlook the disloyalty of his colleagues as they flocked to Luke, disregarding the evaluation. "Young man, do not heed their boasts. They claim to be formidable, yet were thoroughly bested in Somalia." The onlookers could only watch in disbelief as Waters, Hannibal, and Frank engaged in a comical exchange of barbs, while Rhodes chuckled quietly to himself. As Rhodes seized the opportunity amid the trio's mutual disparagement to approach Luke, they collectively addressed him, asserting that the Air Force held no promise. Indeed, the air bases are situated in remote areas, mere locales for the consumption of sand. Precisely, what combat capability could a transport squadron possess? Ultimately, it was the stern-faced Principal Miranda who intervened to halt these prominent figures' brazen attempts to poach Luke. Though her expression was already rather grim, nonetheless, it was evident that her demeanor had worsened, while the instructor O'Connor behind her wore an expression of profound dismay. Major Hannibal was the first to speak, inquiring, "If you hold this young man in such low regard, why not relinquish him to us? Why not consider his own perspective?" At this juncture, Miranda found it difficult to dissuade the crowd, given the multitude of onlookers. Thus, upon concluding his statement, Major Hannibal directed everyone's gaze towards the individual at the center of it all, Luke. Chapter 27. Leisure. Luke smiled and waved at Alex, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. However, he took his backpack from Alex and retrieved a stack of business cards, each bearing only his name and phone number. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, Luke distributed the cards to the officers like a seasoned salesman. "Thank you all for your interest. I would prefer to make my decision after completing my courses at the academy. Should I still be with the FBI at that time? Perhaps we might have the opportunity to collaborate." Luke's response was neither definitive nor indicative of his departure from the academy, embodying a commendable emotional intelligence that satisfied all present. Even if the military ultimately recruited Luke, his graduation from the academy would enhance his credentials. The atmosphere grew amicable, with all content except for Instructor O'Connor. True to his word, O'Connor refrained from causing Luke any further trouble, even choosing to ignore him. As the curriculum delved deeper, the initial intensity of basic training for the new recruits began to wane. The academy had constructed a simulated town designed for case handling in various environments, where tasks were predominantly assigned to teams for collaborative execution. During this time, a test was conducted, and Luke excelled once more. The entire class found themselves locked inside a classroom with an electronic lock, and the power was cut, leaving them unable to open the door without Luke's extraordinary abilities. The challenge was to uncover the source of the problem using clues. Luke chose to observe rather than actively participate, taking on the role of a bystander. Alex, however, distinguished himself with the assistance of his classmates, ultimately identifying the issue, a time bomb concealed beneath the podium. Despite Simon's familiarity with the electronic systems, he was unable to disarm the device after much deliberation. It was then that Luke stepped in. For him, disarming a bomb was a trivial task, regardless of its type. A bomb structure typically consists of the explosive material, the ignition mechanism, the control center, and the power source. The difficulty for the average person lies in comprehending the intricate relationships among these crucial components. However, once Luke activated his perceptive abilities, the task appeared as simple as a child's drawing. Consequently, the time bomb that had stumped everyone was disarmed by Luke in under a minute. Originally, this test aimed to evaluate the students' responses when faced with an insurmountable challenge. After Simon's realization that the bomb could not be disarmed, the class's morale plummeted. Yet no one faltered. Each cohort of students underwent this test to assess their character, attitude, and psychological resilience. Miranda found herself exasperated by Luke's extraordinary capabilities. The bomb, which had never been disarmed before, was effortlessly neutralized by him. Yet, during the process, Luke discerned that although the bomb was real, it would not actually detonate. Regret washed over him for showcasing his prowess, but he could not let down his classmates who placed their hopes in him. This predicament proved to be a source of considerable frustration for Miranda. As Luke dismantled the bomb, Miranda indeed made her appearance, elucidating the content and significance of the assessment. Everyone expressed their gratitude towards Luke, except for Miranda, whose face was clouded with discontent. The subsequent task left her even more speechless. The entire class simulated the formation of tactical teams to infiltrate a building and rescue hostages. With his keen insight and overwhelming firepower, Luke single-handedly eliminated the majority of the assailants. Not a single hostage was harmed. All criminals met their demise with precision, and Luke did not even exhaust a single magazine. Furthermore, he neutralized an assailant hidden among the hostages, thereby averting the fate that awaited Alex during a moment of distraction. Through these events, Miranda began to discern that someone in the higher echelons had likely placed Luke in their midst for an undercover operation, although she remained oblivious to the exact objectives and tasks. After much contemplation, Miranda summoned Luke to her office. With a serious demeanor, she addressed him. "I do not concern myself with the motives behind your arrival here. You need only participate in the forthcoming courses, and all assessments will be marked as perfect scores. For all subsequent activities, you shall observe rather than partake." Perplexed, Luke inquired, "Why?" Miranda shot him a pointed glance and retorted, "Your presence here among them is akin to a dimensional reduction. Your ability to resolve matters negates the purpose of their training." Upon hearing this, Luke realized that his prowess had inadvertently placed him in a position of undue advantage over his classmates. Thus, he cheerfully acquiesced to Miranda's stipulations. With the cessation of intensive training and evaluations, Luke found himself enjoying the spectacle during classes and sought opportunities to engage in physical training with Alex during their free time. As the Christmas holiday approached, Luke prepared to return home to celebrate, while Alex had no intentions of heading back to San Francisco. She preferred to remain at school with fellow students who also chose to stay for the holiday. Alex was a rather independent young woman, and Luke understood that their relationship would remain confined to their time at the academy. Upon graduation, they would inevitably part ways. While romantic relationships were not scrutinized during their schooling, the professional realm was governed by stringent regulations. Many federal agencies prohibited couples from working in the same unit, necessitating a transfer to a different location or resignation. However, such transfers often resulted in long-distance separations, which were seldom conducive to maintaining affection. Hence, both Luke and Alex cherished their current bond. Since Luke's conversation with Miranda, he had become somewhat of a transparent figure within the class. With the shadow of his formidable presence lifted, the students began to strive for the title of the most distinguished individual amongst them. Alex undoubtedly stood out as one of the best, but there was another contender who was fiercely competitive, even harboring a degree of animosity. This young woman not only aspired to surpass Alex academically, but also sought to outshine her in personal matters, such as winning Luke's affections. Despite Luke's numerous past relationships, he had never engaged in infidelity. He only pursued new interests after a previous chapter had concluded. Faced with Alex's rival, Natalie, Luke engaged her in conversation. "Natalie, do you understand why I am so resolute?" Natalie, intent on seducing Luke, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Luke continued, "It is because I never concern myself with who stands before me. My sole focus is on surpassing the person I was yesterday." Observing Luke's earnest demeanor, Natalie found herself lost in contemplation. Seizing the opportunity while she paused in her advances, Luke added, "Each individual is born unique, endowed with their own strengths and talents. Such qualities are not meant for comparison." After imparting these thoughts, he lightly patted Natalie on the shoulder and then, gazing pointedly at her chest, remarked, "I hold affection for Alex, but I cannot afford to pursue a." With a mischievous grin, Luke swiftly made his escape just as Natalie raised her hand in indignation. Ultimately, Luke's antics left Natalie both infuriated and amused. Although his words did not alter Natalie's initial intentions, they did temper her aggression, resulting in a less hostile rivalry with Alex. This shift left Alex suspicious of Luke for several days. In the end, Luke candidly shared the truth with Alex. Chapter 28. Blind Date Thus. Under the reluctant gaze of Alex, Luke gracefully turned and departed from Quantico. He opted not to visit Doherty, instead boarding his private plane back to Los Angeles. While on the flight, Luke placed a call to his mother. Today was Christmas Eve, with the official holiday commencing tomorrow, allowing for a week-long celebration extending through New Year's. A time-honored tradition. Elsa was still engaged in a social gathering and had already prepared Luke's suit in advance. During the call, Elsa remarked, "Luke, it is essential for you to attend. There will be several prominent officials at the gathering who could become valuable connections for you. Aware that his mother had his best interests at heart, Luke did not decline her request and changed into the suit while still aboard the plane. It must be said that Luke looked quite dashing in his attire. His mixed heritage, coupled with his perfectly proportioned physique, rendered him undeniably handsome. The flight attendant found herself in a state of internal conflict, torn between her professional duties and the allure of a rendezvous with Luke. Just as she resolved to abandon her responsibilities for a fleeting encounter with him, the plane touched down. Upon his return, Luke had not brought any luggage. He changed into his clothes and arrived at the airport terminal looking refreshed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a young black man holding a sign that read Mr. Luke Dutton, Mr. John McClane. Approaching with a smile, Luke greeted him. "Hi, I am Luke Dutton. Was Ms. Elsa the one who arranged for you to pick me up?" The young man nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, at the Zhongfu building, arranged by Mr. Aoki." Luke quickly deduced who Mr. Aoki was, the elderly Japanese gentleman introduced to him by Elsa at the previous gathering before his trip to Washington. The young man appeared to be there to escort both individuals. Prompting Luke to inquire, "When will the other person arrive?" The young man shrugged and replied, "I only know the name. He is coming from New York." With no other option, Luke waited alongside the young man for Mr. McClane. It was not long before Mr. McClane emerged from the terminal, sauntering towards them with an oversized teddy bear in hand. Upon seeing the sign and the elegantly attired Luke, he paused momentarily, then approached with a cigarette in his mouth. Saying, "Apologies for the wait." He gestured towards the sign, "John McClane." Luke extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself, "Luke Dutton. Are you also with Zhongfu Company?" McClane shook his head, replying, "No, I was merely compelled to attend the gathering." Noticing that McClane was juggling his luggage, teddy bear, and coat, Luke offered, "Do you need assistance?" McClane hesitated for a moment before grinning and handing the teddy bear to Luke, saying, "Thank you. This is for my daughter." The three individuals stepped outside and entered the lavishly elongated Lincoln limousine driven by a young African-American gentleman. Although it radiated opulence, it was merely a reflection of this era. Luke still found the comfort of his own Rolls-Royce preferable. The young man, named Agile, possessed an innate charisma. His chatter uninterrupted throughout the journey. Luke scrutinized McClane in the vehicle, remarking, "You appear somewhat unwell. Have you encountered a midlife crisis?" McClane glanced at Luke in surprise and chuckled. "How did you deduce that?" Luke shrugged. "It was quite simple. You hail from New York, armed, which suggests you are an NYPD officer. Coming to Los Angeles for Christmas, with an arranged pickup, indicates your wife is likely a high-ranking executive, benefiting from her employer's generosity. If there were no issues in your marriage, you would not have arrived in such a, well, disheveled manner." McClane, genuinely astonished by Luke's analysis, inquired with curiosity, "What do you do?" Luke smiled and replied, "I am currently undergoing FBI training at Quantico." McClane grinned, "Ah, the future detective." Luke returned the smile. "You are no ordinary officer yourself. You must be with the Detective Bureau, indeed a true investigator." At that moment, Agile interjected, "Wow, I have 2 detectives in my car. Are you here to crack some major case?" They both chuckled. "No, we are here to celebrate Christmas." The conversation then shifted to family matters. Luke and Agile imparted various tips to McClane on how to interact with women. Do not attempt to reason with them. The approach you take at the precinct simply will not suffice. Indeed, you must charm them, employing various methods, flowers, gifts, creating a romantic atmosphere. As it was Christmas Eve, the roads were almost deserted as everyone returned home for the festivities. And soon the trio arrived at the entrance of the Zhongfu Group's grand building. While Agile would likely continue to assist McClane post-event, Luke had no such need. The young man drove to the parking lot, leaving his contact information for both McClane and Luke. Upon reaching the lobby, the security personnel instructed them to follow the prompts on the display screen. Luke frowned and promptly took out his phone. Meanwhile, McClane appeared bewildered, aimlessly poking at the screen. Once he figured it out, Elsa's secretary arrived in the lobby to escort Luke. After greeting the security staff, the secretary guided Luke and McClane upstairs. Within the elevator, Elsa's secretary frequently cast flirtatious glances at Luke, yet he remained oblivious. The last time he had been with her, Elsa had pursued him angrily for quite some time. Ultimately, Elsa, with a heavy heart, had expressed, "You have ruined my secretary for me, Luke. After your encounter, I can no longer look at her the same way. Without a competent secretary, my workload increases significantly. Can you bear to see your siblings neglected?" Although Luke was aware that his mother was feigning hardship, he could not help but be swayed by her act. Family bonds were the most cherished aspect of Luke's existence, leading him to refrain from pursuing Elsa's secretary any further. Upon reaching the 30th floor, the elevator doors opened to a cacophony of noise and music. Luke soon spotted Elsa amidst the crowd and, giving McLean a pat on the shoulder, wished him good luck, to which McLean responded with a nod and a smile before they parted ways. Upon seeing her handsome son, Elsa warmly greeted Luke with a kiss on the forehead, then proceeded to introduce him to those around her. Yoshinobu Aoki from the Jungfu group was the host, a familiar face from Luke's previous encounter. Another middle-aged man was a California senator, and accompanying them was a mother-daughter duo, the wife and daughter of the governor. Observing the scene, Luke realized why Elsa had insisted he come straight from the plane. This was clearly an orchestrated matchmaking affair. However, while the governor's daughter was undeniably beautiful, the rebellious glint in her eyes failed to captivate Luke's interest. Chapter 29, The Return of the Sea King. The gathering commenced with polite greetings, after which a group of individuals left Luke and governor's daughter, Lena Kendrick, in solitude. Lena and Luke retreated to a corner, feigning an enthusiastic conversation. Lena was the first to break the silence, stating, "Listen, this arrangement is merely orchestrated by my mother. Do not overthink it, all right?" Upon hearing this, Luke displayed a knowing smile and responded, "I must concede that you are indeed beautiful and possess an admirable figure, but you do not align with my preferences. Let us remain friends. After all, I must also appease my family elders. Wouldn't you agree?" Lena scrutinized Luke for a while before replying, "Very well. I acknowledge your handsomeness, yet I am quite aware of our kind. This is not what I desire." After exchanging contact information, Luke remarked, "Wishing you a delightful Christmas Eve, Miss Kendrick." With that, he gracefully moved through the crowd, leaving Lena alone in a daze within the corner. To her family, she was the quintessential obedient daughter. Yet deep within, she yearned to escape from this gilded cage. She did not wish to live a life dictated by arrangements. She craved freedom. Lena recognized the frivolities indulged in by the young scions of affluent families during their youth. Despite their elite education, the immense power of their families afforded them the luxury of making mistakes. They had ample opportunities to err, which typically resulted in them achieving something significant only after the age of 30. In an era where social stratification was increasingly rigid, the ultimate goal for these family heirs was to safeguard their inherited fortunes. As long as they did not squander their wealth, the legacy could continue. Thus, they all understood the trajectory of their futures and seized their youth to revel in enjoyment, as society tended to grant leniency to the young. Luke was aware that Lena envisioned him as a typical heir of a prominent family, but he saw no need to clarify his position. He was not lacking in female attention and had no desire to pander to anyone. However, he couldn't help but admire Lena's audacity. Her dress seemed nearly strained under her ample figure. As he pondered whether to invite a beauty for a fleeting encounter, fate presented an opportunity. "Luke, is that you?" A voice called out, drawing his attention. "Annie, what are you doing here? Where's your band?" Luke inquired, dressed in the attire of a junior staff member. Annie approached him and replied, "Our band wasn't well received, so we disbanded. I managed to secure a job. I just got promoted last month. How about you?" "I came here because, well, my mother brought me. She is an executive at a California investment bank." Luke refrained from mentioning that she was the president. "My goodness, all this time? I've been conversing with your mother, the president?" Luke exclaimed, surprised. "I had no idea you were from such a privileged background." Chuckling, Luke added, "Hey, didn't you already know that?" Noticing Annie's gaze lingering on him, he felt intrigued. Today, Annie had styled her hair in an elegant updo and donned black-rimmed glasses, clad in a sophisticated office attire. Luke, in his tailored suit, looked exceptionally dashing, much to Annie's apparent delight. In the 1980s and 1990s, suits were characterized by their loose and relaxed fit. Luke, after persuading his grandmother to acquire numerous fashionable brands, convened a meeting with their designers. Presenting the fashion elements that would influence future generations, he indeed captivated these rebellious designers. Consequently, The Chin family's tailored high-end suits and gowns became a global trend, with countless individuals vying to place orders. This strategic maneuver greatly enriched Grandma Chin, who always regarded her eldest grandson with kind eyes. Annie glanced around and quietly suggested to Luke, "Shall we find a place?" Luke shared her sentiment and winked at her. Annie then led Luke to the 31st floor, which housed their conference room, reception area, and the CEO's office. Upon surveying the surroundings and admiring the tasteful decor, Luke remarked, "Let us skip the CEO's office and head to the entertainment room. It appears to be an indoor golf course." Annie exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, let us go. I can hardly wait." She eagerly pulled Luke inside. Meanwhile, Officer McLean, waiting downstairs for his wife to finish her social engagement, found himself awkwardly fidgeting in her lounge. Initially, the couple had been harmonious, but as their conversation progressed, tensions arose. The catalyst for their discord was McLean discovering, via the computer downstairs, that Holly had reverted to her maiden name, abandoning his surname. This revelation left him feeling unsettled. Although Holly attempted to explain her reasoning, their disagreement escalated. Lena sat alone for a while, feeling disheartened, and eventually returned to her mother's side. Noticing Luke had not followed, Elsa expressed her dissatisfaction with him and apologized to the Kendrick mother and daughter. Fortunately, the Kendricks remained silent, understanding that their status as the governor's family and the steward of a financial consortium held little weight in this context. As Elsa sought to find Luke, a group of unidentified armed individuals stormed the banquet, discharging their weapons into the ceiling. The cacophony of gunfire, screams, and shouts ensued. McLean heard the gunfire and swiftly drew his sidearm, seizing the moment amid the chaos as the assailants pushed the crowd to escape through the emergency exit to the 31st floor. Shortly after, for assailants, accompanied by the president of the Jongfu Group, Yoshinobu Aoki, entered the CEO's office. The lead assailant, clad in a suit like an attendee of the event, spoke with a refined London accent, yet his words dripped with menace. Luke and Annie hid behind the curtain in the golf room, which remained unlit, rendering it inconspicuous. However, Luke noticed McLean concealed beneath a desk outside the office. Listening to the exchange between the suited leader and Aoki, Luke discerned that this group was targeting the building's underground vault, where unregistered bonds worth 640 million were stored. Aoki displayed commendable courage, warning the intruders that even if they obtained the code, they would be unable to unlock the final electromagnetic lock. His closing remark resonated with Luke. "You only seek money? What kind of terrorist are you?" As Luke observed the growing impatience etched upon the face of the suited bandit, he resolved to take action, determined not to allow the venerable Aoki to perish in this dire situation. After all, his mother had brought him to Aoki's gatherings on 2 occasions, suggesting that this gentleman was likely a significant client of hers, and it was incumbent upon him to safeguard this individual. With Annie by his side, he was cautious not to overtly employ his extraordinary abilities, prompting him to survey his surroundings. Scattered across the ground were an abundance of golf balls. Indeed, a splendid resource, capable of serving both as instruments of diversion and as projectiles. Thus, he procured a basket of the finest dual-layer balls, the most resilient variety available. Just as the bandit raised his firearm, demanding Aoki relinquish the access codes, Luke sprang into action. Chapter 30. Taking action through the open door of the office. Luke could clearly see 3 of the assailants. The furthest one held an MP5 submachine gun, and due to the angle, Luke was unable to take a direct shot at him. He cast a glance at McLean, who was observing the situation from beneath the table, and immediately launched his attack by hurling 3 golf balls at the trio of criminals. He then shouted, "John, shoot." McLean momentarily froze before rising to aim at the assailant wielding the MP5. The criminal, caught off guard, was bewildered as 3 white objects suddenly soared toward him, incapacitating his boss and comrades. The old man Aoki, displaying keen instinct, promptly crouched down. Bang! Bang! John successfully eliminated the assailant. At that moment, Luke emerged with Annie, first seizing the handgun from the leader, then assisting Aoki to his feet. The old man was drenched in sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked. "Mr. Aoki, are you all right?" Luke inquired. Aoki, trembling, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow and replied, Thank you, Mr. Chin." McLean, after rummaging through the belongings of the fallen assailant, approached Luke. With a smile, Luke commended, "Well done." Although they had jointly rescued Aoki, McLean still felt a sense of bewilderment. How had a simple visit to celebrate the holiday with his wife and child turned into such a convoluted ordeal? Aoki finally regained some composure and stated, "Thank you, Officer McLean. I believe we should contact the authorities." Recalling his earlier conversation with Agile about charming women, McLean realized how professional these assailants were when the signal suddenly cut off. They had severed the telephone lines. He wondered if a mobile phone would still function. Aoki had no phone, and when Annie checked hers, she shook her head, saying, "No signal either." Only Luke, smiling, produced his phone and made a call. "Dad, my mom and I are being held hostage at the Zhongfu building by terrorists. All communication signals have been disrupted. Please alert the Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI. I need to ensure my mother's safety first." After hanging up, the three looked at Luke in confusion, questioning how he could make a call despite the lack of signal. Luke shrugged and explained, "Our family has its own satellite. This is a dedicated satellite phone." Aoki exclaimed, "Please be sure to sell me a few after this. I beg you." McLean added, "Damn, Luke, what does your family do?" Annie chimed in, "Look, you're so impressive." With that, she planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. Luke quickly adopted a serious demeanor and said, "First, let us restrain these individuals. We need to rescue the hostages." Luke then searched the three incapacitated assailants, retrieving 2 additional handguns and several magazines. Examining the firearms, he nearly cursed aloud. "You bastards! If you claim to be professionals, this is indeed meticulous work. Yet if you're unprofessional, how is it that you possess 3 guns with 3 different calibers produced by 3 different manufacturers?" Luke secured the 3 individuals tightly with the tape that Annie had procured, ultimately dragging them behind the curtain of the dimly lit golf room. He handed a non-silenced handgun to the elderly Aoki, stating, "Mr. Aoki, should they awaken, please ensure you discharge this weapon." Aoki hesitated, accepting the firearm, despite his American nationality. He had never wielded such a thing. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Annie took the initiative, saying to Luke, "Go forth, my knight. I await your rescue." Luke smiled and nodded at her before departing with McLean. The display of affection stung McLean's heart. "This girl has quite the fondness for you. You are truly remarkable to have found such a fiery companion upon your arrival here." Luke shot him a glance and replied, "We met in college, no more chatter. Let us move the body to the elevator." Despite his reservations, McLean complied with Luke's wishes and dragged the corpse inside. Luke fetched a chair and instructed, "I will first ascend the stairs to scout the situation. Place the body on the chair, as we may need it as bait." McLean then grasped Luke's intention. Utilizing the corpse as bait could divert the attention of the assailants guarding the hostages below, facilitating their surprise attack to rescue them. Luke proceeded up the staircase to the top floor, discovering a group engaged in the installation of explosives. Quietly retreating back to the 31st floor, he descended to the 30th floor to assess the scenario. 5 bandits were monitoring the hostages, scattered across the area. The good news was that the hostages were concentrated in the lobby, positioned at a distance from the elevator that was neither too close nor too far. Being too close could risk crossfire between the assailants and John, and even if Luke was accurate, ricochets could still inflict harm. Conversely, being too distant would hinder their ability to effectively attract the assailants' attention, preventing them from swiftly neutralizing all of them. Thus, Luke returned to the elevator entrance on the 31st floor, where McLean had already bound the deceased bandit to the chair. Luke remarked, "There is a group upstairs installing explosives. They likely intend to create a diversion for the police arriving by helicopter. The positioning of the assailants below is highly advantageous for our assault. I need you to shoot at any bandit who comes to investigate from above." McLean nodded in agreement with the plan. Luke continued, "I will coordinate with you in the stairwell, using your shots as the signal to commence our attack. After neutralizing the assailants, you must promptly secure the elevator to prevent any from descending." After the two checked their weapons and ammunition, they initiated their operation. McLean ascended through the elevator's ventilation shaft, positioning himself atop the elevator car. Once everything was in place, Luke pressed the elevator button and swiftly entered the stairwell. Arriving at the 30th floor, the arrival of the elevator did not arouse the attention of the bandits on the 30th floor, as they believed they had full control of the building and assumed it was one of their own. However, one curious hostage glanced at the elevator, unleashing a piercing scream. At that moment, the assailants finally turned their attention towards the elevator. The sight of a corpse bound to a chair caused an immediate change in the expressions of the 5 bandits, who cautiously approached the elevator shaft. Only 2 of them dared to enter the elevator area to inspect the body. McLean inscribed a message on the deceased's clothing. "Prepare yourselves, you bastards. Your father's gun is itching for action." Just as one of the bandits reached for the intercom to report, McLean fired his weapon. The bullets from the MP5 submachine gun pierced through the ceiling of the elevator, striking the 2 nearest bandits, resulting in their instant demise. Meanwhile, Luke had already observed McLean's imminent action through the eye of insight. Seizing the opportunity while the bandits were distracted, he quietly opened the stairwell door and made his way to the other side of the corridor. Following the gunfire, as the remaining bandits aimed toward the elevator, Luke swiftly emerged. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, 3 headshots. He then brandished his weapon, stormed into the hall, surveyed his surroundings, and only lowered his handgun once he confirmed the area was secure. "Mom, are you all right?" he inquired, and once again, Luke, Elsa's beloved son, reveled in the warmth of her affectionate kiss on his forehead. Chapter 31. The inept allies. Elsa meticulously examined Luke and, finding him well, felt a sense of relief. Luke's recent act of valor had not gone unnoticed by the hostages, who were immensely grateful to him, particularly Lena, who gazed at him for an extended period. McLean also leapt from the elevator. Like Elsa, Holly embraced McLean warmly, showering him with kisses. Luke turned to McLean and winked. He then picked up the bandit's walkie-talkie and said, "John, you stay here while I bring Mr. Aoki down." McLean nodded and began gathering weapons from the bodies of the assailants. Luke also picked up a handgun and handed it to Elsa. "Mom, I'll go check the situation upstairs. I've already called Dad." No sooner had he spoken than the wail of police sirens filled the air. From the upper floors, Luke could see a multitude of police cars converging on the building. He cleared his throat and, adopting the bandit leader's tone, asked, "Mom, does my accent sound like that of the bandit from earlier?" Elsa paused briefly before nodding in affirmation. "It's quite similar, just a bit more gravelly." Luke adjusted his voice and, opening the walkie-talkie, inquired, "Are the bombs on the rooftop set?" "The police have arrived." Immediately, a voice crackled back. "We're wrapping things up, boss." Luke continued, "Everyone except the guards on the hostages should head downstairs to prepare for the police." "Understood, boss. We're on our way down." Luke and McLean anxiously watched the elevator, which descended directly from the top floor to the 3rd, bypassing the 31st and 30th floors, allowing them to exhale in relief. Luke nodded at McLean before stealthily ascending the staircase. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered numerous explosives surrounding the helipad, seemingly intended for the police helicopters. Nevertheless, he decided to return to the 31st floor to escort Mr. Aoki and Annie down. Upon returning to the 31st floor, Luke found the 2 individuals composed and informed them that the hostages downstairs had been rescued. He planned to take them back to the 30th floor before dismantling the bombs and evacuating the hostages from the rooftop. Annie grasped Luke's arm, asking, "What about the 3 unconscious bandits?" Luke shook his head, replying, "There's no rush. They won't awaken anytime soon. My priority is to ensure your safety first." Guiding the pair to the 30th floor, they found McLean peering out the window, observing the scene below. "Luke, the LAPD's capabilities are quite lacking. The scene commander is an imbecile." Luke joined him at the window and gasped as he saw a SWAT-armored vehicle charge up the steps, only to be obliterated by a single at-4 anti-tank rocket fired by the bandits. McLean continued, "Just moments ago, SWAT attempted a frontal assault on the lobby, seemingly ambushed. They intended to use the armored vehicle to rescue the hostages." Luke averted his gaze and said, "Regardless of them, we must ensure the safe extraction of the hostages. You stay here. I will ascend to the upper floor to disarm the bomb. Those scoundrels have placed at least 10 kilograms of C4 on the helipad." McLean's eyes widened as he looked at Luke, exclaiming, "Damn, do they intend to bring down the top floor?" Luke shrugged, responding, "Perhaps they have no intention of leaving any survivors." Elsa was unaware of Luke's extraordinary abilities. The details of the clandestine discussions among the 3 of them before his enrollment had never been disclosed. The trio was remarkably tight-lipped. Noticing Luke's intention to disarm the bomb, Elsa stepped forward with concern, asking, "Luke, are you confident?" Luke smiled at Elsa, assuring her, "Don't worry, Mom. Let us not forget I hold a doctorate in both physics and chemistry." Elsa embraced Luke, advising, "Don't push yourself too hard. If it proves too difficult, let the police and the FBI handle it." Luke nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, I will, Mom." At that moment, Annie also stepped forward, asking, "Luke, how can I assist you?" Luke shook his head, saying, "Just keep watch here." Lena observed the interaction between Annie and Luke, feeling a stir of eagerness. But as she attempted to move, she realized her elegant gown restricted her actions. Dejected, she sat back down. Luke preferred to disarm the bomb alone, as utilizing his extraordinary powers was more convenient without others present. He refrained from showcasing his abilities, for the timing was not yet right. The day would come when superheroes roamed freely, and that would be the moment to reveal his true strength. Luke was reluctant to be seen as an outlier. The wise adages of ancestors about the perils of standing out held considerable truth. Once superheroes became commonplace, no one would pay him much attention for displaying his extraordinary powers. After all, Luke was not solitary. His family needed him, and he too sought the warmth of companionship to soothe the heart of one who felt like a stranger in another world. Before long, Luke successfully disarmed the bomb, returning to the 30th floor with a travel bag in hand. The group sighed in relief upon his arrival. Luke waved the bag at McLean, declaring, "All the C4 is right here. Let us lead everyone upward. John, you bring up the rear." After tossing the bag filled with C4 into a corner, Luke informed his mother, "Mom, we will take the stairs to the top floor. I just called Dad." Elsa and the elder Aoki promptly organized everyone to follow Luke in an orderly manner up the stairwell to the rooftop. As soon as Luke arrived, he heard the sound of a helicopter, prompting him to lead the group onto the helipad. Upon reaching the helipad, Luke waved at the helicopter. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger surged within him. He swiftly pulled Elsa behind him and retreated from the helipad. The original spot was peppered with smoke and dust from gunfire. The bullets had originated from the helicopter, and Luke quickly leaned out to take a glance. Damn it, it's an FBI aircraft. They have mistaken him and Elsa for criminals, likely due to the firearms in their possession. He immediately reached for his phone to call his father. "Dad, the FBI's plane is firing at me and Mom. Brace yourself for her wrath upon our return. Tell those damn bastards to stay away, and let's have our own aircraft come pick us up. If they dare approach again, I will open fire." A flurry of frantic words relayed through the phone to Cheen, his father. Not a word was uttered by Cheen, who promptly hung up. Meanwhile, the helicopter above attempted to adjust its angle to continue its assault on Luke. As it turned towards him, it seemed to have received orders, refraining from firing, and instead began to approach the helipad. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. Upon answering, the voice on the other end stated, "I am the on-site commander of the FBI. My name is..." Upon hearing FBI, Luke erupted in a torrent of curses. "I don't care who you are. You nearly shot the president of California Investment Bank just now. Has your brain been kicked by a mule? Who the hell authorized you to fire?" After a minute of relentless expletives, he concluded with, "Tell your men to scram. We have our own helicopter." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. Chapter 32. Struggle. The head of the FBI on site, drenched in cold sweat, listened intently to Luke's words. His ire was directed vehemently towards the agents aboard the helicopter. The incident of firing at the president of a California investment bank was monumental. He had abandoned thoughts of orchestrating the capture of the robbers. Now consumed by the urgency to quell the wrath of the Cheen family Hex consortium. In a flurry, he contacted his superior to provide an update. As anticipated, he received a scolding. Luke, indifferent to the turmoil of this man, spotted several helicopters approaching in the distance, unmistakably belonging to his own agency. Upon the first helicopter's landing, he was taken aback. Old Cheen had personally come to retrieve his wife. The old man was evidently driven by a fierce will to survive. After embracing his wife, he arranged for the governor's wife and daughter to board the helicopter first. The initial group, led by Mr. Chingmu, included Ms. Holly and Annie, who expressed their gratitude to Luke once more. Observing Annie accompanying them, Luke found the old man's emotional intelligence admirable. The Cheen family had mobilized 8 helicopters, After 2 trips, noticing Luke's reluctance to board, Old Sheen inquired, "Why aren't you leaving?" After exchanging glances with McLean, Luke replied, "We plan to take action." Such an accomplishment cannot be left to those inept fools downstairs. Aware of Luke's extraordinary abilities, Old Sheen nodded, saying, "Be cautious. Once it's over, let your mother and me know you're safe. I shall handle the rest." With a pat on Luke's shoulder, he acknowledged McLean, who, having been distanced by the helicopter's noise, had not overheard their conversation, and thus gazed at the departing helicopter in confusion. McLean, bewildered, turned to Luke and asked, "Aren't we leaving?" Luke, grinning as he brandished his MP5 submachine gun and chambered around, replied, "Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to kick their butts?" One must be true to their word. It was no jest. Eliminating these notorious robbers was a source of experience points for Luke, essential for his current development. Thus, he felt no urgency to depart, bringing McLean along for a convenient cover later. Should he single-handedly vanquish these robbers, his stealthy growth would be jeopardized. This endeavor had to be attributed to McLean, ensuring the credit was logged with the New York Police Department. Returning to the 31st floor, they intended to check on the 3 incapacitated robbers, only to discover they had escaped. Exchanging serious glances, both men understood the gravity of the situation, while Luke secretly chuckled. If the adversaries had shown no capability for resistance, he would have faced moral dilemmas in executing them openly. Society, both civilians and law enforcement, would find such actions intolerable. Thus, their escape was a deliberate act on Luke's part, perfectly aligning with his plan to eliminate them all downstairs. Both men recognized that the final confrontation was imminent. The absence of these 3 was inconsequential. After ensuring their equipment was in order, they quietly descended the stairs. The assailants downstairs, while suppressing the police with machine gun fire, hastened their efforts to crack the vault. As they reached the 3rd floor, the sound of gunfire echoed. The 2 men stealthily approached the door, and Luke gestured for silence. Pretending to peer through the crack of the door, he was actually well aware that 4 robbers were inside. He then signaled McLean, who was on the other side of the door, with several tactical gestures, indicating that there were 4 assailants, 1 on the left, 1 in the center, and 2 on the right. They were to act in unison, with McLean responsible for the left and center, while he would take care of the right side. Luke raised his fingers, counting down, 3, 2, 1, then pushed the door open. McLean, who had been bewildered by Luke's gestures, managed to grasp only the countdown and the command to act. He kicked the door open and opened fire, taking down the 2 on the right. The other 2, still trying to comprehend the situation, were swiftly dispatched by Luke. Once the skirmish concluded, Luke inquired of McLean, "Wasn't I clear that you were to handle the left and center?" McLean shrugged, replying, "I couldn't decipher your signals. I only understood 3, 2, 1. This left Luke speechless. "Are you even a police officer? Don't the NYPD provide training in this regard?" McLean, feigning innocence, responded, "After a few drinks, I returned everything to the instructor." With a sigh, Luke remarked, "With your carefree demeanor, it's no wonder your wife is seeking a change." The mention of his wife caused McLean to bristle. "Hey, can we refrain from discussing that?" At this moment, as Luke gathered firearms and ammunition, he advised McLean, "John, you can't merely appease your wife with words. You must also show diligence and patience in action. Criminals are endless, but family is far more significant. Just consider this. If you overexert yourself and something unfortunate occurs, someone else could end up with your wife, raising your children, spending your benefits." Luke's description conjured vivid images in McLean's mind, prompting him to quickly interject, "Stop. Once we finish this job, I'll apply to the LAPD." Luke chuckled, "Now that's the spirit. After this incident, your wife's career will likely soar. So why risk everything for a mere few $1,000s each month, right?" McLean nodded in agreement, his spirits lifted as he raised his weapon, exclaiming, "Hurry up. I can't wait to kick their butts." Aside from the 4 individuals suppressing the police on the 3rd floor, no one else remained. Eventually, Luke and McLean descended to the basement, where the vault and underground parking were located. Just as they arrived, the building experienced a power outage, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering. Frustrated, Luke cursed, "These imbeciles are truly useless teammates." Fortunately, the darkness posed no challenge for Luke, but McLean struggled. Thus, using the dim light, Luke instructed McLean, "John, hold onto my shoulder. Let us proceed cautiously." Then the two assumed a tactical posture, cautiously advancing to the exterior of the vault, one in front of the other. Luke halted at the corner, crouching down while McLean peered out towards the vault. For guards were stationed at the entrance, but the vault had already been breached, and jubilant shouts from the robbers echoed from within. Luke quietly advised McLean, "Let us wait until they all emerge before we strike." McLean patted Luke's shoulder in acknowledgement. Mere minutes passed before the robbers began dragging several large boxes, loading them onto a truck. Luke distinctly observed the gang leader taking the passenger seat, while the remaining criminals congregated at the rear. At the precise moment the robbers closed the truck's doors, Luke squeezed the trigger. McLean swiftly followed suit. 2 MP5 submachine guns unleashed a barrage, expending 4 magazines. And Luke confirmed that there were no survivors left inside the vehicle. All that remained was for the LAPD and FBI to handle the aftermath. Chapter 33. Aftermath. The two men cautiously approached to inspect the scene, confirming that the assailants had all been neutralized before arriving at the vault's entrance. Luke took out his phone to inform his father that he was safe, then awaited the arrival of the LAPD and FBI at the scene. After straightening his suit, Luke leaned against the grand door of the vault. McLean retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Luke. Although Luke did not smoke, this substance no longer posed any threat to his health. He accepted the cigarette after a moment's consideration. The bonds of camaraderie between men can be peculiar, sometimes forged through conflict, sometimes through shared struggle. Following their joint endeavor, Luke and McLean had become blood brothers. In his previous life, Luke had devoted all his energy to study and serving his country, rarely engaging with entertainment news. He was aware that the world resembled many of the films from his past life, yet he was only familiar with a few renowned franchises. His knowledge of Marvel was merely superficial. However, he surmised that McLean might possess a certain protagonist aura, thus likely becoming one of Luke's connections in the future. John McLean was a man of temperament, and Luke found no disdain for him. Typically, those named John carried a certain gravitas, such as John Dutton, John Rambo, John Wick, and John Connor. As McLean lit the cigarette for Luke, he settled onto the ground, leaning against the vault door. After taking a deep drag, he remarked, "You don't strike me as someone who frequently smokes." Luke nodded in affirmation, replying, "I have no smoking habit. I was always the leading scorer on the school's football team." McLean chuckled, "Youth is truly wonderful." Luke shot him a glance and retorted, "You must be too busy with work to focus on your fitness. It's no wonder your wife is dissatisfied with you." McLean, somewhat defensively, replied, "Hey, kid. I was quite the charmer in my youth, and even now, I still have my allure." Luke scoffed, "Ha, you're already exhausted from this little activity. Perhaps you should just indulge in your self-deception." He continued, "Holly is a good woman. The fact that she hasn't divorced you after such a long separation indicates she still cares for you. You ought to cherish that." McLean scratched his head, admitting, "I just don't know what to do." Luke shrugged, "It's simple. Treat her as you would have when you were trying to win her heart as a young man. Be sincere, and let her know how much you care for her and the children." McLean fell silent, merely smoking in contemplation. At that moment, the distant sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears. Luke recognized it as the SWAT team from LAPD approaching, and he quickly called out, "Don't shoot. This is an FBI agent and an NYPD detective. The assailants have been eliminated. This area is secure." The tactical flashlight from the SWAT team blinded McLean momentarily, yet his disheveled appearance revealed that he had just endured a fierce battle. Beside him, Luke remained impeccably attired, resembling a young gentleman who had just emerged from a grand soiree. Upon confirming their identities, the LAPD commenced their investigation. Luke and McLean were escorted outside the building, where Luke was taken aback to see his unexpected visitor. "Stuart, what brings you here?" Stuart, the husband of Luke's second aunt, Monica Cheen, was a classmate of Old Man Cheen and a partner in his law firm. Although he was an attorney, he possessed the physique of an athlete, standing at 6 feet 2 inches with well-defined muscles. Luke worried that a mere exertion could potentially tear his tailored suit. "Your father is currently comforting your mother and managing the rescued hostages, so he sent me in his stead, with Stuart as a witness." Luke and McLean provided their statements to the officers. They were soon ready to depart when they were intercepted by several men in black suits. The lead middle-aged man attempted to seek an explanation from Luke, but was promptly rebuffed. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to converse with someone who fired upon me," Luke stated before stepping into the vehicle and leaving. Old Man Chin had the hostages taken to their family as St. Mariana Hospital. After conducting examinations for everyone, the Los Angeles police began recording statements. When Luke and McClane arrived, the process was still ongoing. Some officers present were those who had responded to the scene where Luke had fatally struck the robber and recognized him. Due to Luke's actions and his family's reputation, the LAPD treated him with considerable amiability. Elsa and Drake spotted Luke entering. Just as Elsa prepared to rush forward to embrace her beloved son, a figure darted past her. Annie eagerly ran up to Luke, leaping into his arms and wrapping her legs around him, showering him with a fervent kiss. Luke helplessly accepted Annie's enthusiasm and patted her back, saying, "All right, I know you're worried about me. I'm fine." As McClane walked past Luke, he playfully gave him a thumbs up. He too was soon embraced, this time by Holly. As Annie descended from Luke, she turned to find the amused expressions of Old Lady Chin, Elsa, and Old Man Chin, Drake. The sudden awkwardness left Annie momentarily flustered. Luke reassured her by patting her waist before stepping forward to embrace his mother, Elsa. Old Man Chin and Stewart observed the heartwarming scene with smiles. Before Elsa could voice her concerns, Drake interjected, "Don't fret about him. Have you forgotten his martial arts skills? His performance at school has been exceptional. I hear even the Marines have been bested by him." Elsa continued to scrutinize Luke carefully and said, "Luke, no matter how exceptional or formidable you may be, you are still my son, and whenever you engage in perilous endeavors, my worries will persist." Luke once again embraced his mother, Elsa, and reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I could never bear to part with you and father. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. If danger truly arises, I shall be the first to flee." After calming his mother, Mr. Aoki, the California legislator, along with the governor and her daughter, approached to express their gratitude to the Luke family. Lena's gaze had been fixed on Luke since he entered, and upon seeing Annie, a confident spark ignited in her eyes. At long last, this matter had reached a conclusion. The personnel from the Los Angeles Police Department remained on-site even after taking their statements. Mr. Aoki, indeed a master of diplomacy, had reserved several floors of a nearby five-star hotel to accommodate the staff for their rest. However, individuals of Elsa's stature would not be staying. Ultimately, under Annie's reluctant gaze, Luke returned to the Grand Chin estate in Beverly Hills with his family. The entire Chin family was present. The children were asleep, while the adults awaited the return of the Luke family. Chapter 34. The Chin family. Old Mr. Chin and Grandma Mariana Chin have 4 children, each with a Chinese name. The eldest is Drake Chin, known as Chin Yutong in Mandarin. The second child is a daughter, Monica Chin, who was also Luke's second aunt, with the Chinese name Chin Weiying. Her husband, Stuart Joyce, is the second son of the Joyce family from Texas. Aunt Monica serves as the chairwoman of Paramount Group, overseeing more than a dozen companies including Paramount Pictures and Paramount Television. Their children are now in their freshman year of college, being fraternal twins. The third and fourth children are also fraternal twins. The third child is Eva Chin, Luke's third aunt, known in Mandarin as Chin Yuling. Eva serves as the president of Chrysler Group. Due to Luke's influence, Chrysler Group has transformed significantly, far surpassing its former reputation. In addition to the existing brands of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, Luke has orchestrated the acquisition of luxury automotive brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Land Rover, Jaguar, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and Pagani. Given the Luciano family's extensive interests in Italy, old Mr. Chin initially partnered with them to acquire Chrysler Group. Many Italian car brands were included in this venture. However, shares of Ferrari remain with another venerable family in Italy, which, due to their wealth, has no intention of selling. Although this was a slight disappointment for Luke, he remains unperturbed by the prospect of competing with Ferrari, especially with such a diverse collection of sports cars. Furthermore, Luke has provided each brand with a distinct market positioning and has designed a cohesive family aesthetic that is 30 years ahead of its time. Chrysler is now the leading automotive brand in the United States, enjoying unparalleled sales in the luxury car market. Eva Chen's husband, Chris Matthew, is the youngest son of the Matthew family, the team leader of the Dodge racing team and a retired race car driver. The Matthew family is also one of the shareholders of Chrysler Group. They have 3 children and reside in Chicago, returning home this afternoon. The youngest, Jack Chen, who is Luke's uncle, is known in Mandarin as Chen Yuming. Jack serves in the Navy as a destroyer captain in the Pacific Fleet. He has not returned this year, not due to a mission, but rather because of a familial obligation to old Mr. Chen. This uncle remains unmarried, and Luke speculates that the issues between him and old Mr. Chen may be related to his marital status. However, Luke has no intention of delving into the truth of the matter. After the family welcomed Luke's family, they dispersed into groups. The women gathered together while the men, including old Mr. Chen and his sons and sons-in-law, engaged in discussions about business and politics, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, the evening was somewhat late, and they did not converse for long before retreating to their rooms. Luke could noticeably see that old Mr. Chen was not as spirited as before. Upon returning to his room, Luke glanced at his rewards. His cultivation progress stood at 1. Observing this progress, Luke understood that upgrading would not be an easy endeavor. Nonetheless, with 10 years remaining until the grand emergence of superheroes, he felt no urgency. Regarding the cosmic entity known as the purple sweet potato essence, Luke felt no apprehension. After all, he had formidable backing. He believed that the prowess exhibited by his inexpensive master far surpassed that of the purple sweet potato essence. After all, the essence could not transport his soul to another universe. Though the progress of his cultivation technique had only increased by a mere 1, Luke could distinctly perceive his body becoming stronger, his chi reservoir more robust, and his spiritual clarity heightened. His order points had also exceeded 10,000. However, Luke noticed something unusual. Behind the order points appeared a circular pattern adorned with vibrant colors, reminiscent of a color palette on a computer. After some contemplation, he decided to focus his attention and clicked on it. Thus, a system interface emerged with a prompt: "Would you like to spend 10,000 order points to participate in a lottery?" Luke had finally discovered something intriguing and clicked yes. There was no lottery interface, only a notification. "Ding! You have received a new item. Please check." Upon opening the envelope icon, he found that he had acquired a hunting knife. Name: Blade of Kindness. Attributes: forged from divine iron, exceedingly sharp. When infused with true energy, it can slice through any material, except for living beings, those with souls. The properties of this item left Luke momentarily speechless. He was in dire need of a close combat tool. However, this was a folding hunting knife, measuring only 16 centimeters when folded, with a blade length of 14.9 centimeters. Remarkably, it fell within the standards for restricted knives. While it could serve as a handy utility knife, it was ill-suited for use as a weapon, as it could neither kill humans nor most animals. Luke ultimately conducted numerous tests with various materials. Indeed, it was remarkably sharp, cutting through iron like mud. However, the sturdier the material, the more chi was required for cutting, which seemed quite reasonable. Gazing at the remaining balance of just over 1,000 points, Luke could only sigh. He still had much work to do. The following day was Christmas, and the family gathered at the estate. For the Chen family, celebrating Christmas was merely a formality. The truly significant occasion was the traditional Chinese New Year. However, since there were no holidays in America for the New Year, the family would merely share a meal together for New Year's Eve before returning to their daily routines. The atmosphere was rather subdued. Yet the children relished the occasion for the red envelopes. Christmas was similar, but being in America, the festive spirit was still quite pleasant. The Chen family spent the day casually at home. Luke engaged in discussions about business with his aunts and conversed with his uncles about sports events. His third uncle, Chris Matthew, heeded Luke's advice and planned to venture into Formula One racing this year. He also conversed with Old Man Chen regarding industry layout and development trends. This Christmas passed harmoniously, without any unexpected incidents. After Christmas, everyone returned to their homes. The family of the third aunt resided in Chicago, but they intended to stay until after New Year's Day. The children were led by Luke to his grand seaside villa in Malibu, where the second aunt had invited numerous Hollywood stars to host a party. Annie returned to her hometown of Boston the next day on Christmas. However, Luke held a disdainful view of those Hollywood stars. His acquaintances were well aware of the sordid affairs that transpired in Tinseltown, where many of the actresses were rather disreputable. Consequently, Luke had little interest in them. He enjoyed a solitary drink on the highest balcony, with security stationed below, ensuring that no one could intrude upon his solitude. Soon enough, a security guard approached to inform Luke of an arriving guest. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. "Hello, Luke, this is Rhodes. I apologize for the unexpected intrusion." In that moment, Luke recalled Rhodes, the Air Force captain who had been seeking to recruit him during the assessment at the Joint Forces Academy. Upon arriving in the lobby, he was met with an unexpected sight. Beside Rhodes stood a young man of modest stature, yet impeccably dressed, though his demeanor exuded a hint of arrogance. Behind him was a striking blonde woman, presumably an assistant or secretary, holding a bottle of red wine. As Luke approached, Rhodes greeted him warmly. Luke responded with a smile. "Welcome, congratulations to you, Major Rhodes." "Thank you, and I apologize for the surprise visit. I had no idea the owner of this villa was you. My friend here is your neighbor, Tony Stark." Chapter 35, California Canon King vs. Stark. As Rhodes concluded his introduction, Luke noticed Stark approaching. With a smile, he nodded at Stark, only to be taken aback when Stark extended his hand. Both were momentarily stunned, but Luke quickly reciprocated the gesture. "I apologize. I heard you never shake hands with men." Stark shrugged, remarking, "That's quite an intriguing suggestion, Pepper." Following this exchange, a blonde woman behind Stark handed him a drink. Stark then offered Luke a bottle, saying, "I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I selected this 1995 Hawks Vineyard wine. It's customary to bring a gift when visiting others or attending their gatherings, and wine is a universally accepted choice." Luke accepted the wine with a smile and handed it to Uncle Chin, the current butler of the villa and also the former steward of the Great Chin Manor. Luke felt deeply touched when Uncle Chin was assigned to him after he requested a butler from Old Master Chin. Uncle Chin had served the Chin family for nearly 20 years. To Luke's surprise, he discovered that Uncle Chin possessed martial arts skills, and not just any, but the profound techniques of internal martial arts, as he could sense the rich energy within him. After handing the wine to Uncle Chin, Luke turned to Stark with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your fondness for our vineyard's wine. Please enjoy a glass of the 1993 vintage with Rhodes later." Stark widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Your family really is quite stingy, selling so little each year and yet demanding to buy it back." Luke chose not to engage in this topic, instead gesturing with his hand, "Come, let us ascend to a scenic spot for a drink. By the way, Rhodes, when did you achieve the rank of major?" Rhodes glanced at Stark and replied, "I was just promoted a few days ago. Tony intended to celebrate with me. And since he was passing by your place, his villa is just next door, he thought he would drop in, only to discover it was your residence." As they walked, Stark examined the villa, stating, "I just purchased the bay next door and was considering a renovation. Who is your designer? Could you recommend them to me?" Noticing Stark's interest in the villa, Luke took them on a brief tour. "I designed it myself," he revealed. Stark expressed his astonishment, saying, "I heard that this land was acquired by the chairman of the Hex Group. I had my eye on it as well, but was too late to act. I can't believe you managed to buy it from him." Luke merely smiled in silence. Tony, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced something and inquired, "Are you related to that elderly Chinese gentleman?" This time, Rhodes was astonished. "Is your family that wealthy? I recall your profile stated you were the son of a farmer." Luke continued to smile without responding. Both Rhodes and Stark fell silent, pondering the enigma that was Luke. Realizing that such an openly accessible profile must surely conceal a deeper truth. However, Luke had already surmised their thoughts and said, "The matter of the archives is merely to avoid some trouble. In fact, the chairman of the Harks Group is my grandfather." The two were utterly taken aback by this revelation, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Luke. Luke chose not to dwell on the topic further and instead began to introduce them to some design concepts of the villa. Stark nodded appreciatively and remarked, "This concept is quite intriguing. I believe I shall incorporate it into my own villa." As he looked at the distant crowd of revelers and beautiful women, Stark felt a surge of excitement. "Who have you invited to the party today? I believe I spotted a few Hollywood actors." The trio had now reached the top balcony of the villa, and Luke gestured towards the throng below, saying, "With the recent holiday, my younger siblings have grown rather bored. So we invited some Hollywood stars to host a party." Stark, intrigued, inquired, "Who did you manage to get? How much did it cost?" Luke shrugged and replied, "It cost nothing. My aunt is the president of Paramount." At just 28 years of age, Tony Stark was full of vigor and immediately became interested. Luke had a few bottles of fine wine sent up and even inquired about Pepper's taste. Noticing Stark's inclination to join the festivities below, he cautioned, "It's fine to have some fun at a party, but I must warn you, many of those Hollywood starlets are rather promiscuous. Be careful not to catch anything." Upon hearing this, Luke noticed Pepper casting a glance at Stark. Rhodes, too, was tempted to join but restrained himself for the sake of appearances. Thus, Luke proposed, "Since we're all together, let us celebrate Rhodes' promotion right here. Cheers." This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. As they drank and conversed, Luke regaled them with Hollywood gossip and also imparted some theories on romance to Stark. Stark, puzzled, looked at Luke and said, "You must be younger than I am. Where do you acquire such theories?" Luke smiled, shaking his wine glass, and replied, "I have been dating since high school, never relying on status or wealth." Stark continued to regard Luke with skepticism. Luke pointed to his own face and added, "That is merely one aspect. The most crucial thing is understanding a woman's heart. Throwing money around is hardly a skill." Stark scoffed, saying, "I relish watching them capitulate. It saves time and hassle." Luke chuckled and retorted, "Balzac once said, 'It is vile to mix money and love. Love without intimacy merely indicates it is not true love. Intimacy without love only proves your ignorance of it.'" This philosophically profound statement left the other three momentarily speechless. Rhodes was also single. While Pepper had long harbored feelings for someone but feared the disappointment that might follow an expression of those feelings. After a brief contemplation, Luke broke their reverie, saying, "Stark, those Hollywood starlets may seem glamorous, but they are quite the opposite. Perhaps I shall find some decent girls for a party another time." Upon mentioning this, Stark immediately became invigorated. However, Luke remarked, "You may rely on personal charm, but not on wealth or status, for those are qualities admired by good women." Stark inquired, "Which women?" Rhodes also eagerly looked towards Luke, while Pepper appeared rather despondent. Luke continued, "The fashion group owned by my grandmother boasts numerous boutiques, where the girls employed are meticulously selected, well compensated, stable, and cultured. They are not comparable to those Hollywood starlets with their tattered reputations downstairs." Stark promptly declared, "Then it is settled. When shall we hold this event? I shall cover the expenses." Luke scoffed, "Do I really need your money? However, I must first inform my grandmother. Let us wait a few days until the holiday concludes." Stark hastily responded, "My apologies, I was a bit too eager." Luke waved his hand dismissively, "No worries. Your sudden arrival left little time for preparation. Next time, we shall celebrate Rhodes properly." Rhodes quickly added, "I truly feel embarrassed." Luke smiled warmly, "It's quite all right. We are friends now, aren't we?" Thus, the trio raised their glasses once more in celebration. Chapter 36. The Party Rogers. Having ascended to the rank of major at such a tender age, undoubtedly possesses connections within the upper echelons of the Air Force. Thus, Luke seizes this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Rogers, recognizing the potential for valuable networking in the future. As for Stark, Luke does not perceive him as the notoriously difficult individual he is rumored to be. Perhaps Stark is simply too young and scathed by the harsh realities of life. Or maybe he feels no sense of superiority in Luke's presence. Despite Stark Industries boasting a formidable market valuation, the Hex Group, represented by the Cheen family, is equally impressive. The key distinction lies in the fact that the Cheen family embodies a conglomerate, while Stark Industries remains merely a singular enterprise. The comparison is unfounded. The Cheen family's conglomerate permeates various industries and engages in cross-shareholding with other groups. In contrast, Stark Industries has historically favored isolation since Howard's era. Were it not for the astounding technological barriers erected by the father-son duo and their formidable military connections, they would have long been consumed by rival conglomerates. Consequently, Stark finds little room to assert superiority in Luke's presence. Importantly, Luke's villa stands as one of the finest locations in Malibu. Nestled within a bay and boasting nearly a kilometer of pristine beach and a small dock. In contrast, Stark's villa is merely a coastal hillside, with a size discrepancy exceeding 50%. Although neighboring, the two properties are separated by a distance of over 2 kilometers. Thus, Luke's status is sufficiently elevated to stand on equal footing with Stark. The trio engaged in lengthy conversation, discussing women, Hollywood gossip, and military anecdotes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon departing, they exchanged contact information and agreed on the timing of their next gathering before leaving Luke's villa. True to his word, Luke then contacted his grandmother. Naturally, Sheen Grandma was more than willing to fulfill her eldest grandson's request. The upcoming party was intended as a generous offering, scheduled for the day before New Year's Day. Subsequently, leveraging the prestige of the fashion brand, Luke reached out to his second aunt for a selection of newly signed talents from various management agencies. These young women, still untainted by Hollywood's excesses and possessing a more modest demeanor, were invited to engage with Stark. Under the guise of promoting the fashion brand, a small fashion show was arranged. Many trendy styles were available for casual fitting, with the prospect of contracts extending to those who impressed. Although Luke's attire was not overly formal, he opted for a comfortable ensemble of trousers and a shirt. By midday, all guests had arrived, including Rogers and Stark, though Pepper was notably absent. It seemed she preferred to avoid witnessing Stark's reckless demeanor. Nevertheless, Luke could not resist teasing Stark. "Tony, where is your secretary? Why hasn't she joined us? She is feeling a bit unwell. Should we call a doctor? St. Mariana's Hospital is operated by my family. No need. She's simply overwhelmed with work and requires some rest. Perhaps I could send someone to fetch her. I have spa facilities here to help her unwind." "Why are you so concerned about my secretary?" Luke shrugged and remarked, "She's a beauty. Who wouldn't be smitten?" He then cast a puzzled glance at Stark, questioning, "You aren't the type to indulge in workplace romance, are you?" Stark quickly defended himself, "Absolutely not. She is my most capable assistant. You must not entertain any notions about her." Luke chuckled, "Well, it's not my assistant, so why are you bothered about her romantic affairs?" "No, absolutely not." With a playful grin, Luke continued, "All right, I was merely jesting." His eyes shifted toward the distance, where Annie was entering alongside Mr. Chun. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he said, "Indeed, just a jest. Look, my lady is here." As Annie approached, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, Luke couldn't help but laugh. Before Annie could express her admiration for the breathtaking seaside villa, Luke embraced her and kissed her. The kiss lingered, leaving Annie without a chance to voice her complaints. Overwhelmed with yearning over the past few days, Annie gazed at Luke with longing. Luke playfully patted Annie's backside and instructed, "Have Mr. Chen escort you to my room. I've prepared some party attire for you." Reluctantly, Annie followed Mr. Chun to Luke's 270-degree ocean view master suite. After bidding farewell to Annie, Stark and Rhodes gave Luke a thumbs up. The party had commenced, complete with a small runway for the ladies to take photos. Seizing the opportunity while no one was on stage, Luke ascended and took the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Luke Dutton, your host for this evening. Today's gathering is graciously sponsored by the president of Paramount Pictures and the president of Venus Fashion Group, bringing you a delightful New Year's party. Additionally, I have the pleasure of announcing a special achievement. My friend Rhodes has been promoted to Air Force Major." The crowd responded enthusiastically, applauding in support. Luke beckoned to Rhodes. "Come on, James, join us for a toast." Despite his shyness, Rhodes had no choice but to step forward under the spotlight. "Thank you, Luke," he said. "I hereby declare the party officially underway. However, those wishing to swim at the beach should be cautious. The waves are rather strong today." Behind the stage, colorful streamers and confetti erupted, and the DJ began spinning energetic music, igniting the atmosphere. As Rhodes, adorned with streamers, descended the stage, he and Stark made their way to the adjacent hall. Luke's villa featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, providing a clear view of the lively festivities outside. As Luke and Stark enjoyed their drinks, they spotted Annie, clad in a bikini and sheer skirt. Though slightly reserved, Luke wrapped his arms around her, kissed her gently, and encouraged, "Go have fun, Annie, don't hold back." His words instilled confidence in her, prompting Annie to bounce into the crowd joyfully. The three men remained seated, observing the women outside as they drank, danced, and swam. Yet, Rhodes continued to appear rather bashful, burdened by the weight of his military demeanor. Stark was intently watching the young ladies, preparing to invite Rhodes along when Luke interjected. Tony, remove your watch. We agreed that money should not be a factor. With that look, you seem like a wealthy scion. Chin, please take them to change into new attire. Certainly, sir. This way, please. Once the two had changed, Luke couldn't help but chuckle. They were both clad in beige shorts, flip-flops, and floral shirts, standing together in a rather amusing manner. As they entered the dance floor, Luke's gaze shifted to Annie with a cheerful expression. Though Annie lacked the exotic allure of Alex, being of mixed German descent with striking blonde hair, her features were well-defined, and her hourglass figure was quite impressive. Alex possessed a more harmonious physique, softer features, smoother skin, and the unique charm of her Indian heritage. Both ladies had their own advantages in terms of physique, both standing at a height of just over 1.7 meters. However, Annie, with her background as a cheerleader, exhibited remarkable flexibility, perfectly adapting to various poses. In contrast, Alex displayed superior physical endurance, outlasting Annie in stamina. Luke found the idea of having a steady girlfriend appealing. His rapport with Annie felt harmonious. Since the connection was pleasant, he decided to let things unfold naturally, leaving the future to fate. He speculated that Alex would likely part ways with him once the training at the Joint Academy concluded. Eventually, Stark and Rhodes returned, looking disheartened. Luke, with a teasing grin, remarked, "Now you understand what your charm really amounts to." Rhodes replied with resignation, "While charm may falter, at least I could rely on money. Yet I have none." Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "At least money can solve most problems, saving time and minimizing hassle." Luke, however, shook his finger, asserting, for some individuals, "Money is futile. You should recognize that my girl is here for the first time, and I have never resorted to monetary influence." Tony countered, "I find that hard to believe." Rhodes echoed, "So do I." Luke smiled enigmatically. You two are rather feeble. Come, let's head to the pool, and I'll show you why I am known as the California King of Fireworks." Chapter 37. Why the Sea King. Luke arrived at the edge of a vast cliffside pool with Stark and Rhodes. The crowd was sparse. Yet as Luke shed his shirt and trousers to reveal his swimming trunks, many young ladies were immediately captivated. His physique was nothing short of extraordinary, perfectly proportioned, with fluid muscle lines, a chiseled 8-pack, and alluring V-lines. The moment he disrobed, gasps erupted from the nearby women. "Oh my, what is this? Such a man here. It would be worth dying for. Even if I were to perish, I would want to try. Goodness. Being his woman would surely bring endless joy." As the murmurs and exclamations from the surrounding women grew louder, a throng of admirers soon gathered by the poolside. Stark and Rhodes stared in wide-eyed astonishment at Luke, a pang of envy swelling within them. Rhodes muttered a curse. "Damn, this guy is simply cheating." He glanced at Stark's unremarkable physique and his own slightly frail frame. After a brief warm-up by the pool, Stark noticed that the ladies were practically drooling. Luke flashed the most charming smile at the onlookers before plunging into the water. Stark and Rhodes watched as a flurry of young women eagerly dove in after him, some not even bothering to change out of their clothes. Fortunately, Luke swam swiftly to the other end of the pool and back, his wet trunks accentuating the impressive contours of his physique, leaving the women utterly mesmerized. At that moment, Annie decisively approached Luke with a towel and bathrobe, shielding him from the prying eyes of the ladies and claiming her territory with a passionate kiss. Even Stark and Rhodes seemed to hear the collective sound of heartbreak and lamentation from the crowd. Yet, some women, their eyes alight with desire, lingered, biding their time for an opportunity once Annie stepped aside. Having witnessed Luke's magnetic charm, Annie remained steadfastly by his side, occasionally casting wary glances at the other women, her gaze tinged with possessiveness. Upon returning to the hall, Luke raised his glass to toast with the two men, grinning as he asked, "Do you understand now?" Rhodes sighed. "I'm nearly 40. With a physique like yours, I doubt I'll make it to retirement." Stark, however, retorted, "That's cheating. Some talents are inherited. It's beyond my control." Luke dismissively replied, "Try finding a steady girlfriend. Those previous flings only drain your energy. Lust devoid of love is akin to bestiality." He then turned to Annie, perched on the armrest, and asked, "Isn't that right, my dear?" Annie responded with a fervent kiss. Meanwhile, Stark and Rhodes wore expressions of discontent. Not only were they being force-fed a mouthful of jealousy, but they were also being overshadowed by the attention Luke commanded, making them feel utterly disregarded by the ladies present. The two friends, feeling quite dejected, shared a few drinks and engaged in conversation for a while before bidding farewell. To console these troubled souls, Luke graciously gifted each of them a bottle of fine wine, which somewhat mended their wounded spirits. The gathering concluded before dinner. Mr. Chin arranged for professionals to tidy up the place, and an hour later, and savored a heartfelt dinner prepared by Luke himself. Throughout the meal, and gazed at Luke with tender eyes, her longing palpable. Had it not been for the damned sense of ceremony, she would have leapt into his arms. As night fell, and was brimming with enthusiasm, yet Luke's ex-girlfriends had been quite accurate in their assessments. No one could withstand a night of combat with Luke. No one you Luke. How many people have slept in this bed? Luke chuckled and replied, My dear, you are the first lady of the house. Do not dwell on trivialities. Let me carry you to the bath. He placed and in the jacuzzi and kindly asked, Well, what would you like to drink? Your voice is hoarse, exhausted, and was too lethargic to utter much, merely murmuring, Anything will do. Luke brought a large glass of juice for her while he poured himself a bottle of beer, and, too tired, fell asleep and refused to awaken no matter how he called her. Consequently, Luke had to personally feed her with his own lips. It was unclear whether it was the sugar or hydration from the juice that revived her somewhat, but soon she felt invigorated once more. The next morning, and awoke feeling parched, propped herself against the headboard, and discovered a cup of warm water on the bedside table. That thoughtful Luke, how endearing. She drank it all in one go just as Luke entered the room. Time to rise for breakfast, my little bear. This was a playful reference since and was a cheerleader at UCLA, whose mascot is a bear, emblazoned on the cheerleader's attire, pouting and requested a kiss from Luke. And upon receiving it, she tossed aside the covers and headed to the bathroom. Noticing Luke's excited gaze upon her unadorned form, she quickly waved her hand and exclaimed, No. Look, I can't. Really, I can't. Spare me. Watching and flee in a flurry, Luke couldn't help but smirk. He was to return to the Joint Forces Academy that afternoon, where Alex, his friend with benefits, was likely waiting eagerly. After lunch, Luke drove into her apartment in North Hollywood, not far from the Mideast Tower in Burbank. The Aoki family provided excellent benefits. Although her residence was not in a wealthy neighborhood, it was relatively safe. After an affectionate farewell to Anne, Luke returned home. Although the holiday was not yet over, he had to leave early, so after bidding his family goodbye, he hurried to the airport for a flight to Washington. Before dinner, he finally arrived in Quantico, where he was reunited with the long-missed Alex. In Quantico, devoid of five-star establishments like Marriott and Hilton, Luke could only seek the finest inn to alleviate Alex's yearning. This place, a military base, predominantly hosts families and soldiers. During check-in, he encountered a Marine, a fellow soldier from a rigorous assessment Luke had previously participated in. The Marine cast a provocative glance at Luke upon seeing him and Alex register for a room, seemingly eager for a rematch. Luke, perplexed by the soldier's gaze, chose to ignore him. This was not Luke's domain, and concerned about a lack of fresh linens in the dead of night, he exhibited utmost gentleness throughout the evening. The following morning, as they checked out, Luke came across the same soldier who had eyed him with disdain the previous day. The soldier appeared utterly dejected, accompanied by a girlfriend who wore a look of dissatisfaction. After completing the checkout process, she delivered the abrupt statement of a breakup. As they departed, she cast a lingering, envious glance at Alex. Alex, bewildered, turned to Luke with a questioning expression. Luke responded with a charming smile, remarking, "You cried out for half the night, while she only called out for 20 minutes, and that was divided into 3 instances." Chapter 38. Choices. After indulging in a delightful day with Alex, the holiday has come to an end. Everything returns to normal, yet as soon as classes resume, Luke is summoned to Principal Miranda's office. The robbery at Zhongfu Building ultimately credits the NYPD, LAPD, and FBI. However, Old Chin's efforts have significantly downplayed Luke's involvement in the incident. Nevertheless, the FBI still receives a share of the accolades, albeit allocated to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Principal Miranda is pleasantly surprised upon receiving this news. She has reviewed the investigation report, which, although not entirely accurate, acknowledges Luke's solitary act of defusing the bomb. She has also leveraged some high-level connections to inquire about Luke, but no one seems to know his true background. Ultimately, she resorts to using this event to question an assistant to the Attorney General. The response she receives indicates that the matter will be handled through normal procedures, and any inquiries can be directed to Luke himself. Thus, on the first day of school, Miranda calls Luke in for two purposes: to prepare to reward him and to find a way to remove him from the class. Luke stands out in this cohort like a prodigy, rendering the training of these ordinary agents somewhat futile. Despite this, Luke generously assists his classmates, such as the timid, bespectacled Simon, the spirited Brian, and the naive blonde-haired Haas. He often takes them under his wing for enhanced training, which barely enables them to pass their physical assessments. Following an overly zealous investigation that led to Haas being threatened with a firearm by his partner, Haas has since been transferred to the Intelligence Analyst Training Program. Due to Luke's remarkable performance in the Zhongfu building robbery case, Principal Miranda presents him with two choices. The first option is to join the FBI's Special Operations Team, a unit that specializes in raiding dangerous criminals, rescuing hostages, and dealing with challenging offenders and organizations. The second option involves the FBI's Explosives and Hazardous Materials Unit, which focuses on managing explosives and hazardous chemicals that may pose a threat to public safety, essentially becoming a bomb disposal expert. Miranda initially presumes Luke would decline, considering he currently enjoys a low-profile existence in class, living a rather relaxed life. However, Luke surprises her with a grin and an unexpected answer. Children make choices, but Luke desires to embrace both opportunities. The more training, the better. He finds that after merely reviewing the material, he can easily retain the information and meet the standards after hands-on practice. Given Luke's exceptional learning ability, mastering these skills poses no challenge, and he welcomes the abundance of knowledge. After all, each additional skill learned serves as an extra layer of security. Although Luke could gain experience from the demise of felons, the knowledge acquired through study is far more reliable and substantial. However, Luke declines Miranda's proposal for a public recognition ceremony, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself, as it might create a rift between him and his classmates. Hence, he casually stows away the medal Miranda offers him and departs. In the following month, Luke embarks on a fervent quest to absorb a plethora of skills. Not only did he undergo training with the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, but he also participated in the Specialized Operations Team training, which included skills such as piloting aircraft. His remarkable performance was quite striking, prompting Captain Frank from the Marine Corps to approach him once more, hoping he would consider joining their ranks. However, Luke graciously declined the offer. Ultimately, he chose to embrace the identity of a bomb disposal expert, a role that afforded him ample free time due to its relatively low demand. In contrast, the Special Operations Team was constantly on standby and engaged in missions alongside fellow team members. Thus, Luke found the position of bomb disposal expert to be quite appealing. As long as he had evidence and could ascertain the location of the perpetrator, he could approach directly, make his presence known, and discharge his weapon without the subsequent legal entanglements such as evidence submission or court appearances. With a discerning eye for insight, he was confident there would be no collateral damage. In this era, law enforcement procedures were not as convoluted as in later times, and agents or officers did not require administrative leave after discharging their firearms. Although Luke had left the class, he remained in the dormitory, attending lectures with his classmates as usual, albeit in different locations. His willingness to assist others fostered positive relationships with his peers, who were charming, vibrant, and friendly. Possessing a delightful manner of speech, this constituted Luke's social network. Should any of them ascend to higher echelons in the future, it would undoubtedly solidify a robust connection. While Alex exhibited commendable performance, Luke harbored doubts about her potential to reach such heights, as her tenacity might serve her well as an agent, but not necessarily as a politician. Nonetheless, having a friend in a distant place could prove advantageous, and the prospect of collaboration would be quite agreeable. This does not imply that Luke is a cad. Rather, it reflects a common American perspective. In the United States, the delineation between sex and love is often quite clear. And as long as both parties are unmarried, such behavior is generally deemed acceptable. Of course, similar occurrences can transpire within marriage, though they are considered unethical, contributing to a notably high divorce rate. In truth, while Luke had been with numerous women, the one who lingered most in his heart was his first girlfriend from high school, the ethereal girl whom he could never forget. Due to the constraints of his training at that time, young Luke was unable to stand, leading to her eventual transfer. How true it is that what men desire most often eludes them. As February arrived, the training at the Joint Commission Academy finally came to a close. An assistant director from the FBI headquarters attended the graduation ceremony, a position of considerable authority. Despite its somewhat awkward title, it was entirely distinct from that of the director's assistant, who merely served in a secretarial capacity. The FBI boasts 4 deputy directors, while there are 10 assistant directors, each serving as the head of a significant division. Following the graduation ceremony, Luke was set to depart, while the other trainees would enter a 6-month internship period before being assigned roles based on their performance during this phase. However, Luke did not require such measures. He had received a commendation for his involvement in the robbery case at the Zhongfu building, coupled with his outstanding performance at the academy, which directly led to his promotion to a full-fledged agent. Old Chin had already arranged for him to return to the FBI's Los Angeles division. The FBI's branch in California is situated in San Francisco, while Los Angeles serves merely as a substation. Yet, who could possibly decline the opportunity to work close to home? The Chin family was not in need of the modest salary provided by the FBI. Luke's aspirations were fully supported by his family. Before his departure, Luke spent 2 indulgent days with Alex. Ultimately, Alex succumbed to a deep slumber for a full 14 hours. Upon waking, they parted ways, although a tinge of reluctance lingered. Their burgeoning relationship would not impede their forthcoming ambitions. Thus, neither uttered a word, simply exchanging warm wishes. Upon returning to Washington, D.C., Luke paid a visit to Attorney General Doherty. Their conversation was brief, as Doherty's time was limited. He merely familiarized Luke with the operations, reassuring him that there was no need for haste. Luke, in turn, felt no urgency, proceeding methodically meant avoiding unnecessary complications. Consequently, he returned to Los Angeles with a cheerful heart. Chapter 39. To save your life. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Luke spent a day with his family, sharing amusing anecdotes from the Joint Commission Academy during dinner with his siblings. He conversed with his parents about future investment directions, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. The following day, he visited his grandparents at the Grand Estate in Beverly Hills. After dining, they transitioned to a conversation with his grandfather. This time, it was Grandpa Drake who initiated the dialogue. He informed Luke that the FBI supervisor in Los Angeles had been dismissed following the robbery at the Zhongfu building. The new appointee was a sorority sister of Grandma Elsa, albeit from a different graduating class. Their acquaintance had blossomed during a school anniversary celebration, and their families shared business ties. Elsa had already made the necessary arrangements, ensuring Luke would receive her guidance upon his arrival in the department. Luke recognized this as a comprehensive safeguard for him, and he appreciated the favor. To neglect such connections would be foolish. In a previous life, Luke had heard tales of unreliable protagonists in novels, endowed with superpowers, who wreaked havoc indiscriminately. To him, such behavior epitomized foolishness and a nouveau riche mentality. In this world, every action leaves a mark. One should never underestimate the resolve of state enforcement agencies. If they truly sought to apprehend you, they would undoubtedly succeed. In the realm of capitalism, human relationships and interests hold paramount importance. Those who rely solely on brute force are mere pawns. Thus, Luke resolved not to engage in illegal activities, determined to maintain a spotless record. He believed it far more advantageous to don the mantle of a law enforcer while reaping benefits, for he had no desire to be a solitary hero. The world is vast, and unchecked audacity invites retribution. There are always greater powers beyond oneself. Prudence and subtlety are the true paths to survival. Excessive ostentation only hastens one's demise. Regarding the FBI's operations, Luke had little to express. He preferred to proceed methodically. After discussing recent investment matters with his grandfather, he noticed the elder's waning energy and promptly concluded their meeting. However, This prompted Luke to prioritize the research on the efficacy of the Spirit Spring water and Spirit fruit juice mixture, which he had previously explored. It was not that he wished to delay providing it for his family, but rather that his Spirit Spring space had only recently reopened following the Walcott Lake incident. Consequently, he called Uncle Chin, requesting assistance in procuring a small-scale bottled water filling machine, along with food capsule production equipment. After detailing a few essential items, he ended the call. With several days of leave remaining before his official start date, Luke intended to devote this time to his research. The next day, he received a call from Uncle Chin, who did not inquire about delivering the equipment to his seaside villa in Malibu, but instead specified a transit warehouse. That evening, Luke discreetly rented a large van and drove it to the warehouse. Upon entering, with a wave of his hand, he transferred all the equipment into his Spirit Spring space. After completing a circuit around Los Angeles, he returned the van and returned to his seaside villa in Malibu. Upon returning to the villa, Luke entered the ethereal space of his study, having previously instructed Uncle Chin not to disturb him. 3 days later, he rented a truck once more and drove to the transit warehouse, where he deposited 20,000 bottles of mineral water. After returning the truck, Luke drove his own vehicle back to the Grand Estate in Beverly Hills. Upon alighting, he instructed the butler to have the 480 bottles of water from the trunk moved inside. Without offering any explanation, he engaged in his usual conversation with his grandmother. That evening, when his grandfather returned for dinner, Luke summoned Old Man Chin. In a moment of astonishment shared by the two elder gentlemen, Luke conjured 2 bottles of mineral water seemingly from thin air. These were 450 milliliters bottles, devoid of any packaging, representing the essence from Luke's ethereal space. Consuming this would enhance one's health significantly. Subsequently, Luke produced a small box, revealing a neatly arranged set of portable syringes, akin to the emergency morphine kits issued to soldiers in the field, each containing 20 milliliters, totaling 20 syringes. He then retrieved 2 more vials, similarly unadorned. As the 2 men's expressions gradually calmed, Luke began his exposition. The mineral water had undergone a special treatment, and regular consumption provided remarkable benefits to the body. This is exclusively for family, he asserted. I have placed 20,000 bottles in the Burbank warehouse. Simply request more once these are consumed. Pointing to the open box, he continued, this is what I term life-saving 250. As long as one draws breath, a single injection will sustain vitality for 24 hours without decline. The men gasped in astonishment. Their gazes toward Luke transformed. Luke elaborated, if the dosage is increased to 100 milliliters, it can cure most ailments and facilitate recovery for severely injured individuals within 3 days. The 2 men inhaled sharply once more. He continued, should the dosage reach 200 milliliters, you will find yourself rejuvenated within a month. However, this formula must not exceed 250 milliliters for ordinary individuals. Otherwise, it could result in death due to ruptured blood vessels. After listening to Luke's account, the 2 exchanged serious glances. Old Man Chin interjected, who else knows of these substances? Luke shook his head, replying, currently, only the 3 of us are aware. I plan to inform Uncle Chin, as he will need to facilitate the delivery to you, thus this must be arranged. He then gestured toward the vials, stating, this is our sex longevity elixir. 1 capsule daily suffices, allowing one to forego meals while providing benefits such as beauty enhancement, anti-aging properties, and the eradication of ailments. In truth, Luke had crafted this elixir by drying the pulp of spiritual fruit after juicing it, then combining it with the ethereal water to create a fully encapsulated product. Anticipating his grandfather's impending inquiry, Luke preemptively stated, Grandfather, I am aware of your concerns. These items were procured through my master and are strictly for family use. The life-saving potion may be distributed in limited quantities. The old man nodded and said, leave it to me. Your father cannot handle those individuals. Grandpa Chin shrugged, indicating, what you say is indeed correct. Luke then added, you can retrieve the water and capsules from my Malibu Villa warehouse at any time. I will hand over the remainder to Uncle Chin. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to him. The old man immediately nodded and, under Grandpa Chin's eager gaze, took 2 bottles of capsules. After the meeting concluded, Grandpa Chin sought out Luke. Before he could utter a word, Luke produced 2 bottles of capsules and handed them to Grandpa, saying, "These are for you and your mother. Once they are consumed, consult Uncle Chin. They must not be leaked. Otherwise, our family will be in peril." Grandpa Chin hastily nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke summoned Uncle Chun to the study. He then took out a syringe and addressed Uncle Chin. "Do you trust me?" Uncle Chin, puzzled, glanced at the syringe in Luke's hand and replied, "Young master, just say the word. I will not hesitate." Luke smiled reassuringly at Uncle Chin, saying, "Do not be anxious, Uncle Chin. This will completely heal the hidden injuries in your body." With that, while Uncle Chin was momentarily taken aback, Luke injected 100 milliliters of the life-saving serum into Uncle Chin's arm. Chapter 40. The past of Uncle Chun. After Luke administered the injection, he gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Uncle Chun. Previously accustomed to experimenting on small animals, it was his first time injecting a human with 100 milliliters. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Uncle Chin's muscles began to swell. The man, who stood just over 1.7 meters, now towered at more than 1.8 meters, transformed into a muscular elder. This transformation reminded Luke of a character from an anime, Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Although he had watched that anime in his previous life during childhood, the image of Master Roshi was indelibly etched in his memory. Finally, Uncle Chin sighed and said, "Thank you, young master." Luke then heard the familiar cracking sound from Uncle Chin's bones once more. His inflated muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, and in an instant, he reverted to his original lean self. Chuckling, Uncle Chin clenched his fist and smiled at Luke, saying, "All my hidden injuries have healed. This old man might just live a few more years." Although Luke was internally astonished, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, "Congratulations, Uncle Chin. You must live longer and help me take care of the children." Uncle Chin laughed heartily and replied, "I will strive to live until that time. I suppose you have many questions now, young master?" Luke shrugged, saying, "Everyone has their secrets. I do not dwell on the past. I only need to know that we are family." While he was indeed curious, he knew such a sentiment required emotional intelligence. After taking the mineral water that Luke offered, Uncle Chin settled onto the sofa and began to recount his tale. In his youth, he was a Chinese immigrant who had smuggled himself into America. After a martial arts match in the mainland, he lost control and offended powerful figures. Consequently, Uncle Chin made his way through Hong Kong and eventually to America. In order to survive, he participated in underground boxing matches. His Chinese martial arts were rooted in the authentic ancient Eight Extremes fist, which is merely one aspect of a genuine internal martial art. Due to youthful arrogance and the pride of a warrior, he antagonized the organizers behind the scenes. He was nearly killed in the ring due to a conspiracy. Fortunately, an old gentleman named Qin, recognizing him as a fellow Chinese, took pity on him and saved his life. From that moment on, Uncle Chin became the bodyguard of Old Master Qin. However, as times changed and firearms became prevalent, Uncle Chin became disheartened. After he shielded the old master from a bullet, he was assigned the role of steward, no longer permitted to take risks. Thus, Uncle Chin served as the steward to Old Master Qin for nearly 2 decades. Having listened to Uncle Chin's narrative, Luke discerned that the struggles of the Chinese immigrants in America had been truly arduous. It was only because Old Master Qin was a figure from the underworld that he could establish such a vast enterprise, standing on the shoulders of giants. In the end, Luke embraced Uncle Chun and said, "From now on, you may rest here in comfort." He then shared the agreement he had made with his grandfather. Uncle Chin immediately responded with gravity, "Rest assured, young master, even in death, I will ensure that these matters remain confidential." Luke gently patted his shoulder and said, "Uncle Chin, these are mere possessions. As long as you remain safe, it matters not if they are disclosed. They cannot leverage anything against me." Uncle Chin shook his head and replied, "Young master, do not underestimate the avarice of humanity. Some individuals will disregard all rules for the sake of such treasures." Luke reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not easily manipulated." He then demonstrated his prowess in controlling objects with his chi, leaving Uncle Chin astounded. Finally, with a twinkle in his eye, Uncle Chin inquired, "Young master, would you like to learn the old man's techniques?" Luke, intrigued, expressed his interest. Although his own techniques pertained to immortal cultivation, he was nonetheless fascinated by internal martial arts. Uncle Chin proceeded to demonstrate a series of boxing techniques while reciting the internal cultivation mantra. Luke absorbed the information swiftly, memorizing it after a single demonstration. After practicing alongside Uncle Chin, he suddenly experienced a delightful surprise. Ding ancient 8 extremes discovered can be integrated into the mountain-shaking technique. Shall I proceed with the integration? Luke promptly affirmed the decision. Subsequently, a series of crackling sounds resonated from his bones. While his height remained unchanged, his muscles grew denser, and his weight escalated from 180 to 210 pounds without any alteration in appearance. Feeling slightly perspired, an intense hunger washed over him. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Chun, he retreated to his bedroom and entered the spiritual spring space, indulging in a feast. The spiritual fruits truly quenched his thirst and satiated his hunger. After consuming 5, he felt his body rejuvenated. In the following days, Luke continued to create mineral water, life-saving 250, and longevity capsules within the spiritual spring space. Once he had amassed a sufficient stock, he ventured to the underground warehouse of the villa, leaving a significant portion of supplies behind. After giving Uncle Chun some instructions, Luke set off in his car. While driving, he retrieved his phone and made a call. "Hi, my little bear. Oh my goodness, is that you, Luke? Have you graduated?" "Indeed, I have returned to Los Angeles. Where are you? I'll come pick you up, and then we shall dine." I'm near the Electrical Plaza by One Eye Airport. I must return home to change clothes. Please wait for me there." "All right, dear. See you soon." "See you shortly." Luke arrived swiftly at Annie's residence. After a brief wait, he spotted Annie hurriedly descending from a taxi and dashing upstairs. Luke barely had time to call out to her as he watched her swiftly enter the apartment. In less than 10 minutes, Annie reappeared, making her way to the roadside. Just as she was about to call Luke, a gray Dodge pickup truck pulled up in front of her. Lowering the window, she saw Luke inside and joyfully opened the door to get in. Before Luke could utter a word, Annie leaped forward, planting a passionate French kiss on him. After parting, Luke chuckled and said, "Hold on, my little bear. First, we shall dine." Their dinner took place at a restaurant by the seaside in Santa Monica. However, Anne's thoughts were not on the meal. They were solely focused on flirting with Luke. Upon returning to the oceanfront villa in Malibu, Anne, though eager, managed to restrain herself. She declined Luke's request to share a bath for the sake of environmental conservation and entered the bathroom alone. After a brief interlude, she emerged and playfully pushed Luke into the bathroom, whispering to him, "I have prepared a surprise for you. Please bathe first while I get ready." 10 minutes later, when Luke stepped out of the bathroom, he was utterly astonished by Anne's surprise. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, having adorned herself with makeup, complete with fuzzy pointed ears, furry limbs resembling beastly claws, and a large tail trailing behind her. Noticing Luke's stunned silence, and spoke in a pleading tone, "Master, please save the little fox." At that moment, Luke revealed a mischievous grin reminiscent of a grand villain. Chapter 41. This is not the Middle East. Early the next morning, Annie remained in a state of sulkiness, utterly unwilling to rise. Observing her demeanor, Luke felt compelled to leave her a note, and after a brief word with Uncle Chun, he departed for work. The FBI's Los Angeles field office is situated in the downtown area, in close proximity to the LAPD's Parker Center. Rather than reporting directly to the Human Resources Department, Luke opted to first seek out the bureau chief, Claire Harris, a member of the sisterhood to which Elsa belonged. As Luke followed the secretary toward Harris's office, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Upon encountering Harris in person, he gained a clearer understanding. Claire Harris appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. Her chestnut hair was elegantly arranged at the back of her head, and her gray suit paired with a white shirt conveyed an air of professionalism, resembling a corporate executive rather than the head of a law enforcement agency. Upon meeting Luke, Harris exhibited little enthusiasm, and he could discern that her mood was rather somber. Their conversation was limited, touching only upon Elsa and the professional challenges that awaited Luke. The California FBI headquarters was well-staffed, and given that Luke graduated as an explosives specialist, his prospects here seemed rather unremarkable. Consequently, Harris decided to assign him the role of a regular agent, but withheld specific job responsibilities. Luke remained silent on the matter. While this deviated from standard procedure, he felt no concern. Typically, new agents are paired with seasoned veterans to facilitate their acclimatization to the role, much like in police work where the experienced guide the novice. However, it was evident that the Chin family had already paved the way for Luke, granting him the liberty to pursue his interests without interference. He found this arrangement quite satisfactory, as it afforded him a measure of freedom, allowing him to investigate cases independently. After a considerable pause, Harris addressed Luke. "I am relatively new here, and many operations are not yet fully underway. Can I trust you?" Luke smiled and replied, "You can trust me as you would trust my mother." Nodding in acknowledgement, Harris instructed her female assistant to escort Luke for his onboarding process. After registering his personal information, Luke received a standard issue of uniforms, including the FBI's typical blue jacket and baseball cap. The weapon assigned was the standard QH-917 pistol. However, Luke declined it in favor of his customized firearms and additional equipment. The armory clerk was taken aback upon witnessing Luke retrieve an extensive array of high-end weaponry, all of which were inspired by renowned firearms from the future, superior even to Stark Industries' offerings. Naturally, Luke did not register the authentic White Snake revolver but recorded the two replicas instead. The armory officer, eyes wide with disbelief, pointed at the imitation White Snake revolvers and inquired, "You truly intend to use these in the field?" Luke merely shrugged, responding, "A gun is meant for shooting, isn't it?" With a begrudging mixture of envy and resignation, the armory officer proceeded to register the substantial collection of high-end weapons for Luke. This includes the QSCARH-7 62 by 51 mm full-power rifle cartridge, QSCRL-5 56 by 45 mm NATO rifle cartridge, QACC Badger Integrated Suppressor Standard Model, designed for 0-300 BLK, QPKH, Replica PCAM, Heavy Barrel, Lightweight Tactical Model, 7. 62 by 51 mm full-power rifle cartridge, and QPKS, Replica PCAM, Short Barrel, Lightweight Tactical Model, 5. 56 by 45 mm NATO rifle cartridge. Additionally, there is the QAP-55 submachine gun, 5 by 21 mm special cartridge, QAP-45 0.45 ACP handgun cartridge, QXM semi-automatic shotgun, Replica XM-1014 12 gauge, and QAM short barrel fully automatic shotgun, Replica Saiga 12 gauge. The QWM bolt action sniper rifle, Replica AWM, lightweight, 8.6 by 70 338-inch Magnum rifle cartridge, and QSV semi-automatic sniper rifle, Replica SVD, modified tactical model, 7. 62 by 51 mm full-power rifle cartridge, are also included, along with QH-412 handgun 0.45 ACP handgun cartridge, QH-55 5 by 21 mm special cartridge, QBS-1, Replica by Suzhin, 0.44-inch Magnum high-power handgun cartridge, and QBS-2, Replica Shaoqing, 0.357 Magnum high-power handgun cartridge. When Luke finally retrieved the modified RPG-7 rocket launcher and QMG-6 grenade launcher from his bag, the ordnance officer exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn it, Agent Luke Dutton. I must remind you, this is Los Angeles, not the Middle East. What on earth do you intend to do with all these weapons?" Luke responded with a grin. "Just register them. I suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower." The ordnance officer gazed at Luke with an expression of disbelief and ultimately decided to call his superior to report the situation. Harris received the ordnance officer's report and pondered for a while before stating, "Register them as he requests. He possesses special authorization as a weapons tester from the Department of Defense." Reluctantly, the ordnance officer set about registering the weapons for Luke. Consequently, the entire precinct became aware of Luke Dutton's reputation as a weapon expert. Aside from this reason, it was also because Luke never occupied an office. One could only find him at the internal shooting range. Luke became well known, yet he earned the respect of his colleagues, as he spent all his time at the shooting range except during meal breaks, while an average individual might struggle to lift their arm after firing a few hundred rounds. Luke could shoot all day long, seemingly unfazed, except for the ordnance officer, who approached Harris to complain about Luke's incessant usage of ammunition from the supply department, firing hundreds of rounds daily. Harris could only offer reassurance to the ordnance officer, saying that in a few days, 3Q Company, QQQ, the Chin family's weapons company, would donate a substantial quantity of ammunition, so he should allow Luke to shoot freely. What choice did the ordnance officer have? Naturally, he forgave Luke. Thus, Luke indulged in a life of leisure, spending his days honing his marksmanship and his nights in the company of women. While he could shoot targets without restraint, the same could not be said for his romantic pursuits. After 5 days of residing in Luke's seaside villa, Annie finally faced the consequences of her impulsive decisions, frequently arriving late to work. Nonetheless, Luke couldn't help but admire the astuteness of old Aoki, who, with subtlety, promoted Annie. This not only preserved Luke's reputation but also tended to Annie's sentiments, demonstrating a mastery of social dynamics that Luke found commendable. Eventually, Annie, feeling embarrassed by her incessant tardiness, decided to return to her own apartment. Without Annie's companionship, Luke gazed out into the dark expanse of the Pacific Ocean one evening, reflecting on whether to venture out for some entertainment when he received a call from Stark. "Luke, my villa will be ready for renovation next week. I'm hosting a party. Would you care to join?" Without hesitation, Luke agreed. "Shall I arrange for some ladies?" "That would be splendid. Perhaps some Hollywood stars?" "Very well, send me the details, and I shall coordinate with those Hollywood actresses." Chapter 42. Bomb threat. After terminating his call with Stark, Luke dialed his aunt, Monica Chin. "Aunt, it's Luke. What brings our little genius to call me? Are you planning another party? My friend Stark, whose villa is adjacent to mine, is organizing a gathering in 10 days and is in need of some Hollywood stars." "Understood. Have him contact my assistant to send over the invitation, and I will handle the rest." "Thank you, Aunt. Do come by when you have time. I have several projects that might warrant your investment." "Perfect. I'm free today, and we'll head over shortly." "All right. I'll be waiting for you in my office." Once he hung up, Luke greeted Mr. Chun and drove to the Paramount building in Burbank. Having engaged in family investments from a young age, Luke had strategically ventured into the media business, leading to the acquisition of Paramount Pictures, along with numerous small and mid-sized production companies, television stations, magazines, and newspapers. This conglomeration eventually formed Paramount Media. Luke understood the significance of Western media conglomerates, prompting him to establish a foothold early on. Owning a media channel is an enticing prospect for politicians, as media platforms are crucial during campaigns. The Chin family's access to such channels has enabled them to attract numerous politicians, thereby securing their own interests. Upon arriving at his aunt's office, Monica wasted no time with pleasantries and promptly presented Luke with a stack of scripts. He sifted through them, neither outright rejecting nor embracing them all. Some scripts were suitable for small investments, while others required the right director to realize their potential. After discussing these matters with Monica, he prepared to leave. As he approached the elevator area, a thunderous sound echoed from within, recognizing it as the detonation of a bomb. Luke hurriedly urged his aunt to call the authorities while he contacted Harris to report the situation. Monica swiftly coordinated the evacuation of the building staff. Luke, seeking a way to access the elevator maintenance shaft, peered down the shaft only to discover that the elevator's cable had been severed by the explosion, leaving it suspended midair. Fortunately, the elevator was equipped with an automatic safety mechanism. The severed cable would not cause it to plummet. Emergency brakes on either side would secure it in place. After brief communication with Monica regarding the predicament, he advised her to exit the building for her safety. She cautioned him to remain vigilant before departing. On the line, Harris informed Luke that assistance would be dispatched, but time was of the essence, as individuals remained trapped in the elevator. Upon reaching the floor where the elevator was stalled, Luke encountered LAPD officers who had come to address the incident. They belonged to the SWAT team. After presenting his credentials and outlining the situation, they promptly relayed the information to their superiors. The LAPD had also received a ransom call demanding $3 million within an hour. Half the time had already elapsed. Luke pondered for a moment and resolved to ascend to the top of the elevator to assess the situation and defuse the bomb, as he was a professional in this field. The two SWAT officers, Jack Trevin and Harold Temp, requested to accompany him. Luke did not decline, and the three made their way to the elevator maintenance hatch on the 32nd floor, the closest point to the elevator. Carefully, they descended to the top of the elevator, where they spotted the bomb affixed to the hoisting mechanism. The individuals trapped inside the elevator were crying out for help. Jack and Harold spoke soothingly to the hostages. Luke realized that it was too late to intervene. He immediately began examining the bomb, relieved to find that its construction was not overly complicated. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured for the others to leave. Once outside the maintenance hatch, Luke whispered to his companions, "Since the assailant has threatened the police via phone, it is likely they are monitoring this elevator. Our arrival may prompt them to detonate the device prematurely." The two exchanged glances, their eyes questioning Luke's assertion. He continued, "You both will engage in conversation and act as though you are unable to assist, then exit. I will devise a plan to disarm the bomb." Still uncertain, Harold inquired, "Can you manage it?" Luke smiled faintly and replied, "I am an FBI bomb disposal expert. I have observed that the situation is merely complex and requires time. Bombs are installed on both the upper and lower hoisting mechanisms of the elevator." The two nodded in agreement, preparing to contact their superiors via radio, but Luke halted them. "No one is aware of our circumstances here. If the criminals monitor the radio, our strategy will be compromised. Time is of the essence." After contemplating silently for a moment, they concurred, agreed. "We will perform our act in the elevator shaft and explore alternative methods." Thus, the three returned to the elevator shaft. After engaging in trivial conversation, the two fabricated an excuse about the complexity of the bomb and departed. Luke remained behind, producing a tool known as the Blade of Kindness. This instrument was incapable of cutting living matter, yet severing wires was far easier than slicing hair. Utilizing his keen insight, Luke swiftly mapped out the wiring of the bomb and decisively dismantled the explosive device attached to the upper hoisting mechanism. Next, he aimed to proceed to the lower section of the elevator to neutralize the bomb there. Jack and Harold procured a hook from a crane atop the building, preparing to secure the elevator. Their movements, however, may have alerted the assailants, who hesitated momentarily before pressing the detonation button. Just as the button was pressed, Jack latched the hook onto the top of the elevator, while Luke fortuitously severed the fuse. Nonetheless, the detonator emitted a buzzing sound. Fortunately, due to Luke's intervention, the bomb did not detonate. Luke then called out to Jack, "Jack, the bomb has been disarmed. Hurry and rescue the hostages." Upon emerging from the elevator maintenance hatch on the 31st floor, Luke saw that Jack and Harold had also arrived and were prying open the elevator doors. Together, they worked tirelessly to liberate the many hostages. To Luke's surprise, he recognized someone among them. "It is Mrs. Kendrick, the governor's wife." Upon encountering Luke, Mrs. Kendrick exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. However, Luke had no time for pleasantries. He urgently instructed Jack and Harold to report to their superiors and arrange for personnel to retrieve the hostages. If the assailants were monitoring the elevator, they must be in close proximity, likely within the confines of the building. They needed to dispatch a team for a swift inspection. Luke felt somewhat helpless, as the promised support from Harris had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, he remained composed. The bomb had been defused, and the hostages were rescued. It was not his fault if they could not apprehend the culprits, given his isolation. Jack and Harold exchanged brief greetings with Luke before proceeding to inspect other areas. After offering a few words of comfort to Mrs. Kendrick, he sent her on her way, as the LAPD had already arrived. Having just escorted the hostages, Luke made his way to the freight elevator area, where he was suddenly met with the sound of gunfire. It was the unmistakable blast of a shotgun. While Jack and Harold were armed with their company SKP-9 submachine guns, resembling a tactical MP5 but utilizing the gas-operated mechanism of the 79 micro submachine gun, chambered for 9mm parabellum rounds. This could only indicate that a confrontation had erupted between the assailants and Jack's team. Chapter 43. In license revocation, Luke did not hear the sound of submachine guns. He only heard the crack of a handgun and the thud of something heavy striking the ground. He hurried to the floor where the freight elevator was located, only to discover that the elevator was ascending to the top floor. Lacking a police radio to call for backup, Luke had no choice but to sprint to the upper levels. As he neared the top, the elevator began its descent once more. Cursing under his breath, Luke pursued the elevator downward. Meanwhile, the SWAT commander below had also noticed the issue with the freight elevator and promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. Activating his insight, Luke discerned that the elevator had halted at the basement level. Cautiously navigating through the fire door of the stairwell, he arrived at the elevator shaft just as gunfire erupted. It was the sound of QH-917, prompting Luke to move towards the source of the noise. Within moments, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Before him, Jack was flung from around the corner of the corridor, crashing against the wall. Luke disregarded the pursuit of the assailants and rushed to check on Jack and Harold. Jack appeared to be relatively unscathed, merely shaken by the shockwave. However, Harold had sustained a gunshot wound to his leg. After administering a rudimentary first aid, SWAT reinforcements arrived. The newcomers nearly mistook Luke for an assailant, but upon seeing him tending to Harold's injury, they refrained from opening fire. Realizing their misunderstanding, Luke quickly clarified his identity as an FBI agent. Jack, supported by his teammates, confirmed Luke's credentials. With the danger averted and safety established, the three men descended to the ground floor. Harold was transported away by ambulance, while Jack remained behind. At that moment, Luke spotted his backup. Harris had personally arrived. She was engaged in discussion with the SWAT team commander. Upon seeing Luke and Jack approach, the two ceased their conversation. Jack then recounted the events following the rescue of the hostages, detailing how he and Harold had encountered the assailants while investigating the freight elevator. The elevator cabin had been destroyed, and they both fell into the chaos. The assailants had taken Harold hostage, threatening him with explosives as they descended to the basement. In a desperate attempt, Jack shot Harold in the leg, freeing him from the captor's grasp. Yet, the assailants, undeterred by Jack's firearm, detonated the explosives as they made their escape. After listening to Jack's account, Luke sighed, expressing his frustration. You two had submachine guns. How could you not have subdued him? Even a lethal shot would have sufficed. Jack shared in the exasperation, explaining that they had passed their firearms to a comrade during the hostage rescue, ultimately relying on their sidearms. Despite the assailants' escape, the hostages were successfully rescued, marking a shared triumph for both the FBI and LAPD. Jack, along with Luke, had cooperatively ensured the safety of the hostages, leading to mutual commendation and satisfaction. The upcoming challenge would be apprehending the bombers, a task now reliant on their individual prowess. However, upon witnessing Harris's direct involvement, Luke's hopes for a favorable outcome diminished. After leaving the building, Harris took a moment to explain the situation to Luke. Observing the playful glint in Luke's eyes, Harris realized he could not deceive him and sighed, saying, I have just been transferred here, and many are resentful, after all. I am an outsider. Luke nodded in understanding and remarked, the heads of those agents must have originally anticipated ascending to your position, correct? Harris nodded, feeling disheartened yet silent. Luke intuited this outcome. Thus, the key to the case lies with me. I must solve it to prevent them from undermining your authority, right? Harris nodded. Though I cannot assist you in the field, I can aid you with investigations and information gathering within the department. After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, all right. Let it be so. One field operative is sufficient. As long as I wield a firearm, I fear no numbers. Harris chuckled at Luke and said, is that fear of insufficient firepower truly genuine? Luke solemnly nodded. Having reached an agreement with Harris, Luke transitioned into work mode. The personnel at the precinct found Luke's demeanor quite peculiar. This fellow was not shooting, but rather investigating. Since Jack and Harold had encountered the appearance of the assailants, Luke proposed a joint investigation. Harris coordinated with the LAPD, but they declined. It was evident they aimed to exclude the FBI. Oftentimes, the FBI is unwelcome among local police forces. A robbery case equates to a battle for credit. The accolades differ between solo and collaborative efforts. Despite belonging to distinct systems, there remains a disparity between independent and joint investigations. Consequently, local police forces are reluctant to allow the FBI to take over cases unless they are explicitly cross-state or beyond their capability to resolve. In certain jurisdictions, even when unable to solve a case, the police prefer not to hand it over to the FBI, fearing that the FBI's proficiency would highlight their inadequacies. Luke had not seen the assailants' faces, and with the LAPD's lack of cooperation, he could only examine the internal and surrounding surveillance footage of the building. This task was assigned to Harris while he proceeded to the crime scene. The LAPD had already conducted an initial sweep of the area. In the elevator shaft's main control room, a security guard had met his demise shortly before the incident. The area was pristine, devoid of any clues. Thus, the focus shifted to the bomb itself. These explosives were meticulously crafted, unlike those made by amateur hands. Luke surmised that the assailant likely possessed experience with law enforcement or military operations. This hypothesis was indeed plausible, yet akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As such individuals abound, given that he was extorting the police, it was reasonable to assume a connection to law enforcement. After discussing this with Harris, he concurred with Luke's line of reasoning, albeit acknowledging the extensive workload it entailed. Ultimately, Luke suggested, let us first investigate the locals, particularly those who are retired. After several days of inquiry, Luke and Harris found themselves at an impasse, having uncovered nothing. After contemplating a relaxing evening with Annie post-work, she unexpectedly called. Luke, my driver's license has been revoked. This left Luke utterly bewildered. What? What did you do? There was a long silence on Annie's end as she struggled to find the right words, ultimately confessing, Uncle Chin gave me the keys to the car in your garage. I drove that Porsche convertible and accidentally exceeded the speed limit a few times. Luke had witnessed Annie's driving skills before. Calling it a skill would be a stretch. It was more akin to reckless abandon. With a sigh, he tried to console her, saying, it's all right. I'll have Uncle Chun take care of the car. Unfortunately, you'll likely have to wait 6 months before you can retake your driving test. Yes, she replied. Let's leave it at that. I'll pick you up after work, and we can have dinner together. All right, see you tonight. Chapter 44. A remarkable young lady. Although the dress code at the FBI is not overly stringent, uniforms are still required. One must either don the issued blue jacket emblazoned with the conspicuous FBI insignia or opt for a dark suit. However, Luke eschews convention, choosing instead to wear an exquisite deep blue bespoke suit, complemented by a sapphire polo tie, resembling a cord, and an extravagant outdoor watch valued at $180,000. He accessorizes with a black cowboy hat, sunglasses, and cowboy boots, earning him the moniker Young Master within the FBI. Luke remains indifferent to this appellation, as his relationship with Harris keeps the group at a distance. He finds little motivation to ingratiate himself with them. Consequently, Luke sheds his previously understated demeanor, opting to replace his pickup truck with a Dodge Ram, specifically a bulletproof variant. This vehicle, adapted from a T-Rex pickup chassis, boasts 6 wheels, 2 in the front and 4 in the rear, its appearance akin to that of an armored vehicle, capturing attention wherever it goes. The deep gray Dodge Ram, priced at $300,000, stands in stark contrast to the mere $30,000 typical pickup. Luke, unperturbed by the gazes of others, embraces his identity as a young master. He has also abandoned the concealment of his firearms, opting instead to wear a holster belt, adorned with 2 replicas of the White Snake pistol, valued at over $3 million. The personnel at the Los Angeles Bureau have developed a palpable envy towards Luke. His audacity is undeniably irksome. However, following Luke's revelation of his association with individuals from his own 3Q weapons company to the military procurement officer, the perspectives of the logistics and procurement staff began to shift dramatically. It was unavoidable. He had offered them far too much. To cultivate a favorable rapport with Luke, the Chin family generously donated numerous valuable items to the FBI office. As a result, the logistics and procurement departments now treat Luke as royalty, fulfilling his every request, allowing him to fire ammunition at will and utilize equipment freely. The civilian staff in the office have gradually succumbed to Luke's charm, often receiving breakfast from his several chain coffee and fast food establishments in a variety of tempting forms. The adage that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them holds true in every circumstance. Initially resistant, they ultimately could not escape the allure of his generosity. Now, they regard Luke with starry-eyed admiration, further enhanced by his striking looks and sweet demeanor. Before long, the entirety of the FBI's Los Angeles division, save for the field agents and special operations team, had gravitated towards Luke and Harris. Even Harris's secretary gazes at Luke with wide-eyed admiration, eagerly inquiring whether he requires any maids for his basement, preferably those attired in minimal fabric. This outcome was unforeseen for Harris. She had anticipated playing the role of Luke's caretaker, unaware that his approach would prove so direct and effective. As for the remaining proud warriors, she has ample time to refine them. After all, those who ascend to such heights are hardly fools, and she is not one to rely solely on her beauty. That evening, Luke took Annie to a Chinese restaurant in the San Gabriel Valley, where he conversed with the owner in authentic Cantonese, requesting authentic Cantonese cuisine, and subsequently handed over 2,000. There is no need to search any further. Choose the dishes as you see fit, but they must be authentic. For I am of Chinese descent. The owner, with a cheerful demeanor, waved his hand grandly, assuring, no problem at all. With Luke's generous nature, the owner offered a hearty selection of 8 dishes and a soup, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Annie found the meal quite novel, although half of the dishes did not suit her palate. Conversely, Luke relished the food, which encouraged Annie to eat more than usual. They refrained from drinking and returned to Annie's apartment. Upon entering, Annie felt a twinge of embarrassment, for as a single woman, her place was somewhat disheveled. The one-bedroom apartment, surprisingly spacious at over 70 square meters, lacked the concept of common area found in American real estate, offering genuine living space. The decor was warm and inviting, albeit cluttered, with Annie's clothing and undergarments strewn about. After a brief moment of awkwardness, she hurriedly began to tidy up the scattered garments, disregarding Luke's presence. Luke observed the surroundings and felt it was somewhat cramped, even compared to his room at his parents' house. Since they both had work the following day, Luke did not wish to overburden Annie. Later, he embraced her and suggested, "This place is too small. Perhaps we should move to Malibu." Annie looked at Luke, her features knitting together in concern. "Luke, you are far too exceptional, and I feel so ordinary. I fear that one day this will all be a dream, and when I awaken, you will be gone." Luke gazed down at the sentimental woman before him and kissed her gently. After their lips parted, he reassured her. "The future is unpredictable. Let us leave it to fate. At least for now, we are happy, and this is no dream." Annie playfully punched Luke's chest and remarked, "Humph. You skeptic. I know you don't truly believe in fate, so will you go to Malibu?" Shaking her head, Annie replied, "Please don't say that, Luke. It makes me feel inadequate, like your canary. This is not what I desire. I am content with how things are now." Understanding her refusal, Luke did not press further and instead inquired, "What will you do about work since your license is suspended?" "Of course, I'll take the bus," she replied. "Why don't you buy a car?" Luke regretted the question as soon as it left his lips, realizing Annie might still be repaying student loans and likely could not afford one. Sensing his discomfort, Annie smiled and reassured him, "I want to rely on my own efforts, not on the kindness of others." Such a wonderful girl left Luke at a loss for words. "I am your boyfriend, and your determination makes me feel inadequate." Yet Annie responded, "Luke, I will strive to be worthy of you." In the end, Luke could only sigh, overwhelmed by the myriad of sentiments he wished to express. This girl, seemingly gentle as a stream, possessed an inner strength that was formidable. The following morning, Annie rose late once again. Grabbing the sandwich Luke had prepared, she hurried to catch the bus, even declining his offer to drive her to work, citing her reluctance to be seen in his eye-catching armored vehicle by her colleagues. Luke had no choice but to tidy up the house for Annie before closing the door and heading to work. The sandwiches he had prepared were meant for her lunch, while he had made traditional Chinese dishes for breakfast. After Annie left, he could only enjoy the meal himself. As for coffee, he had never been particularly fond of it. However, in America, coffee was ubiquitous. Thus, he had to make do with it, and in situations where the quality was not vastly different, he truly could not discern any notable difference. Upon arriving at the precinct, ready to continue his investigation into the criminal's background, he received a call from Annie. With a quivering voice, she spoke to him. "Luke, I love you. I was wrong. I never want to take the bus again." Luke could hear a cacophony in the background and quickly inquired, "Annie, what is happening? Take your time and explain." "Luke, there's a bomb on this bus." "What?" Chapter 45. Parachute. After hanging up the phone, Luke hurriedly sought out Harris. The assailants behind the recent explosion at the Paramount Media Tower had resurfaced, and now they had taken a bus filled with passengers hostage, including my girlfriend. "I must rush over there immediately." Harris questioned urgently, "What support do you need?" After a moment's thought, Luke replied, Send me a helicopter. I need to get there as quickly as possible. Harris nodded and promptly made the necessary arrangements. Luke stowed away the replica of the White Snake and armed himself with his 2 sidearms, which he routinely carried. He then made his way to the rooftop of the precinct, where a helicopter was typically on standby. The pilot was already prepared, and Luke leaped aboard without hesitation. As the helicopter ascended, Luke recalled Jack mentioning that the assailant seemed to be missing a thumb. He quickly contacted Harris. "I've remembered something." SWAT member Jack mentioned that the suspect appears to be lacking a left thumb. "Please investigate this lead." Harris responded, "We've already looked into it, but no individuals matching that description have been found." Luke continued, "Check the residence of Los Angeles. Perhaps he has come from elsewhere. Investigate retired military or police personnel due to injury." Harris hung up and immediately dispatched a team to verify this information. Meanwhile, and had finally managed to catch the bus after a frantic morning. However, it wasn't long before someone began chasing the bus in a car. The noise of the road was too loud for the driver to hear him shout, so the individual resorted to writing a note. "There is a bomb on the bus." Ultimately, he boarded the bus himself. This man was Jack, an officer from LAPD's SWAT team. Earlier that morning, he had witnessed a bus explode not far from him and subsequently received a call from the assailant. The perpetrator wanted to play a game with Jack, reminiscent of the Jigsaw Killer's twisted games. The bus was rigged with a bomb that would activate if the speed exceeded 50 miles per hour, approximately 80 kilometers per hour. Conversely, if the speed fell below that threshold, the bomb would detonate. The assailant instructed Jack to locate the bus and provided him with clues. Jack rushed aboard the bus, but one individual on board mistook Jack for a threat and drew a gun in confrontation. A concerned passenger attempted to subdue the criminal, but during the struggle, the assailant's firearm discharged and, by unfortunate coincidence, struck the driver, and swiftly took charge and replaced the injured driver. When Luke arrived, LAPD was devising a plan to extract the injured driver. The FBI pilot showcased remarkable skill, landing directly on top of the bus. After giving a thumbs up to the pilot, Luke jumped down, executing a roll as he entered through the front door of the bus. Everyone inside, except for Anne, was astonished by Luke's sudden appearance. Jack recognized Luke, but the other passengers did not. Luke produced his identification and declared, "FBI. I hereby inform you that the FBI has taken control here, and I ask for your cooperation." Jack stepped forward to brief Luke on the situation. Luke first offered comfort to Annie, helping to stabilize her emotions. He then leaned over from the maintenance passage beside the driver to assess the condition of the bomb. After gathering the necessary information, Jack requested Luke's assistance in escorting the injured driver down. This process proceeded smoothly, but one female passenger insisted on descending as well, only to be thwarted by Jack. The assailant had issued demands no one else could leave, or he would detonate the bomb. Yet, the woman appeared entranced, struggling to get down. Luke decisively drew his weapon and fired a warning shot into the air. "Everyone remain seated, or I will arrest you for obstructing justice." His actions clearly helped maintain the emotional stability of the female passenger and the others, who sensed that he was indeed prepared to fire if necessary. Jack remarked to Luke, "The helicopter overhead is monitoring us. The assailant may be informed of our situation through the media." Luke nodded and replied, "It's not just the media. He concealed a listening device in the elevator last time, and similar devices may be present on this bus. We need to conduct a thorough inspection." Just as they were about to begin, Annie called out through her tears, Luke, there's no road ahead." Luke approached the front and peered closely, exclaiming, "Damn it!" The bridge ahead was under repair, leaving a gap of several meters, suspended at least 10 meters above the ground. What the hell is the LAPD doing? They can't even manage a simple road clearance. Although Jack was also part of the LAPD, he found himself in a precarious situation on the bus and chose not to voice his concerns. After assessing the situation, Luke instructed Annie, "After this turn, accelerate. We must either charge through or perish." "Luke, I'm scared." Luke embraced Annie's shoulders and reassured her, "You're a brave girl. You can do this. Trust me, accelerate and floor the gas." At that moment, Jack moved to calm the increasingly restless passengers at the back. They were all in this together, and the outcome hinged on Annie's resolve to press the accelerator firmly. The helicopter hovered even closer, while the police vehicles began to slow down. Tension hung in the air as the bus, amidst the collective gasps, precariously traversed the gap in the bridge. The speed stabilized at 53 miles per hour. Luke instructed Jack, "Clear the way for your people, heading towards the airport. I need a straight stretch of road." Jack nodded, reporting the situation via radio. Fortunately, Jack's superior was not one to act presumptuously and approved Luke's request. Now, with a shared glance, Luke and Jack commenced their search for the assailants' surveillance devices. In truth, Luke had already discerned their presence through his keen observational skills. Beneath the driver's rearview mirror, the interior of the vehicle was distinctly visible. Luke feigned searching for a moment before locating the source. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew his weapon and discharged 3 rounds, obliterating the surveillance device. Letting out a sigh of relief, Luke hastily contacted Harris. "Harris, I need you to disperse the media helicopter hovering above me. If they refuse to leave, arrest them immediately on the grounds of providing real-time information to the criminals." "Understood. I will arrange that right away. Additionally, we have located the criminal's information. Our team is en route to his residence for apprehension." After a brief moment of contemplation, Luke cautioned Harris, "This individual is cunning. He would not leave such an obvious loophole. He is an explosives expert, so instruct our team to exercise extreme caution. It could very well be a trap." After a moment of silence on the phone, Harris replied, "I understand, Luke. Do you have any further requests? Please contact Director Taylor at the LAPD Valley Division and inform him that this is Luke Cheen. I require their personnel to follow my directives here." "All right, Luke, be safe." This sequence of events left Jack utterly astonished. Good heavens, when did the FBI wield such power? Luke replied with a wry smile, "No. It is merely the power of the dollar." Jack was left bewildered by this statement. However, the immediate concern remained the resolution of the bomb situation. Chapter 46. A scathing rebuke. Luke seized Jack's walkie-talkie and communicated with the LAPD's on-site command. It was evident that they had received Director Taylor's instructions, and arrangements were promptly made to accommodate Luke's requests. They were now awaiting entry into the airport, aiming to utilize the straight runway to find an opportunity to disarm the bomb. At this point, the assailants had lost all visual contact with the vehicle. Consequently, he reached out to Jack to express his demands. Meanwhile, the FBI's Special Operations Team, dispatched by Harris, arrived simultaneously at the home of the assailant, Payne. Harris had already warned the team leader that this was a trap. The LAPD's SWAT team was poised to storm the building but was obstructed by this individual. He forcefully took over the operation, directing his subordinates to breach the premises. This infuriated the LAPD personnel. Unfortunately, the FBI's jurisdiction in the United States indeed supersedes that of local law enforcement, and typically, they refrain from direct intervention to avoid escalating tensions. However, this individual was indifferent. He perceived this as a straightforward assignment, a chance for unearned glory, dismissing Harris's warning with disdain. But when an explosion erupted, he was left dumbfounded. Although his 8 subordinates survived, they were gravely injured and whisked away for medical attention. His fluctuating emotions were likely reflective of his career trajectory. Dismissal would be a mild consequence, as his actions could be deemed gross negligence. The assailant clearly recognized the gravity of the situation and called Jack. Upon answering, Jack was met with Payne's triumphant recounting of the recent explosion, accompanied by demands for ransom. Before Jack could respond, Luke snatched the phone from him. "You pathetic fool. What is there to be proud of in igniting a few fireworks? Why not take your show to the White House? Blowing up innocent civilians only proves you've been kicked in the head by a mule." Luke vehemently berated Payne, monopolizing the conversation for 2 full minutes. Indeed, Payne was momentarily rendered speechless by Luke's tirade. After a while, he realized, "Wait a minute, I am the criminal here," and just as he contemplated retorting, Luke denied him that opportunity. Discharging several rounds into the receiver, Luke then terminated the call, promptly extracting the phone's battery and handing it back to a bewildered Jack. He patted Jack's shoulder and remarked, "We must apply some pressure. We cannot allow him to dictate the pace of this situation. That would render us far too passive." Jack, puzzled, inquired, "What about the bomb? What if he detonates it?" With a mysterious smile, Luke replied, "He wants tea. He is after money, nothing more. Unless he receives his ransom, he will not act. Remember, there are not only police officers in that vehicle, but also FBI agents." Unless he intends to flee the country immediately, he knows that if we perish, the police and FBI will pursue him relentlessly, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing Luke's reasoning, Jack understood. In America, it is exceedingly rare for individuals to premeditate the murder of police officers or FBI agents. This situation would undoubtedly incite the collective indignation of the entire police force and investigative personnel. Such fury could obliterate adversaries, embodying the essence of united opposition against a common foe. Regardless of internal strife, when faced with such circumstances, the resolve becomes one of unwavering solidarity against external threats. Therefore, it is rare for groups to engage in the assassination of police officers and detectives. Of course, isolated incidents do occur, typically perpetrated by inexperienced individuals acting on impulse. Organized crime syndicates, however, rarely resort to such actions. Given that the assailant is a former police officer, he is undoubtedly aware of this unwritten rule. Yet, this robber evidently misconstrued his target, mistakenly believing he was confronting the LAPD rather than the FBI. Consequently, Luke was confident that he would not detonate the bomb. After explaining the situation to Jack, the police preparations were in place. Luke bestowed a kiss on Annie's cheek. "My little bear, steady the vehicle. You can do this. Trust me." He then leaped onto the police escort's flatbed truck. Luke intended to use a skateboard to access the underside of the bus to disarm the bomb. This small skateboard would be gradually lowered into position by the police flatbed and steel cables. Once Luke donned his safety gear, he lay on the skateboard and was carefully lowered. At high speeds, any miscalculation by the drivers could ensnare Luke beneath the vehicle. As Annie observed Luke drawing nearer, anxiety gripped her. Noticing her distress, Luke smiled gently and signaled a thumbs up, which helped to slightly alleviate her tension. The police driver, a skilled operator, adeptly maneuvered, smoothly positioning Luke beneath the bus. Upon reaching the designated spot, Luke secured the skateboard's safety line to the bus's undercarriage and then released the steel cable connecting to the police flatbed. For a moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luke meticulously inspected the setup. Payne, the perpetrator, was indeed a police expert, exhibiting signs of obsessive-compulsive precision in his wiring. It was evident that the configuration was that of a professional, not a novice. A specialized device was linked to the drive shaft, programmed to detonate the bomb if the rotational speed fell below a certain threshold. This explained why the bomb would automatically explode if the vehicle's speed dropped below 50 miles per hour. Although this design was ingeniously crafted, it posed no challenge to Luke. He swiftly located the wires connected to the detonation device and produced a pair of cutters. With a decisive snip, the wires were severed, and the bomb remained inert. Luke communicated via radio to inform the police that the bomb had been disarmed and that they could safely evacuate the hostages. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, with some even erupting into cheers. Meanwhile, the assailant Payne was incensed by Luke's actions but lacked insight into the bus's situation, compelling him to contact the police and demand a timed ransom delivery. Luke then accessed the bus through a maintenance hatch and, upon hearing Jack mention the assailant's demands, resolved to turn the tables, preparing to keep a close watch on Payne at the rendezvous point. Once all hostages were evacuated, he jumped into the police escort's flatbed alongside Annie. The bus gradually came to a halt under the gaze of all, the bomb still dormant. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their miraculous survival, and slumped into Luke's embrace. At that moment, police reinforcements, ambulances, and helicopters arrived. Luke spotted a familiar face descending from one of the helicopters, Director Taylor, who was no longer the chief of North Hollywood, but had ascended to the head of the Canyon Division, one of the 4 major divisions of the LAPD. With a warm smile, Taylor extended his hand to Luke, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the selfish and reckless actions of my subordinates." The seasoned veteran demonstrated emotional intelligence and humility, leaving Luke with little choice but to forgive him. After shaking hands with Director Taylor, Luke replied, "No need for apologies. Director Taylor, it's not an issue. Our immediate priority is to apprehend this criminal. I trust we can collaborate effectively on this case." Taylor responded with a smile, "Absolutely. I've already discussed this with Supervisor Harris, and we are in agreement. You will be in command and fully responsible." While Luke maintained a cheerful facade, internally he was frustrated. It appeared that the mess created by their incompetence would fall upon his shoulders, and should any mistakes arise, he would bear the blame for their mismanagement. Chapter 47. The Foolish Girl. After Luke and Taylor reached an agreement, they immediately set their plan in motion. The location for the ransom demanded by the bandit Payne was in a bustling area, not far from One Eye Airport. Luke's series of maneuvers caused the bandit to lose control of the bus situation. He then contacted his aunt, instructing the television station to broadcast false information, claiming that the bus was circling the airport while the police were attempting to refuel it. Meanwhile, Luke arranged for personnel to be deployed, ensuring that everyone was in plain clothes. The $3 million requested by the bandit Payne was also delivered by the bank. Luke swiftly fashioned a small remote-controlled bomb from the explosives on the bus and acquired a special die from the bank. This die was specifically designed to counter bank robbers. Once it detonated, all the money would be marked with a die, making it instantly recognizable to the police. Once spent, such money would be rendered as worthless as scrap paper. Luke meticulously bound all the cash together with cling film and placed it in a large travel bag. Damn it! Aren't you supposed to be a bomb expert? I'll defeat your magic with my own. Come on, let us harm each other. Just don't let me catch you, or it'll be a full magazine. No trial. With everything in place, all personnel gathered near the transaction site. Luke, equipped with binoculars, surveyed the surroundings and communicated via the radio. Snipers, conceal yourselves. The other side is likely monitoring the transaction site as well, so do not reveal any weakness. Director Taylor stood silently beside Luke, observing him orchestrate the operation. To be honest, during the last North Hollywood heist, he had perceived Luke as merely a passionate scion of wealth. However, upon seeing him again, he realized Luke had become part of the FBI. Moreover, through his communications with Supervisor Harris, it was clear that Harris held Luke in high regard. This piqued Taylor's interest, compelling him to assess Luke as potential for investment. Even if he could not recruit Luke, fostering a good relationship would be immensely beneficial for him. Unfortunately, the power of Luke's family was so substantial that no politician could resist the allure of support from a consortium. Within the LAPD system, his position was no longer merely that of a policeman. They were politicians. Thus, to attain greater power and status, one must have the backing of a consortium, or else progress would be nearly impossible. Luke returned with Annie, instructing her to remain in the police car while he set up the scene. Feeling a bit stifled in the vehicle, Annie stepped out for some fresh air, as they were still quite far from the transaction site. Luke patiently observed inconspicuous corners with his keen eye for detail, searching for Payne. Just as an officer tossed the bag filled with money into the designated trash can, Luke immediately sensed something was amiss. Damn, that trash can is suspicious. With that, Luke hurried outside, as the others followed him in confusion. They witnessed Luke approach the trash can and kick it over. To their astonishment, the space beneath the can revealed a gaping hole. Luke had no time to ponder and immediately leapt into the hole. Hearing footsteps ahead, he swiftly drew his gun and pursued. Turning a corner, he caught sight of the individual in front and cursed under his breath. Damn it, Annie, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, another figure emerged from the corner, clutching a remote control. It was Payne. Just moments ago, Payne had disguised himself as an LAPD officer, deceitfully luring Annie away under the pretense of safety while she had stepped out for some fresh air. He had recognized Annie through the surveillance footage on the bus. Yet he was unfamiliar with Luke. Though Luke had parachuted onto the bus, Payne had never encountered him before and was oblivious to his purpose. During the incident at the Paramount Media Building, he had only seen Jack and Harold. Now, having taken Annie hostage, he assumed Jack would be the one in pursuit. Luke holstered his pistol, observing Payne's intent to threaten him. In response, Luke retrieved a detonator from his pocket. Old man, can you handle $3 million? You look too frail to run very far. $3 million weighed approximately 32 kilograms, over 70 pounds, a burden most could scarcely manage. The old man's face fell, and just as he was about to utter a threatening remark, Luke interjected. Guess what's in your cash? How much C4 did you stash on that bus? Care to guess what a specialized die is? Payne was left bewildered. Damn it, then let's perish together. Luke and Payne exchanged sharp retorts. Realizing their stalemate was untenable, Payne considered retreating, intending for Luke to disarm the explosives on Annie, allowing him to escape and dispose of the bomb within the ransom. Luke discerned his intentions and continued to advance while hurling insults. Just as Payne prepared to withdraw, Luke employed a subtle maneuver to discreetly immobilize the remote control in Payne's grasp. Now, even if he released it, the detonator would not activate. Luke then lunged forward, seizing the detonator with his left hand while drawing his QH-55 handgun with his right, flashing a wicked smile at Payne. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. But Luke did not afford him a moment's reprieve, firing several rounds without emptying the magazine. At this distance and position, 5 shots were sufficient to end Payne's life. With the detonator still firmly in his left hand, Luke turned to the dazed young woman beside him. Hey, Annie, wake up, my dear, come to my right side." Finally, under Luke's persistent calls, Annie managed to regain a semblance of composure and stepped to his right. Luke had already drawn the blade of benevolence. Assessing the bomb on Annie, it appeared straightforward, evidently a makeshift device hastily crafted by Payne, lacking in complexity. He promptly set to work, deftly severing the fuse and instructing Annie to remove it, tossing it around the nearby corner. With that, Luke gradually released his grip on the detonator held by Payne. The bomb remained dormant, and Annie's tension dissipated instantly. This sudden shift from anxiety to relief left her unsteady, prompting Luke to swiftly embrace her. It was clear that Annie had been thoroughly frightened. Grateful for having survived the ordeal, I immediately embraced Luke, bestowing a tender kiss upon his forehead. When Director Taylor arrived at the scene accompanied by a contingent of LAPD officers, they were unceremoniously inundated with a veritable deluge of affection, a feast for the heart, indeed. Perhaps sensing the weight of the collective gaze upon her, Annie momentarily halted, shyly burying her face in Luke's embrace. In response, Luke lifted Annie gently and addressed Director Taylor, stating, "I shall escort her to a safe location. You may attend to matters here, and I shall return promptly." Amidst the applause of onlookers, he departed the scene, carrying the seemingly lifeless Annie back to the ground below. Upon reaching his own chain of coffee shops, he tenderly placed Annie inside, ordering her a cup of coffee. Perhaps the adrenaline had waned, or perhaps the coffee worked its magic, for Annie's spirits finally began to stabilize. At that moment, Director Taylor entered with several officers in tow. Luke extended the QH-55 handgun that had been used to take down Payne to one of the officers behind Taylor. This firearm, which was employed in the neutralization of Payne, should be documented. Please remember to return it upon your departure. Before Taylor could utter a word, Luke summoned the shop manager. Today, all officers shall enjoy complimentary coffee and pastries on my account. I shall settle the bill tomorrow. The manager replied with a beaming smile, "Very well, sir." Chapter 48. Regrets. The officers emerged with smiles, eager to share the good news with their colleagues. Director Taylor engaged in a brief conversation with Luke, primarily praising him in various ways while also offering some words of comfort to Annie. Before long, Supervisor Harris arrived, shook hands with Director Taylor, and took a seat. "I hear you shot the suspect?" Luke shrugged and replied, "It's rather unfortunate. In that situation, I had no choice but to fire, or he would have detonated the bomb." After inquiring about the specifics and receiving Luke's detailed responses, Harris said, "I've brought your car. Take your lady home. The rest will be handled by Director Taylor and me." Luke gratefully accepted the car keys from Harris, exchanged farewells with Director Taylor, and departed with Annie. Perhaps still shaken, Annie sat silently in the car, clutching her coffee. Upon returning to their seaside villa in Malibu, she immediately retreated to the bathroom's jacuzzi. Noticing her silence, Luke felt a twinge of concern but understood that Annie needed time to process her emotions. His role was merely to be by her side. He went downstairs to prepare some food, bringing up a bottle of wine to share. Despite his efforts, Annie remained enveloped in her emotions, prompting Luke to sit beside her, dining on dinner and wine while she soaked. It was uncertain whether Annie had genuinely begun to recover or if the effects of alcohol had spurred her on. But she leaned in and kissed Luke passionately. That night, Annie was wild and uninhibited. The following day, despite Annie's intention to return to work, Luke, apprehensive about her readiness, personally called Mr. Aoki to request a leave of absence for her. Thus, for 3 days, Luke accompanied Annie as they explored every corner of Los Angeles, embodying the spirit of a true couple. Clad in inexpensive matching outfits and driving a modest Dodge pickup, albeit a bulletproof variant, they dined at numerous restaurants, culminating their final evening at a Chinese eatery in San Gabriel Valley. The owner warmly welcomed them and impressively remembered Annie's preferences. Although they ordered the usual 8 dishes and a soup, each was tailored to Annie's liking, which delighted Luke. He generously tipped an additional $100. However, Luke sensed that while Annie had seemingly recovered, there was an unspoken distance, as if she might drift away. That night, after her bath, Annie did not rush to indulge in intimacy with Luke. Instead, she quietly nestled against his chest. Time slipped away, and finally, Annie spoke. "Luke, I feel so inadequate." Luke opened his mouth to console her, but Annie gently placed a hand over his lips. As she caressed his mouth and cheek, her gaze remained fixed on him with adoration. "I know I am clumsy and unrefined, and you are so exceptional. I don't even know how to keep up with you. I am aware of my capabilities. My promotion is a testament to your influence. I am your woman. Although the CEO's arrangements bring comfort, I realize my own shortcomings. I can be reckless, disorganized, and at times, foolish. Luke, I wish to ponder alone for a while. I miss home. Will you allow me to leave? I need time to contemplate my future." Luke sighed but remained silent, observing this young woman, who aspired to form a band with friends after graduation. One could discern that she possessed a strong sense of self. At this moment, Luke felt powerless to intervene. Since Annie had made her decision, he could only let her go, allowing her the space to find her own clarity. She was a good girl, albeit excessively independent, a trait common among many young Americans. They had not yet been tainted by the harsh realities of society, their eyes still sparkling with naive innocence. Luke understood the vast chasm between himself and Annie, which left her feeling anxious and insecure. However, he was unable to alter this state of affairs and resorted to gentle gestures instead. That evening, Luke was particularly tender. The following morning, Luke escorted Annie back to her apartment. They exchanged no sentimental farewells, behaving as they usually did. He wished to avoid placing undue pressure on her until 2 afternoons later. He received a call from Annie. "Luke, I have resigned. I am returning home." After a moment of silence, Luke inquired, "When will you return?" Annie paused, then replied, "I don't know. I feel lost and need some time to reflect." Realizing he might be on the verge of losing her, Luke said, "Annie, no matter where you are, remember my number. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call." Annie responded, "All right, Luke, I will." Perhaps she was weeping. Her voice trembled, leaving Luke at a loss for words. "I will consider this a time for you to rest at home. We shall not speak of farewells or parting." "Okay, Luke. I love you. We shall not say goodbye." Upon saying this, the call ended, and it was evident that Annie had been overwhelmed with emotion. Luke could only sigh in response. Dating in school and in the real world are entirely different realms. Perhaps this incident had genuinely frightened Annie. He could only curse, lamenting that pain had met an easy fate. Luke's spirits were low, his thoughts muddled. Just then, Stark called. "Look, don't forget the party tomorrow night." "Yes, I remember. What kind of liquor do you prefer?" "I'll bring a few bottles. Anything will do. I know you have access to fine spirits." "All right. I promise to surprise you." Though feeling disheartened, Luke resolved not to disappoint Stark, so he dressed in his usual work attire without any special preparation. He retrieved a case of strong liquor from the villa's cellar and headed to Stark's residence. Upon arrival, Luke handed the alcohol to Stark's staff. He was greeted by Pepper. After exchanging warm pleasantries with her, he followed her into Stark's Ocean View Hall, where Rhodes was also present, and the atmosphere was already lively. Upon seeing Stark engaged in jovial conversation with a group of Hollywood starlets, Luke approached to greet him. "Hey, Tony. Wow, Luke, you made it." Stark exclaimed. "I brought you a box of fine wine, produced in the East." "Thank you, but allow me to introduce." Luke waved his hand dismissively, while the starlets giggled behind their hands. "I know them all, no need. You carry on. I'm off to have a drink with Rhodes." Nodding at the group of starlets, Luke departed. He had hosted the party several times, so it was no surprise they recognized him. However, Luke's declaration of heading to drink with Rhodes was merely a ruse. His true intention was to seek out Pepper. Feeling somewhat irked, Luke resolved to throw a wrench into Stark's evening. He procured a bottle of fine liquor from a server and made his way to the bar, settling opposite Pepper. Without preamble, he directly inquired, "You have feelings for that guy, don't you?" Chapter 49. Are you joking? Faced with Luke's candid inquiry, Pepper remained silent. Having served as the assistant to the Stark family for 2 generations, her emotional intelligence was sufficiently high. She discerned that Luke's demeanor today was somewhat off, prompting her to ask, "Why didn't you bring your girlfriend?" Luke responded, "She left Los Angeles." Pepper chose not to press further. Luke then picked up a bottle of whiskey and offered, "Would you care to sample some? It's a potent spirit from the East." Pepper took the bottle and examined it. Although she couldn't decipher the Chinese characters, she understood the numbers. Upon seeing 72, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Luke. "Are you planning to get drunk here?" Luke seized the bottle from her hands and poured himself a generous glass, roughly 200 milliliters, in a round-bottomed tumbler, before downing it in one go. Observing Pepper's slightly alarmed expression, Luke chuckled. "Don't worry, I can handle my liquor." Yet, Pepper still regarded him with concern. With a mischievous grin, Luke leaned closer and whispered to Pepper, "This is our little secret. You mustn't disclose it." Noticing her skepticism, Luke chose not to dwell on the matter and shifted the conversation to other topics. With his charming looks, sweet talk, and vast knowledge, Luke could engage anyone in delightful conversation, and Pepper was no exception. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Luke possessed an extensive understanding of fashion and skincare. As they sipped drinks at the bar, laughter and lively chatter filled the air. Occasionally, Luke would share amusing anecdotes and jokes, causing Pepper to stifle her laughter behind her hand. Stark, who had been enjoying himself conversing with various actresses, was on the lookout for new conquests. It was hard for him to ignore the sight of Luke and Pepper happily engrossed in conversation at the bar's corner, stirring feelings of discomfort within him, akin to a child witnessing another snatching away a cherished toy. After observing them for a while, he approached them casually. "Hey, what are you two discussing? You seem quite cheerful. Let me in on it." Pepper replied with a smile, "Luke has been regaling me with many amusing cases. It's hilarious how diverse the individuals caught can be." Stark raised an eyebrow at Luke and remarked, "Luke, I've just decided that I want to sleep with all the cover girls from Game Boy magazine. What do you think?" "Indeed." Pepper's laughter ceased. Luke cast him a disdainful glance and asked, "Are you serious?" Stark nodded. "I believe these cover girls align more with my aesthetic, and they are all fresh faces." Luke continued to inquire, "You've made your decision?" Surprised by Luke's persistence, Stark replied, "I've already extended invitations. Several directors and magazine editors have taken note." In silence, Luke retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Chin, I intend to acquire Game Boy magazine, and I want them to find different female cover models. Let us prioritize sincerity, kindness, and beautiful souls over mere appearance and physique. I believe every girl, regardless of her weight or appearance, deserves affirmation, even if she weighs 200 pounds and is not conventionally beautiful." After hanging up the phone, Luke smiled at Stark and remarked, "You mentioned wanting to sleep with 12 girls. Rest assured, I promise they are all good girls." Stark's expression at that moment was akin to having swallowed a fly. Only Pepper, sitting beside him, silently gave Luke a thumbs up. Stark, undeterred, inquired of Luke, "You must be joking, right? For heaven's sake, Luke, are you serious?" Luke, with a solemn demeanor, nodded and stated, "I believe that even if one's exterior is not particularly beautiful, inner beauty is worthy of remembrance by many." "Tony, you cannot be so superficial, can you?" Stark stared at Luke, speechless, his eyes wide. At this juncture, Pepper chimed in to support Luke. "Luke, I never expected you to hold such views. I stand by you. You are a true gentleman, unlike many who are so shallow." Stark's expression darkened further, and he quickly pulled Luke aside, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, saying, "Luke, what exactly are you trying to do? I'm in a bad mood. Have you broken up? Do you really lack for women?" Luke shook his head and replied, "You don't understand love. In a ranch, someone like you is merely a breeding bull, huh?" Luke's words were quite blunt, and Stark's face soured. "Hey, Luke, I considered you a friend." Luke, however, pulled Stark closer, directing him towards the bar and pointing at Pepper. "She's a good girl, and I intend to pursue her." "No way, she is my secretary." "So what if she is your secretary? You're not her father, and even if you were, you have no right to interfere with her feelings. You jerk." "Luke, what do you intend to do?" Luke snickered and said, "What do you think? I'm annoyed with you. You have a girl who is utterly devoted to you. Yet you fail to appreciate her. Since you don't want her, I will take her. Noticing Stark's sullen expression, Luke continued with a smirk. What's the matter? Upset? Want to fight? I could take on anyone in Quantico, and with your build, I would let you use one hand and still defeat you. Not satisfied? Heh, Tony. You are merely a spoiled child. Your rebellious phase has yet to pass, hasn't it? Seeing Stark's mood stabilize slightly, Luke continued to stoke the fire. You need to take the initiative. Are you expecting a girl to approach you? You seek out other women daily. How can she be expected to act first? I will give you one chance. If you fail to seize it, I will take her away. A good girl like her is a treasure not to be squandered. At that moment, Stark began to understand that Luke was not merely teasing him. After patting Stark on the shoulder, Luke turned to leave. But Stark grasped the hem of his shirt. Luke gazed at Stark in bewilderment, while Stark fidgeted for a considerable time before confessing, I do not know how to express my feelings to her. A smile crept onto Luke's lips as he reflected on Stark, who had been rebellious during his parents' presence and now, with their absence, remained adrift. This fellow relied solely on his wealth to attract women, having never experienced a genuine romance. Lacking even the theoretical foundation. With a sigh, Luke addressed Stark, It appears you possess no groundwork whatsoever. You must start from the beginning. Stark looked at Luke and inquired, How do I begin? After contemplating for a moment, Luke replied, I have some free time lately. You could come to my house, or I could visit you. Stark nodded in agreement, saying, All right, it's settled then. But you must not entertain any thoughts of her. Luke chuckled and remarked, Watching me chat and laugh with Pepper must be quite disheartening for you, is it not? Stark, with a scowl, refrained from responding, but Luke discerned his feelings and continued. Does it not resemble the sensation of having another child snatch away your cherished toy during childhood? Stark, feeling dejected, nodded in acknowledgement. Luke patted him on the shoulder and stated, This indicates that Pepper holds a significant and vital place in your heart, does it not? After a moment of reflection, Stark affirmed with a nod, Do not worry, I shall guide you on what to do next. Chapter 50. The Instruction of the California Canon King in the Subsequent Period. Everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. Luke was either at the precinct honing his marksmanship or accompanying Stark in his endeavors to woo young ladies. He provided Stark with a list of various teen dramas and films, instructing him to observe the nuances of interacting with girls. After all, this fellow had entered university at the tender age of 15, leaving him woefully inexperienced in the realm of adolescent romance. During his idle moments, Luke also frequented Stark Industries to alleviate his own boredom, particularly since and had departed, leaving him quite uninspired. Meanwhile, Harris was preoccupied with reorganizing his formidable team, thus failing to assign any tasks to Luke. However, after several visits to Stark Industries, Luke began to comprehend why Stark would eventually become so insufferable. Obadiah Stane's approach towards Stark was remarkably adept. It echoed a pernicious strategy from ancient Chinese civilization known as the art of flattering to death. His treatment of Stark was nothing short of this insidious tactic. When Luke visited Stark, he introduced himself with his original surname, Luke Chenth, which prompted a markedly favorable response from Stark, who regarded him as a carefree scion of wealth. Luke did not disappoint, often organizing parties for the employees of his grandmother's fashion company. He would discreetly observe the young women alongside Stark, later juxtaposing their demeanor with that of Hollywood's elite, thereby enlightening Stark on the concept of green tea girls. The silver lining was that Stark, at the age of 29, had not yet been profoundly influenced by Stane. Furthermore, Luke shared with Stark the ancient Chinese strategy of flattering to death, leaving Stark momentarily stunned. Luke refrained from naming Stane directly, demonstrating a modicum of emotional intelligence. The relationship between Stark and Stane could be traced back to the era of Stark's parents. Nevertheless, Luke confided privately to Pepper that the only person capable of swaying Stark was indeed Pepper herself. Seeing Stark engage with ordinary girls without resorting to monetary influence reassured Luke that the groundwork was laid. He began encouraging Stark to comprehensively understand Pepper, not merely her personal information but also her preferences and experiences. After Luke compiled this information, Stark remained silent for an extended duration, absorbing the fact that while the document detailed Pepper's insights into Stark, Stark himself knew little about her. He only recognized her as Howard's former secretary, and, following Luke's prompting, He found himself at a loss for what to do without Pepper. When Luke sensed the moment was ripe, he ceased his frequent visits to Stark, allowing him some space. He had a bold plan in mind. One day, while Stark was engrossed in research at the company, Luke summoned Pepper and Rhodes. In a secluded corner of the restaurant, Rhodes curiously inquired as to Stark's absence. Pepper, perceptive of Luke's intent to sidestep Stark, chose not to question him, patiently awaiting his explanation. Luke, ever forthright, directly posed the question to Pepper. Do you have feelings for Stark? Rhodes stared wide-eyed at the two, clearly still in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how they ventured into such a topic. Pepper observed Luke's serious demeanor, remaining silent for a considerable time before nodding. Lately, Luke and Stark had been mysteriously engrossed in some research together, and she felt an unsettling premonition. It wasn't that she feared Luke would lead Stark astray. Rather, it seemed they were scheming about something significant. Thus, Luke began to unveil his plans, leaving both of them utterly astonished. Eventually, Pepper departed with a joyful countenance, leaving Rhodes in a state of despondency. Look, why can't I encounter such a wonderful girl? He lamented. Patting him on the shoulder, Luke consoled, ultimately. This is a world that values appearances. Don't lose heart. You probably won't meet anyone like that in the future. Overthinking is futile. Rhodes felt even more disheartened, his heart heavy, my friend. A few days later, Luke assisted Harris with a case. Luke had nearly gathered all the clues, and the clerical staff had organized the reports and evidence. They were just short of apprehending the suspects. However, Harris assigned this task to the unruly field agents. Others were indignant on Luke's behalf, but he understood this was a treacherous pitfall. The criminal's family possessed substantial influence, and their records had been concealed. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by their family, yet Luke had heard of this individual before. When that gang attempted to make arrests, they would likely be clumsy and later face repercussions from the family. Harris had led them into a quagmire. Her heart was truly callous. Just as he handed over the case, Luke received a call from Stark. Luke, Pepper has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Luke swore Wang Defa. Pepper is merely a secretary. Are these kidnappers out of their minds? If they were to kidnap someone, it should be you. Stark's somber voice resonated from the receiver. Originally, they aimed for me. But Pepper insisted I handle other matters. She went in my stead. What about Happy? Is he just a decorative bodyguard? Happy was injured, but it's not serious. He merely lost consciousness during the car impact. Where are you now? I'll come meet you. I'm at home. Listen, Tony. If you receive a call from the kidnappers, comply with their demands no matter what, but do buy some time, understand? Got it, Luke. Should I notify the police? Luke pondered briefly before responding. I'll arrange the police. That way, we can avoid the lengthy reporting process. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Luke informed Harris and departed. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at Stark's villa in Malibu, where the LAPD had also sent personnel. Among them was a familiar face. Detective Frank, who had first met Luke alongside Chief Taylor and had since risen to the rank of inspector. Upon entering, Luke bypassed pleasantries with Frank and inquired about Stark. Any news from the kidnappers? Stark shook his head. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Harris's voice on the other end. Luke, I've dispatched an intelligence analysis team to assist you. I understand Stark is your friend, so do not hesitate to contact me should you require anything. Thank you on behalf of Tony, Harris, Luke replied. Stark looked at Luke, puzzled, as he hung up the phone. Luke then informed him. My superior has learned of your situation and sent a team of analysts to help us. Turning to Detective Frank, Luke proposed, let us collaborate on this case. Frank nodded in agreement, saying, that sounds excellent. Your FBI's analytical equipment far surpasses that of our police department. Before long, the intelligence team arrived. They first seized Stark's mobile phone and the landline from the villa to install surveillance devices, followed by the commencement of their setup. Remarkably adept. Their actions displayed a high level of professionalism, yet Stark remained seated, lost in thought. Observing this, Luke approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, assuring, do not worry, Tony, we shall expedite Pepper's rescue. At that moment, Stark's phone began to ring. Chapter 51. Analysis. Stark did not answer the phone but instead turned to Luke, who gazed at the members of the intelligence team. The leader signaled an OK gesture to Luke, who, along with Frank, donned a headset, and indicated for Stark to take the call. "This is Stark." A low, hoarse voice emanated from the other end. "Huh, we certainly know who you are. The woman is in our custody. Prepare 6 million in cash within 2 hours. Non-consecutive serial numbers. Old bills, bundled." Before Stark could respond, the caller abruptly hung up. The intelligence team exchanged glances with Luke, who sighed alongside Frank. The assailants were too astute. Leaving no time for the team to trace the signal, Luke addressed Stark. "Contact the bank, Tony. Who else is aware of your schedule today?" After a moment's contemplation, Stark shook his head. "I don't know, but I was supposed to review a procurement order today, requiring on-site inspection. However, Pepper insisted I focus on my research. She can handle these matters. Luke, she was kidnapped in my stead. She's just a girl. Goodness, I can hardly bear to think." Stark's lament was abruptly halted by Luke. Hey, Tony, now is not the time for regret. We must devise a plan to locate the kidnappers." Stark found himself powerless, left to wait for the assailants to call again. Yet Luke interjected. "The kidnappers have already provided us with information." Both Frank and Stark looked at Luke with confusion. Luke continued, "I estimate there are only 2 to 3 of them. They are aware of your worth, or rather, the value of Stark Industries, but they only requested 6 million. This indicates a small group. 6 million in cash weighs nearly 70 kilograms. I suspect there are 3 of them, as 2 would find the burden too heavy. 6 million divides conveniently into 3 portions of 2 million each, making it manageable to carry. Their request for non-consecutive old bills suggests they are seasoned criminals, not novices, and the bundling indicates a connection to organized crime, as only gangsters typically bundle cash. Furthermore, your notoriety in Los Angeles means local gangs would not target you. Only outsiders passing through would contemplate such a heist. Thus, the information is clear. Outsiders, 2 to 3 individuals, with a criminal background. We can pursue this lead." Luke's analysis left Stark astonished. Initially, he considered Luke's appointment to the FBI as mere formality, yet he now recognized Luke's genuine expertise. Frank also commended Luke, instructing his assistant. "Activate your informants within the gang community and ascertain if any recent criminals have arrived in Los Angeles or are temporarily staying here." The assistant promptly retrieved a phone to make arrangements. Luke reassured Stark, "I have only recently been assigned here and lack informants. This aspect will rely on Detective Frank." "Do not worry." Stark, feeling helpless, could only nod mechanically. In haste, a call was placed to Stark Bank to prepare the cash. Time ticked away relentlessly. The representatives from Stark Bank arrived with the cash 10 minutes prior to the agreed-upon time, delivering a total of 2 large bags. As the hour approached, the assailants called promptly. Stark hurriedly interjected, insisting, "Let me hear Pepper's voice, or I shall never pay." This had been a prior instruction from Luke, who had emphasized the necessity of ensuring Pepper's survival. A voice emerged from the other end. "Very well, Mr. Stark, we are not afraid of you alerting the authorities. But do not attempt any tricks. Our sole desire is wealth." Following this, Pepper's voice resonated through the receiver. "Tony, I'm unharmed. How is Happy?" "Happy merely lost consciousness." "He is all right, Pepper. They're treating you." At this moment, Pepper's voice ceased abruptly. "Mr. Stark, we have fulfilled your request. Now please drive out with the cash. I do not wish to see any law enforcement present. Head towards Hollywood Boulevard, and do not forget your phone." With that, the call ended. Hearing Pepper's voice provided Stark with a momentary sense of relief, and he turned to Luke. The intelligence team had yet to track the adversaries. Luke sighed, stating, "They are seasoned professionals and not easily dealt with. You will drive my car. It is armored. Mike, the head of the intelligence team, bring me 2 communication devices." Luke then equipped himself and Stark with the devices. Testing. "Communication is clear. Over." Once everything was prepared, Luke reassured Stark, "Do not worry. We will have personnel following you continuously, and we have a helicopter on standby. Trust me." Stark nodded, taking a deep breath before entering the vehicle. Luke had arranged for Frank's team to take turns shadowing Stark to ensure they remained undetected. Following the assailants' instructions, Stark arrived near Hollywood Boulevard, where he received another call from them. Thus, they circled much of Los Angeles until after 5 in the afternoon when traffic began to increase. The assailants demanded that Stark head directly to the airport. Luke, however, cursed into the communicator, "Damn, these guys are cunning. There's air traffic control at the airport, and the helicopter cannot pass." Stark had no choice but to comply with the assailants' demands and drive toward the airport, while Luke and his team followed at a distance. Ultimately, Stark was directed to a remote hangar near the airport. At this point, Luke could not follow, as the open terrain would make their presence too conspicuous. After another curse, Luke instructed Stark, "Tony, try to stall for time. Do not act rashly or provoke them. I will hurry over." Frank interjected, "I've summoned the SWAT team." Luke shook his head. "No, too many people will make it too obvious. I can handle this alone." Stark reduced his speed and came to a halt at the hangar entrance. There, he encountered a masked robber brandishing a firearm, who addressed him with a taunting remark, "Wow, Mr. Stark, how considerate of you to deliver us an armored vehicle." Stark, his expression darkened, inquired sharply, "Where is Pepper?" The assailant turned and gestured to someone behind him. Stark's countenance grew even more grave upon seeing the figure. Luke's analysis had proven accurate. There were indeed 3 of them. He had spotted another thug descending from the rooftop, binoculars in hand. At that moment, an aircraft approached, prompting the robbers to swiftly conceal themselves. However, it was merely a small propeller plane that soon passed by their hangar. Once the plane had departed, the robbers resumed their stance. Stark's heart sank with anxiety as he beheld Pepper, her hands and mouth bound. They had not released her. The lead robber remained silent as he advanced to open the car door and inspect the cash within the bag. Chapter 52. Oscar owes me a little golden statue. The bandit leader opened the trunk and began inspecting the cash. After a few minutes, he nodded and remarked, "Mr. Stark, you are quite trustworthy." Stark glared fiercely at the bandit and demanded, "Release Pepper." However, the bandit merely shook his finger and replied, "No, no, no, not yet. We still need her to shake off the police." Stark, filled with fury, insisted, "Let her go. I will be your hostage." Yet the bandit continued to shake his head, stating, "Mr. Stark, we are not fools. I will not allow an adult male to serve as a hostage. You are the one who can hold the police at bay. She cannot." With that, he beckoned to the other 2 bandits. Stark clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Just as the 3 bandits converged, Luke suddenly appeared not far behind them at the hangar door. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 6 shots in quick succession, before Stark's terrified gaze. The 3 robbers fell to the ground, struck by bullets. Luke hurried over to check on Pepper and asked, "Are you all right, Pepper?" Shaken from the ordeal, Pepper swayed unsteadily after being manhandled by the bandit. Just as Luke reached out to support her, she collapsed into a broad embrace. Taking the military knife that Luke offered, Stark swiftly cut the bindings on Pepper. She was trembling, tears streaming down her face. Stark held her close, gently patting her back, reassuring her, it's all right, Pepper. We are safe now." Seeing the 2 in a moment of tender affection, Luke quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, let us get out of here first. You can embrace each other later." At that moment, Luke stood behind Stark, and both became acutely aware of the 3 corpses at Luke's feet. They hastily separated, preparing to leave when suddenly Pepper pushed Stark away in horror. Bang! The bullet was the last desperate gasp of the fallen bandit. Luke reacted instinctively, drawing his gun and turning to empty the magazine at the remaining threat. "No!" He heard Stark's anguished roar. Turning around, he saw Pepper lying in Stark's arms. Blood was saturating her pristine white suit. Stark held her tightly, weeping uncontrollably. "No, Pepper, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Pepper." Blood spilling from her lips, could barely speak. With great difficulty, she lifted a hand to caress Stark's cheek, her eyes filled with love and regret. Stark was overwhelmed with emotion, crying incoherently as he repeatedly pleaded, "Pepper, don't go. Don't leave me. I won't allow it. I won't let you close your eyes. Please." Luke hurriedly shouted into the communicator, "Doctor, ambulance, hurry, someone is injured." Blood continued to flow from Pepper's mouth, yet she struggled to utter, "Tony. I like you. I like you too, Pepper. Don't leave me, please. Hold on. The doctor will be here soon." Pepper gifted Stark a loving smile before slowly closing her eyes, her arms falling limp. "No, no, Pepper." Stark frantically embraced her, kissing her forehead and caressing her cheek. Luke approached with a sorrowful expression, placing a comforting hand on Stark's shoulder. Just as Stark was about to let out a heart-wrenching cry, he heard a distinct sound. Click perfect. He then stared in bewilderment as numerous people emerged from the corners of the hangar, along with cameras. To his astonishment, he noticed Pepper moving. Luke stepped forward to help her up. Stark remained in a state of disbelief, questioning his very existence. At that moment, people gathered around, applauding. Luke turned to a thin, middle-aged man with a beard and asked, "James, how was my performance?" The man chuckled, replying, "It was magnificent, simply perfect," capturing the essence of a shrewd and righteous federal agent. Luke's lips twitched. Though he recognized the compliment, it felt somewhat insincere. Had his aunt perhaps compensated this man too generously? Was it all recorded? The middle-aged man nodded, stating, "All captured. This story is truly touching. Had there been enough time for reshoots, I would have ensured its release." At that moment, Stark comprehended the situation, glaring at Luke with incredulous eyes. "Look, you scoundrel." Luke shrugged and gestured toward Pepper, saying, "You should be grateful to me. You have acquired a wonderful lady, which is far more significant, isn't it?" Seeing Luke's audacity, Stark turned to Pepper, who was radiating affection. He opened his mouth but could not muster any reproach. Yet, having finally achieved her heart's desire, how could Pepper allow Stark to reconsider? She wrapped her arms around Stark's neck and bestowed upon him a kiss stained with blood. The good news was that the blood was merely syrup. The bad news was that the syrup was exceedingly sweet. The crowd witnessed the lovers finally uniting, a hymn finally coming together, and they erupted in applause. However, director James questioned Luke with a furrowed brow. "Do you think I could make a short film and release it? Would Stark sue me?" After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, "No, he would likely want to reshoot." "You'd hit the jackpot, as not everyone can afford to enlist Stark." James appeared skeptical, but the reality of the situation hit him swiftly. After parting with Pepper with a kiss, Stark pointed at Luke and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, I must up the ante. You can't be the sole performer here." Luke shrugged and replied, "Feel free, though I worry about your abysmal acting skills. That expression you just displayed is simply unattainable now." However, Stark confidently stated, "Hey, do not underestimate me. Given my previous performance, I believe the Oscars owe me a little golden statuette." Director James interjected, "From a professional standpoint, Ms. Pepper Potts is the finest actor here. Her portrayal of dying longing and regret for her lover truly surpasses many Hollywood actresses." Pepper smiled and gave James a thumbs up. "Director, do well in your filming. Should you require investment in the future, seek me out." Stark immediately expressed his discontent. "Hey, I am the protagonist here." Clearly, Pepper knew better how to handle Stark. The two bickered as they prepared to conclude this farce. "Do you not think the robber's acting is the best?" At that moment, Stark finally noticed the robbers, Happy, Rhodes, and Chief Taylor. Stark gaped at the group, then shot a glare at Luke. "You truly have an eye for casting." Luke shrugged and replied, "I am the producer and screenwriter. No need for thanks. Just sign the bill later." "Damn, why must I foot the bill?" Luke glared at Stark and said, "Do you believe hiring so many actors comes without compensation? Chief Taylor even personally played a robber, and the FBI intelligence team is here. Is this something an ordinary person can manage?" Stark, with a deadpan expression, asked Luke, "How much did it cost?" Luke pointed to the bag on the ground and replied, "Exactly $6 million. $1 million for the crew's salaries, $3 million donated to the LAPD, and $2 million donated to the FBI's Los Angeles division." "Perfect. Damn it, Luke, you scoundrel." Chapter 53. Will he dismantle the bomb? After the incident, Stark sought to regain his footing, yet was dissuaded by Pepper. Unbeknownst to Stark, Luke possessed formidable capabilities, which Pepper sensed intuitively. Perhaps it was the instinct of a woman at play, as Stark ultimately refrained from making arrangements involving Luke. Despite his verbal reluctance, his body was honest. He eventually acquiesced to director James and res-hot numerous scenes. James returned jubilantly to edit the footage. This reshoot garnered full cooperation from both the LAPD and the FBI, and Stark's performance was indeed heartfelt, leaving James thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, Luke hosted a lively party at his seaside villa, inviting all crew members, including the police officers and agents who participated in the reshoot. However, Luke specifically instructed director James that all law enforcement personnel must use aliases, forbidding the use of their real names. The party buzzed with excitement. Yet Stark found himself devoid of his usual enthusiasm, his attention wholly captivated by Pepper. Luke, sensing the moment, urged the couple to depart early. Rhodes inquired about the reasoning. And Luke, with a touch of exasperation, delivered a biting remark to the single man. The two were in the throes of passionate romance. Lingering at the party seemed futile when they could instead retreat to the privacy of their bedroom. As Rhodes observed Luke leaving merrily with a beautiful woman, his expression morphed into one of dismay. A harsh reality for him, indeed. However, since Anne's departure, Luke had not pursued any other women, not from a lack of desire, but rather due to his elevated standards. Even the most cunning of Hollywood's temptresses could not escape his discerning gaze. Though it was past midnight, the party was in full swing when suddenly, Luke's phone rang. An unknown number flashed on the screen. After a moment's consideration, he deemed his number too confidential to belong to a scammer, so he answered. "Luke, it's Doherty," came the familiar voice from the other end. "Professor Doherty, please hold on while I find a quiet spot." Luke retreated to a corner of the hall and spoke into the phone. "Professor Doherty, what can I do for you?" In a grave tone, Doherty replied, "Listen, Luke. I need you to head to the FBI office in San Francisco immediately. There will be arrangements for your upcoming assignment. Remember, absolute confidentiality is paramount." "Understood, Professor Doherty. I'm on my way. Is there anything I need to prepare?" After a brief silence, Doherty added, "You'll need to disarm a bomb. Just bring the necessary tools. Someone will meet you there." "All right." Upon ending the call, Luke pondered briefly before retrieving a substantial bag of weapons from his vehicle. His disarming equipment included the good blade and a toolbox, sufficient for the task at hand. After exchanging greetings with Uncle Chun, Luke summoned his helicopter and set off for San Francisco. The distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco exceeds 600 kilometers, yet he arrived in just over 2 hours. The helicopter taking a direct route to ensure swift passage. The aircraft landed directly atop the FBI's California Division building. The head of the California Division arranged for someone to meet Luke on the rooftop. Upon entering the office of the head, Luke met Ernie Payson, the chief of the California Division and the FBI's West Coast director. Luke observed that even in the early hours of the morning, the California Division was brightly illuminated, suggesting that a significant incident had occurred. Gazing at the youthful Luke, Director Payson remarked, "Agent Luke Dutton, your performance at Quantico has been exemplary. Now, I must ask you, can you disarm a missile warhead?" Luke did not provide a definitive answer but replied to Director Payson, "Which type of missile?" "The MGM-140A. The missile in the film is the AGM-64 air-to-ground missile, which is not accurate, hence a slight modification here." Before Payson could further elaborate, Luke articulated the specifications of the missile. The MGM-140A tactical missile is the earliest variant of the ATACMS, having entered service in 1991 and participated in the Gulf War that same year. This missile can be launched from the M270 multiple launch rocket system. The Block 1 variant weighs 1670 kilograms, with a warhead weight of 450 kilograms and a maximum range of 150 kilometers. The Block 1A variant boasts a maximum range of 165 kilometers. Both models are produced by Lockheed Martin. Director Payson was pleasantly surprised by Luke's response. He initially thought this young man was merely a political appointee, but discovered he possessed genuine expertise. Luke shrugged and stated, "This device is quite easy to disarm. It employs a cluster munition with separate compartments." Director Payson was pleased with Luke's answer, but then, with a grave expression, he stated, "Agent Luke Dutton, what I am about to say must remain absolutely confidential. You are prohibited from using any communication devices or leaving this building without my permission." Recognizing the seriousness of Payson's tone, Luke understood the gravity of the situation and replied earnestly, "I will strictly adhere to your orders. Please proceed." "Are you familiar with VX nerve gas?" Although Luke nodded gravely, his thoughts were filled with expletives. What kind of assignment had Doherty handed him? VX nerve gas was no trivial matter. This substance, while classified as a biochemical weapon, possesses a lethality surpassing that of an atomic bomb. A spoonful of VX nerve agent released over a city would leave 8 blocks devoid of life. Imagining the MGM-140A's 450 kilogram cluster munition warhead filled with VX nerve agent. The potential for mass casualties was far greater than that of a small nuclear device. A single missile could obliterate much of San Francisco, leaving no survivors. Payson observed Luke's youthful visage and solemn demeanor, sighed, and sought to alleviate the pressure on this young man. He continued, "Last night, Marine Brigadier General Frank Hammer led a group of soldiers in an assault on an army depot. They seized 15 MGM, 140A missiles containing VX nerve gas. Now they have seized Devil's Island, taking 81 tourists and staff as hostages. At midnight, the Pentagon received a call from General Hammer, demanding the transfer of $100 million into a designated overseas account within 40 hours. After listening to Secretary Payton's statement, Luke found himself in a state of bewilderment. Who is General Hammer? Is it possible that an American general is so impoverished? How much does the federal government owe him in salary? After contemplating for a moment, Director Payton decided to reveal the truth to Luke, as he was appointed by the Attorney General and had influential backing, making it impossible to keep the information from him. This situation was indeed significant. Although he was affiliated with the current FBI Director, Jim Womack, there was still the Attorney General, Doherty, to consider. While the military's issues should not implicate him, the crux of the matter was that Devil's Island was located in San Francisco, right within his jurisdiction. Devil's Island is situated in San Francisco Bay, a mere 2.5 kilometers from the coast, surrounded by steep cliffs and deep waters, and was once a federal prison. Decommissioned in 1963, trouble had quite literally fallen from the sky, with the Attorney General and the President attending a conference in the Asia-Pacific region. The matter had now fallen into the hands of the Pentagon and the FBI. This was evidently a colossal pitfall, if not handled properly. Both San Francisco and his own career could be ruined. It was inevitable that he would seek an escape route. The present Luke presented a perfect opportunity. Since the Attorney General had arranged for him to be here, it was evident that Luke was aligned with either the Attorney General or, more likely, the President himself. Chapter 54. The old fox Luke discerned that Payson was somewhat conflicted, yet he remained unperturbed, indifferent to the nature of his turmoil. His sole interest lay in matters pertinent to the mission. Payson proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the situation. Brigadier General Frank Hammer was affiliated with the Marine Corps and had participated in every foreign conflict undertaken by the federal government since the Vietnam War. The medals he had earned could adorn his left chest abundantly, and he had also received the highest honor bestowed by Congress. Luke felt a surge of frustration within him. With such formidable achievements, how on earth could they possibly seize Devil's Island? How would they rescue hostages? How could they disarm missiles? Payson continued, explaining that during numerous battles, General Hammer had lost 83 men under his command, including those in the Gulf War and covert operations in South Asia. These soldiers had not received the honors or compensations they deserved, nor could their funerals be conducted. Consequently, General Hammer had leveraged this to extort $100 million from the American government. Director Womack was en route to Los Angeles with his team. After a period of contemplation, Luke inquired about the government's intended approach to resolve this incident. Payson shook his head, stating that the specific arrangements remained uncertain and would only be clarified upon the director's arrival. However, the preliminary plan was to infiltrate and conduct a raid. Luke sighed, expressing his skepticism. Such a task was nearly impossible, as there was at least a platoon of Marines stationed on the island, likely comprised of elite forces. Given General Hammer's record, how many personnel would be required for infiltration? Payson shrugged, remarking that it depended on the generals at the Pentagon. Luke shook his head, asserting that whatever strategies they could conceive, General Hammer would inevitably anticipate as well. Payson, albeit in agreement with Luke's perspective, acknowledged their position as mere foot soldiers bound to follow orders. With little more to discuss, Payson suggested Luke take some rest, indicating that they would reconvene upon the minister's arrival the following morning. He then arranged for a secretary to escort Luke to a lounge. Once he had set down his equipment, Luke reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate while contemplating how to navigate the situation to avoid pitfalls. At dawn, Payston's secretary came to summon Luke, announcing that the director was imminent. Thus, Luke made his way to the hall, where he encountered Payson and the newly arrived FBI director, Jim Womack. Accompanying Womack was a young man, Dr. Stanley Gusby, a bioweapons expert from FBI headquarters. Minister Pius Dunn introduced Luke to the two. Woolmack, shaking Luke's hand, remarked, "I didn't realize our bureau had such a young bomb disposal expert." The director seemed somewhat displeased with Doherty's meddling. Yet, Luke refrained from voicing any dissent, politely responding, "I hold doctoral degrees in physics, biology, and chemistry." Woolmack nodded, turning directly to Pius Dunn and inquiring, "Has the suspect arrived?" To which Pius Dunn replied, "He has been here for some time. However, we lack his file and do not even know his name." The group conversed as they walked. Woolmack explained to several individuals, "This man is named John Mason, a British national who was imprisoned on Alcatraz in 1962 and escaped in 1963. Paxton half-jokingly remarked, "I thought no one could escape from that place." However, Woolmack replied with utmost seriousness, "Do not speak out of turn. This man possesses no identity in either America or Britain. He is, in theory, a non-existent individual. Do you understand? What we need to ascertain is how he escaped and the route he took." Upon entering the interrogation room, Luke peered through the one-way glass at the individual within, long hair cascading down, a beard as white as snow, said to have been incarcerated for over 30 years. Based on the information disclosed by Director Woolmack, Luke was convinced that this man was far from ordinary. Evidently, the director had withheld numerous details. Woolmack candidly admitted his acquaintance with Mason, expressing his desire not to provoke him, thus delegating the interrogation to Paxton, whose demeanor was rather brusque. Clearly, he was playing the role of the heavy. It was only a matter of time before someone would need to adopt a gentler approach. Glancing at Dr. Gusby beside him, who, despite his neat appearance, clearly belonged to the realm of office work, particularly in a technical capacity, Luke anticipated the outcome. As expected, Paxton returned with no fruitful results, prompting Woolmack to suggest that Luke give it a try. Although Luke was reluctant, it was undeniable that this was the superior of his superior's superior. Thus, he resolved not to follow the usual protocol. Armed with the document provided by the director, a pardon signed by the Attorney General, Luke entered the interrogation room, pulled up a chair, and sat beside Mason. "First, sign this," he said, fully aware that it would serve as a pardon when needed, and be rendered as mere waste paper when it was not. Mason regarded the youthful and handsome Luke and asked, "Why should I sign it?" Luke shrugged and replied, "Just in case it becomes necessary." Without a second glance, Mason signed his name. Luke then took the document and positioned himself behind Mason, strategically blocking the view of the one-way glass. Leaning in close, he whispered to Mason, "I do not care who you are or what grievances you have with the director. I merely wish to fulfill my duty. I understand you possess the ability to escape from any prison, but your failure to leave America indicates that there are individuals in this country whom you care about. Do not compel me to take action against them." With that, he stood, patted Mason on the shoulder, and exited the interrogation room. After a moment of contemplation, Mason addressed the mirror, stating, "Take me to the suite at the Fairmont Hotel. I wish to bathe, shave, have my hair cut, and change clothes." When Luke returned to the room behind the one-way glass, Woolmack and the others were eager to learn what Luke had said to Mason that led him to agree. Luke shrugged and replied, "I threatened him. If he did not cooperate, I would throw him into the prison with the highest population of homosexuals. For every encounter he endures, I would grant a day off his sentence." The statement rendered the group speechless. "Ah, that was exceedingly brutal. Where did Doherty find such a ruthless individual?" Observing the seemingly innocuous figure, one could hardly believe he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as a few remained in stunned silence, Mason seized the moment, utilizing the coin discarded during his earlier interrogation by Patton to shatter the one-way glass with a powerful elbow strike. Upon seeing Director Woolmack, he uttered, "Woolmack? I knew it. You scoundrel." With that, he was swiftly subdued by the guards. Luke, witnessing the visibly perturbed expression of Director Woolmack, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This old fox was indeed not a virtuous man. The silver-haired gentleman possessed considerable strength. The glass was notably thick, and it seemed that anyone named John had the potential to be quite formidable. It would be wise to maintain a distance in the future. Subsequently, the group escorted Mason to the Fairmont Hotel, an establishment steeped in history, located near San Francisco's renowned Fisherman's Wharf. Woolmack granted Mason a mere 2 hours, Upon departing from the FBI's California branch, Luke received a delivery from the Dodge Division, a bulletproof version of a pickup truck, aptly named Tyrannosaurus. It is worth noting that Luke was armed to the teeth. Chapter 55. Worries upon arriving at the Fairmont Hotel suite. Mason busied himself with personal grooming in the bedroom. While Luke sat contemplatively in the corner, pondering how to accomplish the daunting task at hand. The challenge was formidable, even for him with extraordinary abilities. The crux of the difficulty lay in the fact that there was more than one missile launcher involved. The MGM-140A missile could be launched using the M270 rocket launcher, which, despite being termed a missile, was essentially a guided rocket. With a lengthy steel rail, one could construct a rudimentary launching device. Additionally, there were dozens of elite Marines on the island, not to mention the hostages. The mere thought of it caused Luke a headache. Dr. Gusby requested a handgun from Director Woolmack, who looked as though he wished to kick him back to Washington. Observing the man's somewhat endearing naivety, Luke discreetly retrieved a pistol from his own space and handed it to him, saying, QH-917, it should be akin to your usual service weapon. He also provided him with 2 fully loaded magazines before returning to his contemplation of the task at hand. The Bureau had arranged for a barber for Mason, though Luke was uncertain who had made the request. The hotel delivered a sumptuous feast, and the accompanying agents indulged in various delicacies typically unavailable to them, all while enjoying soft melodies in a state of bliss. Only Woolmack and Dr. Gusby remained on the rooftop. Seizing the opportunity while Mason had his hair cut, he sprang into action. He bound his and Woolmack's wrists with the hotel's clothesline and pushed Woolmack off the balcony, threatening Gusby to lay down his weapon. Ultimately, Gusby lacked the courage to fire. Mason secured one end of the rope to a chair and, while Gusby was distracted, made his escape. Chaos ensued. Yet Luke showed no inclination to intervene. He surmised Mason's intentions and elegantly rose to take the elevator down to the hotel lobby. By this time, Mason's flight had thrown the hotel into disarray, and Gusby was in hot pursuit. Clearly, he was still a novice. Luke reached his car and dialed Harris. Harris, please assist me in locating an individual. John Mason, Federal Prison, Wolfburg. Harris promptly began her search on the computer. There's no such individual, Luke. Luke pondered for a moment and added, transferred from San Quentin in February 1976. After a few moments of operation, Harris exclaimed, their SA case file, a Scotsman. But no name. Wait, there's family information. Yes, that's what I need. Harris quickly accessed the details and informed Luke, Jade Angelo, 32, Stinson Street, San Francisco. Okay, I'll hang up now. Wait, Luke, I received a collaboration notice from the California Division. What is going on? This is confidential for now. Arranged by Attorney General Doherty. I'll explain when I return. All right, Luke, take care. Doherty, never mind. Luke hung up the phone, fully grasping Harris's implication. Yet he understood that it was not the crux of the matter. His priority was to retrieve Mason. With the target location now known, Luke felt no urgency. Instead, he picked up the culprit behind San Francisco's notorious traffic jam, Dr. Gusby, whose driving skills appeared to be overshadowed by his academic credentials. Once in Luke's vehicle, Gusby urged him to hasten, but Luke offered him a cryptic smile, assuring him, fear not, I am aware of his destination. Before long, they arrived at 32 Stinson Street, where they indeed discovered traces of Mason. Luke continued to follow Mason's path to a park adjacent to an art museum, where it seemed Mason was awaiting someone. Luke discerned that this awaited individual must hold significant importance to them. Shortly thereafter, 2 girls appeared. After exchanging a few words, one of them departed. Luke remarked with a smile, this old chap must have been quite the handsome fellow in his youth. Just look at his daughter's appearance. Thus, Luke patted Dr. Gusby, signaling him to prepare to alight from the vehicle. When Gusby picked up his phone to report, Luke intervened. Gusby looked at Luke in confusion. Luke explained, since we have located his kin, he will not flee again. Trust me, it is human nature. We can simply escort him back. Let us not frighten that young girl. Gusby remained somewhat perplexed, having spent considerable time with Luke. He could sense that Luke was far from the typical technician he was. Why do you? Well, I feel you regard him not as a mere criminal. Luke flashed a charming smile. The director's evident anxiety indicates that this individual is no ordinary man. Woolmack has clearly concealed something. and I must prevent being ensnared by his schemes. This fellow may well be inclined to join our endeavor. Although Gusby remained unconvinced, Luke did not elaborate further. Despite the lack of clarity surrounding the situation, the more Womack concealed, the more determined Luke became to support Mason. The fact that Mason had evaded the FBI for so long without succumbing indicated he possessed significant leverage. Moreover, Luke held genuine admiration for Mason's escape from Alcatraz. Even with extraordinary capabilities, few could easily flee from such a fortress. As Luke and Gusby approached the park, they spotted Mason conversing with the girl on a bench. The girl appeared visibly anxious, occasionally glancing around. Meanwhile, the other girl observed them intently. After a moment of contemplation, Luke sighed. Realizing that this young woman was likely meeting her biological father for the first time. Mason also seemed somewhat awkward and tense. Luke could not help but admire the old man, escaping prison yet finding true love and leaving a legacy. One had to wonder how much Womack must despise him to orchestrate such an elaborate trap. Noticing that the conversation between the two was drawing to a close, Luke stepped forward. Father and daughter both noticed Luke and the imposing figure of Gusby behind him, both clad in dark suits and sunglasses, embodying the quintessential image of FBI agents. It is evident that Luke's attire exudes an air of authority. The young woman addressed Mason with a tone of indignation. "Have they come seeking you? Have you escaped again? Why have you come to find me?" Mason's expression grew increasingly despondent. At this juncture, Luke approached them, removing his sunglasses and presenting his credentials. "Miss Anjiro, I am Agent Luke from the FBI. Your father is not a criminal. He is currently working for the federal government." Despite Luke's impeccably tailored suit and commanding presence, his youthful visage prompted Anjiro to question. "Is that true?" Luke extended his credentials towards her, explaining, "We are preparing for a highly perilous mission, but due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot divulge further details." He then turned to Mason and stated, "John, we are pressed for time. We must go. This already contravenes regulations." Mason cast a grateful glance at Luke. Rising to look at his daughter, he yearned to embrace her, yet ultimately settled for a firm handshake. "Let us depart, Luke." Gusby, observing the situation, hurried to Mason's side, anxious that he might flee once more. Luke, with a serious demeanor, assured Anjiro, "Your father will be a hero, trust me." He then presented her with the pardon signed by the Attorney General, departing as her astonished expression lingered. Chapter 56. Seizing the initiative, Mason and Gusby gazed in astonishment at Luke. After the interrogation, they had witnessed Director Womack tear up the pardon. Luke offered no response, only a mysterious smile. Neither pressed further, though Mason was certainly grateful to Luke, for he did not wish to offend someone as formidable as John. As for Womack, Luke felt no fear. Did one truly believe that the financial prowess of the old Sheen family was merely for show? Gusby, however, voiced a few complaints to Mason. Having been struck during Mason's escape, Mason turned to him, gesturing towards Luke, and remarked, "He is far more intelligent than you." The trio returned to the hotel and shared a laugh at the sight of the injured Director Womack, his arm in a sling. Eventually, they arrived at Pier 9 in San Francisco Bay, where a warehouse had been transformed into a temporary command center. In the center lay a large, to-scale model of Devil's Island, surrounded by plans and blueprints. The military's SEAL team had already assembled. They gathered around the model to discuss the infiltration strategy. At that moment, Luke turned to Colonel Anderson, the SEAL team leader, and inquired, "How many men do you have?" Minister Payton had introduced everyone upon their arrival, yet Anderson looked at Luke. The bomb disposal expert, puzzled, and replied, 10 men. "Is there a problem?" Luke had already observed the soldiers. He merely sought further confirmation. Upon hearing Anderson's answer, Luke uttered an expletive. "Damn, whose idea was this? Are we being sent to our deaths?" The group exchanged glances, astonished that Luke dared to curse in front of so many high-ranking officials. However, upon noticing Womack's grim expression, they began to understand. One of Anderson's subordinates interjected, "Agent, do you look down upon us?" Luke shook his head and replied, "You are soldiers. You should know that the Marines on the island are elite troops, occupying advantageous terrain and well-equipped. What are the odds with just the 10 of you?" Before the soldier could respond, Luke continued, "These 10 must not only rescue the hostages but also defuse explosives. Isn't that tantamount to a death sentence? You are ordinary men, not superheroes. At Luke's words, silence enveloped the room. Colonel Anderson addressed Luke. Agent Luke, what are your thoughts? Luke replied, if I were the commander, I would prefer to dispatch an entire battalion. But that is evidently unrealistic. Seeing everyone's attention upon him, Luke elaborated, we must determine personnel allocation based on the mission objectives. Task 1. Search for and dismantle the missiles, which requires one team. Task 2. Locate and obliterate the enemy command center, necessitating another team. Task 3. Rescue the hostages while awaiting support, which demands yet another team, and all must proceed simultaneously. Colonel Anderson, upon concluding Luke's presentation, remarked, this is impractical. Currently, the nearest personnel on the West Coast consist of merely one team. We cannot assemble 3. However, Luke countered, we could enlist the FBI's hostage rescue team. They are professionals in hostage rescue. Both Anderson and Peyton nodded in agreement. The mission appeared secure, and accolades were assured. At that moment, all eyes turned to Walmack, who, despite his grave expression, acknowledged the validity of Luke's assertions. After some contemplation, he addressed Anderson, stating, it seems we require additional helicopters and equipment. Luke, nearly exasperated, exclaimed, what? Utilize helicopters? Colonel Anderson elucidated the infiltration process, detailing how they would parachute into the waters near Devil's Island and access it via an underwater drainage system, necessitating a period of diving. Luke shook his head in disapproval. General Hammer, seasoned in combat, would undoubtedly have access to radar, yet sonar remained a challenge. We cannot approach Devil's Island via helicopter, he insisted. Walmack, visibly frustrated, inquired, without helicopters, are we to swim there? Luke, with a faint smile, replied to Colonel Anderson, we possess submarines. Surely you've undergone such training. Furthermore, he added, we need to deploy at least 3 Patriot missile systems along the coastline as a precaution. Intercepting threats at sea is far preferable to the devastation that would ensue in downtown San Francisco. It would be prudent to have the Air Force and Navy dispatch electronic jammers. The technology of these missiles is relatively rudimentary and should be easily disrupted. At this juncture, Walmack set aside any reservations about Luke's commanding demeanor, recognizing that his suggestions offered greater security. The difference between sending 1 team or 3 was negligible for him. And thus, he concurred with the proposed plan. I will contact the Pentagon immediately. Colonel Anderson, unfamiliar with Luke's background, perceived him merely as an ordinary bomb disposal expert. Yet, it was evident that Luke possessed a markedly composed intellect. Observing the Navy SEALs behind him, he addressed Colonel Anderson, stating, Colonel, your weaponry requires an upgrade. Anderson, intrigued by the discussion of specialized equipment, welcomed the opportunity to glean insights from Luke, especially as preparations loomed ahead. Given that our primary challenges involve infiltration and close-quarter combat, silenced firearms are essential. Additionally, the Marines on the island are likely outfitted with bulletproof vests. Your current 9mm MP5 lacks sufficient lethality. Colonel Anderson harbored similar concerns. Yet deploying assault rifles seemed ill-suited. Luke, adopting a salesman's enthusiasm, proposed, I recommend the QAP-55SD submachine gun produced by 3Q Company. It operates on a gas-operated principle, rendering it more reliable. Its 5mm rounds can penetrate level 3 body armor with minimal recoil and a significantly reduced sound post-suppression. Anderson, with a hint of resignation, responded, that weapon is prohibitively expensive. The Pentagon 1T authorized its procurement. Luke, undeterred, continued to entice, surely. The costs incurred by this incident must be accounted for by someone? With a mischievous grin, Luke turned his gaze towards Minister Piaston, who immediately grasped the unspoken understanding and affirmed, the FBI will cover the expenses this time. Nodding thoughtfully, Luke replied, considering potential firefight scenarios. We ought to acquire some semi-automatic shotguns and assault rifles, and let us also update our handguns. With that, amidst the astonished expressions of those around him, Luke retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Chin, please have our arms company's San Francisco branch send over some weapons and ammunition. Deliver them to Dock 9. I will arrange for the logistics. Requesting 10 units of the ACC Honey Badger SDL Standard Integrated Suppressor, 30 units of the QAP-55SD Integrated Suppressor, 6 semi-automatic QXM shotguns. 4 QSRHSS precision marksman rifles, and 40 QH-55 handguns, each accompanied by 6 magazines. Young master, is there anything else you require? Please have the accessory company send over 40 night vision devices, as well as laser pointers, night vision scopes, holographic sights, underbarrel grenade launchers, and several types of underbarrel grips that are compatible with these firearms. Ensure they procure high-end products as swiftly as possible. Understood, young master. As he concluded the call, the expressions of those present softened towards Luke. These high-end items were far beyond their means. The Pentagon was notoriously frugal, often settling for mere MP5s. Now, with a grand flourish, Luke had made it happen. They were resolute in their decision. The mission would conclude with no intention of returning. Absolutely not. Chapter 57. Insurance. Upon concluding his communication with the Pentagon, Woolmack returned to find the expressions of those present relaxed yet tinged with confusion. Luke remarked, I examined the weapons of these SEAL team members and found them somewhat inadequate for the task at hand, so I arranged for a shipment from 3Q Company, which will arrive shortly. Paxton gave Luke a thumbs up and instructed the guards to await the delivery. Observing the gradually amiable expressions of the group, Luke promptly placed an order for takeout from his own chain of restaurants for all the personnel present. Due to the large number of attendees, the general manager from San Francisco brought along chefs and equipment to prepare the meals on site, ensuring that the food was freshly made and served. Thus, dinner unfolded in an atmosphere of cordiality, dispelling the earlier tension entirely. No sooner had they finished their meal than the representatives from 3Q Weapons Company arrived with the requisite arms and equipment. Anderson and his subordinates were overjoyed, eagerly picking up the weapons to inspect them. Luke, observing their naive enthusiasm, mused that even the presence of a beautiful woman would not distract them from their newfound excitement. Anderson's strategy was clear: seize the opportunity to select first before the other two teams arrived. Shortly thereafter, the other two teams made their entrance. Luke recognized a familiar face among them: Captain Waters, a perpetually indebted individual known for his bald pate. In total, there were 8 members in his team. The FBI's HRT unit also arrived, led by Harold Cooper, an African-American who struck Luke as a cerebral fighter, an archetypal commander with a team of 12. Waters did not engage in pleasantries with Luke, merely offering a nod accompanied by a somewhat unsettling grin. Paxton briefly introduced everyone, and Luke proceeded to showcase their weaponry. Anderson's group had already made their selections, leaving Waters and Cooper's teams to choose next. The 3Q Weapons Company had thoughtfully provided 3 bulletproof shields, all of which Cooper claimed. Waters opted for 6 rifles, 1 shotgun, and 1 designated marksman rifle. Luke could discern from his choices that Waters' subordinates were likely formidable in their own right. The QAP-55 submachine gun, with its 5.5mm rounds, possessed comparatively lower stopping power than the 7.62mm rounds utilized by the ACC Honey Badger. Once everyone had selected their weapons, Director Woolmack began outlining the mission. Arriving without prior knowledge of the details, the teams came to understand the depth of Luke's wisdom through Woolmack's briefing. None of the teams felt absolute confidence in their ability to eliminate the elite Marine Corps soldiers stationed on the island. Luke's trio of teams was deemed the most reliable, with each squad assigned a distinct task: to search for and dismantle missiles, to assault the enemy command center, and to rescue hostages. No single team could accomplish all 3 tasks, which is why Colonel Anderson felt particularly grateful to Luke. As a soldier, he was accustomed to following orders, yet Luke had, in front of Woolmack, successfully secured additional support. Only Luke was aware that it was Doherty who had played a pivotal role. Inside the conference room of Air Force One, soaring over a certain Asian nation, President Marshall, with a grave expression, inquired of Doherty, "How confident are your people in resolving this crisis?" The "your people" could refer to either Womack or Luke. Doherty replied, "The proposal he has put forth is currently the best course of action. But we cannot halt our planned countermeasures. We must have a contingency." It was evident that Doherty's reference was indeed to Luke. After a moment of contemplation, President Marshall stated, "Ensure General Ross is prepared with the thermite. We can only observe their performance now." Doherty recalled a confidential conversation with Luke's father and said to the president, "James, my student is remarkable. Please trust him as you do me." President Marshall regarded Doherty for a long while, nodding solemnly in agreement. In San Francisco, at 7:30 p.m. Within the temporary command center at Pier 9, Mason and Womack were embroiled in a heated argument. The FBI had gathered incomplete blueprints of Alcatraz. Since Mason's escape from the island, it had undergone numerous renovations. Thus, Mason insisted on entering Alcatraz alongside the task force. Womack vehemently opposed this. Even Paxton could no longer remain silent. Just as he was about to speak, Luke interjected, "Director, if you're not allowing him to enter with us, then why have you brought him out? To give him a haircut, tidy up, and take a mugshot?" Womack's complexion darkened at Luke's words. Although Mason was technically subordinate to Womack, Luke had influential connections, having been directly appointed by the Attorney General. The Attorney General, Doherty, was a trusted confidant of the president, suggesting that Luke was either his protege or an operative placed within the FBI by the Secret Service. Such practices were not uncommon among various agencies in the U.S., where personnel were often embedded within one another's organizations for intelligence purposes, though it was rare to witness such overt maneuvers as Luke's. Womack, visibly frustrated, fell silent. However, the adage about being beholden to those one relies on rang true. Both Major Anderson and Captain Waters presented their demands for the mission's success. This individual must accompany them. Captain Cooper refrained from interjecting, yet everyone turned their solemn gazes upon Director Womack. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Gusby sought to consult Luke regarding the bomb disposal, and Major Anderson directly asserted his intent to participate in the operation. Gusby appeared momentarily bewildered and inquired about the specifics. Nearby team members chuckled as they elucidated the situation, leading Gusby to experience a bout of nausea. Observing his distress, Luke approached the restroom to check on him and handed him a tissue upon his return. It turned out that Gusby's fiancée was pregnant and was en route to San Francisco. At that moment, Paxton arrived, joining Luke in encouraging Gusby, bolstering his confidence. Now that all preparations are complete, the group equipped themselves and boarded the helicopter, heading straight for the naval base near San Francisco, where 2 submarines awaited. This was a minor operation, so the team members did not carry additional gear, except for Luke, who was seen with a large bag. The others were curious, and Luke merely explained that it contained bomb disposal tools. Although Gusby was also an expert, he assumed it held protective suits. The group boarded 2 CH-53C Stallion heavy-lift transport helicopters belonging to the Navy. Their destination was to rendezvous with 2 Ohio-class nuclear submarines from the Pacific Fleet, located approximately 150 kilometers southwest of San Francisco, off the coast of Monterey Bay. These submarines had been dispatched from the naval base in San Diego upon receiving the intelligence. The generals at the Pentagon deemed Luke's plan to be the most prudent. The assurance referred to by the president pertained to the military's countermeasures against VX gas munitions. VX gas can be vaporized and decomposed at high temperatures. However, conventional incendiary devices are ineffective, leading the military to develop thermite bombs. This project remains in research stages, resulting in a hurried preparation time for the Air Force. The Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines possess land attack capabilities and are equipped with special operations pods, 2 large cylindrical structures on the submarine's back, suitable for Navy SEAL infiltration missions. They had received orders to authorize Colonel Anderson and his SEAL team to designate targets for the submarines, which would then launch cruise missiles to destroy said targets. Upon reaching the submarine's location, both vessels had already surfaced. The surrounding waters had long been cleared by the Coast Guard. Everyone descended via ropes onto the submarine. It was Luke's first time aboard a submarine, and he found the Ohio class to be more spacious than he had anticipated. However, with so many individuals aboard, it felt rather cramped. 3.5 hours later, they arrived at the designated position, 10 meters below the surface. Everyone donned their equipment, including diving suits and dual-circuit underwater breathing systems. They then navigated through the submarine's interior passageways to reach the pod on the submarine's dorsal side. Once everyone was prepared, the pod began to fill with water, and as soon as the hatch opened, the team set off in a small submersible. Chapter 58. Unconventional Maneuvers at 11:16 p.m. The temporary command center at Pier 9 in San Francisco. Operator: Sir, The submarine has arrived at the designated location and is currently deploying the assault team. At 11:49 p.m., within the temporary command center. Operator, sir, the task force members have reached the northwest corner and are entering the reservoir. Apart from Gusby, everyone else was in good spirits. After all, they were elite operatives. Mason appeared utterly unperturbed, and Luke felt vindicated in his intuition. This old man surely had a tale to tell. Colonel Anderson, as the operational commander, positioned himself centrally, while Waters led his team as the vanguard. If there were cameras present, it would surely capture the quintessential scene of a squad of fully armed Navy SEALs emerging abruptly from a placid water surface. This was a confined space, devoid of any presence except for the incessantly whirring boiler. The area was not spacious, with over 30 individuals cramped together. Colonel Anderson, upon noticing that the exit had been locked from the outside, inquired of Mason, "This is a dead end. Where do you intend to lead us? We are short on time and must act swiftly." Mason, seated by the boiler's exhaust port, gestured towards a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person and replied to Colonel Anderson, "Here, I will proceed first and then open the door." Anderson and the other operatives exchanged bewildered glances at the passage beneath the boiler. The channel was the boiler's exhaust outlet, which periodically emitted bursts of flames, accompanied by rotating gears. Colonel Anderson widened his eyes at Mason and remarked, "Are you jesting?" Mason, composed, responded, "I remember the intervals. I hope they haven't changed." Colonel Anderson cautioned him, "If you get caught in the flames, you will be reduced to cinders." Mason smiled at Anderson and said, "Thank you." He then donned his mask, preparing to navigate through. Beside him was a Navy SEAL assigned by Walmart to oversee Mason. Swallowing hard, he addressed Colonel Anderson, "Captain, you ordered me to stay with him." Colonel Anderson, unwilling to risk his subordinate, replied, "You stay here." At that moment, Luke handed his backpack to Gusby and said, "Keep an eye on this for me." Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he followed Mason into the passage. This level of danger was trivial for Luke. As long as he timed his movements correctly, he would be fine. Even Mason was taken aback upon witnessing Luke's passage. You're not just an ordinary agent?" Luke offered no response, merely returning a mysterious smile. He then handed Mason a QH-917 handgun. "Walmart is not forthcoming. I do not trust him. Complete the mission as you see fit." Mason regarded Luke with a deep gaze before accepting the handgun and nodding in acknowledgement. The structure adjacent to the boiler mirrored the layout of the building they were in, but here, the passageway was open. Colonel Anderson remained anxiously awaiting developments. Luke followed Mason, undeterred by the prospect of being outmaneuvered. Indeed, it was not long before the door swung open from the outside. Entering was Mason, followed closely by the ever-smiling Luke. After receiving a package from Gusby, Luke retrieved an apparatus resembling a radio. He removed the waterproof casing and began to assemble it. Waters, standing beside him, inquired, "What is this device?" Luke replied, "It is a radio signal receiver designed to intercept the opposing communication system." "Colonel Anderson, please hold on. I need to listen in on their communications." Thus, the group patiently awaited as Luke completed the assembly of the device. It was compact, no larger than two cupped hands, reminiscent of an enlarged mobile phone. Once the antenna was attached, Luke donned headphones and commenced adjustments. After a brief period of operation, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Luke's expression. "I found it. There are no immediate issues. Let us proceed." One by one, the team navigated through the boiler room and into the maintenance passage. In this corridor, 3 pipelines were visible. Mason pointed to the leftmost pipe and said, "That leads to the underground tunnel." Consequently, Colonel Anderson instructed his team to open the barrier, and they all entered the subterranean passage. Shortly after, Luke followed. His headphones crackled with intercepted communications. "Colonel Anderson, the opposing side has detected vibrations near the northern windbreak and has dispatched a patrol." After a moment of deliberation, Colonel Anderson issued a command for everyone to conceal themselves. He was a competent commander, fully aware that the patrol stood little chance against so many assault team members. However, the crux of this incursion lay in maintaining stealth. Premature engagement could expose them, granting the adversary additional time to react and organize. Any missile launch or harm to hostages would spell disaster. The patrol passed overhead, conducting a sweep but discovering nothing amiss before moving on. Except for Luke. The others emerged from the water. Luke's radio was not waterproof, thus he sought refuge in a corner, utilizing shadows to conceal his presence. Upon hearing the alert signal for the patrol lifted, Luke signaled Colonel Anderson to advance. Mason also gave Luke a thumbs up, acknowledging his astute maneuvers. The group arrived at the entrance to the Devil's Island bathroom. The ladder above led directly to the bathing area, from which Mason had previously escaped. After surveying the manhole cover overhead, Colonel Anderson prepared to send a fiber optic monitor for inspection. However, Luke interjected, cautioning him. The vibrations at the windbreak have already been detected. It is likely the same here. The moment that manhole cover shifts, it will trigger an alarm. We must seek an alternative route. Colonel Anderson pondered this for a moment before turning to Mason. Where else might we exit? Mason shrugged, admitting, I am uncertain. This place resembles a labyrinth. And I escaped through here. Luke cast a penetrating glance at the old man before addressing Colonel Anderson. I need to speak with him privately. Luke pulled Mason away to a distance, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Mason and said, Listen, Mason. There are currently 15 missiles equipped with VX nerve gas cluster warheads aimed at San Francisco. Without hesitation, Luke revealed the truth, prompting an outburst from Mason. Damn it. And Quiro is also in Los Angeles. Luke replied calmly, You may not fully grasp the destructive power of VX nerve gas. A single missile detonating over San Francisco could annihilate a significant portion of the city's living beings, not just humans. Mason fell silent. Luke continued, So you must decide, shall we confront them directly, allowing them to launch the gas missiles at San Francisco, or shall we proceed stealthily to accomplish our mission? After a moment of contemplation, Mason sighed and said, Follow me to the morgue. I know the way. Luke smiled and addressed Colonel Anderson. Colonel Anderson. We will accompany Mason to find an alternative route. We cannot proceed this way. Colonel Anderson gestured broadly, leading the other assault team in Mason's wake, quietly informing Luke. You were right. We just checked, and there are indeed sensors on the manhole covers. Luke responded with a smile. General Hammer is no fool. We cannot treat them as mere terrorists. This is a war against an equal adversary, and a single oversight could jeopardize this operation. Chapter 59. Ambush. Luke trailed closely behind Mason as they navigated the labyrinthine underground tunnels, eventually emerging into the open air. A flight of stairs led them to the balcony outside the morgue. Suddenly, Luke clenched his fist and crouched down, signaling a situation. Aside from Gusby, the others evidently grasped the meaning of this gesture and also concealed themselves. Colonel Anderson approached Luke from behind and whispered, Is there a problem? Luke glanced at the device in his hand, connected to the listening station, and replied, There's a signal source above. They were just communicating. I need to calculate the intervals of their reports. After receiving Luke's response, Colonel Anderson instructed everyone to retreat back into the tunnel, leaving only himself and Luke at the entrance. 10 minutes later, Luke once again heard the transmission of the opposing party through his earpiece. He informed Colonel Anderson. 2 targets upstairs. The reporting interval is 10 minutes. Anderson nodded and signaled to the team members behind him. 2 operatives stealthily ascended. In truth, Luke had observed the 2 individuals upstairs through his inside eye. However, utilizing the device appeared more plausible. Colonel Anderson's team displayed remarkable professionalism. Luke only caught the faint sound of gunfire, not even the noise of bodies collapsing. One of the operatives reached the balcony and signaled to his observing teammate. Anderson then commanded everyone to ascend. Upon reaching the morgue, they indeed discovered a missile launcher. The storage cabinet contained an additional 11 cluster munitions. After inspecting, Luke confirmed the presence of 12 missiles along with the corresponding VX gas warheads. Gusby immediately began disassembling the warheads. They would soon need to split up. Walters would remain with the team to continue searching for the remaining missiles after the warheads were disarmed, while Colonel Anderson would lead an assault on the command center. Captain Cooper would take the HRT team to rescue the hostages. The ground route no longer required Mason's guidance. The map had long been memorized by all the assault team members. Luke opted to stay behind to assist in disarming the missiles, saying to Colonel Anderson, Indiana 10 minutes. If there is no response, they will likely send reinforcements here. This is the storage site for the warheads, and they will probably dispatch a considerable force. allowing us to concentrate our efforts for an ambush. This would weaken the command center and those guarding the hostages, enabling you to counterattack with reduced pressure. Colonel Anderson found Luke's suggestion feasible and sought the opinions of the other team members. They were not foolish. This strategy of surrounding and striking reinforcements could minimize casualties. It is critical to understand that in scenarios where both sides possess similar capabilities, encounters are often a 50-50 chance, reliant on which side is more elite. Consequently, Luke began assisting Gusby in disassembling the missiles while Colonel Anderson organized defensive measures. Disassembling the missiles did not require extracting the cluster warheads, as depicted in the movies. Luke's task was rendered simpler, to sabotage the missile's rocket engine ignition system, thereby rendering it incapable of launching. Consequently, Luke completed this task far more swiftly than Gusby. Within 10 minutes, Luke had dismantled 8 missiles, while Gusby had only just begun to disassemble the 4th. At that moment, both Luke's headset and the intercom on the ground emitted a call. "Blackbird 1, this is Blackbird. Please respond, please respond." The call repeated thrice before falling silent. Luke promptly alerted Colonel Anderson, who confirmed that a patrol team had been dispatched to investigate the situation. After assisting Gusby in dismantling the final missile, Luke pulled him and Mason to a concealed location. Before long, the muffled sound of gunfire reached Luke's ears. Colonel Anderson did not disappoint. The 4-man patrol team had been neutralized without a single shot fired in return. Aware that time was of the essence, Colonel Anderson nodded to Luke before leading his team to launch an assault on the enemy's command center. Meanwhile, Luke, Gusby, and Mason followed Captain Waters to another location in search of missiles. 3 missiles had already been detected by reconnaissance satellites, one on the first floor of the lighthouse, another on the rooftop nearby, and the last in the small square outside the prison. The morgue was the closest to the lighthouse, so Waters planned to proceed in the order suggested by Luke. With Luke's assistance, Waters and his team effortlessly dispatched 2 guards. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the central building of Devil's Island. Luke remarked to Captain Waters, "That sounds like M16 and M4 fire. Colonel Anderson is engaged in combat with them. We must hasten our pace." After swiftly dismantling the missile, Luke and Gusby proceeded to the next location. While their area remained quiet, Anderson's team was embroiled in a fierce firefight, employing grenades in the exchange. The second missile was unguarded, allowing Luke to quickly dismantle it. Just then, a green signal flare ascended into the southwestern sky, a signal that the HRT team had successfully rescued the hostages. Luke then led Waters in a determined rush toward the site of the 3rd missile launch. Meanwhile, Colonel Anderson faced difficulties. General Hammer's command center was situated on the penultimate floor of the tallest building. Anderson needed to traverse a long corridor to reach it, while the other 2 buildings had already been occupied by the Marines. Anderson and his team found themselves in a precarious situation, with the passage blocked and the enemy holding the high ground. Fortunately, the shelter they occupied was sturdy enough to provide a basis for counterattacks. Yet they were still under heavy suppression. Luke monitored the radio and learned that Colonel Anderson's team was trapped, with someone preparing to launch the final missile. Luke urgently urged Waters, "Hurry, they are sending someone to prepare for the missile launch." As Luke and his companions arrived at the final missile launch site, they observed through the eye of insight that 3 Marines were operating the missile. Without hesitation, Luke dashed forward, retrieving his silenced QH-55 and emptying the magazine. When Waters and the others caught up, they were struck with a cold sweat at the sight. The missile had been powered on, merely awaiting the safety mechanism to be disengaged for launch. Luke swiftly shut down the power and dismantled the missile. As everyone exhaled in relief, Luke produced a signal flare and fired it into the air, a green signal flare, just like the previous one. At 052, jubilant cheers erupted from the temporary command center at Pier 9 in San Francisco. Walmack's expression finally brightened. Now, they awaited the signal flare from the personnel in the command center, but with the greatest crisis averted, spirits were considerably lifted. They were aware of the team members' locations, yet remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Luke had informed Walmack prior to their departure that, to prevent interception of their communications, they would maintain radio silence throughout. Walmack was increasingly dissatisfied with Luke's headstrong approach, yet the military unanimously supported the proposal, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 60. Dignity. After signaling with the green flare, Luke turned to Captain Waters and remarked, "The gunfire over there has yet to cease. It is highly probable that Colonel Anderson is experiencing difficulties. We can launch a surprise attack from the opposite side." The strategy of encircling the enemy to rescue an ally is not solely understood by the Chinese. Our foreign counterparts grasp it as well. Waters promptly prepared to set off with his team. Luke then addressed Waters, saying, "Dr. Gusby and Mason should remain behind. I will accompany you. Let them rendezvous with the HRT team for a coordinated extraction later." Subsequently, Luke approached Mason, extending his hand for a brief shake. "Thank you, John. It has been a pleasure working with you. I wish you the best of luck." Mason nodded subtly in acknowledgement. He then left Gusby, Mason, and Colonel Anderson under the watch of a SEAL team member. This individual, observing his comrades engage in combat while he was relegated to guarding a prisoner, was evidently displeased. Yet, orders are orders. Compliance was mandatory. Mason, leading the way, discreetly unfolded the note that Luke had pressed into his hand moments earlier. It read, "I have placed explosives near the mine cart in the underground passage. The detonator is within the cart. Take refuge inside to evade the blast, and you may feign death to escape. The submersible will suffice for your return to San Francisco. Good luck." Seizing an opportune moment when the others were distracted, Mason consumed the note. Mason and Gusby retraced their steps to the underground tunnel, where a mine cart awaited at the junction. One team member, still puzzled, inquired of Mason, "Is this the route to the hostages?" Mason nodded affirmatively. "Trust me, this is the quickest path." Just as they rounded a corner, Mason cursed, "Damn, their SA bomb. Run." He promptly rolled aside, taking cover behind the minecart. Indeed, Luke had not deceived him. The detonator lay here. Without hesitation, Mason pressed the button. The deafening explosion and shockwave hurled Gusby and the team member away, while the cart Mason took refuge and plummeted into the ditch below. Aside from a slight ringing in his ears, Mason emerged relatively unscathed. He quickly rose and exited the vicinity. When Gusby and the team member regained their composure and inspected the scene, they found no trace of Mason, only the collapsed entrance from the explosion, leaving them to sigh in resignation. Meanwhile, Luke had meticulously devised a retreat plan for Mason, utilizing his spatial capabilities to discreetly place the explosives and detonator. While monitoring communications from the morgue, he had cleverly inscribed the note for Mason, all under the cover of his own silhouette. As Luke followed Waters closer to the central building, a hand signal prompted the team to halt. He retrieved his night vision binoculars to survey the distant firing positions, then informed Waters, "There are 2 firing points on the north side of the building and another on the rooftop ahead. It appears Colonel Anderson is pinned down inside the building in front." With this preliminary assessment made, he entrusted the remaining actions to Waters. Waters was thoroughly pleased with Luke's assistance. In haste, 2 team members ascended to the rooftop ahead, followed closely by the sharpshooter armed with a precision rifle. Waters' subordinates swiftly neutralized the hostile fire point above, and the enemy position on the northern building was likewise eliminated by the sharpshooter. The intensity of gunfire diminished abruptly, leading Colonel Anderson to deduce that Waters had arrived to provide support, prompting him to rally his team for a counterattack. Meanwhile, at General Hammer's command post, a captain reported, "General, we have yet to hear from the team dispatched to launch the missiles." With a heavy sigh, General Hammer replied, "Prepare for evacuation. There are helicopters behind the northern building." A major attempted to speak, but was cut off by Hammer's dismissive gesture. At that moment, 2 captains voiced their dissent. "General, before we leave, let us detonate the gas canisters to send these scoundrels and their hostages to meet their fate." General Hammer shook his head, stating, "There is no need for that. I merely seek to intimidate those politicians at the Pentagon, though it appears they are impervious to such tactics. Let us depart." The 2 captains, evidently agitated, pressed, "General, we must show them the consequences of their actions. Please issue the order." Hammer, with a stern expression, responded, "Captain, execute my previous command and prepare for withdrawal." These captains were not originally under Hammer's command, but were mercenaries formed from a group of retired Marines, enlisted by Major Baxter due to Hammer's urgent need for manpower. At this juncture, the captains requested the sergeant-at-arms to disarm General Hammer. As the sergeant hesitated, Hammer drew his sidearm, aiming it at the two. They demanded that he lower his weapon, but Hammer insisted they leave. As the gunfire outside began to wane, Baxter also drew his weapon, targeting Hammer. Meanwhile, Luke and Waters had reached the exterior of the command post. Observing the heated argument within, where everyone had their weapons trained on General Hammer, Luke signaled to Waters, who nodded in agreement and relayed the same gestures to his team. Seizing the moment when tensions peaked, Luke fired his weapon. Waters and the other team members followed suit, discharging their firearms in unison. Once the magazines were emptied, Luke reloaded his QH-55, placing the spent magazine in its proper slot. Advancing forward, he found only General Hammer still alive, while Waters inspected the others. Luke assisted Hammer to a sitting position against the wall. Luke had previously communicated to Waters that everyone except Hammer should be eliminated, waiting for his signal to fire. However, those few individuals had also returned fire, striking Hammer in the abdomen. Assessing the situation, Luke noted that there was still a chance for rescue. At that moment, Colonel Anderson arrived at the command post, and all eyes turned to Luke as he examined Hammer's injuries without initiating any first aid. Luke, with a serious expression, supported General Hammer and said, "General Hammer, I admire your contributions to this nation, yet I cannot condone your actions. Nevertheless, this does not diminish my respect for you." Upon finishing his words, Luke rose, picked up a fallen sidearm belonging to a captain, inspected it, and approached General Hammer. In a somber tone, he addressed Colonel Anderson and the others. General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates, and in the final battle, witnessing the futility of their victory, they resorted to murdering General Hammer. Luke's declaration evidently plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Without waiting for their comprehension, he turned to General Hammer and said, "General Hammer, this is the only thing I can do for you." He then handed the pistol to General Hammer. The general understood Luke's implication and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you, young man." He then quietly murmured, "I'm sorry, Barbara," referring to his deceased wife. "I have broken my promise. In Western religions, those who commit suicide cannot ascend to heaven." With that, he unhesitatingly raised the pistol and aimed it at his heart. A gunshot rang out. Vivid crimson blood erupted from General Hammer's chest. Luke stepped forward and gently closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. At that moment, Colonel Anderson and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, he solemnly addressed all the SEAL team members, stating, "Everyone must remember that General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates, and in the final battle, seeing their victory as hopeless, they resorted to murdering General Hammer." Chapter 61. Additional funds. Luke seized the pistol from General Hammer's grasp, delicately wiping away any fingerprints with a small cloth. He then placed the weapon into the hand of a deceased Marine Corps lieutenant, gripping it firmly. Rising to his feet, he stepped back a couple of paces and saluted General Hammer. Although he was not a soldier himself, he held deep admiration for such military men. In a fervent manner, he declared to the politicians that even these pawns possessed a spirit of their own. While Luke deemed this gesture somewhat futile, it did not detract from his respect for such individuals. Turning around, he noticed all the SEAL team members saluting him. As Luke's gaze fell upon them, they lowered their hands. With a sigh, he patted Colonel Anderson on the shoulder and said, "You handle it. I shall go outside to signal." Colonel Anderson nodded gratefully at Luke. The arrangement Luke had just orchestrated was nothing short of brilliant. By framing General Hammer as a hostage of his own men, he provided the military with a dignified exit. The situation was inherently a military issue. Yet the crucial aspect was that General Hammer was a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest accolade for an American soldier. Thus, Luke's maneuver ensured that General Hammer's legacy remained unblemished. This not only preserved the military's reputation, but also safeguarded its honor. Although Colonel Anderson instructed his team to maintain secrecy, the upper echelons of the military would inevitably uncover the truth when the time was right. Leveraging Old Sheen's connections could yield lucrative opportunities for the military, especially with the products from his family's enterprises. Luke fired the final green flare into the sky. Casting a glance back at the command room, he observed Anderson engaged in quiet conversation with his subordinates. Believing they had concluded their discussion, Luke retrieved a medical kit from his backpack and entered the room, handing it to Colonel Anderson before stepping back outside. Lieutenant Walters watched Luke's retreating figure and remarked, "I initially aimed to recruit that kid, but alas, he was set on the FBI." Colonel Anderson, after passing the medical kit to his team, also regarded Luke as silhouette and commented, "This kid isn't cut out for military life. The Army won't retain him." Lieutenant Walters nodded in agreement with Colonel Anderson's observation. After Luke discharged the last flare, the command center dispatched a multitude of helicopters and swift boats to land on Devil's Island. Gusby and his teammate rendezvoused with the HRT team and awaited the arrival of Director Womack. "What about Mason?" Gusby and his companion exchanged glances and replied, "He is dead." The passage exploded. Womack, skeptical of Mason's demise, promptly sent personnel to the scene. He then proceeded to the command center, where he encountered Colonel Anderson and others. Colonel Anderson relayed the prearranged narrative to Womack. After a prolonged scrutiny, Womack finally nodded in tacit acceptance of this conclusion. This man was exceedingly cunning. Colonel Anderson's words clearly hinted at the deeper implications behind the situation. There was no need for him to delve deeply into the matter. Selling a favor to the military for future cooperation was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, he was genuinely astonished that Colonel Anderson possessed such cunning intellect. It seemed the military had wise counsel. Eventually, he approached Luke to inquire about the entire operation. Luke had a solid alibi, thus feigning ignorance regarding Mason's affair, expressing only regret over Mason's demise. Upon realizing Luke was indeed uninformed, Womack ceased his inquiries. The only witnesses were Gusby and a Navy SEAL. Even if doubts lingered, it was implausible to suspect either of them, as they had no connection to Mason and belonged to different units, making a conspiracy to free Mason impossible. Regardless, the site had collapsed, leaving no evidence to contradict the narrative. After the crisis had subsided, Luke had not yet departed from Alcatraz when he received a call from Doherty. "Luke, I am fully apprised of the situation. I must commend you on your execution of this operation. It was splendid." "Thank you, Doherty. Although it appeared perilous, I was well prepared. After all, an opportunity for promotion has arisen, hasn't it?" Those in the know understood the implication. Higher pay was desired, while Luke's family was not financially strained. Such matters were a reflection of personal capability, which was essential. Doherty chuckled. "That old coot Womack didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Luke pondered briefly before replying, "No. But his demeanor has been rather grim." Doherty continued, "That old man has been through much. Do you know why he is so concerned about Mason?" Before Luke could decline to hear any confidential information, Doherty divulged, "Mason had pilfered a significant amount of classified intelligence and has consistently refused to surrender the footage he captured." Since Doherty had revealed this, Luke no longer regarded it as a matter of secrecy. This individual hailed from the SAS, the United Kingdom's premier special forces unit. Having undergone the most rigorous training and being the finest operative Britain had to offer. After contemplating Doherty's exposition, Luke posed a question. "Isn't the most formidable agent the one with the digital code 00 in MI6? "No, he is indeed the most formidable, yet he lacks any official identity in the UK. He is a non-existent entity." Luke was about to inquire further, but restrained himself. It was no secret that the Americans monitored their allies, and Doherty likely possessed greater insights. Yet it was not appropriate for Luke to probe. Doherty continued, "Take some time to rest. You have made quite an impression on the president. Rest assured, you shall receive what you desire." This was undoubtedly a testament to Doherty's influence, his words implying that Luke should acknowledge the favor owed. Luke could only express his gratitude. After ending the call, Luke accompanied Colonel Anderson via helicopter back to the temporary command center. The atmosphere had significantly quieted, as the FBI's California division was occupied with the aftermath on Alcatraz. Having had a light meal and sipped some coffee, Luke encountered Colonel Anderson approaching. He raised his coffee cup, and Luke clinked his against it. Colonel Anderson remarked, "Thank you, Agent Luke. We are about to depart." Luke took a sip of his coffee and replied, "Not at all. It has been a pleasure working with you." Colonel Anderson nodded with a smile, saying, "Likewise. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. I believe such opportunities will indeed arise." Piaston had arranged for Luke to have a room to rest, as he was to record the operational report again the following day. Considering Luke's circumstances, a civilian staff member was specifically assigned to assist him, allowing Luke to simply dictate. The next day, after a lengthy ordeal, Luke returned to the Malibu villa in the afternoon. The weapons were left with pious Dunn, who treated Luke with an affection akin to that of a favorite son. In a bid to claim credit from the military, he had somewhat exaggerated Luke's contributions. However, Luke had spoken with utmost modesty, and the embellished account was largely consistent with the truth. Upon returning home, Luke took a brief nap to alleviate his tense emotions. That evening, he stood upon the highest balcony of the villa, gazing into the profound darkness of the Pacific Ocean, and began to ponder the intricacies of life. Chapter 62. Rejecting mental exhaustion, the focus emerges at first glance. The recent events appeared to unfold seamlessly, yet it was undoubtedly Luke's own efforts that secured this outcome. Had there truly been only 10 individuals under Colonel Anderson's command, the endeavor would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Fortunately, matters were resolved favorably. It was then that Luke recalled his progress in cultivation and opened his interface. To his delight, a pleasant surprise awaited him. The bus bomb incident had granted Luke over 3,000 order points, while this missile crisis had bestowed an astonishing 20,000 order points. Reflecting on the fact that he had saved a significant portion of San Francisco, he mused that this sum was, in truth, rather modest. Even more exhilarating was the advancement of his cultivation technique, reaching 5. Clearly, the missile crisis had yielded even greater rewards. He did not dwell on the intricacies of the calculations. Why had his master transported his soul from one world to another? Luke chose not to ponder this. Embracing the mindset of a cultivator who rejects mental fatigue, prioritizing spontaneity and adaptability. However, spontaneity does not equate to recklessness. In this lifetime, he was blessed with numerous relatives and profound familial bonds. He had accumulated wealth, a considerable amount, and friendships, albeit few, which he anticipated would grow in time. Luke did not concern himself with the financial status of his friends, as he was already prosperous. With his identity as an FBI agent, he could legally eliminate criminals, thereby advancing his cultivation and accruing order points. What was wrong with that? Should he lurk in the shadows as a vigilante? You might wonder why. Despite his affluence and lack of childhood trauma, Luke would choose to operate covertly as a superhero. Unlike Batman, who has a legion of devoted fans, most heroes are solitary figures, and even those with family often meet grim fates. In Luke's eyes, a true superhero must be a tragic figure, otherwise, one must ponder who truly enjoys a fortunate ending. Hence, it was indeed prudent for him to continue his promising career with the FBI. As for extraordinary abilities, the impoverished rely on mutations. Why should someone as wealthy as he be denied the advantages of technology? After all, he considered himself a Taoist practitioner, with his master advising him to follow his heart and act in accordance with circumstances. If something displeased him, he would express his grievances openly. After all, the essence of cultivation lies in the heart, and rejecting mental exhaustion is the true path. As for the outcomes, with his master by his side, he felt reassured, knowing that even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to support it. What was there to fear? Ultimately, living this life was not in vain. That evening, Luke spent hours on the rooftop, enjoying the ocean breeze. Although his constitution rendered him immune to illness, it seemed rather foolish not to lie in bed and contemplate his thoughts. Thus, Luke's resolve to relish life, care for his family, and indulge in his hobby of emptying magazines solidified further. The following day, invigorated, Luke arrived at the Los Angeles branch. Noticing the office was empty, he cast a puzzled glance at Harris's secretary, who, sipping her coffee, gestured toward the conference room. With a smile, Luke nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the meeting room. Just as he approached the door, he overheard Harris's furious voice emanating from within. Luke instinctively halted in his tracks. Harris stormed out of the conference room, his expression one of anger, only to be taken aback upon spotting Luke leaning against the corridor. In an instant, his demeanor shifted. "Luke, you're back. Wonderful. Collins, come with me to my office. Luke, you join us as well." Luke glanced at Walter Collins, the supervisor spearheading the resistance against Harris, and smiled before following in Harris's footsteps. Upon arriving at Harris's office, the attentive secretary, Erica, thoughtfully offered Luke a cup of coffee, though there was none for Collins. Luke refrained from taking any, awaiting Harris. From her desk, Harris retrieved a document along with a box. "This is your promotion paperwork. Please sign it. And here is a medal." Luke accepted the document, briefly reviewed it, and after confirming its accuracy, signed his name and returned it to Harris. As for the medal, Luke had no inclination to even open it. He simply pocketed it. Collins observed Luke's actions in a state of bewilderment. This individual, who was rarely seen and often firing shots, had quietly secured a medal and a promotion. It was utterly perplexing. Harris, however, had no intention of clarifying matters for Collins. Nor would Luke divulge anything. With a serious expression, Harris addressed Collins. The media has begun to take an interest in this case, and we are at a disadvantage. When can you provide me with a precise timeline for solving it? Collins, appearing helpless, replied, without any leads, I cannot proceed. Thorough investigations require time. Seeing Collins's nonchalant demeanor, Harris directed her gaze at Luke, stating, Luke, I'm afraid there will be no time for you to rest. This case is pressing. Upon hearing this, Luke became intrigued, eager to seize the case from Collins, much to his delight. Recognizing Harris's intent to assign the case to Luke, Collins quickly interjected, I've been working on this case for nearly half a month. You want me to hand it over? Harris shot Collins a sidelong glance and asked, How long until you solve it? This question rendered Collins silent. He had initially thought this would be a straightforward case, but had found himself with no leads after extensive inquiries. Harris proceeded to brief Luke on the fundamental details of the case. 11 days prior, in the small town of Simieville, an 11-year-old girl had been abducted. The girl, named Shirley Blanche, came from a blended family. That morning, after her mother, Terry Williams, left for work, Shirley set out for school, heading towards the school bus. A woman emerged from a gray Chevrolet sedan, stunning Shirley with a taser and abducting her. Shirley's stepfather, Carl Williams, witnessed the incident firsthand. He immediately hopped on his bicycle in pursuit, yet he failed to catch up to the vehicle and could not even recall the license plate number. Many of Shirley's classmates also witnessed the event, but none were able to discern the license plate either. The local police responded swiftly, and media outlets in Los Angeles reported on the incident. The police deployed helicopters and search dogs, yet yielded no results. Harris glared at Collins with intensity, stating, Due to the incompetence of certain individuals, this little girl has yet to be found. I can tolerate your disdain for me, but I will not tolerate your ineptitude. After listening to Harris's account, Luke understood why Harris was so enraged. In the vast majority of countries, children represent a fundamental priority. In a typical case, if you cannot solve it, it is acceptable. There will always be more cases to choose from. However, when it involves children, such matters must be addressed with utmost urgency. Luke sighed and remarked, Why didn't you tell me sooner? Harris continued to glare at Collins, stating, Some individuals fancy themselves as detectives, yet they are nothing but fools. Collins, with a grim expression, retorted to Harris, Enough, I'll hand it over. He then stood up, preparing to leave, and as he departed, he warned Luke, Kid, don't think you're formidable just because someone else got your back. I will be watching how you handle this case. Harris, observing the ongoing provocation, shouted furiously, Get out. With a thud, Collins slammed the door of Harris's office behind him. Luke shrugged and remarked, Your door is quite sturdy, isn't it? Chapter 63. The young girl is in danger. Harris cast a discontented glance at Luke and remarked, I've wagered all my chips on you. How long will it take to solve this case? Luke shrugged and replied, I need to review the case files and conduct a site visit. Nodding, Harris urged, Make haste. The sooner we crack this case, the better. The attention it has garnered is excessive. After pondering briefly, Luke said, I can manage the media with minimal effort. Those fellows offer no assistance and often provide the perpetrators with more information. Harris nodded in agreement. I've arranged for the entire department to assist you, except for those individuals. The SWAT team is at your disposal. Luke recognized that Harris had not been idle during this period. The only remaining thorn in their side was Collins and his team of field agents. However, these individuals were not entirely unified. They were merely coerced together by Collins. Harris's methods were sound. Now it was merely a matter of time. Without further ado, Luke exited to procure the case files from Collins. Upon encountering Collins' sour demeanor, Luke had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation, knowing that Collins would not provide him with any valuable information. Returning to his desk with the files in hand, Luke passed by his secretary, Erica, and cheerfully remarked, The coffee is utterly dreadful. Erica shrugged, There's little I can do. The budget is tight. Luke flashed her a charming smile and suggested, take some time to purchase a coffee machine. Choose the beans yourself, and I shall reimburse you. Well, Luke, you're quite the charmer. Do you need a maid for your basement? Realizing he had to escape this little fangirl, Luke quickly departed to avoid further embarrassment. Back at his desk, he began to peruse the case files. The kidnappers had executed their plan from the parking lot to abducting Sherry in under a minute. Moreover, the local police in Collins had already ruled out the possibility of acquaintances being involved. They had interrogated Sherry's stepfather, Carl, and her biological father, Kane, even employing a lie detector, yet there had been no breakthroughs. Luke acknowledged their preliminary work, which had effectively eliminated most possibilities. It was now evident that these two individuals were familiar with the vicinity of Simi Valley. However, they were not locals. It was likely they had resided in Simi Valley for a time. After some contemplation, Luke decided to visit the crime scene. He informed Harris and then drove off in the striking Dodge Ram to Simi Valley. Arriving directly at the Simi Valley police station, he identified himself and stated his purpose. The sheriff received him warmly, and this time they were not resistant to FBI involvement. On the contrary, they were quite cooperative, given the heightened media scrutiny surrounding the case. It had become a hot potato for the small-town police. American small-town police departments often struggle to solve complex cases due to limited resources compared to the more specialized FBI. The sheriff shared some investigative files with Luke and discussed several suspicious leads, but alas, all efforts yielded no fruitful results. Luke primarily examined the testimonies of witnesses and the information regarding individuals with potential motives as investigated by the police. Generally speaking, when a child has been missing for such an extended period, the likelihood of harm befalling them is considerably high. However, Sherry's mother, Terry, steadfastly believes that her daughter is still alive. Throughout the small town, missing person flyers featuring Sherry's image are prominently displayed, adorned in her favorite color, pink. Pink ribbons are draped over the trees lining the roads, symbolizing the collective mourning of the community. The entire town is engulfed in sorrow. A heartfelt tribute spontaneously organized by its residents. Luke spent the entire day poring over the case files, yet even with his mind racing at full speed, he could not discern any discrepancies. As the sun began to set, he realized that the local police station had closed for the day. Declining the sheriff's invitation for a drink, he drove slowly back, his thoughts consumed with the direction of the investigation. As he drove, he noticed several police cars ahead, state troopers from the California Highway Patrol. Luke halted his vehicle, eager to clear his mind and ascertain what was transpiring. After presenting his credentials, the on-duty officer informed him, "You're just in time. We've received a report of gunfire accompanied by explosions in this vicinity." Following the officer's gesture, Luke beheld two vehicles, a standard hatchback and a Dodge Vegas SUV, reminiscent of a Chevrolet Suburban in design. The hatchback's trunk had been blown open, its glass shattered, and it was parked on the dirt road just 20 meters from the tree line. Luke conducted a brief examination of the area and discovered the tail end of an arrow, seemingly severed by the explosion. He also noted two sets of footprints, one large and one small, leading into the woods. After exchanging greetings with the troopers, Luke drew his firearm and followed the trail into the forest. Activating his insight, he meticulously tracked the remnants before him. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. His agility was remarkable. The term "slip away" aptly described his swift escape. Soon, Luke discerned the sounds of a struggle ahead. He paused, concealing himself, and cautiously approached the source of the commotion. He quickly recognized the voices of an adult male and a young girl. "Let go of me, you bastard. Stop your futile struggles. Since you've managed to escape, you must come back with me." Peering through the foliage, Luke observed a grown man kneeling on the back of a young girl, her hands bound behind her. The girl struggled fiercely on the ground, yet against an adult. Her efforts seemed utterly futile. This perplexing situation left Luke bewildered. Both the girl and her captor were marked with yellow question marks above their heads, indicating that, according to the system's judgment, neither was deemed a villain. Unable to fathom the implications, he resolved to rescue the young girl first. Emerging from the underbrush, he brandished his weapon and shouted, "FBI, hands in the air." The sudden appearance of Luke rendered both individuals momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an FBI agent from the secluded thicket. Observing the man's lack of movement, Luke continued to shout, "Raise your hands and show me your palms, or I will fire." Realizing that Luke had halted and was steadily aiming at him, the man gradually released his grip on the young girl. The girl promptly sprang to her feet and dashed to Luke's side. Noticing she bore no visible injuries, Luke reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am with the FBI." He then pointed at the man, instructing, "Place your hands on your head and lie face down on the ground." The man interjected, "Do not be alarmed. I am also a law enforcement officer." However, Luke chose not to engage in dialogue and reiterated his command for the man to lie down. Faced with Luke's unyielding stance, the man conceded and complied. Luke produced handcuffs, securing the man's hands behind his back. Just as he prepared to cuff the other wrist, the man abruptly twisted and struck Luke with his elbow. Chapter 64. The perilous young girl. Luke had always maintained a keen sense of vigilance, never lowering his guard until he had fully subdued his adversary. He found himself kneeling on the back of a man who suddenly exerted a tremendous force, yet Luke reacted with remarkable swiftness. By applying just enough pressure, he prevented the man from rolling over. After deftly evading an elbow strike, Luke swiftly captured the man's arm and secured it with handcuffs. "Congratulations," he quipped. "You now face an additional charge, assaulting a federal officer. Prepare to spend some time in prison." With that, he hoisted the man up. The little girl beside him watched in astonishment, her mouth agape. It was then that Luke took a moment to observe her closely. She appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, with shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and fair skin. After witnessing Luke subdue the man, she approached him and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Agent. What is your name, young lady? How old are you? Where are your family, and how can I contact them?" The girl cast a glance at the man in handcuffs before whispering to Luke, "My name is..." Before she could finish, she swiftly lunged to seize the handgun from Luke's grasp, but her efforts proved futile. It was then that she caught sight of Luke's enigmatic smile. Luke typically did not carry his firearm on him, as it weighed around 3 to 4 pounds, rendering it uncomfortable to conceal within his clothing. Hence, while he possessed a holster, the weapon itself was absent. In the brief moment the girl was taken aback, Luke pressed 2 fingers between her shoulder and abdomen. The girl's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What did you do to me? Why can't I move?" The man, witnessing this turn of events, was equally taken aback. Luke, with a playful grin, reassured her, "This is Chinese martial arts. Do not fear. It merely allows you to calm down. Now, let's return to the station." As Luke approached the girl, the man, unsure of how he had managed to free himself from the cuffs, attempted to strike Luke from behind. However, Luke's reflexes were even quicker. He deftly evaded the man's punch, sidestepped, exerted pressure with his foot, and gently leaned his shoulder against him, sending the man sprawling. The girl's eyes widened further in disbelief. After hitting the ground, the man coughed several times before slowly rising, yet he dared not make another move, for Luke had drawn his weapon, exuding an air of lethal intent. "Don't shoot. I'm also with the FBI," he exclaimed hurriedly, gesturing towards his pocket. Luke, however, responded with a cold smirk, "I care not for your affiliations. Breaking the law warrants additional consequences." With that, he stepped forward and applied the same technique he had used on the girl to the man, leaving both of them with identical expressions of shock. Luke then retrieved a nylon zip tie and secured the man's wrists and thumbs together. With a gentle grip, Luke cradled the girl in one arm as if she were a child, while using his other hand to grasp the man's belt. "You're going to suffocate me," the man protested, prompting Luke to tuck him under his arm instead. "Let me down. I can walk on my own." "Just a moment," Luke replied. Thus, he guided both individuals to the edge of the woods. After releasing the man, Luke tapped him twice, prompting a sigh of relief from the man. The little girl resting on his shoulder looked at Luke's actions and inquired, "Is Chinese martial arts truly this remarkable? Could you perhaps free me as well?" Luke replied, "I'm afraid I cannot. I apologize for having to attack you earlier. I was concerned you might be his accomplice." He smiled and added, "No worries. Once we return to the station, we will assist you." He then guided the man out of the woods. The patrol officers waiting by the roadside immediately understood the situation upon seeing Luke carrying a small girl while escorting a man. One of the officers approached Luke and informed him We discovered a set of bows and arrows in the vehicle, along with 2 handguns and a rifle. Luke responded, "This case is somewhat intricate. I need to take them back to the station. Please assist me in transporting these 2 vehicles to the California precinct." "Thank you." The state trooper nodded and called for a tow truck. Typically, state troopers handle traffic violations, and they are not fond of cases involving shootings and explosions. With the FBI taking over, they were more than happy to enjoy a respite. Luke placed the man in the front passenger seat and seated the little girl in the back, fastening their seatbelts. Throughout the journey, the man persistently urged Luke to check his pocket for identification, but Luke remained unfazed. He had already contacted Harris, who was still working overtime at the station. Upon returning, the duty officer assisted in escorting the man to the detention room, while Luke arranged for the little girl to stay in the adjacent lounge. After preparing a glass of milk for her, he finally released her pressure points. At that moment, Harris entered and paused upon seeing the little girl. She turned to Luke and asked, "Isn't this Sherry?" Luke shrugged and replied, "This is a surprising turn of events, though perhaps not a pleasant one." "What is going on?" Harris inquired. "The man was pursuing this little girl. When I discovered him, he was about to commit an indecent act, which I interrupted. And he even attempted to assault me." Harris summoned the duty officers. "You all go interrogate him. I will speak with the girl." Luke nodded and accompanied a duty officer to the adjacent interrogation room. Upon receiving the man, he had already been searched. Luke asked, "Has his identity been confirmed?" The duty officer replied, "He possesses FBI credentials, but we have verified that they do not belong to him." Entering the interrogation room, the man's expression remained serene. Luke cut straight to the point, stating, "Your credentials are authentic, yet you are not the individual they represent. Who are you truly?" The man remained silent. Luke turned to the duty officer and ordered, "Lock him up and check his fingerprints to see if he has a criminal record." The duty officer, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we going to interrogate him?" Luke, glancing at the man, scoffed, "He carries an air of invulnerability. It seems someone will come to inform us of his identity." With that, Luke exited the interrogation room. The duty officer confined the man in a temporary holding cell. Upon entering the lounge, Luke observed Harris, exuding a sense of helplessness, engaged in a silent stare-down with a young girl. She uttered not a word. Harris turned to Luke and spoke. Luke knelt before the girl, gazing into her eyes, and said, "Do not be afraid. Please tell me your name so that I may contact your family." The girl silently shed 2 streams of tears, responding, "I have no family." "Then what is your name?" Luke inquired. The girl shook her head, replying, "If I tell you, you will send me back to the orphanage." It was evident that she had resolutely decided against revealing her identity. Faced with the girl's pitiful gaze, Luke rose and exited the lounge, retrieving his phone to make a call. "Dad, would you mind having another daughter?" Upon hearing Luke's inquiry, Old Sheen nearly hurled the phone away. "What the hell? Luke, are you trying to get me into trouble?" "Damn it. Elsa, let me explain." "Put down the knife." Chapter 65. Kidnapping. Luke chuckled as he recounted the earlier events to Old Sheen. With a puzzled expression, Old Sheen inquired, "Luke, as far as I know, you are not one to be overly sentimental. What prompted this notion?" Luke laughed lightly and replied, "In our Taoist practice, we emphasize acting according to one's desires. We do what we think of without needing a reason. It all depends on one's mood." Old Sheen sighed in resignation. "Very well. I shall prepare myself, and we can discuss it further in person. You are unaware that just a moment ago, your mother was beside me, slicing fruit. She will certainly seek you out to settle accounts later." At that moment, a duty officer entered to report to Harris that the police had already brought in the vehicle involved in the incident. Harris instructed him to gather evidence. Noticing that the young girl was only speaking with Luke, he said to Luke, "I'll fetch her some snacks. There are plenty over at Erica S." Luke grinned. Once that little hamster realizes the snacks are gone, she'll be devoid of energy for the entire day. Harris nodded in agreement. "You can make it up to her tomorrow." With that, he exited the lounge. Luke settled beside the girl and grasped her wrist. She attempted to struggle but halted after a moment. Luke merely placed 3 fingers gently on her wrist. Curiously, the girl looked at Luke and asked, "Is this also a form of Chinese martial arts?" Luke withdrew his hand and replied, "No, this is traditional Chinese medicine." The girl continued, "Oh, I've heard of it. It's fascinating how 3 fingers can heal someone, more effective than machines. Luke smiled and inquired, "So, which organization did you escape from?" This question instantly set the girl on edge, her body tensing like a coiled spring. "Do not be alarmed. It's just the two of us here," Luke reassured her. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, "It's the Red House, isn't it?" The girl remained rigid and silent. Luke had nearly deduced her origins. In fact, he had noticed the girl's predicament earlier. During their encounter at the scene, he had simply cast his insightful eye upon her, not out of perversion, but to ascertain that she bore no other weapons. However, that glance revealed a significant issue. The girl lacked female reproductive organs. Typically, such a situation would indicate affiliation with an assassin organization or a state-sponsored group of assassins or spies. It was evident that only the old Russians would operate in such a straightforward and brutal manner. Therefore, it was highly probable that this girl had escaped from the Red House. What Luke remained uncertain about was whether there existed anyone other than a certain Natasha who could escape from the Red House. In his past life, Luke had devoted all his energy to the pursuit of vengeance, even in the realm of Marvel. He was only vaguely aware of the overarching plot and a few notable figures. He had certainly heard of Black Widow, yet the specifics eluded him entirely. Faced with this taut little female panther, Luke displayed what he believed to be his most benevolent smile. Since she had escaped, why not allow herself to live a life of normalcy? The young girl gazed at Luke with a wary expression and inquired, "Why are you helping me?" Luke shrugged and replied, "There is no particular reason. Seeing you reminds me of my sister, who was about your age. If I ever witnessed someone bullying her, I would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation." Noticing the sincerity etched on Luke's face, the girl relaxed slightly. Luke continued, "Now that you've escaped, do you truly wish to return to that life of turmoil?" Observing her hesitant demeanor, Luke discerned he had hit the mark. He then extended his hand, channeling his ethereal energy to levitate a glass of milk from the table. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a brief demonstration, Luke returned the milk to its original position. Amused by her speechless surprise, he remarked, "You see, now you've uncovered my secret. You must keep it confidential." The girl, having loosened up, nodded mechanically in response. Seeing her ease, Luke asked, "Can you now share your name with me? How about we exchange secrets?" After a moment of contemplation, the girl softly replied, Natalia Romanova." Luke smiled and extended his hand, stating, "A pleasure to formally meet you. I am Luke Cheen, though here I go by Luke Dutton. Dutton is my mother's maiden name." Natalia cautiously shook his hand before retracting it quickly. Luke whispered, "Look, now this is our secret. Don't worry, you won't have to say anything shortly. My father is a lawyer. He will handle everything." The girl merely nodded mechanically, revealing no emotion. Clearly, she was still hesitant, weighing the truth of Luke's words. Before long, Luke's phone chimed, revealing a message from his father. It contained but a single name, devoid of any additional information. Luke chuckled upon recognizing it as a girl's name, Lisa Rowland. Turning to the young girl, he instructed, "Remember, if anyone asks, you are Lisa Rowland. Do not divulge anything else. Leave that to me." At last, Natalia's expression softened, and as she began to sip the milk, Luke mentally commended his father. This was the essence of wealth and familial support, truly delightful. At that moment, Harris entered, carrying a large bag of snacks. Upon seeing Luke and the girl seated closely together, he handed the snack bag to Luke. Harris then watched in astonishment as Luke and the young girl began to share the treats. The girl devoured the snacks rapidly, as if she had not eaten in quite some time. Harris soon returned with a generous cup of hot milk. After consuming half, the girl paused, patted her stomach, and declared to Harris, "I am Lisa Rowland." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Harris's eyes upon hearing the girl speak. He nodded to Luke and then departed. Luke understood she was going to investigate further. Shortly thereafter, Harris returned, beckoning Luke outside and handing him a file. The contents consisted of a single sheet detailing that Lisa Rowland was an orphan at the orphanage in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, abandoned before she was even a month old. She grew up in the orphanage. She had been placed in 4 different foster homes, but ultimately escaped from each one. The most recent escape from the orphanage occurred a year ago. After reading, Luke fell silent. It was evident that this was the work of old John and Mr. Cheen. Once he finished, Luke returned the file to Harris and inquired, What do you intend to do? Harris shook her head and replied, I can only proceed according to protocol. Luke sighed and said, I will have my father handle it. We shall see what unfolds. At that moment, a duty agent approached them and stated, Director, individuals claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. They wish to take the suspect. Before Harris could respond, Luke let out a cold laugh and said, They think they can leave just like that? How naive. Chapter 66. Resolute Luke cast a glance at Harris, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, instructed the on-duty agent to escort the individual to the lounge. In a hushed tone, Luke advised Harris, Be firm. We must extract some advantages. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are notoriously possessive. Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Luke's assertion. While S.H.I.E.L.D. typically operates under a veil of secrecy, their reputation is no longer a mystery within law enforcement circles. Similar to the CIA, which, despite lacking legal authority, frequently masquerades as various federal enforcement agencies, S.H.I.E.L.D. is particularly egregious in impersonating FBI agents. Consequently, they are met with disdain from all federal law enforcement agencies, including the CIA. At least the CIA recognizes the need for cooperation with the FBI, sharing intelligence when necessary. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. hoards information, exploiting the disjointed nature of the various enforcement bodies to find loopholes. Luke recalled some details about the current situation. Had he not intervened, Natasha might have unwittingly joined S.H.I.E.L.D., thereby embarking on a solitary and tragic existence. Luke was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would ultimately devolve into a nefarious entity, and thus he was more than willing to thwart their ambitions. Natasha, at the tender age of 14 or 15, had already endured enough torment at the hands of the Red Room. Given this opportunity, Luke was determined to discern how the future would unfold. Indeed, the individual who arrived was a familiar face to Luke. Before Agent Coulson could utter a word, Luke took the initiative with a grave expression. Agent Coulson, I must remind you that this suspect is implicated in kidnapping, assault, and the exploitation of minors. In addition to the illegal possession of various lethal weapons, impersonation of federal officers, resisting arrest, and assaulting federal agents. Coulson, taken aback by Luke's seriousness, managed a reluctant smile. Can we discuss this? Luke shook his head resolutely. This is a felony. We have already petitioned the court for a bail prohibition. Observing the rapport between Coulson and Luke, Harris felt compelled to lend his full support to his subordinate. Agent, your clearance is insufficient. Please consult your superior. Unless you possess a pardon signed by the Attorney General, no discussions will take place. Recently, an 11-year-old girl had been abducted, drawing intense media scrutiny across the entire West Coast. Clearly, your colleague has stumbled into a precarious situation, he remarked. Faced with the unwavering stance of both Luke and Harris, Coulson implored, May I first speak with our personnel? I need to understand the circumstances. Luke nodded at Harris and rose to his feet. I shall escort you, but you cannot converse privately. Coulson acknowledged with a nod and turned to exit the lounge. The on-duty agent guided them to the temporary holding cell where the man was detained. Upon the arrival of Coulson, the man rose, and upon noticing Luke's presence, he restrained the words he was about to utter. Coulson, perceiving the situation, turned to Luke and inquired, May I speak with him privately? Luke, maintaining a grave demeanor, replied, No, he faces 11 charges and is a repeat offender. He cannot converse alone with anyone, not even a lawyer. With a resigned sigh, Coulson addressed the man, saying, Clint, I regret you must remain here for the night. I will promptly report to Director Fury. In 1995, during Captain Marvel, it was likely that Keller was the director and Alexander Pierce served as his deputy. Now, in 1999, Nick Fury had not yet ascended to the position of director, and it is plausible he held the role of assistant director. Coulson then turned and departed. It was evident that he was unaware of Agent Clint Barton's mission, which was undoubtedly linked to Nick Fury, the assistant director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Both he and Barton were under Fury's command, and Barton's actions were surely directives from Fury himself. Luke's intention was to seek Nick Fury. Since he wished to keep Natasha, he required assurances from S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the Red Room. They would decide how to handle it when Natasha matured. After Coulson's departure, old Sheen arrived, accompanied by his wife, Elsa. The young Natasha, still a charming little girl, appeared quite anxious as she sat with Elsa, who was whispering softly to her. Upon Luke's return to the lounge, Natasha cast a pleading glance at him, clearly seeking rescue from Elsa's embrace. However, before Luke could intervene, old Sheen spoke up. "Let's step outside to talk." Luke gave Natasha a reassuring look before following old Sheen outside. Old Sheen scrutinized Luke for a moment before asking, "So, what is the story behind this little girl?" Luke, with an air of mystery, replied, "I consulted the fates and discovered that her life is fraught with hardship. Her chance for a turnaround lies solely in this moment, by encountering me." Old Sheen regarded Luke with skepticism, saying, "She is still a minor. Do not entertain any ill intentions. Also, since when did you become a fortune teller? Why not read fortunes for your family?" Luke shook his head, responding, "Where are you going with that? I have no shortage of women, and besides, I am a practitioner of Taoism. What is wrong with divination? I cannot even predict the fates of those close to me." Old Sheen remained somewhat doubtful, unable to dispute Luke's rationale. He then asked, "What are your plans for this young girl?" Luke replied, "Don't you desire another daughter?" Old Sheen shrugged, saying, "That depends on your mother's opinion. I have no objections, but I worry she might bring trouble." Luke contemplated briefly before assuring him, "No need for concern. I will manage those matters." Old Sheen fixed his gaze on Luke, asking, "Are you truly resolved?" Luke nodded, then sighed, expressing, "Alas, this world is in disarray, and it seems I am the only one attempting to mend it." At that moment, he received a sharp slap from old Sheen on the back of his head. "Stop your lamentations. With your grandparents and us around, you need only to carry on. Go call your mother. I wish to speak with her." Luke cast a skeptical glance at old Sheen and asked, "Are you sure you can manage her without my help?" Consequently, old Sheen delivered another slap to Luke's head. "Do not doubt it. Your father will always be your father. Now, hurry along." Reluctantly, Luke proceeded to the lounge to summon Elsa while he took a seat beside Natasha, saying, "My parents are wonderful individuals. I also have a younger sister and a cousin, who should be around your age. I believe you all could enjoy each other's company." With curiosity, Natasha looked at Luke and asked, "Do you truly wish to adopt me?" Luke nodded, replying, "It is my parents who intend to adopt you, but ultimately, it hinges on your own desire. And what if I do not wish to?" Luke sighed again, saying, "In that case, we would have no choice but to place you in a welfare institution as you are still a minor." Chapter 67. A bustling home. Upon finishing his words, Luke observed Natasha deep in thought, her head bowed in silence. After a considerable interval, Old Man Sheen and Elsa entered the room. Luke could tell from Elsa's expression that Old Man Sheen had successfully persuaded her. He discreetly gave Old Man Sheen a thumbs up. Elsa then approached Natasha and sat beside her, saying, "Lisa, would you like to come to our home? It's quite lively there. We have a daughter and a niece around your age, and you can attend school together. I see you're quite slender. It must have been difficult for you over the years. Do not worry, everything will improve." Natasha glanced at Elsa and then at Luke. As if having made a difficult decision, she nodded and replied to Elsa, "May I stay with you for a while to adjust before I respond?" Elsa smiled and said, "Of course, you are more than welcome in our home." At that moment, Old Man Sheen had also reached an agreement with Harris. For now, Natasha's case would remain with the Los Angeles branch, and once she consented to adoption, it would be transferred. During this period, she would stay with Luke's family, and they would discuss her future once the case was resolved. After finalizing all arrangements, Luke prepared to take Natasha and her parents back to their villa at the base of Beverly Hills. Natasha sat in Luke's car, while Old Man Sheen and Elsa shared another vehicle. Luke smiled at Natasha and remarked, "Please refrain from using what you've learned in the past. It might frighten others." Natasha lowered her head and murmured, "But I am no longer an ordinary person." Luke understood her implication, yet he found himself powerless. Saving a life could not restore severed limbs or regenerate lost organs. Thus, he reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be all right. Do not dwell on the past. You deserve a brighter future and a fulfilling life." Natasha parted her lips, ultimately emitting a faint thank you. Her voice was so soft that she believed Luke might not hear it, yet Luke's senses were remarkably acute, and he certainly caught her gratitude. At that moment, the corners of Luke's mouth curled upward, nearly surpassing his previous cheerfulness. He smiled at Natasha and said, "From now on, you shall be my sister, Lisa." For clarity, she will continue to be referred to as Natasha in the narrative. Upon returning to the home at the base of Beverly Hills, Luke noticed a blend of confusion and envy in Natasha's eyes. After exiting the vehicle, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "This place is now your home too. From this moment onward, your destiny has changed. We shall be a family." It must be noted that such words of familial assurance hold significant practicality. The villa belonging to Luke's family spans over 400 square meters, complemented by front and back lawns, a swimming pool, and a garden that nearly totals 500 square meters. The family resides on the second floor, with Luke's youngest brother, Henry, and sister, Jessica, having long since taken separate rooms. Thus, a guest room remained available. Once Elsa alighted from the car, she took Natasha's hand, guiding her into the villa, though Natasha appeared somewhat anxious. It is still not too late. So the children of the Chin family are gathered in the living room watching television. With many girls in the house, the youngest boy, Henry, has become the laborer for his sisters ever since Luke moved out. He's the one who longs for Luke's return the most. Everyone was astonished upon seeing Natasha. At this moment, Elsa introduced her to the others, mentioning that she was the girl whom Luke had rescued and that she would be living with him henceforth. Angela and Beth were delighted to have another sister join them, making the household even livelier. Noticing Natasha's frail and dirty appearance, Elsa instructed Angela and Beth to take her for a bath and to change her clothes. Among the three, Natasha was the smallest, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall, while Angela and Beth both exceeded 1.60 meters, with Beth being slightly shorter than Angela. Angela and Beth warmly led Natasha upstairs. Elsa returned to her bedroom to change her clothes and took Jessica along to find the girls. The living room was left with just the three boys. Henry, with a sorrowful expression, asked Luke, "Brother, how long are you back for? Can I live at your place?" Luke looked at Henry in surprise and asked, "What happened while I was away?" Henry's facial expression contorted with distress. "My sisters always make me do this and that. I hardly have time to focus on my research." Luke patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. You'll get used to it. Angela and the others are just training you. Have you heard that saying?" Henry looked at Luke with confusion. "What saying?" "It's better to deal with your younger brother early. Once you're my age, they won't be able to overpower you." At that moment, Old Sheen approached with 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Luke and advising Henry, "Don't listen to your brother, no matter how old you grow. The power of bloodline suppression will never fade." Upon hearing Old Sheen's words, Henry displayed a look of despair. Luke had no choice but to wrap his arm around Henry's shoulder and say, "Old man is just teasing you. Angela and the others are teaching you how to interact with girls. You'll thank them for it one day." Henry shook his head defiantly. "Humph. I don't want that. Women only hinder my research progress." Luke, intrigued, inquired, "What research are you doing?" "Conducting experimental high-difficulty computations in real-time interaction by connecting modems to servers through large-scale integrated circuit microprocessing systems. Utilizing intelligent programs developed on the Microsoft Visual Studio platform." Old Sheen affectionately patted the back of Henry's head. "Speak in plain language," Henry replied, feeling aggrieved. "Playing computer games." Luke stared at Henry in disbelief, then finally ruffled his hair and said, "Since you're interested, why not create your own game?" Henry shrugged. "Because of my sisters, I don't have the time." Luke chuckled and remarked, "You are still young. For now, pursue your interests and hobbies. When you grow up, you can do whatever you wish." Henry, resembling a miniature adult, sighed and replied, "Even when I grow up, I'll still be the younger brother." Luke firmly wrapped his arm around Henry's shoulders and said, "As your sisters mature, they will find boyfriends, and then they will have less time for you." Upon hearing this, Henry's eyes brightened with excitement. "That's a splendid idea." Luke seized the moment and added, "If you notice that your sisters have boyfriends, make sure to inform me immediately. There will be a reward." Henry eagerly nodded, then inquired, "Does Lip count?" "Lip does not count, but if Beth happens to have another boyfriend, you must tell me without delay," Luke instructed. With a look of determination, Henry declared, Rest assured, I will not let you down. Observing Henry's renewed enthusiasm, both Luke and Old Cheen displayed mischievous smiles. However, moments later, Old Cheen's expression shifted. Drake, tonight I will be staying with Lisa. You can manage on your own. Haha. Old man, I can't help you with that, came the playful retort. Get lost. Chapter 68. A first encounter. Luke was roused from his slumber in the early hours of the morning. Silently departing his home, he drove back to the Los Angeles precinct. Harris, still bleary-eyed, accompanied him. Upon entering the lobby, the on-duty officer informed them that Nick Fury, the assistant director of S.H.I.E.L.D., awaited them in the lounge. Upon their arrival in the lounge, they found Nick Fury seated alone. Rising with a smile, he extended his hand to Harris for a handshake and then turned to Luke, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Agent Luke. Your reputation precedes you." Luke reciprocated the handshake, quipping, "It's not particularly fortunate to attract the attention of the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D." Nick Fury's demeanor remained unfazed by Luke's sarcasm as he addressed Harris, stating, "I am here to take Agent Clint Barton with me." Before Harris could respond, Luke interjected, "He faces 11 charges, and a mere word from you cannot rescind that, Mr. Fury. I remind you, S.H.I.E.L.D. holds no law enforcement authority in the federal domain." Nodding, Fury replied, "I am aware, but Agent Barton is engaged in a covert operation," and thus Luke bluntly interrupted, "Is kidnapping, assaulting, and molesting a minor part of this operation? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. a cult?" Fury regarded the resolute Luke and, with a glance at Harris, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to continue this conversation?" Luke shook his head, stating, "Regardless of your so-called mission, I have no interest in your secrets." "He cannot leave this place." Harris chimed in, "The recent abduction case of an 11-year-old girl in Simi Valley has garnered significant attention. Your agent's arrest complicates matters considerably." Fury studied Harris and then turned to Luke, pondering, "What do you propose we do?" Luke, with a sly smile reminiscent of a fox, declared, "I will not concern myself with your secrets. You are not to monitor me or my family for any reason, including that girl." Fury furrowed his brow, addressing Luke. "She is a liability and will become a greater one in the future. Are you certain you wish to take her in?" Luke shrugged, replying, "You should be aware of my family's circumstances. She is of similar age to my sister and would make an excellent protector." This reasoning left Fury with little room for rebuttal, and he remarked, "Are you certain she will heed your commands? If she slips from your control again, we will intervene." Originally, Fury had tasked Hawkeye with eliminating Natasha, but Hawkeye, moved by compassion, refrained from doing so at the first opportunity. Instead, he sought to persuade the homeless Natasha to join him in serving S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Luke's interference diminished Fury's regard for the 15-year-old Natasha. One could argue that Luke's interception of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment of Natasha was indeed a fortuitous moment. Had a few more years elapsed, Nick Fury would have certainly recognized Natasha's significance and would not have allowed anyone to lure her away. Clearly, Natasha holds little importance to Nick Fury at this juncture. Even as an agent, what could a 15-year-old girl possibly contribute? How impactful could she truly be? Ultimately, Nick Fury acquiesced to Luke, saying, "Deal." Observing the nature of this clandestine transaction between the two, Harris felt a sense of unreality. Although she was Luke's superior, it was evident that he had concealed something from her regarding this matter. Once Nick Fury departed with Clint Barton, Harris turned to Luke and inquired, "Is there something you wish to share with me?" Luke pondered briefly before responding, "To be honest, knowing about this matter offers you no advantage." "Are you certain you want to hear it?" Harris scrutinized Luke for some time before stating, "Luke, can I trust you?" Luke smiled and replied, "Claire, this matter ends here. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it will have no further implications. Moreover, remaining uninformed may serve you well should anything go awry." Harris sighed and conceded, "Very well, Luke. I recognize your family's influence. Just ensure you manage it properly. The case involving Sherry is our immediate priority." Upon capturing Hawkeye the previous day, Luke had a sudden epiphany and suggested to Harris, "Since morning has already dawned, why not commence our investigation now? I have a newfound inspiration." In a somewhat irritable tone, Harris retorted, "Go fetch some coffee." Luke cheerfully produced his phone and said, "Order whatever you desire." As she walked away, Harris muttered, "I detest the wealthy." Nevertheless, Luke ordered the finest pizza and coffee for Harris. However, with limited options at that hour, the establishments available were merely decent, not exceptional. Yet, Harris appreciated Luke's attitude. Luke remarked to Harris, "I had a revelation yesterday. Sherry's abduction is likely the work of an experienced criminal. We should investigate individuals with prior convictions, particularly those for kidnapping, assault, and sexual offenses." Thus, Harris and Luke immersed themselves in their work from the early hours until morning. They were engrossed in analyzing the list of potential suspects when a piercing scream interrupted their concentration. "Ah, are we being targeted by thieves?" As Luke pushed open the door to Harris's office, he encountered Erica, her face a mask of anguish and indignation, standing before his desk. Luke approached Erica to offer an explanation. Upon learning that the matter concerned provisions for children, Erica's mood improved somewhat, though she still regarded Luke with a lingering sense of grievance. Relenting, Luke conceded, all right. This afternoon I will have some discount vouchers from my family as shop delivered to you. Now, let's resolve the coffee machine issue, shall we?" Hearing this, Erica's expression brightened considerably. Meanwhile, Luke returned to collaborating with Harris on the analysis of the suspect list. In the end, Luke and Harris narrowed their focus to 3 individuals, each with a history of indecent exposure or pedophilia. 2 had already served their sentences, while the 3rd was on parole. Consequently, Luke resolved to pay visits to these 3 individuals without delay. Before departing, he requested 3 search warrants from Harris. Thanks to Old Sheen's connections within the legal community, Harris was able to swiftly procure search warrants issued by a judge. With the warrants in hand, Luke hastily exited the precinct. Before long, he located the suspect's residence using the information provided by Harris. On this occasion, Luke opted for a black Dodge Caliber instead of his usual eye-catching Dodge Durango. Though it remained a bulletproof model, the choice was motivated not only by a desire for discretion, but also because this vehicle had been custom modified for the FBI since his induction. As a routine service car, it required extensive alterations, which were only completed and delivered to the precinct the previous day. After a brief observation, he exited the vehicle and, utilizing his keen insight, he discerned the suspect indulging in illicit substances in the living room. With determination, he drew his firearm, kicked open the door, and shouted, "FBI, raise your hands." Chapter 69. None are good people. The suspect was in a state of euphoria, lying there as if lost in a dream. When Luke kicked the door open, the individual remained sprawled on the sofa, his expression vacillating. Observing this, Luke approached and promptly handcuffed him. The man offered no resistance whatsoever. The house lacked a backyard, prompting Luke to activate his insight to examine the lower levels. He exhaled in relief upon discovering nothing amiss. Subsequently, Luke contacted Harris to report the circumstances. Harris responded over the phone, "Understood. Please hold on. I will reach out to the DEA for a handover." Luke waited for 10 minutes before the patrol officers arrived. After presenting their credentials, the DEA agents soon followed, comprising 3 individuals, led by a formidable bald man named Hank Schrade. Following a brief exchange, Schrade provided his contact information to Luke, likely perceiving Luke's exceptional nature and wishing to cultivate a personal connection. Luke found no cause for concern in this. After all, the DEA's enforcement power within federal jurisdiction was rather limited. In matters concerning narcotics, the DEA and the FBI shared overlapping jurisdictions. However, the DEA primarily focused on tracing sources and gathering intelligence, while significant apprehension operations still relied heavily on local police and the FBI. Their resources were primarily concentrated in major urban areas, lacking the elite capabilities of a SWAT team. Consequently, they were keen to establish amicable relations with the FBI and local law enforcement, recognizing that true critical incidents required collaboration. The ATF shared a similar predicament, being even less numerous than their DEA counterparts. In rural locales beyond big cities, the FBI often stood as the sole reliable force, as local police were often untrustworthy. Among domestic law enforcement agencies, aside from police in major cities, only the FBI possessed specialized teams dedicated to tackling heavily armed criminals, with the military being the next option. Thus, despite local police harboring some aversion towards the FBI, the agency remained singular in its efficacy among other enforcement bodies. The IRS, often lauded, faced the same issue. They lacked specialized teams for addressing heavily armed threats. Although agents occasionally carried firearms during tax collection, such instances were rare, with violent confrontations over tax matters being even less common. The notoriety of the IRS stemmed from their aggressive collection methods, and armed tax agents had become an American hallmark. As it is a nation where firearms are not prohibited, and many states allow the purchase of fully automatic weapons. Aside from the FBI, most other law enforcement agencies primarily focused on investigations rather than apprehensions. However, the FBI boasted a substantial presence, possessing the authority to intervene in any violation of the U.S. Constitution. Certain categories of crime, such as anti-violence initiatives, drug and organized crime, foreign espionage, violent crime, and white-collar offenses, received the highest priority. Cases of particular concern could be escalated for immediate action upon approval from the Department of Justice, relegating other agencies to the sidelines. Ultimately, this led Luke to contemplate the pursuit of a career as an FBI agent as the next phase of his life. Due to his efforts in apprehending criminals and maintaining order, Luke's proficiency in his craft had progressed, allowing him to earn points for order. After a brief conversation with Supervisor Schrade, Luke departed and proceeded to the residence of the next suspect. Upon arrival, he found no sign of the suspect. However, through his inside eye, he discerned an array of toys and clothing belonging to young girls within the house. Outside the residence, Luke surveyed the area but failed to uncover any concealed basements or similar locations suitable for confinement. Consequently, he promptly contacted Harris. "Harris, I've arrived at the second suspect's residence, but he appears to be absent. Could you check his approximate location and movements?" After a short while, Harris returned the call. "Luke, there's a development. This individual has booked a room at a motel on XX Street for today. I'll send you the address." "Understood. I'll head there as swiftly as possible." Upon receiving Harris's message, Luke hastened to the motel. This establishment was a single-story motor lodge, characterized by its expansive parking lot. Such features are typical of most motor lodges, which in the United States parallel the budget hotels in China. After parking, Luke scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted the suspect approaching the motel from a distance, a bulging black plastic bag in hand. After a moment's contemplation, he donned his sunglasses and cowboy hat, exited his vehicle, and walked towards the lodge. Given that all the rooms were located on the ground floor, they were arranged in close proximity to one another. Harris had already informed Luke of the suspect's room number, so he followed the directions provided. He deliberately adjusted his pace, ensuring that he would pass the suspect's designated room just as they crossed paths. As they drew near, Luke could discern the subtle expressions on the suspect's face. Clearly, the suspect was in high spirits, his inner joy betraying him. Approaching the room, Luke activated his insight eye to observe the internal situation. The revelation momentarily stunned him. The suspect's room, along with the adjacent ones, each housed a police officer. Just as the suspect reached the door, an officer opened it, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the suspect reached into his garment. Positioned slightly behind and to the side of the suspect, Luke noticed that the officers, led by a female officer, seemed unaware and unguarded. As the suspect swiftly drew a handgun from his clothing, Luke sprang into action, seizing the suspect's arm and lifting it upward. The gun discharged with a bang, causing the first officer to emerge from the room to scream and stumble backward. The other two officers drew their firearms, but by then, Luke had already subdued the assailant. The female officer had not been shot. She was merely startled. Observing Luke cuffing the suspect, the officers holstered their weapons. Rising, Luke presented his identification, which alleviated the officer's suspicions, leading to an exchange of information between both parties. It was revealed that these officers had received an alarming report regarding an individual attempting to lure the caller's daughter online. While it is not uncommon for young people to engage in such activities, the alarming detail was that the girl in question was merely 11 years old. Consequently, the officers orchestrated an apprehension operation. However, they were taken aback when the suspect brandished a weapon without uttering a word. After expressing gratitude to Luke, they learned of his investigation into the disappearance of Sherry and were eager to assist him. Regrettably, Luke had already set his sights on another target. As he was about to depart, Luke noticed the contents of the suspect's bag, which included a plush teddy bear, an assortment of binding materials, and various electronic toys. This sight incited outrage among all present, as they could scarcely fathom the dire consequences had the 11-year-old girl fallen into the suspect's hands. Following another report to Harris, only one suspect remained. After exchanging pleasantries with the LAPD officers, Luke prepared to leave. However, the female officer he had rescued discreetly slipped him a business card. It read Zoe Anderson, a mere intern in the police force. Luke accepted the card and hurriedly departed. Chapter 70. Fury. Luke did not discard the business card. Yet he lacked the enthusiasm to pursue a date with the young woman. Although this Latina beauty possessed an appealing visage, she paled in comparison to Alex. Not to mention the endearing end. Furthermore, Luke found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. He had just concluded a harrowing special forces operation, tirelessly investigating the case of a missing girl and attempting to thwart SHIELD's recruitment of the Black Widow. Matters of romance could wait for another day. The three individuals Luke was currently investigating all bore criminal records. The first suspect had a history of indecent assault against women, resulting in a 7-year imprisonment, and had only recently been released. The second suspect had been convicted of molesting minors, serving 13 years and having been out of prison for quite some time. The third, who had been sentenced to 30 years for kidnapping and sexually assaulting women, was currently on parole due to good behavior. Luke had deliberately left this last suspect for last because of his parole status. Those on parole were required to wear electronic ankle bracelets, remain within the local vicinity, report regularly to the police station, and were subject to periodic visits from parole officers. Thus, Luke approached the final residence with dwindling hope, pondering if there were any angles he had yet to consider. Lost in thought, he soon found himself standing before the suspect's home. After securing a parking spot, he made his way toward the entrance. However, as he prepared to knock, a vision revealed through his insight eye ignited a fierce rage within him. He discerned an improvised bed cluttered within the disheveled storage room behind the living room, and upon it lay the long-missing Sherry, gaunt and entirely unclothed, with one ankle shackled by a lengthy iron chain. At that moment, the female occupant of the house leaned against the doorway, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The male occupant, the third suspect, was brandishing some toys and a kitchen knife. His shirt discarded on the bed, and he appeared poised to remove his trousers. In that instant, Luke abandoned the notion of knocking. He drew his firearm, forcefully kicked open the door, and bellowed, "FBI, raise your hands." Upon entering, the living room lay to his left, with 2 doors leading to separate rooms directly in front of him. The woman stood frozen at the sight of Luke brandishing his weapon, while the man hurriedly emerged, trousers undone, to assess the situation. In under a second, Luke resolved his course of action. With both individuals now within his line of sight and not using Sherry as leverage, he decisively emptied his magazine. 21 rounds of 5.21mm specialized ammunition found their mark in the bodies of the pair, each final shot aimed at their heads to ensure their irrevocable demise. As they collapsed, Luke swiftly produced 2 handguns from his spatial storage. He had acquired an ample arsenal during the recent robbery at the Zhongfu building and on Devil's Island. By removing the serial numbers, these firearms could be utilized as untraceable weapons, perfectly suited for staging the scene. Channeling his telekinetic abilities, he fired 2 shots into the air, the bullets soaring at the height of the 2 individuals who had just fallen. Then Luke placed the 2 guns in the suspect's hands, gripping them tightly. Although Luke's ability to manipulate objects through willpower could not affect living beings, it was effective on the deceased. After replacing the magazine, Luke removed his suit jacket and entered the room. Upon entry, he was met with a foul odor. Sherry had been confined here, seemingly enduring all her needs in this very space. Upon seeing Luke, Sherry froze. He quickly enveloped her in his jacket and aimed his gun to sever the iron chains binding her feet. At that moment, Sherry broke into tears. Luke comforted her, saying, "Child, do not fear. It is all over." He then swiftly dialed Harris. "Sherry has been found. Send help quickly." "I have fired shots, but Sherry is unharmed. 2 suspects have been shot." Luke remained focused on soothing Sherry in his arms, refraining from any further actions as he awaited the arrival of his colleagues or patrol officers. He needed to ensure the scene remained intact, allowing for a conclusive determination that the assailants had indeed fired upon him, justifying his emptying of the magazine. This was the most logical course of action. The sight he had witnessed at the door had ignited a profound rage within him. Ultimately, Luke's worldview was shaped by his upbringing under the Red Banner. While he recognized the malevolence prevalent in America, he had never felt its impact so deeply until today. He pondered how Sherry had endured the past 12 days, but it appeared the suspects intended to threaten her before inflicting further harm. Had Luke delayed even slightly longer, Sherry's life would have been irrevocably scarred, an imprint no Fields Medal laureate could erase. Perhaps her grim experiences in recent days had weakened her, her cries diminished, and she gradually drifted into unconsciousness. Luke assessed her condition, relieved to find she was not in shock, merely physically weakened. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a firearm, a modified pistol capable of firing tranquilizer rounds. The weapon contained 8 rounds of life-saving ammunition, but he reconsidered and set it aside. Instead, he produced a syringe resembling a gun, filled with 100 milliliters of life-saving serum. He injected it into Sherry's arm and pressed the trigger. After the injection was complete, Luke stowed the syringe and gazed down at the girl in his arms, letting out a deep sigh. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. For the first time, Luke confronted the true significance of his role as an enforcer of the law. This was not about martial prowess, systems, or legalities. It was a matter of humanity. In this moment, Luke no longer perceived himself as a wealthy heir playing at life but felt the profound weight of an enforcer's responsibility. He recalled his oath upon joining the FBI, along with its tenets: fidelity, bravery, integrity. Luke remained loyal to the justice within his heart, compelling him to unhesitatingly empty his magazine. For the justice he cherished could not permit such individuals to walk the halls of justice. Old Sheen is a lawyer, and he understands all too well the significance of hiring a competent attorney in America. Thus, he audaciously staged the scene, determined to send those 2 scoundrels to hell, never to rise again. The patrol officers and ambulance were the first to arrive. Upon entering the premises, Luke carried the sleeping Sherry, who still clutched his shirt tightly, into the ambulance. The officers had already cordoned off the area outside the house. Harris arrived by helicopter and immediately rushed to see Sherry, an 11-year-old girl, imprisoned in a small, filthy room for 12 days, deprived of adequate food and clothing. Any normal person witnessing such a plight would be overwhelmed with indignation. After seeing Sherry's condition, Harris remarked to Luke, "Well done." The forensic team also arrived to investigate the scene. The paramedics had already confirmed the deaths of the 2 suspects. The initial conclusions from the forensic team aligned with Luke's expectations. The 2 had opened fire on him, and he had emptied his magazine in response, which was entirely justified. With the successful rescue of Sherry and the media attention surrounding the case, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, that is, except Luke. Chapter 71. Administrative leave. Luke and Harris watched the ambulance carrying Shelley depart. Harris turned to Luke and said, "I truly owe you my gratitude for this." Luke, maintaining a serene expression, replied, "This was a collective effort. Let us not allow the media to cast me in the spotlight." Harris smiled and nodded, assuring him, "I understand. You needn't worry." The forensic team took considerable time collecting evidence, as they required proof of the suspect's abduction and confinement of Shelley. The gray vehicle used during her kidnapping was located in the backyard. Luke's firearm was also cataloged by the forensic department. By the time Luke arrived, it was already afternoon. Once Harris completed his tasks, he accompanied Luke to the hospital. The media had departed, leaving only Shelley's family behind. Upon entering the hospital room, Shelley's stepfather, Carl, was the first to emerge, expressing his heartfelt thanks to Harris and Luke. Particularly, he clutched Luke's hand, weeping profusely. As he expressed his gratitude, he recounted the immense pressure he had been under. Following Shelley's disappearance, the police had suspected him of orchestrating her kidnapping. During the investigation, Collins and his team had even employed a lie detector during their inquiries with Carl. Although he had cleared his name, many continued to harbor doubts and cast aspersions upon him, especially considering that Shelley had been abducted right under his nose. Luke found himself at a loss for words. Such is the nature of humanity. Observing a man in his 30s weep openly, he could only offer a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Entering the room, Luke found Shelley peacefully slumbering in bed. Her complexion had improved significantly. The life-saving treatment she received had proven effective. Medical personnel conducted a comprehensive examination, revealing that aside from malnutrition, all other indicators were normal. There had been no signs of abuse or violation. Harris engaged in discussions with Shelley's parents regarding the subsequent handling of the case. Upon learning that Luke had rescued Shelley and eliminated the perpetrator, they once again expressed their profound gratitude. Luke could only smile in reassurance, stating, "The best news is that Shelley is safe. The department will arrange for a child psychologist to provide her support. Everything will be all right." After Harris conveyed a few additional matters, he and Luke prepared to depart. At the hospital entrance, Harris informed Luke, "A press conference is scheduled for tomorrow morning to brief the public on the case. If you prefer to avoid the attention, it would be wise to take a leave of absence." Luke nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. I could use a few days to rest." "You don't have any particularly pressing cases, do you?" Harris chuckled lightly, responding, "The most urgent case has been resolved thanks to you. If the remaining team members cannot handle their tasks, they might need to reconsider their positions at the FBI." Luke nodded and bid farewell to Harris. "I shall return to my leave. Please call me if anything arises." Noticing the time, Luke realized he would likely miss dinner at home. So he casually stopped at a fast food restaurant for a quick bite. Upon arriving home, he found his sisters in the living room engrossed in a television program, while Elsa busied herself in the kitchen, preparing fruit for them. Luke gazed at Natasha, who was seated on the sofa, appearing a bit reserved, and said, "Hello, Lisa? How has your day been?" Angela immediately responded to Luke. "Elsa took Lisa out for a major shopping spree today. We returned early this afternoon to help her arrange the room." Natasha smiled back at Luke, saying, "I had a wonderful day and am quite happy." Beth suggested to Angela and Natasha, "How about we celebrate tonight with a pajama party in your room?" Observing Natasha's adorably dazed expression directed at Beth, Luke felt a chuckle rise within him. The Red House had certainly not taught such things, yet he recognized that such activities would foster camaraderie among the girls, and thus, he did not intervene. Upon returning to his own room, Luke opened the system panel. The recent rescue incident involving Shelley had granted him only 800 order points, bringing his total to 25,000 points. However, his progress in cultivation had increased by 1. As he surveyed the panel, he ultimately clicked on the lottery button. "Ding, would you like to spend 10,000 order points for a draw?" "Yes, Ding, you have received a new item. Please check." Instead of claiming the item, Luke pressed the lottery button once more. The thrill of expenditure and the joy of unboxing consumed his mind. The first item was a golden apple. Item name? Golden apple. Item description: consuming it grants access to stored knowledge. Luke gazed quizzically at the golden apple, which was not much larger than his fist. "Is this something edible?" After much hesitation, he steeled himself and took a bite. The apple was bursting with flavor, sweet and tangy. Almost immediately, however, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Luke struggled to stay alert, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he muttered, "This isn't a golden apple. It's more like a tranquilizer, isn't it?" An hour later, Luke awoke, staring at the ceiling. "Master, are you jesting with me? You provided me with the methodology for creating artificial intelligence, but neglected to give me the hardware specifications." This golden apple had bestowed upon Luke the complete technology for developing artificial intelligence. With humanity's current hardware capabilities, he could only forge rudimentary AI. In contrast, the advanced AI, akin to the highest intelligence of the Kree, required extraordinarily formidable hardware. The Kree had amassed their finest resources from across the universe to create such supreme intelligence. With a sigh, Luke clicked on another item. Item name: Dimension Wally 2. 0. Item description: a robot imbued with a soul, remade of vibranium and nanometals, with its internal compartment linked to dimensional space. In his previous life, Luke had never watched that particular film, so he was unaware of this robot's purpose. Thus, he stood up and quietly drove back to his seaside villa in Malibu. Upon arriving at the underground tool room, Luke retrieved Wally, a square metallic box. less than 30 centimeters in size, with a matte, earthy yellow finish. Despite its square shape, distinguishing its front from its back was quite effortless. The upper section of the front features a small rectangular display screen, while the lower part bears the inscription wall 2.0. The back is dominated by a curved protrusion that occupies the entire surface, with an arc-shaped hollow extending from the top, resembling a handle. Perfectly suited for lifting this petite device. Placing it on the workbench, Luke pondered how to activate this little contraption. To his astonishment, the lid of the box quietly lifted, revealing two large eyes gazing at him. Luke was somewhat enchanted by this charming little being. With a smile, he extended his finger towards himself and said, "Hi. I am Luke, Luke Chin." The little creature raised its head to meet Luke's gaze and extended a mechanical arm from its side, pointing to the wall inscription on its front. Luke understood and nodded, inquiring, "Can you speak?" Wall moved its large eyes, and then Luke heard a distinct computer error notification. A red X symbol appeared on the display screen on Wall's chest. Luke nodded again but inwardly grumbled, given that it's made of vibranium. Why on earth wasn't a voice device installed? Thus, Luke spent the entire night conversing with Wall in this manner, gaining a fundamental understanding of the little entity. The hatch on Wall's chest could be opened, revealing the standard internal structure of a metal box. However, it could store items, albeit not excessively large ones. Anything small enough could be retrieved into Wall's dimensional space. Chapter 72. An old friend arrives. The following day was the weekend. And early in the morning, Luke introduced Wally to Uncle Chin. He informed Uncle Chin that it was a robot he had researched and developed. Uncle Chin was quite curious about the little gadget, but being an elder, he soon lost interest after learning how to communicate with Wally. Luke took Wally to the supermarket, leaving him on the car seat while he ventured inside. Eventually, Luke emerged with 3 shopping carts filled with snacks. Wally's dimensional space bore a striking resemblance to Luke's personal space, with time within it completely suspended. However, when Luke inquired about the size of Wally's space, Wally could only gesture in a circular manner. Thus, Luke decided to conduct an experiment with the trunk full of items. As long as he could open the hatch on Wally's chest, he could place things into its dimensional space. Remarkably, the entire trunk of snacks was successfully stored within. After repeated questioning, Wally pointed to a globe emblem on a packaging bag. Luke was left speechless, astonished by the implication that Wally's dimensional space was as vast as the Earth itself. Unable to contain himself, Luke jested, "Master, what have you created?" Although the little creature couldn't speak, it could at least produce sounds, much like the default sounds of a Windows system. Luke could often infer Wally's intentions without needing to glance at the emblem on its chest. Upon returning home with Wally, Luke found his 3 sisters deliberating on their plans for the day. The moment they noticed the square-boxed robot trailing behind Luke, their interest was piqued. Wally's large, expressive eyes were undeniably adorable. As the enthusiastic girls approached, calling out to him with gleaming eyes, Wally instinctively hid behind Luke's legs, retracting its limbs into its body, leaving only a large portion of its eyes visible to observe the girls. Luke quickly intervened, saying, "You've scared it." Angela, curious, looked at Wally and asked Luke, "Is this the latest toy?" Beth and Natasha also turned their gaze towards Luke. Shaking his head, Luke replied, "No, this is something I accidentally created. Consider it an intelligent robot. But please, don't tell anyone else, or it might get taken away. You can think of it as a new friend to communicate with." Beth bravely stepped forward, extending her hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Beth. What's your name?" Wally looked up at Luke, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Wally then extended its limbs, pointed to the letters on its chest, and shook hands with Beth. "Wally?" The little creature nodded, and a check mark appeared on its display. "Wow, Luke, it's truly clever." Upon hearing the compliment, Wally's emblem transformed into a smiling face. The 3 sisters and a pair of twin siblings then gathered around Wally, chattering excitedly. Wally also retrieved a variety of snacks from its dimensional space, leaving them in awe. Just then, Luke's phone rang. As Luke answered the phone, he was momentarily taken aback by the voice on the other end. "Hey, Luke, I've arrived in Los Angeles." It was John McClane. "Congratulations, have you reconciled with Holly?" "Of course, she remains utterly captivated by my charm." "Ahem. How about a drink tonight?" McClane gladly accepted Luke's invitation, but after inquiring about his department, Luke requested an introduction to a colleague before hanging up. The phone was dialed again. Hi, Frank, are you free tonight? What is going on, Luke? Nothing much. Just a friend transferring to the LAPD. I'd like to introduce you. I'm swamped, but I can make time for a drink. Let me know when it's set. I have to get back to work. After ending the call, Luke recalled a quaint bar near the Hollywood area. A quiet spot indeed. He proceeded to message McLean and Frank. After calling his parents, Luke returned to the oceanfront villa in Malibu with his younger siblings. The place was spacious, perfect for their enjoyment. They could spend the weekend there, and with Uncle Chin around, there would be someone to look after them. Uncle Chin observed curiously as Wally played with the children. Though Wally had an aversion to water, it was waterproof by design. Persuaded by the children to enter the pool, it automatically activated its inflatable flotation device. Its track-based feet transformed into underwater propellers, and so it accompanied the children in their playful frolics throughout the day. Now, the children were eager to snuggle with Wally as they settled down for the night. Later, Luke selected a rather understated Dodge Charger from the garage. This four-door sports car, a result of his penchant for innovation, was equipped with a retractable variable-angle rear wing. Luke's series of Dodge vehicles drew inspiration from the Chevrolet Camaro's familial design. This particular model was custom-built, featuring a 6.4-liter supercharged engine with 850 horsepower. Upon arriving at the designated bar, Luke spotted McLean seated at the counter. They exchanged laughter and embraced before settling into a corner booth. When did you arrive? I just got in yesterday afternoon. I drove here from New York with a friend. Are you not returning? The house is still there. I can visit for vacation when time permits. What is there to vacation in New York? Trust me, don't go back. The energy there is unfavorable. You understand this? See, it's precisely because you were in New York that you encountered a midlife crisis, right? Coming to Los Angeles is the remedy. McLean paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Before he could elaborate, Detective Frank entered, scanning the bar until he spotted Luke waving him over. Hey, Frank, over here. Luke ordered some drinks and snacks, then proceeded to introduce the two men to each other. McLean, a detective in New York, had come to Los Angeles to work under Frank. However, he was not scheduled to report to the LAPD Detective Bureau until the following week. Even before starting his new position, he had already met his superior through Luke, for which McLean expressed his gratitude. Frank was equally pleased to have gained a formidable ally in his team. Luke also informed Frank about McLean's involvement in the robbery case at the Zhongfu building. With such a formidable subordinate, Frank's spirits lifted, dispelling any trace of fatigue from his arrival. Noticing Frank's somewhat unwell appearance, Luke inquired, Is something amiss? I've observed an evident increase in patrol activity on the streets. After a moment of contemplation, Frank, recognizing that as an FBI agent Luke would inevitably uncover the truth, decided to confide in him. The night before last, one of our officers, Steve Austin, was murdered. Both Luke and McLean were taken aback. This was indeed a grave matter. Frank then revealed a shocking detail. The perpetrator had impersonated him in an attempt to hunt down a child. Chapter 73. Controlling interest. Luke and McLean gazed in astonishment at Frank. Frank continued, Yesterday, the perpetrator impersonated Austin while pursuing a boy named John Connor. Damn it, Luke cursed. Frank assumed Luke was incensed by the actions of the assailant, unaware that Luke's thoughts were far more vehement. Although he had little interest in the film industry in his previous life, he was certainly familiar with the renowned Terminator. Due to narrative design, the timeline of Terminator 2 had been postponed. Frank, unfazed, continued, Not only did this assailant chase after the boy yesterday, but he also visited the psychiatric hospital where Connor's biological mother resides. Numerous bystanders were murdered, including Connor's adoptive parents. Curious, McLean inquired, How did the child escape the assailant's pursuit? Frank took a sip of his drink and replied, We discovered someone at the scene protecting him. Yet this individual has no record in our system. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Luke, clearly implying that he needed Luke's assistance as an FBI agent to investigate further. Luke mechanically nodded, now grasping the general situation. He then asked Frank, Are there any photographs? Frank produced several photos from his pocket and handed them to Luke. Upon examining the images, Luke recognized the governor. The assailant's impersonation of Austin is astonishingly perfect. One cannot distinguish him from the real Austin, Frank remarked. Luke interjected, T-1000 can flawlessly mimic anyone. Pointing to another photograph, Frank stated, "The person wearing sunglasses is the one protecting Connor. We have no information on him in our system." Luke tucked the photos away and replied, "I will return to the precinct tomorrow to assist you in your search, though I harbor little hope. This individual is likely from abroad." Frank nodded and clinked his glass with Luke's, expressing his gratitude. "We have considered this possibility as well, but the police database pales in comparison to that of the FBI." Due to the nature of the case, Frank did not linger with Luke for long. Luke's objective had been achieved, introducing McClane to Frank. Upon returning to his seaside villa in Malibu, Luke pondered whether to intervene. Frank merely requested Luke's assistance, but involving the FBI would complicate matters. With officers killed, the LAPD would undoubtedly want to apprehend the assailant themselves. The involvement of the FBI might overshadow their efforts. After some contemplation, Luke resolved to intervene, albeit without the FBI's official endorsement. The next day, Luke instructed Chun to procure certain items for delivery to the warehouse while he headed to the precinct. As expected, Harris was working overtime, while Erica, with an air of discontent, watched a movie on her computer. Upon seeing Luke, Erica's demeanor transformed in an instant, and she rushed to envelop him in a warm embrace. Luke was taken aback by Erica's sudden display of affection. Erica smiled and remarked, "Wow, look, you are so thoughtful. Those coupons you provided will last me an entire year." Luke had merely asked Uncle Chin to send over some coupons from his own company. Completely unaware of the quantity that had been delivered, he shrugged and replied to Erica, "It's not a good habit to hoard everything for oneself. Do share some with Harris and the other colleagues." Upon hearing this, Erica immediately displayed a conflicted expression. "Well, all right then." Observing her reluctance, Luke patted her shoulder and said, "Don't overthink it. Just let me know when you run out, and I'll have more sent over." Erica's eyes lit up as she gazed at Luke. "Look, I think I'm in love with you. What should I do? Can you save a spot for me in your basement?" Luke shook his head in exasperation. "Stop joking. Have you purchased the coffee machine yet?" Erica provided him with the model of a coffee machine. Luke looked utterly perplexed, as he had no knowledge in that area. Noticing his confusion, Erica promptly stated the price. "Well, this coffee machine costs over $5,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? But it's the same one used by Starbucks." Luke interrupted her explanation, pulling out his phone. "Uncle Chin, which brand of coffee machine does Starbucks use?" "Oh, from my grandmother's place? Please have them send one to my office, and make sure it's the best." After hanging up, Erica leaped onto Luke, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Well, Luke, I adore you. The best La Marzocco coffee machine is nearly $20,000. Luke quickly pushed Erica away and asked, "Will you choose the coffee beans yourself? Or should I have someone deliver them?" Erica hastily replied, "I'll select them. Luke, does your basement truly not need a maid? One who can go without clothes?" Luke promptly halted Erica and made his way to Harris's office. Upon Luke's arrival, Harris appeared quite surprised. Luke got straight to the point, stating, "Detective Frank from the precinct has a troublesome case that requires my assistance, which is why I'm here." Harris nodded, saying, "I'm aware. They have a patrol officer who was murdered. I can assist, but it's inappropriate to intervene too deeply." Luke nodded in agreement, exchanged pleasantries, and proceeded to his desk. According to Frank's description, John Connor and his mother, Sarah Connor, had already left Los Angeles. However, their ultimate target remained there, to prevent the emergence of Skynet. They intended to blow up the company researching it. Thus, Luke used this as a starting point to investigate the relevant companies. After extensive research, he finally discovered the company in question. Upon opening the company's profile and perusing it for a moment, Luke was taken aback. "Damn it, after all this searching, it turns out to be a company we invested in." Luke then picked up his phone and dialed. "Uncle Chin, we have invested in a technology company called Cybertron, and I want to take complete control of it immediately." "Very well, young master. Do you have any other requests?" Luke pondered for a moment and replied, "Arrange for me a position within the company, one that allows me to wield considerable authority, and ensure it is completed before the end of the workday." "Understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately." After ending the call, Luke exhaled in relief. The company's matters were easily resolved, yet the complexities involving people proved to be more troublesome. Thus, Luke resumed his research. Mr. Chin's efficiency was truly remarkable. By midday, he had dispatched someone to deliver Luke's identity ID card. Upon inspection, Luke chuckled softly, chairman of the supervisory board and assistant to the chairman, with an ownership stake of 89. This was quite satisfactory. The remaining responsibility lay with the head of research and development, Miles Dyson. The moment Luke encountered this name, a singular thought struck him: hairdryer. It would indeed be an excellent choice to have this individual develop household appliances in the future. With that delightful decision made, Luke departed from the precinct and made his way to the vicinity of Dr. Dyson's residence. Seizing the opportunity of the early hour, he drove out to procure a multitude of items, and even indulged in a dinner. Now, all that remained was to await the evening, when Sarah Connor would arrive to carry out her assassination of Dyson. Chapter 74. A holiday, however. Luke spent the night in the car without encountering Sarah Connor and her companions. Consequently, he awoke in a foul mood and, upon returning home, took Wally away under the disapproving gazes of his sisters. His first stop was the 3Q Weapon Company, where the warehouse manager reluctantly presented him with the shipping documents for his signature. As Luke prepared to leave, he handed the manager a roll of cash, instantly transforming the man's demeanor. "Take your time, young master." Luke returned to his Malibu villa with 2 trucks laden with arms, leaving Wally at the warehouse before heading straight to Cybertron Corporation. He had previously instructed Uncle Chin to notify the remaining board members and the management team of Cybertron. Upon his arrival, a large crowd awaited him at the entrance. Luke stepped out of the specially arranged bulletproof Rolls-Royce, dressed in an impeccably tailored 3-piece suit, complete with a jacket, trousers, waistcoat, and tie. Upon noticing the assemblage, Luke merely exchanged polite pleasantries before stating, "Please show me the mechanical arm." The president paused momentarily before responding, "How did you come to know about that?" "It is a company secret." Furrowing his brow, Luke glanced at the president and then at the former chairman, asserting, "This individual has been dismissed. I do not wish to see him within the company." Ignoring the complex expressions of those around him, he strode confidently into the building. The president's secretary, eager to assist, approached Luke and began introducing him to the various departments. It was undeniable that the previous president had an eye for talent. The secretary was a stunning blonde with an alluring figure. Nevertheless, despite her subtle advances, Luke did not spare her a glance. Eventually, he grew impatient and remarked, "Miss, if you wish to continue receiving a generous salary here, focus on your work rather than indulging in frivolities." The secretary finally returned to her professional demeanor. They ultimately arrived at the company's vault, which housed the damaged T-800 chip and a half-mechanical arm. The secretary lacked the necessary clearance to enter, so Luke instructed the others to wait outside while he proceeded alone. Within 2 minutes, he emerged and summoned all employees to the hall to deliver a speech. Half an hour later, the hall was packed with Cybertron employees, who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was unfolding, murmuring amongst themselves. The secretary handed Luke a microphone, having prepared for this moment. From Uncle Chin, Luke learned that the acquisition of Cybertron had proceeded smoothly due to the company's financial difficulties. Years of research yielded no results, and the continuous investment had become untenable for the shareholders. A generous buyer had presented himself, prompting them to sell their shares to recoup their losses. The remaining shares were held by the technical team. Luke wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "I am the new shareholder of the company and the largest one at that, having just acquired 89 of the company's shares. I hereby announce a week of paid leave for all employees." Upon hearing this, the employees erupted in enthusiasm. Then Luke continued, proclaiming that everyone would receive a 15 salary increase. The employees below erupted in cheers. However, Luke soon doused their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. The company was set to undergo a transformation. The future of living need not be extravagant, but would commence from the smallest of steps. Our forthcoming research focus will be on crafting smarter, more human-centric household appliances. Dr. Dyson, I have faith that you will excel in this endeavor. So I am sending your family to Huaxia to explore the market. Departure is scheduled for this afternoon. Dr. Miles Dyson was left bewildered. What household appliances? What market exploration? Who am I? Where am I? After Luke assigned some transitional tasks to the executives, he imparted a few words of advice to Dr. Dyson. With that, Luke elegantly departed from Cybertron Company. Upon returning home, he found that 1/3 of the arsenal in the warehouse had vanished. Luke was quite pleased with Wall's efficiency, and together they proceeded to Dr. Dyson's residence. The Dyson family had already packed their belongings, and Luke's arrival took them by surprise. However, they were even more astonished by the cube-shaped robot following Luke. Without preamble, Luke stated, "Allow me to showcase my masterpiece." Thus, Wall and Dyson engaged in an awkward conversation. Dyson, still in awe, remarked to Luke, "This is truly incredible. How did you accomplish this?" Luke replied, "Your research direction is misguided. The essence of artificial intelligence lies not in learning patterns, but in underlying logic." He then proceeded to share some foundational concepts of artificial intelligence design with Dr. Dyson, leaving him utterly astounded. Dyson, perplexed, queried Luke, "If you possess such understanding, why advocate for the cessation of our research and a pivot towards household products?" Luke chuckled softly. "The time is not yet ripe. Artificial intelligence may incite fear among the populace, and no one can guarantee whether its outcome will be benevolent or malevolent." Dyson nodded thoughtfully. Luke continued, "If it is benevolent, that is well and good. However, if it turns malevolent, the potential for destruction is immense." After contemplating for a considerable time, Dyson sighed and said to Luke, "You are right. No one can assure us of that, and I have been too presumptuous." Luke was quite satisfied with Dyson's attitude. Although he ultimately developed Skynet, Dr. Dyson was not a villain. His intellectual pursuits into small appliances were indeed a formidable advantage. Perhaps in the future, a store might emerge, undoubtedly yielding greater profits and influence than any military contract. After observing the Dyson family being escorted away by his arranged personnel, Luke returned to their home and activated the power in the room, ensuring it appeared to be a normally functioning household. He then set up a few items at the entrance of the Dyson residence before returning to his vehicle. Still parked nearby, he and Wall exchanged thoughts while keeping watch. As anticipated, once darkness fell, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared within Luke and Wall's line of sight. Luke stealthily disembarked from the vehicle, carrying Wally, who had independently donned his rubber tracks. Sarah Connor, clad in a black tactical vest and wielding a fully equipped M4, positioned herself behind the shrubs outside the Dyson residence. Just as she settled into her vantage point and raised her weapon to survey the villa, she felt the cold press of a gun against the back of her head. "Madam, even assassins have their standards. Encountering someone as amateurish as you is a first for me." With that, Luke swiftly seized the firearm from Sarah's grasp, along with the one holstered at her thigh. As she gradually turned around, Sarah raised her hands, revealing a young man dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, accompanied by an unusual robot at his feet. Luke holstered his weapon and produced his identification. "FBI. Now, please inform me of your son's whereabouts, along with his bodyguard." The words left Sarah momentarily paralyzed, a sudden realization dawning upon her, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of fear. Observing her expression, Luke discerned her thoughts and reassured her. "Hey, I am human, not the robot pursuing you, understood?" Chapter 75. Personal proof. Sarah Connor remained unconvinced in her suspicions. Luke could only shrug and remark, "If I were that person, I would have killed you by now instead of standing here conversing." Yet, Sarah still doubted his words. She had learned from the T-800 that the T-1000 could masquerade as anyone. However, she possessed no weapons at hand to verify the truth. Seeing her skepticism, Luke swiftly approached and uttered, "I apologize." Before Sarah could react, he kissed her, leaving her in a state of shock. Just as she prepared to resist, a boy's voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" The situation became rather awkward. What is it like to be caught in the act of kissing someone's mother? After releasing Sarah, Luke spread his hands and said, "I claimed I was not a robot. She did not believe me, so I demonstrated it personally." He then turned to Sarah and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Upon witnessing the arrival of her son and the T-800, Sarah felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly regained her composure. She indeed sensed Luke's warmth. Although Sarah was an alluring woman, she was not the type Luke favored. Without providing an explanation to young John, Sarah demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Luke produced his identification once more, stating, "FBI agent. The commotion you caused was too significant. I had to intervene." Young John hastily clarified, "It was the T-1000's doing. We were merely forced to retaliate." Luke nodded, "I know. Otherwise, it would not have been me arriving here, but a SWAT team. Sarah gazed at Luke, inquiring, "Do you intend to take us back?" Luke shook his head. "Your situation is too bizarre. Do you wish to bring young John to a mental institution?" The thought of her torment in such a place flooded Sarah's mind. "No, I never want to return there." Luke pointed at the T-800. "This fellow attracts military attention like a newly released prisoner drawn to a beautiful woman's. He would be captured for research." Finally, Luke asserted firmly, "Therefore, let us depart from here at once." Sarah quickly countered, "No, we cannot allow Dr. Dyson to continue his research. He has traveled abroad and will not return for a week. We must leave. The T-1000 will undoubtedly find this place." Luke surveyed the three of them and gestured, "Come, let us head to my vehicle. We are going to Mexico. We have a car." The mother and son chimed in unison. Luke pointed to the imposing Dodge Humvee he had driven. "Do you see this? It's bulletproof. Are you certain you wish to drive that old wreck of yours?" Faced with the sleek design of the Dodge Humvee, both mother and son displayed expressions of envy. Has the FBI upgraded their equipment to such heights? T-800 then spoke. "His suggestion is indeed sound." Ding Wally emitted a sound. At that moment, everyone realized that the little creature beside Luke was a robot. Young John widened his eyes in astonishment at Wally, exclaiming, "Is this thing also a robot?" Luke, walking alongside them, replied, "What is so strange about it? You have a lifelike robot right next to you." Young John fell silent for a moment, then asked, But he comes from the future?" Luke turned back, revealing a mysterious smile. "How can you be so sure that only they are from the future?" One must admit, Luke certainly had a knack for building suspense. His words caused Connor and his mother to once again widen their eyes in amazement. Luke instructed T-800 to transfer the weapons from their vehicle to the trunk of the Dodge M4. After glancing at their battered gear, he sighed. "Most of these items are useless." Young John inquired curiously, "How do you know that?" Luke offered him another enigmatic smile but did not respond to the question. At that moment, Sarah proposed another idea. "We should go to Cyber Uncorporation and destroy the data left there." Luke shook his head, stating, "No need. The important data was given to me by Dr. Dyson before he left. The company has destroyed the backups." Young John, filled with questions, asked, "How did you manage that?" Luke nonchalantly replied, "I acquired Cyber Uncorporation." "What the hell?" Young John and Sarah exclaimed simultaneously. Luke continued, "The designer of Skynet lacked sufficient understanding of artificial intelligence. It was born merely by accident, as long as its foundational logic is clearly defined." Luke elaborated on artificial intelligence manufacturing theories to young John and Sarah. Unfortunately, the two were rather uneducated, responding only with exclamations of disbelief. Young John spent his days either skipping school or on his way to do so, while Sarah had initially been a country girl who dropped out to work as a waitress in Los Angeles. The combined number of books they had read could not match the volume Luke had read in just 1 year of high school. Young John, astonished, asked Luke, "How do you know so much about artificial intelligence?" "I hold 3 PhDs from Stanford." "What the hell? Have the requirements for joining the FBI become so stringent?" At that moment, T-800 chimed in, stating, "He is quite correct. Skynet indeed lacks constraints on its foundational logic, which led to its uncontrolled self-awareness and its desire to eradicate humanity." Seeing that the mother and son were still bewildered, Luke said, "We are heading to Mexico now. I have prepared a special surprise for it." "Why Mexico?" Luke replied helplessly, "The entire LAPD is frantically searching for the murderer of the officers. He must appear at the border for the LAPD to potentially relent. Being abroad will also facilitate handling subsequent troubles." In the stillness of the night, at the Dyson family villa, the T-1000, retaining the appearance of the Austin officer, arrived at the entrance of the Dyson family's villa. A wooden sign was affixed to the villa's door, inscribed with the words, "Want to know where John Connor is? Turn it over." Upon seeing this, the T-1000 dutifully flipped the sign, revealing an address to a small town not far southwest of the Mexican border. After scanning the information, the T-1000 set the sign down and triggered a mechanism left by Luke. Consequently, the entire villa erupted in an explosion. Luke was well aware that this would not inflict any harm upon the T-1000. However, the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, thereby delaying the T-1000's pursuit and granting them precious time. Indeed, As Luke had anticipated, the LAPD, having finally tracked down the perpetrator responsible for the murder of their colleague, relentlessly pursued the T-1000. The T-1000 engaged in several skirmishes and commandeered a multitude of vehicles before managing to evade the LAPD's pursuit. Once it breached the border into Mexico, Luke and his companions had everything prepared, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their protagonist. Luke instructed Shin to acquire a small smelting factory in the area. Here, Luke meticulously laid a trap, anticipating the T-1000's arrival. Chapter 76, Resource Utilization. Luke arrived at the border city of Chula Vista with Connor and his mother. After a brief respite, Luke received a package sent by Mr. Chun, which contained the identity documents, relevant credentials, and bank cards for 3 individuals. The T-800 and young John displayed little reaction, but Sarah was incensed. "You want me to marry a robot? What kind of absurdity is this?" Luke pointed to the T-800, who was examining the identity information alongside young John, and remarked, "Do those two not resemble a father and son?" Sarah followed his gesture, still frowning. "This is utterly ridiculous." "He is a machine," Luke retorted. "The mind is a marvelous thing, yet clearly, yours is lacking." Sarah glared at him in frustration. But Luke disregarded her daggers of disdain and continued, "Why are you still being pursued by the Terminator? Can't you change your name? You've already borne a son for Kyle Reese. Why not adopt the surname with young John? John Reese, Sarah Reese, sounds quite fitting, doesn't it?" This left Sarah speechless, momentarily silencing her. "Damn it, I've been manipulated by that guy Kyle." Luke remained oblivious to her inner turmoil and pressed on, "Your previous surname was Reese. And now, following the T-800, you could adopt the surname Tango. You are a blended family. It makes perfect sense for John to retain the Reese name." Sarah, still somewhat indignant, replied, "But marrying that robot is just too absurd." Luke smiled slightly and said, "You could always divorce him later. It's a temporary measure. Don't sweat the details. Unless you wish to forsake returning to the United States." Indeed, Sarah had no desire to return to the U.S. It was far too perilous. Luke continued, "I've purchased a small smelting plant in Mexico, and new equipment has already been delivered. You can stay there for a while until the situation calms down." Sarah shook her head and replied, "I don't want to go back to the U.S. Mexico is just fine." Luke sighed, "You must consider young John. He is still a child and needs to study like a normal boy, rather than loitering about." After some contemplation, Sarah stubbornly responded, "No. I refuse to be with that robot." Luke, weary of her complaints, put his foot down. "That's the way it is. Don't be picky. What if you encounter a Terminator again? Can you handle it alone?" Though Sarah was obstinate, she eventually succumbed to the undeniable truth of her situation. But that was a matter for another time. Noticing Sarah's distressed demeanor, Luke pondered briefly before retrieving a syringe filled with a life-saving serum. In a swift motion, while Sarah was still caught off guard, he injected it into her arm. As Sarah began to struggle, Luke instructed, "Stay still. This will alleviate the side effects from the medication you received in the psychiatric hospital." Upon hearing his words, Sarah fell silent. Satisfied, Luke retracted the syringe. "Do not look at me with that expression. Your family owes me far too much. This injection is worth $20 million. What the hell? Are you trying to deceive me?" Luke shrugged. "I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence. In due time, you will understand. It will make you healthier and younger." Indeed, Sarah's face transformed in an instant. No woman would refuse the allure of youth. Luke utilized materials he casually acquired to craft a simple disguise for the 3 of them. Their physiques remained unchanged, yet their appearances were slightly altered. Now, they masqueraded as a family of 4 on vacation in Mexico. They crossed the border using false identities, but the process was remarkably smooth. Luke, guided by Wally's map, located the smelting facility he intended to acquire. This was the first time Luke witnessed a device protruding from below Wally's neck, capable of projecting 3D holographic images ahead. This feature piqued even T-800's curiosity. However, upon hearing Luke's remarks, he nodded in agreement. The technological advancements of Skynet were primarily focused on warfare, rendering such auxiliary technology of little value to it. The smelting plant was situated in a small town not far from the Mexican border, where most residents relied on the facility for their livelihoods. The plant was currently on holiday, When Luke arrived, he presented the necessary documents to the security personnel, and soon T-800 would become the owner of the smelting plant. Luke instructed the security to take a break as well, leaving the factory entirely vacant save for Luke and his companions. The factory was quite expansive, and Luke selected a warehouse as the battleground. The workers dispatched by Chun Bo had already installed the necessary equipment there. After inspecting and confirming everything was in order, he assigned tasks to his team. He had received word that T-1000 had already crossed the border and would find them in a matter of hours. Luke directed Connor and her son to stay close behind him while instructing T-800 to lure T-1000 to the factory entrance, in the innermost part of the warehouse. The three of them along with Wally settled in the back. Wally occasionally produced snacks for young John and Sarah, much to their astonishment. However, lacking in education, Luke found it challenging to clarify the concept of dimensional portals to them. Sarah curiously inquired of Luke, "Aren't you going to prepare some weapons?" Luke chuckled and replied, "If it were a human, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. But this robot is quite special, so a few clever tactics are necessary." Sarah nodded, somewhat understanding yet still tense. The fear of the Terminator had become a haunting nightmare for her. The anticipation filled her with unease, just as Luke intended to comfort her. He heard commotion at the factory entrance. Gunfire. It was a series of rapid shots. T-800 had engaged. However, he soon heard the sound of a vehicle. T-800 pulled up in a car at the warehouse entrance, swiftly entering the warehouse before making a quick exit. Luke had assigned him the task of blocking the entrance once T-1000 entered the warehouse to prevent its escape. This is merely a precautionary measure. The T-1000's target looms before it, and it will not retreat. Sarah stands behind Luke, clutching young John. Wally has also concealed himself behind Luke's calf, peering with wide eyes at the entrance of the warehouse. Indeed, the T-1000 still dons the guise of the Austin officer as it strides forward. However, to their astonishment, upon seeing the Connor mother and son, it draws its handgun and fires upon them. Luke lets out a sigh, surprised by this brazen display of disregard for combat etiquette. He extends his hand, wielding his power to deflect the bullets, all of which are halted before him. The Connor duo seems to behold something far more terrifying than the T-1000 itself. The T-1000, oblivious to the situation, accelerates towards Luke upon realizing the bullets are ineffective. A smirk graces Luke's lips as he waves his hand, causing the bullets to clatter to the ground. Once more, he extends his hand towards the T-1000, fingers splayed wide. What on earth? Mother, come witness the divine. John, why are you kneeling? Chapter 77. Retrieval. Luke extended his palm, once again invoking his telekinetic abilities. This time, the T-1000 was entirely under his control. The power of telekinesis could only influence objects within a 3-meter radius, and they had to be inanimate, devoid of any soul. The T-1000 fit this criterion perfectly. It was rendered completely immobile. Luke directed it slightly, and with a gentle push through the air, the T-1000 was sent crashing into a wooden crate beside the corridor. With his other hand, Luke reached for Baisugen. Bang, 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 bang. 6 bullets struck the crate above the T-1000 with precision. Liquid and white mist began to seep out. It was liquid nitrogen. As the T-1000 attempted to rise, it was instantly frozen. Though it endeavored to advance, the frigid temperatures rendered it increasingly vulnerable, and after merely 2 steps, it was entirely immobilized. Wally, please dismantle that crate over there. Following the direction of Luke's finger, Wally disassembled a rectangular wooden box. Inside was a rectangular metal container equipped with wheels. Wally pushed the metal box close to the T-1000. That's enough. Wally, don't come any closer. Wally obediently returned to Luke's side. Luke activated his telekinetic abilities once more, placing the T-1000's remnants along with the liquid nitrogen into the open metal box. Once everything was in order, he turned to see the mother and son, who were slumped on the ground, staring in astonishment. He beckoned them over. Let us proceed to eliminate this fiend once and for all. The mother and son slowly rose and cautiously approached Luke. Little John stammered, Are you God? An angel? Luke remained silent, merely smiling and gesturing for silence. The mother and son nodded fervently. Luke sighed. Humans tend to believe only in what they wish to believe. Sometimes, the truth is less useful than a lie. With that, Luke led them as they pushed the metal box outside to the warehouse. The T-800 was already waiting there. The group entered the factory's smelting area. Uncle Chun had long arranged for a small electric arc remelting device to be installed here. This apparatus was specifically designed for smelting special metals, with temperatures sufficiently high. The furnace was not cold. Once activated, it had to maintain a minimum temperature regardless of the smelting process. Otherwise, restarting it would require a lengthy preheating time. The furnace was enclosed, and after tossing the metal box inside, Luke swiftly activated the switch and closed the furnace, turning the heat to maximum. Soon, a loud explosion resonated from within the furnace. This was the sound produced by the liquid nitrogen reacting to the high temperature, indicating that the external metal box had shattered. Before long, the temperature reached its peak, and after an hour, Luke turned off the heating. He operated the machine to pour the molten steel into a mold. Seeing that the resulting iron was indistinguishable from ordinary iron, Luke breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this menace has been completely eradicated. With that, he produced the damaged chip and a half-mechanical arm. Luke merely discarded the damaged chip, yet he still held the arm in his hand. At that moment, the T-800 stepped forward and pointed to its own head. I have another one here. Luke glanced at him, yet before he could speak, young John grew anxious. No, I don't want you to leave. Sarah promptly intervened to stop young John. Just as a confrontation between mother and son seemed imminent, Luke interjected. Ahem. When did I ever say I intended to eliminate him? Both the T-800 and the Connor mother and son ceased their movements. Luke gestured towards Wall. If my robot can exist, why can't Arnold Tango? Sarah, perplexed, questioned Luke. That thing, Skynet? Luke smirked. The developers of Skynet have assigned me to work on household appliances. If my existence cannot prevent the birth of Skynet, then not even God can save humanity. Sarah fell silent, young John felt elated, and the T-800 appeared bewildered. This matter seemed settled. They merely needed to provide the Los Angeles Police Department with a mechanical arm as a formality. After all, it was merely a metal appendage. Devoid of any technical significance, whoever desired it could have it. Just as he was about to depart, Wall clutched Luke's pant leg. Confused, Luke looked down at Wall, who pointed towards the molten steel in the mold. Luke was puzzled. You mean that thing isn't dead? Wall shook his head, opened his compartment, pointed at the mold, and then gestured towards his own interior. Luke grasped the implication. You wish to recycle it? Wall nodded in affirmation. Very well. But we need to wait for it to cool. Yet Wall shook his head, moving directly to the mold filled with molten metal. He opened his compartment and retrieved a vacuum cleaner nozzle. With the nozzle in hand, Wall extended it into the searing molten steel. The sound of the vacuum cleaner roared to life. Almost instantaneously, the molten steel was visibly drawn into the device. In less than a minute, the mold was entirely cleansed. Luke watched in awe at Wall's remarkable feat. This little creature is truly impressive. Upon returning to Luke's side, Wall opened his compartment and produced a glob of liquid metal. Before the horrified gazes of the Connors, it transformed into Luke's likeness. Luke, astonished, watched as Wall then reshaped it into an inverted teardrop-shaped white robot. Observing Wall's fascination, Luke curiously inquired, Is this your friend? Wall nodded. Yet a red heart appeared on the small screen on his chest. Luke was taken aback and asked Wall, Can you reprogram it? Wall nodded again, emitting a correct confirmation tone. Subsequently, Luke retrieved a laptop from his pocket, opened it, inputted some code, and presented it to Wall. Do you think this code can reprogram it? Wall shook his head. Luke possessed knowledge of programming artificial intelligence, yet he was unsure how to program the liquid robot. In the realm of knowledge bestowed upon him, the existence of the T-1000 liquid metal robot was an utter impossibility. Upon witnessing Wally's ability to recycle and reprogram, Luke felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards the little robot. With a quizzical tilt of his large eyes, Wally pondered for a moment before inscribing another sequence of code onto Luke's notebook. It was then that Luke realized his previous programming approach was woefully rudimentary. The programming method for the liquid metal robot necessitated an intermediate level of expertise. Thus, Luke settled onto the ground and, in a state of fervent concentration alongside Wally, embarked on the task of reprogramming the T-1000. Sarah and young John exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a limbo of indecision, unable to comprehend the exchange between Luke and Wally. However, The T-800, possessing the capability to understand, soon joined the discourse. Consequently, Sarah and young John found a distant spot to sit, watching in a state of daze as Luke and the others engaged in their work. "Mom, do you think he is truly an angel?" Sarah inquired, shaking her head. She replied, "I don't know. He kissed me that night. What should I do?" "Mom, I don't think he would be interested in you. Oh, it hurts you." You put down the gun. I am your own son. Chapter 78. Arrangements. The tender interaction between mother and son did not impact Luke. With the addition of the T-800, Luke found the programming of the T-1000 to be remarkably smoother. After approximately 3 hours of diligent work, they finally concluded their task. The mother and son had fallen asleep in each other's embrace. A playful smile crept across Luke's face as he commanded the T-1000 to transform into another form. "Hey, Sarah, wake up." As Sarah and young John stirred from their slumber, they squinted against the blinding white light above them. It was only under this intense illumination that they could faintly discern Luke's silhouette. Overcoming the glaring brilliance, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Behind Luke, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled, and he smiled down at them. "Oh my God, are you truly an angel?" Just as the mother and son were enveloped in a state of bewilderment, the overhead light suddenly extinguished. The white radiance vanished, and the wings behind Luke melted away. In the terrified gaze of the mother and son, the liquid metal robot morphed into Luke's appearance when he had entered Mexico. Luke grinned at them and said, "Allow me to formally introduce this individual beside me, Lima Tango." The identity Luke assumed upon entering Mexico. What the hell? X2, understanding that the mother and son lacked sophistication. Luke resorted to expressing himself with exclamations of disbelief, continuing, "Tonight, a shooting will occur in Tijuana. Which day in Tijuana is devoid of gunfire?" Sarah inquired, perplexed. Luke gestured for her to calm down and proceeded. "The victims of this incident will be John Connor and Sarah Connor. From that moment on, these two will vanish from this world." What the hell? X2, you will assume your current identities and reside in Mexico for a while. After some time, I will arrange for your return to the United States. Sarah pointed at the T-1000 beside Luke, questioning, "Will it stay here?" Luke nodded affirmatively. "It, along with Arnold, will remain to protect you until your return to America." After a moment of silence, Sarah asked, "Why does it bear the surname Tango?" Luke shrugged. "Its designation is T. In military parlance, we refer to it as Tango. It is merely a code name." Yet Sarah remained apprehensive. What if these two? Luke shook his head. "That won't happen. If it is damaged or reprogrammed, I will be informed, and assistance will come. I have friends in Mexico." With a sigh, Luke added, "I know, but after you depart, the T-1000 had been there, and your friends are no longer alive." Upon hearing this grim news, sorrow washed over Sarah, and young John embraced her empathetically. Luke accepted a bag from Wally and handed it to Arnold. Inside, there are $200,000. Your bank cards contain an additional $300,000. This should suffice for your needs for a while. Without paying heed to the sorrowful mother and son, he spoke directly. "I shall take my leave now. You may rest here peacefully. When the time is right, I will arrange for your return to America." Sarah and young John were about to express their gratitude to Luke, but he elegantly turned and departed. As they watched Luke and Wally fade into the distance, young John asked Sarah, "Mom, why did he save us?" Sarah, equally perplexed, replied, "How would I know? He seems indifferent to me. Regardless, since we are here, let us recuperate properly." Young John pointed at Arnold and inquired, "Can I call him Dad?" Sarah, somewhat impatient, responded, "You may do as you wish, but don't expect him to enter my room." Luke had left behind the Dodge Warrior and took out his phone to call Uncle Chin. Before long, a bulletproof Rolls-Royce arrived at the factory gate, promptly whisking Luke to the nearest airport where a private jet from the Chin family awaited. Only the pilot had come for this mission. There were no flight attendants. Luke quietly returned to Los Angeles. The following day, he remained at home, needing to organize various matters. He was waiting for the situation in Mexico to develop and for the Mexican police to relay the case details to Los Angeles. However, while at home, he received a postcard. Upon inspecting the address, it was from Walton, Kansas. The front of the postcard displayed a photograph of an ancient church, with St. Michael's Church inscribed above its entrance. The message read, Front row, right leg of the chair, hollow. Thank you, my friend. After pondering for a while, Luke suddenly recalled that the handwriting resembled that of John Mason when he signed the pardon order. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luke picked up the phone and dialed. On the other end, a voice greeted him. Luke, I'm quite busy. Professor Doherty, is this line secure? Doherty paused briefly before responding. It is very secure. What is the matter? You must note an address, and it must remain absolutely confidential. Wait, go ahead. Walton, Kansas, St. Michael's Church, front row. Right leg of the chair is hollow, containing something of great importance. After writing it down, Doherty fell silent for a considerable time. Understood, Luke. Does anyone else know about this? Luke pondered for a moment and replied, This information was given to me by the party involved. No one else will learn of it. Both were astute individuals, fully aware of each other's implications. Doherty chose to remain silent and ended the call. The next day, Luke arranged to meet Frank and McLean at the same bar. That evening, Luke arrived early. Frank and McLean came together, and upon their simultaneous arrival, Luke smiled and jested. Wow, our detective has come to work early. Only McLean shrugged at Luke and remarked, I was bored at home, so I came to lend a hand. Frank still appeared to be in poor spirits. Luke ordered drinks and snacks, and after a brief exchange, he delved into the matter at hand. I received information from the Mexican authorities that the assassin had murdered Connor and his mother in Mexico. Frank, in a state of melancholy, took a large gulp of his drink. This bastard. We have no leads whatsoever. Luke retrieved a box from beside him and placed it on the table. His expression grave as he stated, this matter must remain confidential. He then opened the box to reveal the mechanical arm of the T-800 from a decade ago. Frank and McLean stared in astonishment at the artifact within. Still in a state of bewilderment, Luke continued, This was left at the scene. There was a significant explosion. And the assassin is likely a robot. What the hell? X2. After closing the box, Luke returned it to his side. I painstakingly obtained this from the Mexican police. It can only be handled by the FBI. My apologies. Frank understood. This matter was beyond the jurisdiction of the LAPD. He then raised his glass to Luke and said, Thank you. The three clinked their glasses and drank in unison. Chapter 79, Invitation. Upon returning home, Luke finally let out a sigh of relief. This matter had reached a temporary conclusion and had been rather exhausting. He had been bustling about, yet the rewards were significant. Although the order points and progress provided by T-1000 were minimal, the presence of such a liquid metal robot would undoubtedly elevate the technological capabilities of the Chin family to new heights. Its commercial value far surpassed that of merely serving as a decoy. As for the potential emergence of Terminators and Skynet in the future, Luke felt no apprehension. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, where even the Master of Time, the Ancient One, had yet to make an appearance, indicating that Skynet would not arise to threaten humanity. Perhaps the Ancient One had intervened discreetly, altering the timeline in the process. Finally, he could enjoy a period of respite. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Stark. Hey, Tony. I'm on vacation. How about throwing a party to unwind? However, he was met with Pepper's voice on the line. Luke, you should find a girlfriend. Tony has been quite busy lately. Bewildered by the unsolicited dose of romantic advice, Luke stared blankly at the disconnected call. Scratching his head, he redialed. Hey, Luke. What's up? Rhodes, I'm on vacation. Want to hang out? Can't. I have a mission and I'm not in Los Angeles. I'll catch up when I return. All right. Best of luck with your mission. He sighed, ultimately deciding to call his father. That evening, the children of the Chin family erupted in cheers. Luke planned to take them to stay at the Malibu villa for a while. Since he had no particular plans, he could entertain the children and provide his parents with some much-needed private space. Then, he received a text from the bank. His father had transferred him $100,000, while his mother sent over $500,000. Luke accepted the generous gifts with a grin. Angela and her friends were naturally delighted. As the views were splendid, there were no restrictions, and Wally was present. Even Natasha, typically stoic, wore a smile. She had now officially been adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Chin. After consulting her, she chose the name Lisa Chin. This decision was made following a conversation with Luke, who advised her that to completely sever ties with her past, she should do so in a thorough manner. Aside from her body and memories, She would have no further connections to her former life. Now, she was like an ordinary girl, attending school daily with Angela and Beth. Although the curriculum differed vastly from what she had previously learned, her intelligence shone through. Her academic performance was rapidly improving, and next year, the three girls would continue their journey into high school together. Little sister Jessica was the shadow of her older sisters, but with Wally around. Little brother Henry was finally liberated. He indulged in video games at Luke's place, which were usually off-limits at home, playing until he was too tired to continue. However, even though Luke permitted him to play, he insisted on maintaining a proper schedule. Thus, Henry begrudgingly went to bed. The following day, the little ones were successively dropped off at school by Luke. Just as he was nearing the villa, he received a call from Stark. "Hey, Tony. Luke. Pepper has gone to New York for a conference, and weren't you planning to host a party? When will it take place? Ward, are you not concerned about Pepper discovering this? Will she not become your ex-girlfriend and subsequently find solace in my embrace?" Luke, that joke is hardly amusing. "Very well, I shall make arrangements, but it must be tomorrow or the day after. Time is rather pressing. All right, we need not have too many guests, but everything else should suffice. I will notify you, but do ensure that Pepper remains uninformed and do not contact Rhodes. That fellow cannot keep secrets." After ending the call with Stark, Luke pondered for a moment and decided to host a small gathering, though not the kind Stark envisioned. After a long day at the studio, he picked up Henry and Jessica before heading to Angela's school to collect the three young ladies. After greeting them, Luke shared his plans. He intended for the three sisters to invite their close friends to enjoy a day at the Malibu villa. Naturally, the sisters were entirely supportive of the idea. However, just as they were about to invite their friends, Luke's phone rang again. "Luke, Mr. Doherty? You handled the situation in San Francisco commendably. President Marshall has extended an invitation to you. It is evident that the matter at hand transcends San Francisco and encompasses the information Mason provided him. Everyone is astute enough to recognize this, yet they maintain discretion. Mr. Doherty continued, the President is particularly interested in your meticulous insights and suggestions regarding counterterrorism operations." "Why me?" Luke inquired. Doherty chuckled. "You will understand once you arrive. It would be prudent for you to come to Washington tonight. The President has set aside time to meet with you tomorrow morning." "Understood, Mr. Doherty." After concluding the call, Luke turned to the three sisters to apologize. The excitement that had once brightened their faces swiftly faded into disappointment. "Hey, don't be disheartened. I will host a party for you upon my return. Trust me, I shall be back soon." Thus, Luke made a significant detour and returned the sisters home. Their parents were out, enjoying a night on the town. Upon learning of Luke's urgent business trip, they had no choice but to return home after dinner. It was only after Luke assured them that he would take the sisters to Malibu for a month upon his return that they permitted him to leave. Fortunately, Luke had left Wally behind to keep the disheartened sisters company. Otherwise, he would have become the family's public enemy. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke called Stark to inform him that the party was off. Tony, visibly disappointed, stated that they could reschedule for another time. After a brief discussion with Uncle Chin, Luke headed to the airport, boarding his private jet to Washington. The following morning, Luke arrived at Doherty's residence, where preparations were already underway. During the drive to the White House, Doherty provided Luke with an explanation of the day's events. The items retrieved from the church pews have been entrusted to President Marshall. "Well done, Luke." Luke merely smiled, allowing Doherty to continue speaking. Verbal accolades could not deceive Luke. Tangible benefits were what truly mattered. Doherty elaborated. "The President intends to take you to Germany for a conference centered on counterterrorism, where your expertise may be required. Upon your return, your qualifications will ascend to a new level, though promotion may have to wait until the end of the year." Luke nodded. President Marshall's term is set to conclude early next year. It is likely that Doherty and the President are fulfilling their promise to Luke before leaving office. Thus, Luke inquired of Doherty, who will be the next director of the FBI. Doherty bestowed upon Luke a mysterious smile before responding, "Paxton. The President has already submitted the nomination to Congress, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will officially ascend to the role by year's end." This choice surprised Luke somewhat. Yet it was also quite reasonable. He nodded in acknowledgement, withholding any further comment. What Doherty had shared with him was essentially finalized and difficult to alter. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he was merely a foot soldier without any real influence. Subsequently, Doherty presented Luke with an unexpected piece of good news. Chapter 80. The affection of family. Doherty promised Luke that after his promotion at the year's end, he would have the opportunity to assemble his own team. Luke, currently a senior agent, was on the verge of becoming a special agent. The supervisory level he aspired to was equivalent to Colin's position at the Los Angeles Bureau, while Claire Harris held the title of senior supervisor. Remarkably, Luke had been with the FBI for less than a year and was already on the cusp of reaching the rank of special agent, while his peers were still in their internship period. Such rapid advancement left Luke with little to say. Upon arriving at the White House, Doherty's vehicle enjoyed certain privileges. After a thorough inspection by the Secret Service, they were granted entry. As it was not an open day, the White House was relatively quiet. After passing through security and surrendering his firearm, Doherty escorted Luke to a lounge. Despite it being his first visit to the White House, Luke felt an unexpected sense of calm. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate the feeling. The assistant to the president informed Doherty that the president would allocate time in half an hour, albeit for only 10 minutes. Throughout, Luke remained inconspicuous, his thoughts drifting to the unfortunate depictions of the White House in movies from his previous life. When the time arrived, the assistant ushered Doherty and Luke into the president's office. President Marshall leaned against his desk, nodding at Doherty upon their arrival, and extending a hand to Luke with a smile. He said, "Hello, young man. Doherty has sung your praises. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Luke, the actor Emperor Chin, offered a shy smile and shook hands with President Marshall. The trio settled onto a sofa in the corner, and the president initiated the conversation. "We will be heading to Germany for a counterterrorism forum. Afterward, I plan to remain in Germany for a few days, during which I will require your professional advice on certain matters." Luke nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to respond. The president's statement implied much. His intention to linger after the forum suggested the existence of further business. The need for his counsel indicated a likelihood of concrete counterterrorism operations. This formidable president was poised to engage in yet another instance of global policing. Noticing Luke's reticence, President Marshall chuckled. "Do not be nervous, young man. I knew your grandfather." Luke was unfazed by this revelation. His grandfather's connections were indeed profound. A president was merely one of many. He smiled at President Marshall and remarked, "I am also quite curious about your legendary experiences during the Vietnam War." We have ample time to discuss this on our journey. I am eager to hear about the San Francisco operation and the matter concerning that girl, Shelley." That is part of my duties," President Marshall replied, shaking his head. "Doherty rarely recommends young talents to me." Doherty interjected with a smile, "Luke is truly one of the few exceptional young individuals I have encountered, and the facts attest to this." President Marshall bestowed a reassuring smile upon Luke. "Work diligently, young man, and you shall receive the rewards you deserve, I assure you." Doherty added, "All plans are progressing smoothly." The president even divulged some insider information to Luke. "After my resignation, Doherty will ascend to the Supreme Court as a justice, ensuring that your career will not encounter many hurdles." This news brought delight to Luke. Although the power of a justice may appear less formidable than that of the Attorney General, in the realm of jurisprudence, it is akin to that of a sovereign lord. The group engaged in discussions regarding recent social cases that had captured media attention, primarily between Doherty and President Marshall, while Luke remained somewhat in the background. Throughout their conversation, matters pertaining to the church were notably absent, and no further inquiries were directed at Luke. Ultimately, as the assistant signaled the passage of time, President Marshall concluded the meeting. Before departing, he imparted a profound remark to Luke, stating, "You have a good grandfather and a good father." Luke merely exchanged another handshake with President Marshall before departing alongside Doherty. It was evident that President Marshall was cognizant of the relationship between Old Man Chin and Doherty, and had been influenced by certain promises made by the elder Chin. However, the ultimate beneficiary remained Luke. The arrangements made by his elders were unclear to him, nor did he feel the need to inquire. This exemplifies the care of family. When they deem it necessary for Luke to know, they will naturally inform him. At merely 22 years of age, Luke has a lengthy journey ahead. He does not reject the concern and arrangements of his elders. Unlike some scions who often endure protracted periods of rebellion. An example being Lena Kendrick, the daughter of the former governor of California, who exhibited a particularly extended rebellious phase and harbored intense resistance to familial arrangements. Luke's choice to pursue a path within the FBI was initially motivated by a desire to enhance his proficiency and order points. However, following the Sherry case, he became convinced that the demons of this world require a cleansing, and it is his mission to send them back to hell. America may lack in many aspects, but it certainly has an abundance of deviance. With his convictions reinforced, Luke departed the White House alongside Doherty. Upon returning to Doherty's residence, they agreed that Luke would reconvene with him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They subsequently joined the presidential motorcade en route to the airport, boarding Air Force One bound for Berlin, Germany. Before leaving, Luke pondered a moment and inquired of Doherty, "Sir, may I bring weapons with me to Germany?" After a moment's consideration, Doherty nodded affirmatively. "I will notify the Secret Service in advance." Satisfied by Doherty's lack of objection, Luke smiled. The role of the American president is fraught with peril. Without some means of defense, Luke felt utterly insecure. He was less afraid of thugs wielding heavy weapons than of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke called his family to inform them of his trip accompanying the president. Feeling the warmth of familial concern, his spirits lifted. Seated in the living room of his suite, Luke retrieved an assortment of weapons from his belongings, carefully selecting a few to pack into a travel bag. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief nap, Luke returned to Doherty's residence, this time with a suitcase and a carry-on bag. Noticing that Luke appeared well, Doherty led him to the White House to meet up with the presidential motorcade. This time, Luke trailed behind the presidential motorcade, finally witnessing the grandeur of a presidential outing. The streets within a 5-kilometer radius were quiet, with police cars and Secret Service vehicles stationed at every intersection. There were also advanced reconnaissance teams and SWAT snipers occupying elevated positions. It was only 5 minutes after the advance team passed that the actual presidential convoy appeared. Several police motorcycles led the way, followed by a procession of vehicles carrying accompanying personnel. At that moment, both the president and the Secret Service were utilizing vehicles manufactured by their own Dodge production, which stirred a sense of excitement within Luke. However, during the airport security check, Luke was halted. The Secret Service, perplexed, pointed at Luke's carry-on bag. "Agent Luke, we are heading to Germany, not the Middle East." Upon hearing the dispute between Luke and the Secret Service, Doherty instructed his assistant to intervene. The assistant brought in the head of security, who, after clarifying Luke's identity as an expert in the president's counterterrorism operations, finally allowed him to board the aircraft. Nevertheless, his carry-on bag was required to be secured in the cargo hold with the other luggage, and he could not take it directly onto the plane. Luke expressed indifference, stating that as long as he knew it was on board, he was satisfied.